Deep among the white clouds a sacred palace stood majestically as divine birds soared through the blue sky. This place was not of the mortal realm, it was the training ground for the 1,000 disciples of the Tianquan Palace. Located in a desolate and remote region in the far north of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, it was built upon a snow-capped mountain and boasted a century-long legacy. Within its walls were several thousand disciples, the vast majority of whom were female. Whenever they cultivated, they were a sight to behold, each as beautiful as a flower. At this moment on a towering cliff a figure was cultivating in silence. This was a corner of the Tianquan Palace. Each thrust of his spear was as swift as lightning, tearing through the air. Tianyan gripped his spear, his hands trembling uncontrollably. As his entire body shook, he sighed. Was it truly impossible to cultivate without blood chi? Without further hesitation he raised his spear and unleashed a powerful strike, the tip cutting through the air. Tianyan shouted in frustration. No! He leaped into the air, his spear cleaving down with formidable power. He blamed himself, convinced it was because he wasn't working hard enough, and he poured all his energy into this one strike. After a few moments of training, Tianyan was already exhausted, his breath coming in ragged gasps that echoed heavily in the air. Wordlessly he propped the spear on the ground, his breath not yet steady. The hand gripping the spear trembled slightly as he lowered his head, using the weapon for support. Tianyan let his weary breaths resound in the silence, forcing out intermittent words. Under the dazzling sun, Tianyan's body swayed and his steps faltered, as if every ray of light weighed heavily on his shoulders, making it impossible for him to stand firm any longer. Finally he let go and the spear fell, clattering loudly against the cold stone slab. Tianyan knelt between heaven and earth, coughing a few times as his body grew even more fatigued. Suddenly a woman's voice came from behind. Young master. Shaolian approached with a worried expression and asked urgently, why are you out here training again? You'll hurt yourself like this. As she spoke, Shaolian draped a cloak over him. Beneath the fabric his body still shivered from cold and exhaustion, but Tianyan did his best to reassure her. Sister Shaolian, I'm fine, I just wanted to stretch my muscles. Shaolian straightened his collar and replied softly, you are the young master of our Tianquan Palace, how can you be so careless with your own body? She helped Tianyan to his feet, walking beside him with a hint of reproach in her voice. The palace master sent me to bring you to the main hall. If she sees you in this state she'll worry again. How many times do I have to tell you before you listen? Tianyan remained silent, lowering his eyes and taking in every word. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he called out in a weak voice, Sister Shaolian. Puzzled, Shaolian turned to look at him without delay. His eyes were unusually determined. Tianyan wanted her to confirm something. Without blood chi would continuing to cultivate lead to death, but even so I will not give up so easily. As Tianyan finished his thought she lowered her head, her expression melancholic. Not daring to meet his gaze, her eyes seemed lost. Young master, she urged as they stood before the steps of the main hall, we should hurry. The palace master is still waiting for us inside. The moment he stepped into the main hall, the eyes of all the female disciples immediately fell on Tianyan. It's him, what is he doing here? The moment he appeared, harsh whispers arose without restraint. I really don't know why the sect master keeps such a good-for-nothing around. Isn't it just because of his aunt? Otherwise a cripple like him would have been kicked out of Tianquan Palace long ago. Tianyan walked on in silence alone, his shoulders feeling heavy under the weight of the rumors behind him. Men only know how to hide behind women. Trash, trash, trash. Their scrutinizing gazes made him feel utterly inferior. They resent and despise me, not only because I'm a martial arts cripple who could die at any moment, but also because I am the son of the previous sect master. And Tianquan Palace has a clear rule. The current palace master must never marry or have children, he mused, his eyes filled with endless sorrow. My own mother violated the rule, and after giving birth to me, she ran away with a man. Tianyan's hands clenched into fists, still trembling, as if trying to suppress all the turbulent emotions. His mother's whereabouts were still unknown to this day. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice cut through the silent atmosphere. Tianyan, you're finally here. Shaolian bowed her head respectfully. Palace master, Lian questioned, have you been secretly practicing martial arts again? The person who had arrived was none other than the palace master of Tianquan Palace, Shi Lian. A gentle light emanated from her, as if reflecting her pure and resolute heart. Tianyan called her name in a low voice. Aunt? Seeing his disheveled state, Lian asked anxiously, Tianyan, you look pale. Are you all right? Tianyan looked at her gently, his eyes soft, and slowly replied, I'm fine. Suddenly, Tianyan recalled scenes from the past. Whenever he cried, Lian would always comfort him gently. When he felt insecure, it was she who gave him a pillar of support. This aunt, he thought, is not related to me by blood. It was the original owner's mother who entrusted her son to her. In the original owner's memory, Lian was like an older sister to him. She had been with him as he grew up, always keeping him by her side during cultivation and protecting him from bullies. Lian's eyes sparkled. Noticing he was distracted, she asked curiously, Tianyan, why are you spacing out? Lian tapped him lightly on the head, her words laced with reproach but filled with care. I won't blame you for cultivating, but you must not overexert yourself or you'll face the consequences. She slowly took out a box and presented it to Tianyan. By the way, I have something for you. He stared at the box, a look of confusion on his face. This is, when the box was opened, a pill lay inside. It was a divine dragon blood pill. Anyone who saw it would know that the divine dragon blood pill was incredibly precious, capable of replenishing a massive amount of blood chi, which certainly came at a great cost. Lei Yun's gaze grew serious, tinged with a slight hesitation. That's right, take this divine dragon blood pill. Perhaps it can improve the blood chi circulation in your body. She reached out and gently caressed Tianyun's cheek. He began to speak, but before Lei Yun cut him off. No buts. Restoring your health is the greatest repayment you can give me, understand? A female disciple suddenly ran over and reported urgently. Sect Master, the people from the Heavenly Spirit Sect have arrived. Tianyun's eyes narrowed, a cold and sharp glint of hatred gradually appearing as 3 words roared in his mind: Heavenly Spirit Sect. Tianyun once again fell into deep thought, silently categorizing everything in his mind. On this continent, factions were divided into 5 ranks. The 5th rank was a divine kingdom, the 4th an empire, the 3rd a prefecture, the 2nd a sect, and the 1st a palace. The Heavenly Spirit Sect was a faction 1 rank higher than the Tianquan Palace. Without hesitation, Lei Yun turned to leave, but not without leaving a word of concern. Tianyun, I'm going to take care of some matters first. You get some rest, then she commanded. All disciples follow me. Tianyun stood quietly, watching her figure recede into the distance. He had a rough idea of why the Heavenly Spirit Sect was here. The Heavenly Spirit Sect had come to pressure Tianquan Palace, aiming to seize the entry slots for the ancient ruins. Tianyun blamed himself. It was all because he was too weak to be of any help. The thought of his own uselessness made him feel incredibly small. A sense of grievance welled up inside him, and he wondered if a precious pill like the divine dragon blood pill could even help him recover some blood chi. Tianyun lowered his head, closed his eyes, and sighed helplessly. Just then, a figure walked up and blocked his path, clearing his throat lightly, which startled Tianyun. He slowly raised his head, his eyes still somewhat dazed as he looked at the person before him. Standing in front of Tianyun was Fang Chen, an outer sect disciple of Tianquan Palace, who along with several others blocked his way. He said with a smile, I say, young master, how about letting us have that divine dragon blood pill? We're on the verge of a breakthrough, and it's not like it'll do you any good anyway. Why not just give it to us? Burning with rage, Tianyun clenched his jaw and glared at him, cursing them endlessly in his mind. These bastards were all forced into our Tianquan Palace by the Heavenly Spirit Sect to find cultivation partners. Tianyun replied decisively. Fang Chen, what if I say no? He stepped forward, his face close to Tianyun's, wearing a smug look as the distance between them became suffocatingly small. Fang Chen spoke menacingly, each word seemingly squeezed from between his teeth. No, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You think you're hot stuff just because the palace master has your back, he sneered, taunting Tianyun. You're nothing but a cripple, a bastard son. How dare you act so arrogant in front of us, unafraid? Tianyun stared right back at him with fierce sharp eyes, his voice turning cold. Are you looking to die? Fang Chen clenched his fist, raised his arm high, and prepared to swing at him. I think you're the one who's tired of living. The fist flew forward, heading straight for Tianyun's face. He cried out in pain. Before he could react, Tianyun was hit, lost his balance, and fell to the ground in a cloud of dust. Unexpectedly, the box fell and bounced open, and the divine dragon blood pill rolled out. Seeing this, Fang Chen's accomplice's eyes widened. The man shouted in delight, Hey, it's the pill! Despite being covered in bruises from the beating, Tianyun remained conscious. His heart raced as he thought, this is bad. Fang Chen burst out laughing, his voice echoing in the space. A top-grade divine dragon blood pill. With that, he quickly reached out to grab it, shouting, It's mine! Without a moment's hesitation, Tianyun lunged forward and gripped his wrist tightly, stopping the shameless act just in time. Get your filthy hands off it, he said, his voice laced with threat. In that instant, he immediately lowered his head and bit down on the divine pill on the ground. Just like that, the divine dragon blood pill was safely in Tianyun's mouth. Fang Chen and his cronies were stunned by the sight. His face contorted in fury, and he roared uncontrollably, You actually ate my divine dragon blood pill? You're asking for it? Bit him to death for me. As he struggled to swallow the pill, Fang Chen was already lunging at him. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly erupted, enveloping him in a magnificent aura. Tianyun's will was firm. I'd rather die than give this pill to you. As soon as he thought this, the system immediately displayed a notification that left Tianyun dumbfounded. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully activating the crazy leveling system. Everything before his eyes seemed to descend into chaos. Tianyun was completely stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. What was that sound? What's going on? He wondered, pushing himself up from the ground. Tianyun suddenly realized that time seemed to have stopped. A system notification panel abruptly appeared before him, leaving him bewildered with a question mark in his mind. Player Yi Tianyun has obtained 1,000 experience points. Then the system's function suddenly activated. A light emanated from his body. The light enveloped the entire area. A congratulatory voice sounded. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for leveling up, reaching the first level of the body refining stage. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for leveling up, reaching the second level of the body refining stage. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for leveling up, reaching the fifth level of the body refining stage. He couldn't believe his eyes. Tianyun asked himself, Crazy leveling system player. A transparent system panel suddenly appeared, its status showing loading. He clenched his fists as a surge of power seemed to erupt within his body. This feeling of power, he marveled. Using this power, Tianyan rushed forward and threw a devastating punch at Fang Chen. "Get lost," he commanded them. Seeing him knocked down so easily, the accomplice turned pale, his eyes widened as he screamed in panic. Fang Chen, a surge of abundant energy flowed through him as he quietly stared at his own hands. An unshakable fire of determination ignited in Tianyan's eyes. He smiled. "The power I now command, is this the crazy leveling system?" After swallowing the divine dragon blood pill and unexpectedly activating the leveling system, Tianyan could finally fight back against the group of outer sect disciples, especially Fang Chen. Clutching the spot where he was hit, Fang Chen said in disbelief, "You're at the 5th level of the body refining stage. Impossible in this world." Cultivation was divided into 9 stages. Body refining, spirit refining, core condensation, spirit core, core formation, spirit pill, spirit king, saint king, and finally God king. Tianyan looked down at him, his face cold as he replied, "Possible or not, you can find out for yourself." At the same time, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. He never expected a single dragon blood pill could raise him so many levels. Hearing this, Fang Chen knew when to back down and began to kowtow and beg for mercy. "Please spare me, I was wrong, I'll never dare to ask for your pill again." Tianyan offered him a choice with a disdainful expression. 1. Get lost. 2. Lie down. "I'll give you one chance." Fang Chen trembled, remaining silent. Seeing this, Tianyan turned to leave. Suddenly Fang Chen drew a dagger, its blade reflecting his vile face. He rushed forward, yelling with resentment, "Then you can just die." However, before he could even touch Tianyan, Tianyan had already spun around with sharp reflexes, grabbing his neck and slamming him hard onto the ground. "Still trying to sneak attack me?" Tianyan tightly gripped the hand holding the dagger, forcing him to stab himself. He then followed up with a kick, sending him flying. In the end, Fang Chen lost consciousness. A disciple standing nearby cried out, "Fang Chen." It was then that Tianyan realized the dagger was poisoned. A notification popped up on the system screen congratulating him for defeating a disciple of the Heavenly Spirit sect and rewarding him with a cultivation technique and pills. Tianyan was surprised. "It can even drop treasures? Killing monsters drops loot?" The system screen displayed Tianyan's current information and stats. He quickly realized this was exactly like a game's attribute panel. "For a gaming enthusiast like me, this is a piece of cake," Tianyan said happily. Another message appeared from the system. "Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for successfully activating a character. You have received a newbie gift pack. Open it." Of course, Tianyan chose to open it. The gift pack contained a 10x express card, 2 recovery pills, and a newbie gift. "This is great," he said joyfully. "I was transmigrated into a powerless body, but I actually got this leveling system. As long as I level up like crazy, my attributes will become insanely strong." Suddenly, an option caught his attention. There are so many crazy modes." Tianyan clicked on it curiously. The system displayed the skills information. Specifically, using it would enhance the number of uses, and the effect of everything used would be doubled. Doubled enhancement. "And this is just at level 1, this is practically a god-tier skill," Tianyan exclaimed in pleasant surprise. He couldn't help but grin. The cultivation effect could be increased twofold, and there was also a double usage effect. This meant that taking 1 pill was equivalent to taking 2. Suddenly he noticed something. "Wait a minute." The note read, "Crazy mode consumes 1 point of crazy value per minute, current crazy value 5, joy is always fleeting." He sighed, "Damn it, it consumes 1 point per minute and I only have 5 points. It'll be gone in a flash. What's the use? I only got this reward because I just killed Fang Chen. This seems a bit low." As he was focusing on the system information, a series of panicked cries rang out from outside. "Fang Chen, Fang Chen, Fang Chen is dead." The words caught his attention. The outer sect disciple turned to look at him and then accused him. "You killed Fang Chen." Hearing this, he gave a cold, mocking reply. "I killed him. If he hadn't tried to kill me, I wouldn't have done it." Just then, Shi Leiyun's voice rang out. "What happened?" A female disciple from Tianchuan Palace cried out in shock. "Oh my god, someone's dead." Then another voice spoke up. "Palace Master Shi, what's going on here?" The newcomers were disciples from the Heavenly Spirit sect. Fang Yan and the second elder of the Heavenly Spirit sect, Zhao Huolong, along with other disciples. Leiyun turned her head and greeted him softly. "Elder Zhao." Seeing the scene before him, Fang Yan's face turned pale. He rushed to his brother's body and after a careful inspection roared in anger. "Brother, my brother is dead." He looked at Tianyan with hateful eyes and demanded, "Did you kill my brother?" He stated coldly and frankly, "They tried to rob me of my divine dragon blood pill. I refused, so they attacked me. I was merely defending myself." As soon as he finished speaking, a disciple from Fang Chen's group pointed at him and loudly accused, "We didn't try to take his divine dragon blood pill. He's framing us. We were just taking a walk when he attacked us." Another disciple took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "That's right, we're just walking around. Who knew he would claim this was his territory and attack us? We were struck back before we could even react. How could our people try to steal a divine dragon blood pill?" After listening, Huolong exhaled and said, "Palace Master Shi, you need to give me an explanation. We sent our outstanding disciples to cultivate at Tianchuan Palace," he continued in an accusatory tone. "This was meant to build a good relationship between our two sects. I never expected that they would be punished like this for simply taking a stroll." Does Palace Master Shi intend to ruin the relationship between our two families? Lei Yan crossed her arms and calmly asked directly. What do you want? Fang Yun stood up, pointed at Tian Yun, and challenged loudly, You killed my brother. I demand a life-or-death duel with you. The nearby Hulong immediately agreed. That's right. When our two sects cooperated, it was clearly stated that as long as no one enters the forbidden areas, they will not be punished. Now he has injured our disciples and killed Fang Chen. He stroked his beard, speaking righteously with vile intentions. We can't just let this go. We will opt for a fair duel. We choose him to represent you in the martial arts arena. One match on the stage, and regardless of the outcome, this matter will be settled. Lei Yan spread her arms and stood in front of him. He is not an option. Please choose another disciple. He then became unreasonable. Palace Master, why is he not an option? He has challenged the authority of the Heavenly Spirit sect. It seems you wish to provoke a conflict between our two families? Lei Yan stood firm. No, anyone but him can be chosen. As soon as she finished, ugly whispers came from the Tianquan Palace female disciples behind Tianyan. That cripple Yi Tianyan has insufficient blood qi. If he fights, he'll definitely die and cause Tianquan Palace to lose. Yeah, that good-for-nothing has caused such a huge mess again. Isn't he just making trouble for Tianquan Palace? He said nothing, merely closing his eyes and enduring it in silence. Hulong continued to mock. If I remember correctly, he should be the son of the former Palace Master. Rumor has it that he has insufficient blood qi and could die at any moment. No wonder Palace Master Shi doesn't want him to participate. It makes sense. Sending a cripple with insufficient blood qi to compete is hopeless. He spoke in a tone that brooked no refusal. But now he has challenged the authority of my Heavenly Spirit sect, even if he is a cripple. He must get on that stage. Otherwise it will be an insult to our Heavenly Spirit sect. His words forced Tianyan to clench his fists to suppress his anger. Suddenly, Lei Yan slapped him hard across the face. Hulong was caught by his disciple. Palace Master Shi, what is the meaning of this? He said in disbelief. Are you willing to provoke a war between our two families for a cripple? Lei Yan sneered softly. What should and should not be said has Elder Zhao not heard? And as for cripple, if he is a cripple, then what is that one of yours lying on the ground? Trash? Hearing this, he stopped the disciple who was about to make a move and then spoke. For Palace Master Shi to slap me, this is a clear insult. This is no longer a matter that can be settled with a few simple words. If I am wrong, why not let him compete? Hulong released his spiritual pressure. It's not that I'm making things difficult for him. It's that he injured our disciple and must give me an explanation. Lei Yan was not one to back down, releasing an astonishing suppressive force in return. I'll say it again. I believe Tianyan would not attack someone without reason. It was you who tried to steal his divine dragon blood pill. Are you truly determined to pin all the blame on Tianyan? Don't expect me to be lenient. Watching the tense scene, Tianyan couldn't help but marvel. So this is the aura of a core condensation stage expert. The female disciples of Tianquan Palace and the disciples of the Heavenly Spirit sect already had their weapons drawn, waiting for the command to charge. Just then, Tianyan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. I accept this match. I will represent Tianquan Palace in the competition. The female disciples who knew of his ill repute were all stunned. At the same time, the system issued a quest. Tianyan's face hardened as he thought, achieve victory for Tianquan Palace. This defeat mission is just what I wanted. The system immediately awarded Tianyan 10,000 experience points, 200 taels of gold, and a suit of heavenly god armor. He marveled at the generous rewards. As long as I can complete it, the rewards are quite substantial, especially the experience points. It's just that the grade of the treasure seems a bit low, Tianyan mused. He calculated that in this world both weapons and treasures were divided into several tiers such as mortal iron, saint grade, soul grade, spirit grade, and divine grade. But for a beginner's quest, even low-grade mortal iron was something Tianyan couldn't be bothered with. Unaware that he had run into a beast, Hulong laughed triumphantly. The person involved has agreed. There's nothing more for the Palace Master to say, is there? Lei Yan warned him worriedly. Tianyan, don't speak rashly. This is no joke, he sighed, if I don't participate in this fight. Kind of man would I be then? Tianyan's mind was made up and no one could stop him, for he believed that a coward who fled in the face of a challenge was not worthy of her protection. Between the two sects, Tianyan loudly announced his agreement to the duel. She sighed and relented. All right, Lei Yan confirmed the challenge, and he sneered. Good. We'll meet in the martial arts arena in half a month for a duel to the death where our fates will be decided. He then added a condition. This duel should not affect the matches of the others, Hulong replied contemptuously, the wound on his face still stinging. This is a grudge between you two. Of course, he turned abruptly and left with his disciples. Fang Yun pointed at Tianyan's head with resentment and said through gritted teeth, You'd better prepare your coffin. Before they had gone far, Lei Yan ordered everyone to disperse. The disciples bowed in unison and obeyed. They began to gossip without restraint. That good-for-nothing has really stirred up trouble. The outcome of this duel might affect our sect's entry slots. Yeah, he has no skill, yet he dared to accept the challenge. These words naturally reached the ears of the two. Although he managed to kill Fang Chen by a stroke of luck, Fang Yun is nothing like Fang Chen. She gently comforted him. Don't push yourself when the time comes. It's okay if you lose. As long as you can stay alive, everything will be fine. Tianyan smiled confidently. Aunt, do you believe in me? Leian was a bit surprised by the question, but she quickly nodded decisively. I do. She gently caressed him, worried about his special constitution, while Tianyan firmly stated that he would win. He smiled and suggested, besides, I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Just let me be serious this one time. Tianyan said, I don't want you to be ridiculed by others anymore, and I don't want you to be wronged again. Leian was both surprised and moved. Unable to speak for a moment, she fought back tears. You silly child, what are you talking about? He wiped away her tears. What silly child, you're not much older than me, Aunt, Tianyan said half-jokingly. It's more fitting to call me little brother. She tapped him hard on the head. Such disrespect. In Yi Tianyan's residence, Tianyan fumbled around. He had just received the rewards for reaching level 5 but hadn't opened them yet. He wanted to see what other good things he had gotten. The system had sent several items. Congratulations on unlocking the lottery roulette function. You have received 3 recovery pills, the star-absorbing great art skill, the Northern Darkness divine art technique, and your gift has been upgraded to level 11. Tianyan was incredibly surprised to receive both the star-absorbing great art and the Northern Darkness divine art. He was filled with anticipation. To get such god-tier martial arts just by reaching level 5? What kind of martial arts will I get in the future? Let's check out the lottery roulette. Tianyan clicked to open it and it displayed various rewards such as consumables, cosmetics, equipment, property, skills, techniques, materials, and even a sci-fi category. He shouted with excitement. Tianyan looked through it. Consumables made up more than half of the prizes, while skills and techniques were rare. The god-tier skills were the rarest of all. If I look at the ratio, the probability is only 1 in 10,000. This is practically a joke, the system asked. Because you have successfully unlocked the lottery roulette function, you've been given 1 free spin. Do you want to start now? He didn't even have to think. Spin. It's free anyway. The roulette immediately started, making a clicking sound. Tianyan trembled with excitement, praying for a god-tier skill. He stared intently at the star icon, his hands clenched tightly, trying to contain himself. The roulette slowed down, and the result was imminent. Tianyan was thrilled. It has to land on a god-tier skill. Just as he wished, the star icon lit up. He jumped up to celebrate. Oh yeah, it's a weapon. The system displayed the item. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the weapon Frost Fist. Tianyan said aloud, Frost Fist, it has an ice attribute attack and can reduce movement speed. He calculated in his head. A speed reduction is a god-tier skill. Unfortunately, this fist is only of the lowest mortal iron grade, but everything can be upgraded. I can upgrade it slowly when I have the means. Tianyan browsed through the other items and checked his information panel. Upgrading this requires 1,000 proficiency points. What's that? As long as I can gain experience, it's fine, Tianyan remembered. But this crazy mode actually requires 100,000 crazy value. That's insane. His current crazy value was 5, all of which came from killing Fang Chen. Can I only get it by killing monsters? He sighed helplessly. That's too terrifying. It's practically a death sentence. Tianyan wondered what the conditions for the lottery were. The system immediately provided a prompt. Lottery roulette. Each spin costs 1,000 crazy value. He was stunned. 1,000 crazy value. Tianyan thought calmly. Forget it, I'll deal with this later. He knew what his priorities were. My current cultivation is at the 5th level of the body refining stage. Fang Yan is at least 2 levels higher than me. It seems the only thing I can do now is level up like crazy. Tianyan made up his mind. Only by raising his cultivation level could he win this duel. Night soon fell. But he was still meditating. Tianyan felt it was time. He slipped out of Tianquan Palace with ease, avoiding the patrolling female disciples. Time was tight. Tianyan moved swiftly, reaching his destination in the blink of an eye. Tianyan looked around and couldn't help but laugh. I'm here. A pack of white wolves is surrounding me. That's a lot of crazy value. Tianyan was surrounded by a pack of snow wolves. He said faintly, it's been a long time. Tianyan's eyes sharpened as he assessed the situation and recalled some things. That's right, in his memory, this wasn't his first time here. The original owner of this body wanted to obtain a snow wolf's inner core to change the blood chi in his body, but he almost lost his life in the process. At the same time, a wolf opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. It lunged madly at Tianyan. Its blood-red eyes made it look even more ferocious, he thought to himself. But the me now. Tianyan gripped the spear in his hand, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. He thrust his spear at the snow wolf and then shouted, I've been completely reborn? Then Tianyan was besieged by the entire pack of wolves. They wanted to devour him alive. Tianyan gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. Bring it on. He raised his spear, blocking 2 ferocious wolves. Tianyan channeled his internal energy and charged forward without hesitation, a smug look on his face. Eagle claw art. Then he grabbed a wolf and lifted it high into the air. Tianyan smiled triumphantly. The power of this eagle claw art is indeed formidable. Let's try this. Instantly, a golden light flashed in his eyes as he shouted excitedly. Star-absorbing great art. The unlucky wolf had its strength drained. The system displayed a notification. Gained 1 experience point, 2 experience points, 3 experience points. He had the snow wolf by the neck. Star-absorbing great art circulated along Tianyan's arm. The system notifications kept coming. 12 experience points, 13 experience points. Green veins bulged beneath his skin as if a stream of energy was flowing through his meridians. His experience points kept rising. 36 experience points, 37 experience points. The wolf was choked to death by Tianyan in a humiliating way. Finally, the notification came. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a snow wolf, gaining 50 experience points and 3 crazy value. Afraid of dirtying his hands, he quickly threw the wolf to the ground, marveling at his current power. As expected of the star-absorbing great art, it devours the energy of others while increasing experience. Tianyan felt as if he was fully charged, his face beaming with excitement. Not bad, let's continue. He ruthlessly sent the entire wolf pack flying one by one. Notifications and crazy value points kept appearing. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a snow wolf, gaining 50 experience points and 3 crazy value. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a snow wolf, gaining 50 experience points and 3 crazy value. Tianyan also felt a significant change in his body. Blood chi surged within him, internal energy filled every meridian, and his steps were lighter than ever before. He was secretly pleased, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. From now on I am a cultivator. Tianyan took out his new equipment and then wasted no time in farming experience points. He smiled, confidently slashing at the air repeatedly. The snow wolves have suffered heavy casualties, but there are still so many left. I can't let them go to waste. This is a good time to test my equipment. Tianyan swung his new equipment forward, unleashing an incredibly powerful force while shouting Frost Fist. Instantly, the pack of snow wolves was sent flying as streaks of crimson lightning burst forth. The system's notification sound rang out. Congratulations, you have successfully killed 5 snow wolves, gaining 250 experience points and 15 crazy value. Looking at the equipment in his hands and witnessing the power of the Frost Fist, Tianyan was quite impressed. The power of this fist is really strong. He checked the items in his system inventory and became extremely excited. 1 snow wolf gives 50 experience points. With such an efficient weapon, I must use this with it. A 10x express card. Tianyan beckoned to the pack of snow wolves, taunting them confidently. Come at me all at once. Then Tianyan leaped into the air. Seeing this, the wolf pack also pounced, wanting to tear him to pieces. Tianyan unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks. After a fierce battle, the system's notification boxes kept popping up as if celebrating a victory. Congratulations, you have successfully killed 7 snow wolves, gaining 3,500 experience points. 21 crazy value. Congratulations, you have successfully killed 9 snow wolves, gaining 4,500 experience points and 27 crazy value. Congratulations, you have successfully killed 5 snow wolves, gaining 2,500 experience points. Tianyan fought the wolf pack for a while, panting heavily, the equipment in his hand still exuding a strong killing intent. He stood amidst the wolf carcasses. Streams of power continued to surge from within Tianyan's body, and the system's notification sounds kept ringing. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to the 6th level of the body refining stage. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to the 7th level of the body refining stage. His gaze suddenly sharpened. In the night sky, countless stars twinkled like a river of silver, and only the mechanical notification sounds remained in the space. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to the 8th level of the body refining stage. Before his breathing could even steady, Tianyan sensed something unusual. He quickly turned and looked in one direction. High on a mountaintop, a wolf was watching Tianyan, its blood-red eyes fixed on him as if to tear him apart. He immediately recognized it. The Snow Wolf King. Tianyan looked up and observed, thinking to himself, the Snow Wolf King, even the name of this Wolf King is golden. It seems to be a boss. This wolf was indeed completely different from those underlings. Suddenly its eyes ignited with golden flames, and every breath it took exuded a dangerous aura. The system also prompted, successfully accepted the quest. Kill the Snow Wolf King, eliminate a threat to the people. Completion reward. 5,000 experience points, summon the Snow Wolf King as a mount. Tianyan was stunned, a huge question mark appearing in his mind. The reward for this quest is truly astonishing. Tianyan revealed a slight smile, determined to achieve victory. Under normal circumstances, the Snow Wolf King would rather die than become a mount, but I must get the reward for this quest. The Snow Wolf King bared its sharp fangs. It let out a series of earth-shaking roars, its eyes flashing with murderous intent. Tianyan charged forward without showing any weakness. Come on, let's have a good fight. The two clashed violently. A brilliant light shone, enveloping the entire sky, and the dust from the battle gradually settled. Half a month passed in a flash. At Tianchuan Palace, a group of people had gathered, their shouts echoing as they searched for him. Where is Yi Tianyan? Zhao Huolong pointed at Lei Yun's face and scolded. Palace Master Shi, don't tell me you let him run away, he glared, his face full of displeasure. You must give me an explanation today. Fan Yun also chimed in angrily. If that good-for-nothing ran away, what about the revenge for my brother? Shi Leiyan still stood tall and said, Tianyan said he wouldn't run and he is a man of his word. Please be patient, everyone. Hearing this, Zhao Huolong looked disdainful. HMPH, so what if a good-for-nothing comes? Tianchuan Palace first kills my disciple, then fails to show up for a martial arts competition. How can such a sect be worthy of entering the heavenly abyss ancient ruins? Shi Leiyan guessed his intentions from his tone. It was still about snatching the entry slots. He said righteously, if the murderer has run away, your Tianchuan Palace must. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Why should I run? It was Tianyan retorting from the roof of a pavilion. A promise I made. He looked down at the crowd with confidence. I will definitely keep. Seeing Tianyan return, everyone showed a look of suspicion, as they all thought he had already fled. A girl even avoided Tianyan's gaze, guessing that he had been hiding in the woods all these days. Not only that, but she also sensed a change in Tianyan in front of everyone. Although he had some minor scrapes, his face was filled with confidence and determination. Seeing this, Fang Yun immediately sneered with a look of disgust. You haven't left yet, it seems you still have some backbone. Just then, Zhao Hulong behind him impatiently urged, since he's already here, Palace Master Shi, can we start now? Hearing the maids behind her whispering, what did he come back for? Coming back will only drag us down. Shi Leiyun's gaze remained firm, filled with trust in Tianyan. She thought to herself, Tianyan is finally here. Zhao Hulong watched from a distance, a cunning smile on his face, and then said to himself smugly, with this burden here, we're guaranteed to win. The announcement was made. 5 rounds, best of 3. The winner will get the slot to enter the ancient ruins. Zhao Hulong asked arrogantly, best of 3 out of 5 rounds. Who from your side will compete? Faced with this question, Tianyan just curled his lips and answered, me of course. Just then a hand suddenly grabbed him. Shi Leiyan reminded him worriedly, Tianyan, don't force yourself. Remember, you can concede even in a life-or-death duel. Hearing this, Tianyan gently continued, if I concede, wouldn't I be unworthy of your protection? And with that he walked onto the stage, leaving Shi Leiyan behind, her heart filled with worry. On Zhao Hulong's side he ordered, Fang Yun, you're up for this round. Fang Yun, who was beside him, immediately replied, understood, second elder. Zhao Hulong thought to himself, his brother just died at Yi Tianyan's hands, he definitely won't show any mercy, this time that bastard is dead for sure. Zhao Hulong grinned cunningly and sneered, this round is a life or death match, you can concede, but unless you jump off this stage. Conceding is useless now, both sides were filled with killing intent. Faced with this evenly matched contest, everyone was eagerly anticipating the result of the match. Without further delay, Fang Yun charged forward and attacked frantically. He said confidently, you good for nothing, you won't have a chance to walk off this stage. I will kill you and let you know the consequences of killing my brother. To this, Tianyan just coldly taunted, is that so? Then let me see. Make your move, I'll take it. Hearing this, Fang Yun rushed over even more furiously. He roared, then let me see what you've got. Instantly, Fang Yun used his demon claw art, a force that turned his arms into sharp claws, heading straight for Tianyan. Seeing this, Shi Leiyan shouted encouragingly, don't worry, Tianyan, even if you concede, I will save you. Hearing this, Zhao Hulong laughed cruelly, do you think you still have a chance? Just then, Fang Yun's claws were already closing in on Tianyan's neck, while he was still cursing loudly. Die? Tianyan, however, made no move, but in an instant, with astonishing speed, he fiercely grabbed Fang Yun's arm. With the star-absorbing great art, Tianyan, with overwhelming momentum, unhesitatingly absorbed Fang Yun's power, forcing him to his knees in pain, exclaiming, what? Outside, Zhao Hulong immediately lost his previous contemptuous expression and asked himself in a panic, what kind of technique is that? Accompanied by Fang Yun's painful groans of my spiritual power, the system notifications kept popping up. Gained 1 experience point, 2 experience points, 3 experience points. Another notification appeared. 16 experience points, 17 experience points. Despite this, Fang Yun was still loudly commanding, let go of me. The notifications for experience points kept ringing, the numbers getting higher and higher. Not only that, but Fang Yun's body also began to show bulging veins as his spiritual power was being drained. At the critical moment, Fang Yun had to struggle to pull out a small poisoned dagger. As soon as she saw this trick, Shi Leiyan immediately recognized it and rushed forward, reminding him at the same time, it's poison, Tianyan, be careful. Suddenly, a figure blocked her way. Zhao Hulong's face was already somewhat distorted as he reminded her, Palace Master Shi, don't break the rules. Just as Shi Leiyan was releasing her aura and ordering him to get out of the way, a shrill scream suddenly came. Fang Yun was now trembling as he looked at the poisoned dagger stuck in his chest, groaning in fear. Before he could come to his senses, Tianyan quickly kicked him in the face, ending the fight, and commented, poison again. Like brother, like brother. Seeing his own man beaten half to death, Zhao Hulong immediately rushed forward, exclaiming, Fang Yun? He stared blankly at the dying Fang Yun in his arms. Until Fang Yun breathed his last, Zhao Hulong cried out in pain, Fang Yun, the system's notification sound rang out. Congratulations, you have successfully killed Fang Yun, a disciple of the Heavenly Spirit Sect, gaining 700 experience points and 20 crazy value. Congratulations, you have obtained a loot drop, 1 recovery pill. Tianyan just glanced at the scene of their defeat and then sighed. After watching this match, the people around were all whispering, is this really Yi Tianyan? Isn't he a good-for-nothing? How can he be so powerful? Even Shi Leiyan was confused. Tianyan, what on earth is going on? The strength you are showing now is no less than that of a disciple at the 7th or 8th level of the body refining stage, filled with killing intent and resentment. Zhao Hulong said viciously, so your cultivation is this high. No wonder you could kill Fang Chen. Hearing this, Tianyan only replied, both brothers died by their own poisoned blades. Do you think I would just stand there and let myself be killed in a life-or-death duel without fighting back? This left Zhao Hulong speechless with shock. He thought to himself, this kid absolutely cannot be allowed to live. In the end, the announcement was made. First match, Yi Tianyan of Tianquan Palace wins. Seeing this, Shi Leiyan breathed a sigh of relief and suggested, Tianyan, you can come down now. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Hulong threw Fang Yun aside and interjected, wait, who said he could come down? You think you can just run away after killing a disciple of the Heavenly Spirit sect? He set the rule. Since you won, you have to continue fighting the next few matches. Hearing this, Shaolian commented. Elder Zhao, you want to kill Yi Tianyan, yet you won't let us concede. Seeing that Tianyan had won and now wanting to use a war of attrition, does a prestigious sect like the Heavenly Spirit sect resort to such despicable tactics? She also stepped forward to advise Tianyan not to push himself, but Tianyan only called out, Palace Master. He gritted his teeth and asked, I'm fine, do you want me to continue being that good for nothing in their eyes? Shaolian was suddenly at a loss for words. Looking at Tianyan's figure before her, she thought, the old Tianyan would never go against my wishes. What did he go through to change so much in such a short time? Immediately after, Zhao Huolong spoke up. As long as you stay on this stage, you'll soon become a good for nothing. Mo Chang, you're up for this round. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Chang, an elite disciple of the Heavenly Spirit sect, replied, Yes, Elder Zhao, the moment he stepped onto the stage. Murmurs arose. Mo Chang, it's actually him. I'm afraid things are looking bad this time. Can Yi Tianyan still win? He's at the 9th level of the body refining stage. Standing in front of Tianyan, Mo Chang had a gentle expression and suddenly commented, You are indeed very powerful, but your movements are too stiff, your explosive power is too weak, and your speed is too slow. This made Tianyan a little wary. Mo Chang looked up and suggested, with an innocent look in his eyes, As long as you can take 3 of my moves, I will admit defeat. Tianyan confidently replied, Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Mo, but if you think you can finish me in 3 moves, you're being too naive. Hearing this, Mo Chang's face immediately darkened. Offstage, Zhao Huolong was still judging arrogantly. This kid has some cultivation, but his brain is really a problem, too arrogant. Then, without keeping the crowd waiting long, Mo Chang spoke. First move, he used the flowing cloud steps to rush over, creating illusions to confuse Tianyan. Mo Chang taunted smugly, Can you see where I am? As soon as Leian saw this formation, she immediately recognized it as the Heavenly Spirit sect's ultimate technique, the flowing cloud steps. But faced with this move, Tianyan just smiled contemptuously, then directly punched Mo Chang in the face, knocking him crooked, accompanied by a taunt. Is that all you've got? Only then did Tianyan realize, How didn't I hit him? How did he disappear? Seeing this, Mo Chang answered smugly, You think you can touch me, he explained. The flowing cloud steps I'm using is the ultimate technique of the Heavenly Spirit sect. What you hit was just my afterimage. Hearing this, Tianyan's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, Such fast movement technique, he cursed angrily. Enough talk, die, he shouted, and then attacked with all his might, but Tianyan finally understood. Damn it, it's another afterimage. I can't hit him at all. Just then, Mo Chang had somehow appeared behind him and said, Trash, now you can die. This left Tianyan no time to react. As soon as he turned, the sharp claws of the eagle claw art were upon him. The female disciples chattered, Dodge, young master, it's too late. This time the young master will definitely. But just as Zhao Huolong smugly declared, Good, with this move that piece of trash will be blown to bits. This is the price for offending the Heavenly Spirit sect. A bright light suddenly shot out. As the dust and smoke gradually cleared, Tianyan had also summoned his own claws and grabbed Mo Chang, causing him to exclaim in shock, What? Tianyan then said, I was waiting for this very attack to catch you. Seeing this, even Zhao Huolong cried out in shock. Yi Tianyan also knows our Heavenly Spirit sect's eagle claw art. Faced with this situation, Mo Chang frowned and said, You, he went berserk, slamming Tianyan to the ground and creating countless cracks, cursing, You stole our sect's eagle claw art. Lifting Tianyan up, Mo Chang then said, Then I'll show you what the real eagle claw art is. Even while being held by Mo Chang, Tianyan simply replied, I'm not interested in this eagle claw art. As long as I can grab you now, that's all that matters. As soon as he finished speaking, he used the star-absorbing great art, causing Mo Chang's face to turn pale instantly as he exclaimed, Oh no! It was then that the spectators noticed something strange. Mo Chang's aura was terrifying just a moment ago, but he seemed to have gone limp the moment he touched the young master. At the same time, Zhao Huolong felt a pang of fear. It was that evil technique again. He ordered Mo Chang shake that trash off quickly. But at that moment, Tianyan was draining Mo Chang's spiritual power, making him weaker and weaker. He sneered, Trying to escape from me, he doesn't even have the strength to stand up now. Tianyan taunted, Why are you kneeling on the ground? Mo Chang, you're in for it this time. Before him, Mo Chang roared in agony, Let go, damn it, how could I, Mo Chang, be forced into such a state by trash like you? At this point he trembled and decided, How can I have no strength to fight back? I have no face to live in this world anymore. In that case, as soon as he finished speaking, Mo Chang took out a small bead and said without hesitation, Let's die together. He immediately detonated the bead and in an instant lightning flashed. Immediately after, the entire space was engulfed in a dazzling light. Seeing this, Shaolian couldn't hide her worry and called out to Tianyan. As the smoke gradually cleared, Zhao Huolong looked at the empty arena, sighed and concluded, It's all over. To sacrifice a genius like Mo Chang for that piece of trash, what a pity. Just then, Tianyan crawled out of a small crater looking disheveled. He spoke up, That guy Mo Chang did indeed die for nothing, but I'm still alive. This made Zhao Huolong's eyes widen in shock as he blurted out, What? Then system notifications popped up one after another. Congratulations, you have successfully killed Mo Chang, gaining 800 experience points, 35 crazy value, the flowing cloud steps movement technique and 1 recovery pill. Tianyan walked out from the ashes cheerfully thinking to himself, Good thing I took a pill to recover at the critical moment. The flowing cloud steps I got this time is not bad either. I've really profited. The announcement rang out. Second match, Yi Tianyan of Tianquan Palace wins. Seeing this result, the female disciples of Tianquan Palace cheered happily. He won, he really won. The young master is amazing. Young master, you're so strong. After worrying for so long, hearing that Tianyan had won the match, Lei Yin looked at him with a sense of relief. Seeing this, Tianyan just smiled gently. Just then, a loud shout was heard. Yi Tianyan, Zhao Hulong came forward with his disciples to cause trouble. A martial arts contest is about sparring until a clear winner emerges. Yet you practice demonic arts, your methods are vicious, and you've killed 2 of my disciples in a row. You must give the Heavenly Spirit sect an explanation today. Faced with his accusation, Tianyan retorted with a cold face, you have a really bad memory. In the first match, Fang Yun died by his own poison, he added. As for that idiot Mo Cheng just now, he blew himself up, and now you're pinning all the blame on me. When it benefits you, it's a duel to the death. But when it benefits me, it's just a friendly spar. If you can't afford to lose, don't issue a challenge. Tianyun's words immediately left Zhao Hulong speechless. He trembled and said, you? Seeing this, Tianyun provoked him. Cut the crap and send up your last person. I'll fight to the end. Shi Lei Yin at the side immediately tried to stop him. Tianyun, that's enough. Leave the rest to me. Just then, Zhao Hulong suddenly unleashed his aura and said menacingly, no, he has already agreed to the match. The final round must continue. Shi Lei Yin, not to be outdone, quickly channeled her ice power in response and said, Elder Zhao, Tianyun has already fought 2 consecutive matches. It wouldn't be breaking the rules to switch contestants for the final round, would it? As their auras gradually dissipated, Zhao Hulong continued to press, Palace Master Shi, this is his own choice. If he wins the final match, I'll give him a spirit-breaking pill. Hearing this, the surrounding people started murmuring. A spirit-breaking pill could allow a user to break through directly from the body refining stage to the spirit refining stage. They're really putting up a high stake at this. Tianyan just sneered and commented, oh, a spirit-breaking pill, I didn't expect such a good deal. I accept this match. Hearing this, Zhao Hulong immediately urged confidently, in that case, let's proceed to the next match quickly, he schemed. As long as this kid agrees, I'll have a chance to finish him off. At this moment, Shi Lei Yin called out worriedly, Tianyan. Tianyan didn't say much, only reassuring her. Aunt, don't worry. With no time to waste, Zhao Hulong ordered, Zhao Feng, you'll fight the last round. Don't hold back, cripple him. He offered a condition. I'll help you solve your problem as long as you can defeat him. Hearing this, the burly Zhao Feng replied menacingly, no problem. This time, Tianyan would face an opponent whose build far surpassed his own, an elite disciple of the Heavenly Spirit sect. Zhao Feng stepped onto the stage and boasted, you killed our people. I'll make you pay the price. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the long staff in his hand onto the ground. His murderous appearance, like that of a bloodthirsty monster, left everyone in awe. Look at Zhao Feng's spear. It must weigh at least 300 or 400 pounds, right? Can someone at the 7th level of the body refining stage use such a heavy weapon? Shi Lei Yin also thought to herself, it seems Elder Zhao has it all planned out. Since they can't beat Tianyan in close combat, he's having his disciples use weapons. The longer the weapon, the greater the advantage. It won't be easy for Tianyan to get close this time, and that strange technique will probably be hard to use. With murder in his eyes, Zhao Feng contemptuously made a suggestion, I don't fight unarmed people. I'll give you a chance to get a weapon. Hearing this, Tianyan remarked, that spear of yours is quite powerful. From below the stage, Shi Lei Yin asked, Tianyan, do you need a weapon? But Tianyan's eyes were full of confidence as he said firmly, no need, Aunt, I have my own weapon. Tianyan looked coldly at Zhao Hulong from the stage. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he said to Tianyan in a disdainful tone, does it make a difference whether you use a weapon or not? Below the stage, Shi Lei Yin watched Tianyan, unable to hide her worry. She tried her best to dissuade him. Tianyan, how can your weapon compete with his? Shi Lei Yin knew that his movement technique was not his strong suit. He even struggled to dodge attacks, let alone fight up close with his fists. Zhao Feng no longer hesitated and immediately unleashed his power, transforming into a towering burly figure. He said combatively, you're courting death yourself, so don't blame me for being heavy-handed. Compared to Zhao Feng now, Tianyan was just a small figure, but his spirit was unyielding, he replied calmly. Please. As soon as he finished speaking, several spears shot out fiercely from the ground, taking Tianyan by surprise. Zhao Feng's eyes were bloodshot. With a loud roar, he commanded the spears to attack him. Dragon under the spear, noticing the abnormality in Zhao Feng's eyes, Lei Yin knew that Zhao Hulong had used an excessive amount of berserk pills. In her panic, she hurriedly shouted to inform Tianyan, get off the stage, quickly. The spears from before were still firmly stuck in the ground, surrounding him completely. He smashed his huge spear straight down at him. The onlookers who had just arrived shouted noisily, he's been hit again, how brutal. However, Tianyan wasn't worried at all. He revealed a confident smile. Tianyan quickly used the flowing cloud steps, creating many clones of himself to confuse Zhao Feng. He was completely stunned by Tianyan's ability and shouted, you know the flowing cloud steps? Zhao Feng resolved to attack, determined to shatter as many clones as there were. Zhao Feng slowly lowered his body to the ground, but as soon as he landed, his feet were instantly frozen solid. Zhao Feng shouted in panic as the ice had already covered more than half of his burly body. It all happened too fast. Zhao Feng had no time to counterattack. What is this? As soon as he spoke, his entire body was frozen into a giant block of ice. The sound of shattering ice echoed in the duel. Zhao Feng's body shattered into 1,000 pieces. Tianyun's eyes were filled with satisfaction, and a victorious smile appeared on his lips. After that strike, he was panting but extremely happy. I won. Faced with his victory, all the masters and disciples were completely stunned. The defeat of his disciple made Zhao Huolong furious. He gritted his teeth. What on earth is going on? Not only does he know the eagle claw art and the flowing cloud steps, but he also has so many other evil techniques. The announcement rang out. Yi Tianyan of Tianquan Palace wins. Everyone in the sect rejoiced. He won, young master. Our young master won. Shaolian breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Tianyan happily. The system immediately sent a notification. Congratulations, player Yi Tianyan, for successfully killing Zhao Feng, a disciple of the Heavenly Spirit sect, gaining 700 experience points and 30 crazy value. He looked up, focusing on the system's notification. Congratulations, player Yi Tianyan, for completing the side quest. Reward, 1,000 experience points, Heavenly God armor and 200 taels of gold. He was satisfied with the items he received from this victory. Congratulations, player Yi Tianyan, you have leveled up to the first level of the spirit refining stage. Tianyan focused on his information panel. Player Yi Tianyan, level 11, first level of the spirit refining stage. Experience points, 1573, 300,000, crazy value, 698 points. He was very satisfied. He got another piece of Heavenly God armor and 200 taels of gold, which would last for a while. After this victory, Tianyan leveled up and also received a skill gift pack. Star Absorbing Great Art Human Rank, High Grade, Proficiency 378, 1000. Eagle Claw Art Human Rank, High Grade, Proficiency 378, 1000. Armor, Snow Wolf Boots, Skill, Flowing Cloud Steps, Skill, Falling Rain Sword Art. He thought with satisfaction. I'm now eligible to open the level 11 gift pack at the duel site. Shaolian took a step forward and said, Elder Zhao, our Tianquan Palace has won this competition. Leave the items and go. The disciples of the Heavenly Spirit sect were not convinced. They argued fiercely. He's not a disciple of Tianquan Palace. Tianquan Palace never accepts male disciples. This doesn't count. That's right. At most he's an outer disciple. How can he represent Tianquan Palace? Tianyan looked at Zhao Huolong and reminded him, Elder Zhao, your disciples are slapping you in the face. His face twisted and his brows furrowed as he asked unhappily, How do you know the secret martial arts of my Heavenly Spirit sect? He scratched his head sheepishly and gave a bright smile. Such a simple technique, I learned it just by watching. So this is your sect's secret technique, is that all there is to it? Hearing Tianyan's words, Zhao Huolong was about to go mad with anger. Shaolian stepped in front of Tianyan and said tactfully, Elder Zhao, a loss is a loss. Please leave the Heavenly Spirit sect with a shred of dignity. Zhao Huolong was too angry to speak. He threw the items down and turned to leave. As he did, a velvet box fell to the ground, and the spirit bead inside, unable to withstand the shock, rolled out. It rolled slowly towards Tianyan and Shaolian. He sighed helplessly. It seemed he had made another enemy of them. He watched the people from the Heavenly Spirit sect leave, paying special attention to Zhao Huolong. He felt a bit of anticipation, really wanting to smash him with one punch. This guy is boss level. I wonder what loot he would drop. The two of them returned to the sect together. Shaolian asked curiously, after defeating 3 disciples of the Heavenly Spirit sect in a row, Tianyan, your cultivation must have reached the peak of the body refining stage, right? Tianyan turned and explained, well, a little bit higher than that. She looked at him, a hint of worry on her face, and asked, the first level of the spirit refining stage? Tianyan, you couldn't cultivate before. You have to tell me what happened. How did you break through to the spirit refining stage when you couldn't cultivate in the past? Tianyan blushed from the praise. He raised a hand to touch his nose and thought smugly, actually a mysterious expert has been helping me these past few days, allowing me to cultivate and break through several levels. Tianyan thought to himself, isn't this excuse a bit flimsy? But I can't very well say I'm a transmigrator, she said, puzzled. A mysterious expert, could it be someone your father sent to help? Tianyan said awkwardly, that's also very possible. The mysterious expert didn't reveal any information, just told me to practice diligently. Shaolian sighed softly, a hint of reproach in her tone. Honestly, your listless appearance even fooled me. Tianyan gave a dry laugh and said, I wanted to give you a surprise, aunt, he thought to himself. I really can't keep up the act. Night fell, shrouding the entire sect in darkness. Tianyan sat by the window in his room thinking quietly. Tianyan thought excitedly, I finally have time to open the level 11 gift pack. He opened his eyes and called the system. The system appeared immediately, and he hurriedly looked for the item pack he had just received. Tianyan clicked open the gift pack, feeling a sense of anticipation. I wonder what will be in this gift pack. He was a little excited. System notification. Congratulations, you have obtained Beginner All Profession Mastery. Countless items immediately appeared before him. Beginner Alchemy, Beginner Forging, Beginner Divine Rune Art. The next items Tianyan could obtain were 1 lottery chance and a level 15 gift pack. He quickly accepted all the items. To Tianyan, every single item was an important tool. Even though they were just beginner skills, they would be of great help to him and were already equivalent to a third-grade level in this world. In this world, regardless of the profession, it was divided into first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, master, grandmaster, and creator. He thought about the ranking system. A third-grade existence was a decent level in any field. At least it wasn't a novice level. Tianyan analyzed the information provided by the system. Tianquan Palace had always entrusted outsiders with alchemy and weapon forging, but from now on they would no longer need to seek help. Although it was only a beginner level, he could level it up with more practice. He set his sights on the lottery chance. He had another one now and couldn't let it go to waste. Tianyan chuckled in excitement. It was truly something to look forward to. He opened the lottery system and a voice rang out. God tier skill, I want a God tier skill. On the blue system screen with white text, countless God tier skill words suddenly appeared. Congratulations player Yi Tianyan, you have obtained the God tier skill. Lucky aura. Hearing this, his eyes lit up and he was thrilled. He had really gotten a God tier skill. He picked up the book and flipped through a few pages, and the system continued to notify him. Lucky aura. Luck is greatly increased by 5 times, consumes 1 point of crazy value per second. He was a little surprised. Luck increased by 5 times. He narrowed his eyes slightly. With this activated, could I find money just by walking down the street? With that, he walked towards the door, wanting to go out and test it. As soon as he stepped out, the system continuously displayed notifications. Consumed 1 point of crazy value, consumed 1 point of crazy value, consumed 1 point of crazy value. He pouted and said disdainfully, it's a God tier skill alright, even the consumption is God tier. Shaolian saw him and waved. Young master. He looked up at Sister Shaolian. She had a warm smile on her face. The palace master asked me to inform you to go to the discussion hall tomorrow morning. Suddenly her feet got tangled. She fell onto him, and the two shyly held onto each other to keep their balance. Lips met lips, eyes met eyes, and both of them blushed crimson with embarrassment. She jumped away abruptly, her face still shy. I'm sorry, young master, I didn't do it on purpose. She ran off, and he stood there as if his soul had been stolen. Luck with women is also a form of luck. Not bad. In another room, someone was saying, Palace master, this is absolutely unacceptable. It goes against the rules and will ruin our reputation. Tianyan slowly walked in as the voice continued. That's right, Yi Tianyan's cultivation is too low. How can he represent Tianquan Palace to enter the heavenly abyss ancient ruins? Seeing him enter, everyone stopped their discussion. Tianyan, you've come at the right time. Shaolian stood up and announced clearly. I want to announce 2 things. First, Tianyan will become an official disciple of Tianquan Palace. Second, the slot for the heavenly abyss ancient ruins will be his. It will be entrusted to him. Her face sank and she was speechless. The second elder frowned, her face showing dissatisfaction. I disagree. Even if he goes, he won't have any advantage. It's sending him to his death and a waste of a slot, said the second elder of Tianquan Palace. Her gaze was as sharp as steel. There's still more than half a year until the ancient ruins open, and Tianyan has already broken through to the 2nd level of the spirit refining stage. He is qualified to enter. What's wrong with that? She turned her head. What? He broke through to the spirit refining stage? There was sadness in her eyes. Second elder, I know what you're thinking. You want to give this slot to your personal disciple. Tianyan won this slot himself by fighting 3 consecutive matches. He deserves it. She softened a bit. No longer so aggressive, she said as she walked. The slot for the heavenly abyss ancient ruins will belong to Tianyan. Shaolian didn't turn back, but her eyes did. Do the other elders have any objections? The young ladies also remained silent. No, she walked up and placed a hand on his shoulder. Tianyan, you must cultivate well. Entering the ancient ruins will be a great opportunity for you. He smiled and said, I won't let everyone down. The system panel appeared again. Successfully accepted main quest. Conquer the heavenly abyss ancient ruins. Reward, control of the heavenly abyss ancient ruins, 100,000 experience points, 10,000 crazy value, and 1 endless sword. Wow, the main quest has started. His expression didn't change. Control of the heavenly abyss ancient ruins. Can the heavenly abyss ancient ruins be controlled? But judging from the reward, the difficulty of this quest is definitely not low. Shaolian looked straight out the door and everyone else also looked at the main entrance. Everyone, we will now prepare to forge weapons. I wonder if the blacksmith we invited, Master Kong, has arrived? The great elder reported softly. He is resting in the palace. I will ask him to come in now. The great elder of Tianquan Palace. She sat down next to him. I've asked Master Kong to forge a weapon specially for you. Those fists look good, but choosing a sword or a spear would be of great help in your battles. Tianyan placed a hand on his forehead and smiled. Well, that's fine, but I don't think he can forge any weapon that's particularly good. Although the frost fist was only of the mortal iron grade, its effects were astonishing. Someone announced loudly, Master Kong has arrived. A man strode in. Master, please have a seat. He plopped down, holding prayer beads. This person's cultivation was not low, at least at the 4th or 5th level of the spirit refining stage. Master Kong's cultivation was lower than that of the elders here, but everyone called him Master. The reason was simple. He was a 3rd-grade blacksmith capable of forging spirit-grade weapons. Seeing him seated, she slowly began the discussion. Master Kong will have to trouble you to forge 3 spirit-grade weapons for us this time. The price is negotiable, Master Kong sighed. Spirit-grade weapons are not so easy to forge and the price is naturally not low. He fiddled with his prayer beads, his eyes darting around. I can forge 3 spirit-grade weapons, but I have 3 conditions. If they are not met, I won't be in the mood to forge anything. She and he began to talk. First, let a disciple from my family join Tianquan Palace as an outer disciple. That's acceptable. He picked up his teacup, blowing on the hot tea as he spoke. The second condition is that you must provide the materials or the money for me to buy them myself. She felt this condition was acceptable. That's also fine. I wonder what the price would be, he said in a low voice. Not high, just 10,000 taels of gold will suffice. Shaolian grew a little worried upon hearing this. 10,000 taels of gold was an astronomical price, equivalent to 3,000 taels for a single spirit-grade weapon. She hesitated, wanting to haggle. Could this price be a little lower? A look of clear disdain appeared on his face, his lips curling upwards. This price is already very low, Palace Master Shi. I believe you understand the value of spirit-grade weapons. On the open market it would be at least 50,000 taels apiece. My price is already a bargain. She had no other choice but to say reluctantly. All right, what is the other condition? The Tianquan Palace was not a large sect, and this loss would be significant, making future operations a bit difficult. But he didn't state the third condition immediately. Instead, he remained silent for a long while, his hand continuing to turn the prayer beads. Actually, it's not that difficult. I've taken a liking to one of the disciples here. If you can have her become my Tao companion, I will gift these 3 spirit-grade weapons to you. Someone asked curiously. Who is it? He pointed his finger at Shaolian. Her. Shaolian ran to Tianyun's side in a panic. Young master, he frowned slightly but remained calm. If Shaolian agrees, then it's fine, but if she disagrees and is forced, I will absolutely not allow it. The second elder spoke with a hint of mockery and ridicule. Shaolian, to be noticed by Master Kong is your good fortune. Hurry up and come over. Shaolian's talent was not high. Marrying her off in exchange for 3 spirit-grade weapons was a good deal. She clutched his sleeve tightly. I don't want to marry him. He flew into a rage, angrily squeezing his prayer beads. I am a 3rd-grade blacksmith. If you follow me, you will enjoy many resources in the future. I will even advance to a 4th or 5th grade blacksmith master. Don't you want to come with me? She still firmly refused. Thank you for your kindness, Master Kong, but I have no intention of finding a Tao companion for now. I hope you can understand. Master Kong roared in anger. Damn it, aren't you just a servant girl? How dare you refuse me? If you don't agree to be my Tao companion, then you can find someone else to forge these spirit-grade weapons. Quiet, that's enough, Shaolian said. Then get out. His jaw dropped. What? She shot him a contemptuous look. I call you Master Kong out of respect, but I didn't expect you to insult my disciple after your marriage proposal failed. With such character, who would value you? His face crumpled like a monkey's and he pointed a finger. HMPH, is this how Tianquan Palace treats its guests? You will regret this. The second elder grabbed her wrist. Shaolian, what are you thinking? That's Master Kong, she said in exasperation. If you can marry him, you'll go from a sparrow to a phoenix. You'll have anything you want. Tianyan stepped in front of her to block them. He retorted, what sparrow to a phoenix? Sister Shaolian has always been a phoenix. Where does a sparrow come from? It seems Master Kong has done this kind of thing quite often. Suddenly a sly look appeared on his face and he said in a light tone, isn't it just about forging spirit-grade weapons? I also know that Tianquan Palace's unique architectural style is not found elsewhere. Leian was still hesitating and thinking, could Tianyan be just being polite with Master Kong? Becoming a blacksmith is not something that happens overnight. Even if Tianyan had a fortuitous encounter, it's impossible. Master Kong immediately looked down on him. With your character, you know how to forge spirit-grade weapons? Before he could finish, he was already laughing loudly at Tianyan. I heard you're a good-for-nothing with no guts. Are the people sent out by the Heavenly Spirit sect all cripples? Even you could defeat them. He was fearless and extremely calm. If I can forge a spirit-grade weapon, what would you say? I didn't expect Master Kong to be so generous. If you can forge a spirit-grade weapon, I will give this spirit-grade weapon to you. He was looking for trouble, just to save face for a moment. From now on, I'll walk on my head. After being rejected by this servant girl, he was now being humiliated by a cripple. A sinister plot was already brewing in Master Kong's mind. If you can't forge one, you'll have to marry her to me. How about that? HMPH, you're ungrateful. Even if this girl agrees to marry me now, I'll only treat her as a servant. Tianyan had always been fearless, so he loudly defended her. Sister Shaolian is not a piece of merchandise. I won't use her in a bet. If I can't forge a spirit-grade weapon, I'll cripple one of my arms. It seemed he was determined to compete with Tianyan. Fine, fine, you have guts. Crippling an arm will make you worse than a good-for-nothing if you regret it then. And your Tianquan Palace doesn't give me a clear explanation. Don't blame me for being rude. Tianyan was full of confidence for his challenge. No problem. He immediately stepped forward to greet Palace Master Leian. Please grant me the materials to forge a spirit-grade weapon. Tianyan was a man of his word. Now I will forge a spirit-grade weapon. A message came from the system. Player Yi Tianyan has accepted the quest. Forge a spirit-grade weapon. Quest reward 5,000 experience points. Skill. Immortal Fire. Effect. Never extinguishes. Can be used to forge higher-grade treasures or refined pills. Can also be used for attacks. Grade. Immortal. The second elder cursed him. I'm afraid this will implicate the people in the sect. Are you mad? How dare you say such a thing? Hurry up and apologize to Master Kong. Tianyun's rebuttal was sharper than a knife. Sister Shaolian is not a tool for you to exchange for spirit-grade weapons. Master Kong is so outstanding, why don't you marry him? She was so angry she couldn't speak. Shaolian was moved by his kindness. Young master, because of this, Lei Yin trusted Tianyun even more than before. Well said. Now I'll take you to the forging room, forge a spirit-grade weapon and show them. He was still a little worried. Aunt, do you believe me? She looked at Tianyun with loving eyes. We are family. Who else would I believe if not you? The second elder gave a simple introduction to the forging room. These are the materials for forging spirit-grade weapons, but we've only prepared 5 sets in case of a few failures. It was unknown where he got his confidence from to speak so assuredly. That's enough. It's impossible for me to fail. Master Kong was furious but helpless. HMPH, at my current level, the success rate of forging a spirit-grade weapon is only 50%. This kid dares to be so arrogant. He then turned to ask for Lei Yun's opinion. I wonder what kind of weapon you want to forge. Lei Yun chose a familiar item for him, a longsword. Tianquan Palace mostly uses longswords. Tianyun surprisingly agreed as well. All right. He held the materials for forging the spirit-grade weapon and thought carefully. The fire in this furnace is just ordinary flame, so it will be more difficult to ignite. Master Kong was as arrogant as ever. HMPH, just putting on a show. Let's see how long you can last. This kid is just bluffing, either to deliberately lower the price or to stall for time. She immediately suggested to Lei Yin, Palace Master, you can't do this. I know you dote on him, but if he fails and we offend Master Kong, how can we enter the heavenly abyss ancient ruins without weapons? She placed all her hopes on Tianyun. I will bear all the consequences. It seemed the second elder was very dissatisfied with this matter. If he fails, we will report it to the ancestors and they will decide everything. Lei Yin didn't care at all. Do as you wish, to even think of sacrificing her own happiness. Palace Master, why don't I agree to Master Kong's proposal? Lei Yun's gaze remained fixed on him. Trust Tianyun. Tianyun's breathing had become heavy at some point. He randomly picked up a material and held it high. Who would have thought that Tianyun would mix various materials together and heat them all at once? The huge explosion in the furnace didn't hurt him. Seeing this, he was overjoyed. So he's a fool. He put all the materials in at once. That's what a fool would do. Master Kong thought Tianyun was trying to save face. Even if you want to put on an act, you don't have to go this far. The smug look on his face was obvious. What a waste of such good materials. If it were me, there would be at least a 50% chance. I could have forged a spirit-grade weapon, but now it's just a pile of scrap. Suddenly, Master Kong was startled. Witnessing Tianyun refining it with his own hands, he couldn't believe his eyes. He's controlling the essence of the materials and condensing them together. That's impossible. It requires extremely strong control. The great elder squinted her eyes to look closely. Could he really have succeeded? She started to let her imagination run wild again. This kid not only has a high cultivation level but also knows how to forge. Could it be that Lei Yin ordered him to hide his talents? The sword he personally forged was also completely different from ordinary weapons. This matter was a piece of cake for Tianyun. It's about to come out of the furnace. The forging furnace was almost blown up by him, but fortunately the sword was mostly under control, and the situation improved. A notification came from the system. Congratulations player Yi Tianyun for completing the quest. You have gained 5,000 experience points and the skill Immortal Fire. He felt much more relaxed. Great, I got the skill. Then another message came. Beginner Forging Proficiency 10-1000. He was being tested on his knowledge by Tianyun and couldn't help but be stunned. Master Kong, please confirm, is this a spirit-grade weapon? Lei Yin couldn't wait to help him verify. This is indeed a spirit sword. Would Master Kong like to try it? Master Kong had to accept the fact. No need. He changed his tune faster than flipping a book. I see your Tianquan Palace deliberately had this kid pretend not to know how to forge to bully me. He didn't want to waste precious time and just gently reminded Master Kong, I told you before that I don't know how to forge, right? A bet is a bet. Hand over the spirit-grade weapon and from now on you walk on your head. He still stubbornly refused to admit his mistake. Don't push your luck, I lost this round because you set a trap for me. You weren't sincere in asking me to forge weapons at all. Tianyun didn't want to argue with him. Ridiculous. If you hadn't been so aggressive, why would I have stood up? He spoke up for everyone without any shame. Although our Tianquan Palace is full of women here, women are the true masters, not people. Indeed, Tianyun not only had progressive thinking but also sought revenge for any wrongs. Women also have their own choices and are not commodities. I hope you can speak more respectfully of women in the future. Now you can get lost and don't forget to walk on your head. Master Kong, relying on his age, openly broke his promise. Telling me to walk on my head, you're not qualified yet. Don't make Lei Yin angry. You'll become food too. Am I qualified then? Master Kong, shouldn't you do what you promised? She would never let anyone bully him. Just now, Yi Tianyun used cutting off one of his own arms as a bet. Is Master Kong just going to leave a spirit-grade weapon and call it even? He quickly left to avoid gossip. All right, I won't argue with you today. I still have spirit-grade weapons to forge. I'll remember you. This matter won't end so easily. How could Tianyun let Master Kong, who had humiliated Shaolian, go? trying to scare people and then leave. He kicked Master Kong's butt. Get lost. He flew out of the gates of Tianquan Palace with a blood-curdling scream that echoed through the sky. The second elder was afraid of retaliation from people with powerful backing. Palace Master, this is going too far. Master Kong has a high status in Tianyue City. If he really finds someone to suppress us, what should we do? Tianyan was indeed an upright and honorable gentleman. I will bear responsibility for this matter alone. I am just an outer disciple, and what I do has nothing to do with Tianquan Palace. She only cared about immediate benefits and didn't plan for the long term. You can indeed forge spirit-grade weapons, but overall you're not much better than Master Kong. This won't give us much of an advantage, and without any connections, Tianquan Palace's future situation will probably be very worrying. He took out more materials to prove his strength. You mean if my skill improves a lot, they won't dare to say anything anymore, right? In that case, I'll forge a few more spirit-grade weapons, and the elders will know. The second elder was shocked. What? Tianyan seriously circulated his energy before forging the spirit-grade weapon. The cyan flame in his hand was kneaded into a ball. The power from just now stunned the two elders present. What kind of flame is this? It was also the first time Leian had seen such a peculiar phenomenon. She never expected Tianyan to be able to control such a special flame. In other words, when facing Master Kong earlier, he hadn't shown his full strength. She only needed one look to guess that this was the immortal fire. What a great thing! The system immediately updated the information. Congratulations, player Yi Tianyan, for gaining 50 proficiency points. The second elder was also surprised. That's a mid-grade spirit-grade weapon. When they saw Tianyan forge a weapon with their own eyes, everyone found it hard to believe. The three elders didn't know how this level would compare to Master Kong's. The great elder no longer raised any objections. I am completely convinced. She had to accept the reality. Palace Master, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. From now on I will follow all your instructions. Tianyan wanted to use his meager strength to help everyone. Then I'll use the remaining materials to continue forging, so all the sisters can be equipped with spirit swords. Let's see who dares to bully our Tianquan Palace this time. A message came from the system. Congratulations, player Yi Tianyan, for accepting the quest. Complete the forging quest arranged by Shi Leian. Reward, 5,000 experience points. Shi Leian's favorability increased by 10 points. He was already used to this, so he wasn't surprised. Another quest, and this time there's favorability. Tianyan was curious about the new function. Can I see my aunt's favorability towards me? Leian saw his confusion about the index above her head and was a little lost. What does 330 points mean? Only now did the system explain. Favorability, title, acquaintance 0 points, ordinary acquaintance 10 points, 100 points, good friend 200 points, family member, lover, 300 points, inseparable through life and death. Just imagining it, Tianyan didn't dare to think about being inseparable through life and death. He blushed crimson with shyness. So Ant's favorability towards me is this high. Even the system was surprised by the results he created. Congratulations, player Yi Tianyan, for completing the quest. You have gained 5,000 experience points, and Shi Leian's favorability has increased by 10 points. Congratulations, player Yi Tianyan. You have successfully leveled up to the second level of the spirit refining stage. Beginner forging proficiency 310-1000. Tianyan was a little disappointed. Are we out of materials? She touched the weapon, still thinking she was dreaming. We're out for now, but I really can't believe it succeeded. These are all mid-grade spirit-grade weapons, now that he had mastered the necessary skills, as long as Ant lets me forge more. Any amount is not a problem. But are there any spirit medicines? I can also refine pills. Leian felt much more at ease. Really? Then our Tianquan Palace won't have to be at the mercy of others anymore. It's just that we don't have many spirit medicines here right now. I'll immediately send someone to buy some, including the forging materials. Go buy them. Ant, why not send me to buy them? If we sell these spirit-grade weapons and exchange them for materials, we can forge even more good things. It's all right to send you. Consider it a training experience. Unfortunately, I can't go down the mountain with you. I'll send 2 people with you. They are your teammates for entering the Heavenly Abyss ancient ruins this time. Take this opportunity to get familiar with them so you can cooperate well inside. Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master. I'll have to trouble the 2 senior sisters to take care of me. The favorability this time was better than when they first met. But even with a little less, perhaps the matter of forging the spirit-grade weapons made them change their opinion. Tianyan, take this storage ring. There's some gold inside and the spirit swords you forged before. Thank you, Aunt. This thing is really convenient. It can store a lot of things. I have to carry so much, that would be troublesome. We'll definitely come back with it full, except quest. Purchase materials and return to Tianquan Palace. Quest reward. 10,000 experience points, 1,000 taels of gold, 1 lottery chance and 20 points of favorability. We're going to Tianfeng City, right? Yes, young master. Tianfeng City is the most prosperous trading city nearby. The Master Kong who was sent back earlier seems to have some connections with a few major families in the city. I hope I don't run into him. I'm still not over it. If I wasn't afraid of causing trouble for Tianquan Palace, I would have already made a move. This Tianfeng city is really lively. Everyone get out of the way, don't block the road. Get out of the way, it's the divine forging sect's carriage. Everyone stand to the side, if you don't want to die, don't block the road. Who is this so arrogant? Shish, keep your voice down. No wonder they're so arrogant. This is the divine forging sect's carriage. It's a force that is considered quite high grade in Tianfeng city. There's nothing to be done. The divine forging sect's strength is a level higher than the heavenly spirit sects. They are also one of the forces that will enter the heavenly abyss ancient ruins, and they have 4 slots, the divine forging sect. That carriage just now was a spirit-grade weapon they forged themselves. Unless you're a super expert, you can't possibly destroy that carriage. Do you want to accept the quest? Defeat the arrogant disciple Ma Liangping of the divine forging sect. Quest reward, 5,000 experience points. Skill, forging mastery, 500 proficiency points, 500 taels of gold. A random quest, of course I'll take it. I didn't expect the system to have this ability, to automatically find random quests, but this quest seems different from the main quest. I can decide whether to complete it myself and the reward is very generous. But I also have the lucky aura now. Can I get even more rewards? Young master, we've arrived at Tianfeng Tower. Qin Shui called out, young master, let's go in. Yi Tianyan hummed in acknowledgement. Inside the tower a girl was struggling with a man. Lu Li, didn't you say you'd give me 8 taels? I've already asked others about the price of jade spirit grass, she said with tears in her eyes. Each one is at least 10 taels. On what grounds are you only giving me 3 taels? The man named Lu Li laughed, grabbed the girl's hair like a rogue and answered cunningly. Tianfeng Tower is only buying jade spirit grass for 4 taels now. I'm only taking a 1 tael commission. If you keep causing trouble, don't blame me for getting rough. The girl was lifted up, her hands and feet flailing. How did the price suddenly drop so low? You must have pocketed it all right. Give it back to me quickly. And Ling turned to call Yi Tianyan. This kind of thing happens every day, young master. Let's go in. Yi Tianyan suddenly walked to the other side, making her call out young master again in surprise. Ding, successfully accepted quest. Help the kind-hearted girl Zhu Lingyun. Quest reward, 1,000 experience points. Zhu Lingyun's favorability will increase to 100 points. 5 character points. That Zhu Lingyun desperately bit Lu Li's hand. He yelped in pain and let go, clutching his hand and gritting his teeth in agony. He madly raised his hand to strike down. You dare to bite me? Damn it, get lost. The girl was so scared she covered her head, ready for the blow. Just then, with a smack, a hand grabbed his. The girl squinted to see. Yi Tianyan had grabbed Lu Li, immobilizing him. My friend, the price of jade spirit grass is indeed 10 taels of silver. Are you bullying the weak by doing this? He asked, tilting his head and frowning. Lu Li angrily threw a punch. None of your business. Zhu Lingyun righteously jumped in front of Yi Tianyan and shouted, be careful. Lu Li punched, roaring, get lost. Yi Tianyan was faster. He swung his hand and slapped him. A loud slap that twisted his mouth and knocked out his teeth. Lu Li, his face covered in wounds, looked at Yi Tianyan. Bastard, do you know who I am? Yi Tianyan's entire body erupted with spiritual power. He glared at him threateningly. I don't need to know who you are, but I advise you to spit out all the silver you swallowed, or I don't mind giving you a few more slaps. Lu Li's eyes widened. Suddenly recognizing he was a cultivator, he immediately knelt before Yi Tianyan. I'm sorry, please spare this lowly one, my lord. This lowly one will never cause trouble again. Yi Tianyan shouted coldly. Scram, ding, congratulations player Yi Tianyan for completing the quest. You have gained 1,000 experience points, 100 favorability points with Zhu Lingyun, and 5 character points. Lu Li's life was spared and he fled in disarray. Zhu Lingyun's favorability has reached 100. She took out a silver ingot and handed it to Yi Tianyan. Benefactor, this is your reward. She lowered her head shyly and said, I can't give you too much or my younger siblings at home will have nothing to eat. Yi Tianyan returned the silver ingot to her and suggested, I don't need silver. I just wonder if you're willing to join our Tianquan palace. Zhu Lingyun clutched the corner of her clothes and hesitated. My talent is very low. I can't possibly join Tianquan palace. Yi Tianyan turned to Enling and Qin Shui and asked, Senior sisters, can she join Tianquan palace? Can she start as a cleaning disciple? Enling sighed and replied, Junior brother, that shouldn't be a problem. Besides, you're a celebrity in Tianquan palace now. The elders won't say anything if you just bring one person in. Hearing this, Tianyan happily asked Zhu Lingyun, in that case, are you willing to come with us? Zhu Lingyun wanted to go, but there was one difficulty. But I can't leave my younger brother behind. Ding. Would you like to accept the quest? Help Zhu Lingyun. Quest reward, 1,000 experience points. Zhu Lingyun's favorability increased by 50 points, character points increased by 5, Tianyan thought curiously. Another optional quest. I was just wondering, what are character points? The system chimed in. He had reached the 2nd level of the spirit refining stage. Cultivation technique, Northern Sea divine art, skills, star-sucking great skill, eagle claw art, falling feather sword technique. Free and unfettered steps, weapon, frost fist, armor, snow wolf battle boots, heavenly god armor. Divine skills, crazy mode, lucky aura. Character points increase luck. The higher the character points, the luckier you are. It can be applied anywhere. Tianyan laughed happily. It seemed that doing good deeds could increase his character points, but he didn't know how much effect these few points would have. He spoke up. I accept. After a moment, he said to Zhu Lingyun, Then bring your brother along too. Our Tianquan Palace can take in a few more people. Zhu Lingyun asked joyfully, is that really okay? Tianyin turned and said, yes, but right now we have to go buy some things. Zhu Lingyun said, then I'll wait for you outside. She lowered her head, looking sad because the poor were not allowed to enter. Tianyin took her hand and led her in with a grand gesture, with me here. You are an honored guest. Who dares to touch you? Zhu Lingyun smiled and followed him. Suddenly a large hand reached out shouting, hey, and rudely pushed her to the ground. The shop assistant tilted his head up and looked at Zhu Lingyun. I'm sorry, we don't welcome the poor here. Tianyin glanced at him coldly and said, she is with me, it should be fine if I bring her in, right? The assistant looked over, recognized he was a cultivator, and his attitude immediately changed, replying, no problem. He helped Zhu Lingyun up, saying, oh my, how did this young lady fall? It was my negligence. Please forgive my humble self and please come in. He walked beside them, leading the way and saying, mind the steps. Tianyin was still fuming inside. I'll spare your wretched life. Zhu Lingyun looked around excitedly, having truly entered. She looked at the treasured swords, the brocade stones, and then saw the medicinal pills. Zhu Lingyun stared at them intently. Tianyin leaned down and asked her, do you want this? Zhu Lingyun replied shyly, I want this pill. He asked again, what do you want this pill for? Zhu Lingyun looked up at him and said, my younger brother has been poisoned. I heard this kind of detoxification pill can cure him, so I want to buy it. Tianyin calmly suggested, if you just need this detoxification pill, then take me to see your brother, I'll help him. Zhu Lingyun asked in surprise, is that really possible? Tianyin placed a hand on his chest and said firmly, no problem. As soon as I'm done here, I'll go over immediately. Zhu Lingyun was extremely grateful. Thank you. Just then, Master Kong asked while turning his prayer beads, how did someone from the slums get in? He raised his eyebrows disdainfully at Zhu Lingyun. Has Tianfeng Tower fallen this low? What bad luck? Tianyin stood to the side and asked, so it's Master Kong? Master Kong was stunned for a moment, looking at him. It's you, why are you here? Tianyin asked arrogantly, is there a problem with me being here? Master Kong remained silent, but he pointed at Zhu Lingyun and said loudly, why was someone from the slums let in? Someone, come here. With his hands behind his back, he said resentfully, what bad luck, throw these people out, the shop assistant responded. Yes, he stepped forward, pointing and scolding. This is Tianfeng Tower, not a place for the poor to enter. Please leave. A vein popped on Tianyin's forehead as he stared at Master Kong, thinking Master Kong is a guest elder here. No wonder these guards listened to him. He spoke up asking, on what grounds do you think she's poor? The assistant replied indifferently, she definitely can't afford even the cheapest treasure. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Zhu Lingyun lowered her head and said aggrievedly, I'll go out. Tianyin handed her 2 gold ingots from behind and said, how about now? The assistant looked at Master Kong troubled. This Master Kong flew into a rage and shouted, get them out, people like you are not welcome here. Scram, the lowly are lowly. The stench of poverty comes from your very bones. Humiliated like this, Zhu Lingyun lowered her head, her hands holding the 2 gold ingots trembling, unable to retort, but Tianyin still held his head high and asked, is that so? But it's better than some people who, no matter how luxuriously they're dressed, are worse than beasts. Master Kong, relying on his position, clamored, I am the guest elder here. If I want you to scram, you have to scram. Throw them out, Tianyin said nonchalantly. Isn't it just a guest elder? Where's the manager here? I have something to say to him. Master Kong sneered. You want to see the pavilion master? Pavilion Master Liang walked in at that moment and asked seriously, what's wrong? Master Kong turned to look at him. Pavilion Master Liang, you've come at the right time. This fellow not only injured me earlier, but also brought people from the slums in, affecting the other customers. Pavilion Master Liang looked at Tianyin, thinking, unless they are from Tianquan Palace. And Ling spoke up, accusing Pavilion Master Liang, don't you think your guest elder is being too rude? We are from Tianquan Palace. What's wrong with bringing someone in? Aren't we customers? Pavilion Master Liang laughed heartily, trying to smooth things over. So that's it. No wonder you two have such extraordinary temperaments. All who come are guests, especially people from Tianquan Palace. Why be angry? If you ruin your health, it's money lost. Master Kong was not willing to let it go. He turned and said to Pavilion Master Liang with false sincerity, I've said my piece. If you let them stay, then I'll leave. Pavilion Master Liang said and his face darkened. He thought to himself that offending Master Kong for the sake of Tianquan Palace was probably not worth it. He bowed to Tianyin and directly asked them to leave. I'm truly sorry, please leave. And Ling was so angry she gritted her teeth. You're going too far. She was about to step forward to argue but was stopped by Tianyin, who was calm. Don't be hasty, it's no big deal if we don't come to this place. His eyes became sharp and he emphasized each word. Pavilion Master Liang, remember your choice today. Some people are useless even if they stay. Master Kong pointed to himself with his thumb and said arrogantly, HMPH, trying to fight me? Tianfeng Tower is my territory. Before Pavilion Master Liang could raise his hand to speak, Tianyin and his group had already turned to leave. Zhu Lingyun followed at the back, constantly blaming herself. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Tianyin stopped, squatted down and comforted her. It's not your fault. It's actually Master Kong who has a grudge against us. It has nothing to do with you. He stood up, placed his hand on her shoulder, glanced back at Tianfeng Tower and continued, we'll go somewhere else. I'll make them regret their choice. He then went to Tanu Tower. The shop assistant inside asked, "May I ask what this young master needs?" Tianyan asked in return, "Do you buy spirit-grade weapons?" With a wave of his hand he took out several swords and said, "I'm here to sell spirit-grade weapons." He thought with a serious expression, "Since Confronting Tower doesn't know what's good for them, I'll use Tanu Tower to suppress them." The shop assistant replied, "Honored guest, please wait inside. I'll go get Pavilion Master Z right away." Ding. Successfully accepted the quest. Help Tanu Tower suppress Confronting Tower. Quest reward 5,000 experience points. Ziyue's favorability increased by 100 points, 500 taels of gold and 10 character points. The shop assistant turned and went inside to call the Pavilion Master. Tianyan looked ahead and thought, Ziyue, she must have a close relationship with Tanu Tower. It seems quests are everywhere. There are so many random quests I can't even stop. A woman walked down from upstairs and said, "I've kept you guests waiting." Ziyue, Pavilion Master of Tanu Tower. "I'm Ziyue, and I serve as the Pavilion Master of this Tanu Tower." She paused, thinking to herself, "These are all mid-grade spirit-grade weapons." She narrowed her eyes, surprised. To be able to produce so many mid-grade spirit-grade weapons at such a young age is not simple. If I can cooperate with him, perhaps I can make a fortune, she said magnanimously. "Not bad. 10 mid-grade spirit swords. Are you planning to sell them to us?" Tianyan proposed. "As you can see, I forged these 10 spirit-grade weapons. I want to cooperate with Tanu Tower. You provide the materials and I'll forge the weapons." He tilted his head and said, "The split is up to you. You set the price. The only condition is that the price must be lower than Confronting Tower's." Ziyue touched the spirit-grade weapon and asked directly, "Young master, do you want us to steal Confronting Tower's customers? Do you have a grudge against them?" Tianyan didn't hide it and replied, "Something like that. So, are you willing to take this deal?" Ziyue touched her lips and turned around. "Of course, I'm very satisfied." Tianyan said, "Senior sisters, please help by going with Miss Ju to bring her younger brother here for detoxification. I can't leave for now." All right, we'll go now." Back at Confronting Tower, Master Kong sat with his legs crossed, snorting, "Trying to fight me? I'll make it so your Tianquan Palace can't sell a single thing here." Pavilion Master Liang smiled obsequiously and chimed in, "That's right, Tianquan Palace doesn't have a blacksmith. Offending you is truly unwise of them." Just then, a person ran in, so panicked that his shoes had fallen off. "Pavilion Master Liang, this is bad." Pavilion Master Liang turned and asked, "What is it? Why are you in such a panic? Have you no manners?" The subordinate clasped his hands and reported, "Pavilion Master Liang, Tanu Tower has started selling mid-grade spirit-grade weapons at a low price, 10,000 taels apiece." Both he and Master Kong asked in surprise, "What?" Pavilion Master Liang narrowed his eyes, skeptical. "Are they crazy over there? 10,000 taels, isn't that the same as selling a low-grade spirit-grade weapon at half price?" The man stammered. "Well, it seems to be the idea of a client. In just a moment they've pulled all our customers over." Pavilion Master Liang asked, "A client's idea who is so generous as to agree to sell at such a low price?" The man glanced aside and said, "It seems to be the one you kicked out earlier." Master Kong asked in surprise, "What? How could it be him?" Pavilion Master Liang stood with his hands behind his back, worried. "Isn't he someone sent down by Tianquan Palace? Why would he sell so cheaply? Tianquan Palace doesn't have that many spirit-grade weapons, do they? Could it be that we've pushed them into a corner?" Master Kong turned his prayer beads and also speculated, "It must be so. We must have pushed them too hard for them to do this. I'd like to see how many more he can sell." He stopped his hand movements and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, that Yi Tianyan really knows how to forge." Pavilion Master Liang pointed at his subordinate and ordered loudly, "Go quickly. Buy all their stock." The man quickly replied, "Yes." After a while, the man returned to report, "Pavilion Master, those spirit-grade weapons were quickly sold out, but they soon put up a new batch." Pavilion Master Liang shouted, "Buy them," the man reported again. "Tianyu Pavilion has new spirit-grade weapons out." Pavilion Master, Tianyu Pavilion has more. Pavilion Master Liang slammed his fist on the table and roared, "How are there still more? Did Tanu Tower take out their own spirit-grade weapons to sell at a low price?" He gritted his teeth, his body trembling, and thought, "This isn't right. This is not the action of a fool. There must be something wrong over at Tianyu Pavilion." Everyone was still enthusiastically trading weapons. The female clerk beside them smiled at Pavilion Master Z and said, "The headquarters will definitely recognize your position this time." Ziyue held a brush and sighed, "This time it's all thanks to young Master Yi who came to help me in my most difficult time. The Wubao said it was to use our power to suppress Confronting Tower. This is actually what we needed. Ordinary blacksmiths have at least a certain failure rate, but young Master Yi has never failed. This level of skill is truly astonishing. Congratulations player Yi Tianyan for mastering beginner forging and upgrading to intermediate forging mastery." Tianyan chuckled softly and thought, "Intermediate forging mastery means I can forge high-grade spirit-grade weapons and maybe even top-grade ones." He raised his hand to the system and sighed. As expected of a high-grade spirit-grade weapon, the success rate immediately reached 50%. For a top-grade spirit-grade weapon it's probably only 10%. Inside Tianyu Pavilion, Zhu Lingyun pleaded tearfully again, "Young Master Yi, he is my younger brother. I beg you to save him." Tianyan held her hand and comforted her. "Don't worry, let me check his condition first." He went forward to examine the wound on her brother's leg. "It's indeed a potent poison. He must have been bitten by some poisonous snake, he thought with a serious expression. The poison has now entered his meridians and completely mixed with his blood. Dueling's brother held his sister's hand and sobbed, "Sister, you're back. I think I dreamed that sister and I went to the lake to play and we went into the mountains to pick fruit together." Dueling couldn't hold back her tears either, comforting him. "You'll get better soon and then we'll go pick fruit together," Tianyan said calmly. "Don't worry." Dueling looked at him and smiled faintly. Tianyan channeled his spiritual power and said, "The detoxification pill can indeed save your brother, but there's a faster way to clear this poison." Dueling's eyes widened in confusion. "Isn't this flame used for forging? He's actually using this flame to detoxify." Tianyan guided the ball of flame towards his brother's wound. The flame entered his arteries, suppressing the snake venom. "The snake venom has been forced out," Dueling said happily. "Brother, are you awake?" Tianyan looked at the boy and smiled slightly. She thought to herself, luckily this poison is still considered light, otherwise he would have been long gone. Her brother woke up soon after. "Sister, I feel much better," Dueling replied. "That's good." She walked over to Tianyan, about to kneel down in gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Yi. I am willing to be your servant for the rest of my life." Tianyan stopped her before she could kneel and said, "No need to thank me, I just wanted to help." Ding, quest completed. Reward received. Ziyue watched him from behind with a smile on her lips. She thought with interest, this technique is usually only known by alchemists. Unless he's also an alchemist. Tianyan bowed to her and said, "Pavilion Master Z, please give us a room for the siblings to rest." Ziyue replied, "Of course, follow me." Dueling and her brother replied, "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Tianyan looked at the system and thought, the success rate has increased again. Originally, the success rate for high-grade spirit-grade weapons was 5, and now it's become 5.5. It increased by half in an instant. He smiled and sighed. Can these character points really affect the forging success rate? With the lucky aura, wouldn't the success rate be 100%? In Ziyue's room, a subordinate reported, "Pavilion Master Z, the mid-grade spirit-grade weapons they're selling are 10,000 taels cheaper than ours." Ziyue looked at him, calculating. The market for mid-grade spirit-grade weapons is saturated now. It seems this is as low as we can go. Tianyan's voice brought her back to reality. Then what if we lower the price of high-grade spirit-grade weapons? Ziyue looked down and frowned, replying, "If we consider the cost, high-grade spirit-grade weapons are not cheap, equivalent to 3 mid-grade spirit-grade weapons. But if it's just a little cheaper, it won't mean much." Tianyan asked with a sly smile, "Then how about we sell them for 50,000 taels cheaper?" Ziyue was stunned for a moment, looking at him. "The success rate for high-grade spirit-grade weapons is frighteningly low. If we fail often, we'll lose money." Tianyan said, "No problem. I can handle the high-grade spirit-grade weapons." He turned back to Ziyue and said, "We can pull all their customers over at once, but whether you can keep them in the future will be up to you." Ziyue also offered a generous return. "As long as young Master Yi can maintain a certain success rate, we can offer a profit of 4/10 or even more than 5/10. Outside Tanu Tower, Tianyan tapped the system. The success rate is only 5.5. Consume character points, use lucky aura, activate crazy mode. He glanced at it, then pressed 100 success rate. A powerful force surged in and was absorbed by him. He smiled happily and said success. Light emanating from Yi Tianyun's room caught the attention of Ziyue and Zhu Lingyun. A short while later, Yi Tianyun emerged with a sword, a common longsword, a high-grade spirit-grade weapon. Zhu Lingyun and Qin Shui stared at the sword, their eyes wide. It really succeeded? Ziyue chuckled softly, thinking from a distance, such a master-level figure, I must build a good relationship with him in the future. Over at Tiangfeng Tower, Pavilion Master Liang was constantly calculating profits. This time we also lowered the price, and the customers have finally come back to us. Unless they lower their price again, he complained with a headache. Part of the reason for this situation is thanks to Master Kong. Master Kong pointed at him, voicing his suspicion. Pavilion Master Liang, I suspect they are trying to test our situation. Spies sent by Tanu Tower. Pavilion Master Liang looked at him, gritting his teeth, still spouting nonsense at a time like this. Just then a subordinate rushed in again, reporting hastily. This is bad. Tanu Tower has started selling high-grade spirit-grade weapons, and the price is 50,000 taels lower than ours. Master Kong asked in surprise. What? Pavilion Master Liang gripped the armrest of his chair, his whole body trembling. He lowered his head, feeling his blood pressure rising, and thought, this is clearly aimed at us, deliberately setting the price so low. If we don't lower our price this time, Tiangfeng Tower's reputation will be in danger. He said angrily. Is the Pavilion Master of Tanu Tower crazy? Who on earth is forging the high-grade spirit-grade weapons? The subordinate said. According to our spies, it is an outer disciple of Tianchuan Palace, Yi Tianyan. Pavilion Master Liang was so angry he flipped the abacus, roaring, It's really him. Master Kong stood up and said, That's impossible. How old is he? He was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth in panic. Just then another subordinate ran in to report, Pavilion Master. They've already forged 4 high-grade spirit-grade weapons and are still forging more. It said they planned to forge more than 10. The 3 of them were dumbfounded, frozen in place. Pavilion Master Liang, burning with anger, roared at Kong Shengfeng, You've really got some skills bringing such a character to Tiangfeng Tower. Kong Shengfeng trembled, unable to say a word. Pavilion Master Liang pointed to the door, mercilessly showing him out. Say no more, we can't afford a guest elder like you. Please leave. Kang Shengfeng left in disgrace, but his heart roared Yi Tianyun's name. Pavilion Master Liang watched his receding figure and couldn't help but think that Yi Tianyun was specifically targeting Kang Shengfeng. If he's still here, Confronting Tower will never recover. It seems I can only ask the divine forging sect for help. A vein bulged on his forehead as he thought again. An outer disciple of Tianquan Palace, Yi Tianyun is it, trying to teach me Liang Tiancheng a lesson. You're still too green. Meanwhile, Kang Shengfeng was wandering the streets. He looked ahead and sighed in frustration. He had originally planned to be ruthless. He gritted his teeth and said, "Now don't blame me for being impolite." Yi Tianyun was forging a sword. He stretched out his hand and the powerful spiritual energy made his body tremble slightly, causing Zi Yue to worry. Yi Tianyun took a few deep breaths and almost fell. Not enough spiritual power. Zi Yue stepped forward to support him and asked with concern, "Young Master Yi, are you all right?" Yi Tianyun looked at her, drenched in sweat, and replied, "I'm a bit mentally exhausted. It seems I've been forging for too long." Ding. Congratulations, player Yi Tianyun, for completing the quest. Help Tanu Tower suppress Tianfeng Tower. You have gained 5,000 experience points, 100 favorability points with Zi Yue, 10 character points, and favorability has reached 142 points. Zi Yue's eyes widened as she said, "Young Master Yi, it seems you need to rest. Thank you so much for these past few days." Congratulations, you have received 500 taels of gold. Congratulations, player Yi Tianyun, for breaking through to the 4th level of the spirit refining stage. Tianyun smiled and replied, "It's a win-win situation, no need to be polite," he thought happily. "I broke through. I didn't expect forging to be faster than killing monsters to level up," he said. "I'll go back to my room to rest for a bit, then I'll continue forging." That evening in Tianyun's room he had reached the 4th level of the spirit refining stage. Cultivation technique. Northern Sea divine art, skills, eagle claw art, falling feather sword technique. Flowing cloud steps, star-sucking great skill, weapon, frost fist. Armor, snow wolf battle boots, heavenly god armor. Divine skills, crazy mode, lucky aura. Tianyun thought the experience required to level up has increased quite a bit. The difficulty has suddenly doubled, but the effect of leveling up isn't as good as before. A figure flashed past the door and the system immediately chimed, "Ding, warning, there's danger." Tianyun looked towards the door thinking, an assassin. He activated the heavenly god armor. Heavenly god armor effects fully activated. The assassin flew in. Tianyun retreated while simultaneously activating his power. The assassin's strike landed on him, and was instead sent flying back. Tianyun looked at him lying on the ground and couldn't help but think, "Luckily I have the heavenly god armor, otherwise I would have really died." The assassin stood up trembling and said, "This power, the reflective damage effect of a divine armor. The attacker is injured, yet it can still deal damage in close combat." The assassin clutched his chest and coughed a few more times. He looked at Tianyun in astonishment. "Your strength is actually so formidable." Tianyun looked down at him and demanded, "Who sent you?" The assassin remained silent, but he drew a dagger and slashed horizontally. Tianyun jumped up and froze him with his frost power. He thought so fast, at least at the 3rd level of the spirit refining stage. The assassin was frozen in ice, his eyes wide. "This is..." Tianyun gritted his teeth and said, "You'd rather die than talk, right?" "Very well." He raised his hand high, activating crazy mode and the lucky aura. He sneered, "Then turn into my experience points." With that he threw a punch, sending the assassin flying into the door. Successfully killed the assassin, gained 8,000 experience points, obtained the skill Stealth, 1 Shadow Cloak, 1,000 taels of gold, 1 Crimson Blade Dagger, and 300 crazy value. Tianyun smiled and said, "The Stealth skill and the Shadow Cloak are both divine tier. Stealth skill effect, completely conceals the user's form, increases speed by 2 levels and enhances damage by 2 levels. Shadow Cloak effect, grants immunity to all attacks for 5 seconds. Crimson Blade Dagger effect, can restore one's own stamina and applies a poison effect killing in 1 hit. Tianyun rubbed his chin and sighed, but unfortunately these weapons and skills cannot be upgraded, and their effects are fixed. It seems that so far none of the weapons dropped from monsters can be upgraded. He chuckled and said, "But the grade isn't bad. I can use them for a long time." He turned his head coldly, guessing who had sent the assassin to kill him. It was either Tianfeng Tower or Master Kong. He glanced over and saw a ring in the ice. Tianyun picked it up and looked at it. Only this storage ring remained. Inside were low-grade spirit weapons and medicinal pills. Tianyun examined it for a moment and said, "It seems there's something in this ring. There are no markings on the spirit weapons, but judging by their quality, they were probably forged by Kang Shengfeng." He walked to the window and said, "I have to go to Tianfeng Tower to investigate who did this." Activating the stealth skill, Tianyun flew out of the window. Below, Kang Shengfeng was anxiously pacing, thinking, "What are they doing up there, making such a racket? Aren't they afraid of being discovered?" Tianyun glanced at him, then landed on a tree behind him. Kang Shengfeng gritted his teeth in frustration and said, "Is this supposed to be an assassin from the Shadow Alliance? How can they be so bad?" Tianyun glared down, thinking, so it was him. Who else could it be? Ding. Would you like to accept the quest, Kill the Enemy? Kang Shengfeng quest reward. 10,000 experience points, 300 points in forging skill proficiency, 300 taels of gold and 300 crazy value. Tianyun gripped the crimson blade dagger in his hand and replied, "Accept." He then flew past Kong Shengfeng from behind. He watched him with a sinister smile. Kong Shengfeng sensed something and turned around, looking around in panic and asking who's there. His face darkened as he looked at the spiritual energy. No one, he thought. That feeling just now, this isn't a place to linger. I'd better leave. Kong Shengfeng Cultivation, second level of the spirit refining stage. Skills, unknown. Overall strength, unknown. Tianyan appeared behind him with the dagger. He let out a cold laugh, a puff of white air escaping his lips as he thought, I don't need to know anything else, just knowing his cultivation is only at the second level of the spirit refining stage is enough. With that thought, he had already controlled the sword to pierce through Kong Shengfeng's body from behind. Caught by the surprise attack, he screamed in pain from the wound. Tianyan appeared openly, holding the dagger. Master Kong, you're still far from being able to plot against me. Kong Shengfeng looked at him, trembling, and cried out, Yi Tian. Before he could finish his sentence, he had collapsed to the ground. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for killing Kong Shengfeng, gaining 6,000 experience points and 200 crazy value. Divine Forging Hammer, obtained 1 Divine Forging Hammer. Congratulations on completing the assassination quest, gained 10,000 experience points, 500 crazy value, and 300 points in forging skill proficiency. 300 taels of gold. Tianyan looked at his corpse and poured the contents of the bottle over it. As the liquid fell, Kong Shengfeng's body was destroyed. This was something he had taken from the assassin. It was indeed a divine tool for destroying corpses and eliminating evidence. He sighed, realizing that people like this were truly a menace. He would have to be more careful in the future. Back in Tianyun's room, Ziyue stared at the mess on the floor, bewildered. Young Master Yi, what happened here? Tianyan knelt on the floor and replied, Nothing much, I just killed an assassin. Ziyue had expected this, but she hadn't thought it would happen so soon. It really was an assassin. Could it be someone sent by Tiangfeng Tower? Tianyan frowned and said, I'm not sure about that. He thought, the business here is done. I should be heading back, the less trouble the better. Ziyue sighed guiltily. I am very sorry about this, it was a lapse in security on Tanu Tower's part. To compensate, I am willing to give you another 10% of the profits. You take 6 parts and I'll take 4. Tianyan lowered his head and said calmly, That's not necessary. Unless it's an expert at the 8th or 9th level of the spirit refining stage, or someone who excels at breaking concealment techniques, it's impossible to detect an assassin's trail. This has nothing to do with Tanu Tower, Ziyue refused, replying, but it is a fact that we failed to protect you. The profit split will be as I just said. This is the greatest compensation we can offer you, she thought. In order to get him to help me revive Tanu Tower, I can completely afford to give up this bit of profit. I must find a way to keep him here. Tianyan turned and firmly refused. Pavilion Master Z, I appreciate your kindness. We have already bought enough materials and plan to set off from here tomorrow. This little incident with the assassin has nothing to do with you, so don't worry. Ziyue crossed her arms and replied, All right, since the young master has already decided, I won't say any more. If young Master Yi needs any help from Tanu Tower in the future, I will certainly do my utmost to assist. The next morning, Tianyan bade them farewell and left. Pavilion Master Z, I'll take my leave then. Ziyue replied happily, You are welcome to come again. We will definitely give young Master Yi a very favorable price. Just then, a man outside shouted loudly, Pavilion Master Z, Tiangfeng Tower is holding an auction and is preparing to auction a top-grade spirit-grade weapon. The man pointed ahead and said, And there are quite a few high-grade spirit-grade weapons too. The key is that these items are all from the Divine Forging sect. Now many people are heading over there, and they're also saying that in this Windfall City, apart from the Divine Forging sect spirit-grade weapons, all others are fakes. Tianyan, Ziyue and Ling and Qin Shui were all stunned. Ziyue's heart sank as she lowered her head, thinking from the Divine Forging sect. I didn't expect Tiangfeng Tower could still get the Divine Forging sect to act, she thought with worry, in this Windfall City. The assessment of blacksmiths and the grading of spirit weapons are all decided by the Divine Forging sect. Now they're saying that the weapons sold by Tanu Tower are all fakes. Doesn't this mean they are siding with Tiangfeng Tower? Tianyan stroked his chin and muttered to himself, A disciple of the Divine Forging sect, Ma Liangpeng. Ziyue looked at him and asked, Does young Master Yi know this Ma Liangpeng? Tianyan looked back at her and replied, No, I've just heard of him. Qin Shui turned to him and said, Junior brother Yi, this Ma Liangpeng is one of the disciples the Divine Forging sect sent to participate in the exploration of the Heavenskin ancient ruins. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant as to deny all the spirit weapons you forged. Young master, let's go to Tiangfeng Tower and reason with him. Before we could leave, a group of people rushed in, shouting that they wanted returns. They held their weapons menacingly and said loudly, The disciples of the Divine Forging sect have all said that your high-grade spirit-grade weapons are fakes and are actually only equivalent to mid-grade spirit-grade weapons. They said angrily, That's right, no wonder they're sold so cheaply. So they're fakes. Give us our money back. No wonder I felt something strange when I used it. It turns out they're just mid-grade spirit-grade weapons. I can't believe your Tanu Tower would sell fakes. Ziyue was at a loss and tried to persuade them. Everyone, we can guarantee that these are definitely high-grade spirit-grade weapons. There is absolutely no problem with their power. Those who had bought the spirit weapons still replied fiercely, but the people from the Divine Forging Sect said these are fake spirit weapons. The Divine Forging Sect has the most authoritative blacksmiths here. Should we believe them or you? That's right, you're all a bunch of liars. Give us a refund. Tianyan clenched his trembling hands and called out, Pavilion, Master Z, let them return the items. Ziyue looked at him hesitantly, but then said, all right, I understand. She raised her hand to calm the crowd. Everyone, don't worry. Please follow me inside to process the returns. Tianyan looked ahead and said, it seems we won't be able to leave for now. After we finish with the returns, we'll go to Tianfeng Tower. At Tianfeng Tower, Liang Tiancheng cupped his hands and said, so it is Pavilion, Master Z. May I ask for what purpose you have graced us with your presence? Ziyue said bluntly. Pavilion, Master Liang, you're asking the obvious. You claim that besides the spirit weapons from Tianfeng Tower, all others are trashy fakes, and that the high-grade spirit-grade weapons we sold are not real. By doing this, are you trying to make things difficult for our business? A voice behind her rang out. I have already examined the high-grade spirit-grade weapons you forged. Ma Liangpeng, a disciple of the Divine Forging Sect, stated frankly. They are not high-grade spirit-grade weapons at all. At best, they are only mid-grade spirit-grade weapons. I am Ma Liangpeng of the Divine Forging Sect. He held his head high and said disdainfully, a true high-grade spirit-grade weapon has astonishing power. Yours are too weak. Tianyan, who was behind Ziyue, spoke up. Then how about a contest? Let's see whose high-grade spirit-grade weapon is stronger. Ma Liangpeng put his hands on his hips and asked him, are you issuing a challenge to our Divine Forging Sect? Tianyan replied with a slight smile, so what if I am? I'll show you what a true high-grade spirit-grade weapon is. Ma Liangpeng's face hardened with anger. How dare you state your name? Tianyan announced loudly in front of everyone. Yi Tianyan, the fake high-grade spirit-grade weapons you mentioned were forged by me. Ma Liangpeng looked at him for a moment, then burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. Ha ha ha, you're that worthless trash from Tianchuan Palace with no bloodline? He held out his hand in a mocking gesture. I really didn't expect this. You know how to forge. I suspect you found someone else to forge for you, and that's how you created these counterfeit high-grade spirit-grade weapons. Tianyan crossed his arms and retorted confidently, worthless trash with no bloodline. I don't know where you heard such useless information. Only a fool would believe it. Since you say I made fake spirit weapons, how about we have another competition? Let's see whose weapon is inferior. Ma Liangpeng asked angrily, are you calling me a fool? You want a fight, is that it? Let's be clear, no substitutes. You must fight yourself. Tianyan tilted his head slightly in agreement. My forged weapons were discredited, so of course I'll be the one to verify them. We'll find out whether your weapon is a fake or mine is scrap. Ma Liangpeng said with great interest. Very well, then let's compete outside, so everyone can witness who the loser is. Outside Tianfeng Tower, Unling stood behind Yi Tianyan and asked, this Ma Liangpeng's cultivation is at least at the 4th level of the spirit refining stage. Are you sure you want to fight? Qin Shui also said worriedly, Junior brother, his cultivation is much higher than yours. If you get injured, how will we explain it to the palace master when we get back? Yi Tianyan gripped his sword and reassured them. Don't worry, senior sisters. I'll be right back. I'll make him pay the price. Standing on the stage opposite him, Ma Liangpeng sighed. I thought you only knew how to hide behind women. It seems you have some backbone after all. Yi Tianyan retorted without embarrassment. Even hiding behind women is better than some people who just spout nonsense. Ma Liangpeng raised his sword and channeled his spiritual power. We'll see in a moment if it's nonsense or not. This high-grade, thin-bladed sword is my proudest work. He widened his eyes and shouted to everyone present. Please bear witness and see whose weapon is more powerful. Yi Tianyan also raised his sword, emitting an equally powerful spiritual energy. I'll use this heavy sword to see just how good your so-called high-grade spirit-grade weapon is. Ziyue stood behind and reminded them sternly, this is just a spar, not a life-and-death duel. If you dare to harm our guest elder, then don't blame Tanu Tower for being impolite. Ma Liangpeng sneered in response. We're just sparring. He's not worthy of me killing him, he thought to himself. A thin-bladed sword against a heavy sword. I can toy with this kid just by using my movement techniques. A few people outside mocked Yi Tianyan. This guest elder from Tanu Tower must be an idiot. A thin-bladed sword against a heavy sword, isn't that just asking for death? How could a disciple of the Divine Forging Sect possibly lose? The guest elder from Tanu Tower is doomed this time. He probably lost his temper and started fighting recklessly. Ma Liangpeng couldn't wait any longer and swung his sword horizontally. Swords and blades have no eyes. Blame yourself for provoking the Divine Forging Sect. Yi Tianyan blocked his sword only to realize that this move was intended to kill him. He gritted his teeth thinking, this isn't a spar, he's trying to kill me. He swung his sword forcefully and Ma Liangpeng jumped up to dodge. He was shocked that Yi Tianyan could block his strike. He landed on the ground and attacked wildly. Let's see how long you can last. Yi Tianyan forcefully blocked the attacks and said, is that all the strength you have? He sneered. That's quite disappointing. He infused power into his sword, charged forward with all his might and swung at Ma Liangpeng. The powerful force caused the ground to sink and his sword also cracked. Yi Tianyan pressed down with insane force. Ma Liangpeng couldn't hold on and cried out. Before Yi Tianyan finished speaking, his power had erupted with terrifying force. The immense pressure was unbearable even for the people outside. Ziyue also silently watched the billowing smoke. Ma Liangpeng coughed a few times while leaning on his sword. Then his eyes widened as he said, "My sword." His sword was cracked beyond recognition. Yi Tianyan also emerged and said, "Is this the power of your weapon? Didn't you say my spirit weapon was a fake?" He pointed his sword forward with a mocking expression. "The facts prove that your weapon is the real piece of trash, don't you think?" The people outside, seeing the result of the match, began to have doubts. Could it be that Tanu Tower really sells high-grade spirit-grade weapons? No way, those are fake spirit weapons. This is the Divine Forging Sect we're talking about. Could the Divine Forging Sect be slandering them? Ma Liangpeng looked at Yi Tianyan and said, "You actually injured me." He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to unleash a powerful wind attack. Yi Tianyan smiled mysteriously, then unleashed a strong sword chi, shouting, "Get lost!" Ma Liangpeng barely managed to cry out before he was sent flying into the air. Yi Tianyan used his power to fly up and chase after him, scaring him out of his wits. Yi Tianyan raised his sword and shouted, "Get down!" He swung his sword with great force like a heaven-shattering blow, crashing down on Ma Liangpeng. Then he landed with him, causing a terrifying tremor. Earth and rocks flew everywhere and dust filled the air. Ziyue was truly impressed by him. This Yi Tianyan was young, but his cultivation was not low, and his forging skills were even more impressive. He was definitely a genius of monstrous proportions. The battle ended, and Ma Liangpeng was already lying on the ground. Yi Tianyan looked at him lying on the ground and said, "You lost, and your weapon is nothing special." Ma Liangpeng was furious. He gripped his sword and said, "On what grounds do you say my weapon is weaker than yours?" He shattered the ground as he jumped up, thrusting his broken sword at Yi Tianyan. But Yi Tianyan easily slashed through it with his sword chi. Ma Liangpeng managed to say "you" before he fell. Yi Tianyan looked fierce, his sword not yet sheathed, and said, "You lost but refused to admit it, and you even tried to sneak attack me. It's a pity." He looked at Ma Liangpeng coldly and continued, "You are not qualified." The crowd witnessed this scene, too shocked to speak. After a while they began to murmur, "Heavens, someone from the Divine Forging Sect has been killed. This guest elder from Tanu Tower is truly ruthless. Didn't you see that disciple from the Divine Forging Sect? He tried to kill him, so it's normal for him to fight back. It's over. He killed a disciple of the Divine Forging Sect. He's a dead man, ding." Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for killing Ma Liangpeng, gaining 10,000 experience points, 1,000 taels of gold, and obtaining the cultivation techniques Sky Cloud Steps and Wind Chaser Sword Art, along with 400 crazy value. Ding, congratulations on completing the quest. You have gained 5,000 points in forging skill mastery proficiency and 500 taels of gold. Yi Tianyan let out a breath and sighed. This Ma Liangpeng is nothing special after all. Liang Qiancheng, who was behind him, spoke up. "You actually killed Ma Liangpeng?" He pointed angrily at his subordinates and ordered, "Seize him and take him back to the Divine Forging Sect." He squinted his eyes, calculating. Ma Liangpeng was a guest elder of Tianfeng Tower. Now that he's been killed, Tianfeng Tower can't escape responsibility. If we let Yi Tianyan run, it will surely be very troublesome. Yi Tianyan raised his sword and asked, "Seize me." Liang Qiancheng's subordinates stopped in their tracks. Yi Tianyan turned his head and emphasized, "I'd like to see who dares to seize me." Liang Qiancheng, sweating profusely, said loudly, "You still dare to resist? Do you know that you've killed a disciple of the Divine Forging Sect? If you don't surrender obediently, be careful not to implicate your Tianquan palace." Yi Tianyan let out an "oh," finding it ridiculous. "He can kill me, but I can't kill him. What kind of logic is that? Do you think you can act lawlessly just because you have a bit more power?" Liang Qiancheng said arrogantly. "So what? If you don't surrender obediently today, and your Tianquan palace gets implicated, just wait for the Divine Forging Sect to come knocking on your door." Qin Shui stepped in front of Yi Tianyan and said, "Pavilion Master Liang, you speak with great arrogance. Even a third-grade power wouldn't dare to say such things so casually. Can you represent the Divine Forging Sect now? Tianquan Palace's power is indeed weak, but we have many connections. There are many third-grade powers among them. If anything happens to Tianquan Palace, those powers will not stand by and watch." Liang Qiancheng's face turned pale, but he still threatened stubbornly, "But no matter what, you should still come back with me to the Divine Forging Sect. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Ziyue silently watched Yi Tianyan, thinking, if he really goes to the Divine Forging Sect with Liang Qiancheng, Yi Tianyan will surely die. Having killed their disciple, he would probably have to pay a huge price. The attendant behind her spoke up to remind her. "Pavilion Master Z, don't be rash. He is not worth us doing this. We cannot afford to offend the Divine Forging Sect." Ziyue looked at Liang Qiancheng and also thought to herself, let alone that I can't bear the responsibility of protecting him. Tanu Tower behind me is an even greater power that cannot be offended. She pressed her lips together tightly, silently apologizing in her heart. Unexpectedly, Yi Tianyan stepped forward at this moment, not wanting to implicate anyone. "I only represent myself." Ziyue stared at him blankly. Yi Tianyan announced in front of everyone, "From now on I am no longer an outer disciple of Tianquan Palace." He frowned and said, "I'd like to see how you're going to be impolite to me." Qin Shui looked at him and urged, "Don't be impulsive." Veins popped on Liang Qiancheng's forehead as he said, "Good, very courageous," he ordered with his hands behind his back. "Seize him for me." Remember, I want him alive. Yi Tianyan observed them with a serious expression. These people were dressed ordinarily, but their cultivation was at the 4th or 5th level of the spirit refining stage. They had come at just the right time. Yi Tianyan drew his blade, equipped the Snow Wolf battle boots, and activated the crazy experience mode. A group of people rushed forward. Yi Tianyan also charged forward with great momentum, regardless of their numbers. Crazy damage mode activate. He slashed one of them across the face with his sword. Lucky aura activate. Another person behind tried to grab Yi Tianyan. He glanced at him and then kicked out. Get lost. Yi Tianyan jumped up with his sword, and then brought it down forcefully, sweeping across the entire area with immense power. Beep. Successfully killed a Tianfeng Tower Deacon. Gained 8,000 experience points, obtained 1/3 grade spirit restoring pill and 400 crazy value. The remaining deacons stood frozen, then turned in fear and shouted, "No, don't come over." Yi Tianyan leapt up using the sky cloud steps, unleashing a powerful wind blade that sliced through the air and eliminated him. Beep. Successfully killed a Tianfeng Tower Deacon, gained 10,000 experience points and 500 crazy value. Beep. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for successfully breaking through to the 5th level of the spirit refining stage. Yi Tianyan stood among several corpses and asked coldly, "Who else?" Liang Qiancheng stood frozen. "What's going on? The moves he's using are the ones Ma Liangpeng used before. It's impossible for him to have learned the divine forging sect's moves," and Ling and Qin Shui said in surprise. At the same time, the young master has grown stronger again. Liang Qiancheng was so angry he bit his finger. "I didn't want to reveal my strength, but you killed my deacon." He summoned his sword, gathered his power, and said sternly, "Tianfeng Tower, we will not let you off." "Leader Liang Qiancheng," he said with great power, "let me see what you're really capable of." Beep. "Would you like to accept the quest? Kill Liang Qiancheng. Quest reward. 30,000 experience points, 10,000 taels of gold, a strength belt, and 1 5x experience card for 1 hour. Yi Tianyan thought seriously. "Leader." He smiled with great interest and said, 7th level of the spirit refining stage, a leader level character. He charged forward excitedly, laughing heartily. "I didn't expect you to become a leader. I've been waiting for you." Liang Qiancheng's eyes widened in anger and he gritted his teeth. "Don't be so arrogant." He forcefully unleashed a powerful myriad swords become one. Yi Tianyan swiftly countered with a windchaser slash. The two violent forces collided and then exploded spectacularly. Yi Tianyan instantly retreated, using his feet to stabilize his off-balance body. He gritted his teeth and looked up. In less than 2 seconds, Liang Qiancheng had already brought down a powerful sword chi. "Go to hell." Yi Tianyan blocked it with one sword, causing another explosion at the point where the two forces met. He let out a pained cry as his sword was sent flying. His hand hung limply, blood dripping from it. And Ling and Qin Shui cried out in worry. "Young master." Yi Tianyan clutched his hand and said, "Don't come over. I am no longer a disciple of Tianquan Palace. I don't want to implicate Tianquan Palace, so stay out of this." He gritted his teeth, his body trembling, and said, "Please." The two of them stopped in their tracks, only able to call out helplessly, "Junior brother." Opposite him, Liang Qiancheng spoke. "You still have some sense of responsibility." He pointed his sword at Yi Tianyan contemptuously, exuding a powerful aura. "Now you don't even have a weapon. Let's see what you'll use to fight me." Yi Tianyan suddenly chuckled, confusing him. He lifted his face and said calmly, "Who said I don't have a weapon? Equip Frost Fist." Yi Tianyan put on the Frost Fist. Liang Qiancheng gave a strange contemptuous smile. "You're going to fight me with this?" He raised his long sword high, simultaneously unleashing his sword chi. "Fine, I'll grant your wish and let you die without a complete corpse." He shattered the ground and flew towards him with the myriad swords returned to one technique. Before he could be smug for 2 seconds, Liang Qiancheng gritted his teeth, his eyes wide. Yi Tianyan directly caught his sword and then froze it. He summoned all his strength using the star-sucking great skill to shatter the ground and pull him into the air, gaining 500 experience, 460 experience, 570 experience, 630 experience, 520 experience, 660 experience. Liang Qiancheng's sword and hand were both frozen. Yi Tianyan said forcefully, "It's time to end this." With that, he slammed him down violently. Liang Qiancheng was heavily smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. It wasn't over. Yi Tianyan had already flown down and stomped on him with one foot. Liang Qiancheng coughed up blood, his eyes rolling back. "How is this possible?" Spiritual power emanated from Yi Tianyan's eyes as he said with a cold expression, "Nothing is impossible. You are too weak. Activate Lucky Aura." Yi Tianyan raised his hand, gathering power. Liang Qiancheng, terrified, quickly begged for mercy. "Spare me and I'll make the divine forging sect drop the matter." As he finished speaking, Yi Tianyan's palm, filled with formidable power, had already descended. The oppressive aura spread out, extremely terrifying, causing the few guys outside to stand frozen, not daring to breathe loudly. Ding. "Congratulations on killing Liang Qiancheng. You have gained 80,000 experience points and 5,000 taels of gold. You have obtained a strength bracelet, a strength ring, the martial arts myriad swords returned to 1 and Windchaser's blade, a spirit weapon, and 700 crazy value. Congratulations on completing the Kill Liang Qiancheng quest. You are rewarded with 30,000 experience points, 10,000 taels of gold, and have obtained a strength belt and a 5x experience card for 1 hour. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for successfully breaking through to the 6th level of the spirit refining stage. Yi Tianyan smiled. He had leveled up again. The person behind him stared with wide eyes, disbelieving. Pavilion Master Liang's cultivation was at least at the 7th level of the spirit refining stage. He's just dead? Ziyue looked at him with a solemn expression, thinking, this young Master Yi is truly formidable. Suddenly she remembered something. Feeling a sense of foreboding, she shouted loudly, young Master Yi, run! If you don't leave now it'll be too late. Tianfeng Tower and the Divine Forging Sect will not let you go. Yi Tianyan looked at her silently, then handed the ring to Qin Shui and instructed her. Senior sisters, take this back. This is trouble I've caused, and I will bear all the responsibility. He turned around, smiled, and continued. When you get back, tell the palace master not to worry about me. Please take care of Ninth Elder and the others for me. Please. As he turned to leave, his expression became grave. He thought, next, there will definitely be many powerful experts coming to hunt me down. I'll go back. The palace master will protect me no matter what. That would be a disaster for Tianquan Palace. He executed the sky cloud steps, leapt up and flew away, and Ling called out blankly, Junior brother. Just then another person shouted, Kid, don't even think of escaping. She turned and saw Vice Deacon Fu Yusheng. When the crowd saw him, they immediately recognized him as a Vice Deacon of the Divine Forging Sect. It's over. He's provoked the Divine Forging Sect. That kid is dead for sure. And Ling and Qin Shui shielded themselves with their hands against the powerful gust of spiritual energy. This person is at the peak of the spirit refining stage. Junior brother, run! Yi Tianyan flew like the wind, yet he still remarked, so strong. I didn't expect to kill one leader only to have a super leader show up. The rewards for killing him must be pretty good. He broke into a sweat, glanced back, and calculated. With his current strength, he probably couldn't kill him easily. If he fought head-on, his life would be in danger, and he only had one life. Over here, Fu Yusheng unleashed his spiritual power and said, don't think you can escape. Spiritual power burst from his eyes as he searched for the fleeing Yi Tianyan. He quickly flew in that direction, saying, it's useless no matter where you hide. I've locked onto you. You can't escape. Fu Yusheng stopped, a puzzled look on his face. He lost his direction and cursed in anger. Damn it, where did you go? The corner of his mouth twitched as he thought that the kid had disappeared. Enraged, he struck a house with his palm, blowing it up, and shouted, get the hell out here! He stared inside with a solemn expression. Yi Tianyan was hiding inside, not moving a muscle. Fu Yusheng clenched his fist and smiled sinisterly. Tianquan Palace, right? If you don't come out, I'll go grab those 2 little girls of yours right now, throw them to the other disciples to play with, and then crush them. Think about it carefully. This is all your responsibility. Yi Tianyan looked down at him from above, unable to hide the worry on his face. He thought, and Ling, Qin Shui, if they are captured and humiliated because of me, I will never be able to forgive myself. You forced my hand, didn't you? You trash from the Divine Forging Sect. He raised his hand and took out a pill. Berserk pill, use. Yi Tianyan crushed the pill. Crazy mode activate. A violent power erupted, causing his muscles to bulge. Equip strength bracelet, strength ring, and strength belt. Successfully activated the set attribute, increasing the effect by 50. Fu Yusheng sensed the killing intent and spun around abruptly. Yi Tianyan delivered a powerful blow. He quickly jumped up to dodge. Yi Tianyan glanced at Fu Yusheng, who had already drawn his sword, and finally revealed himself. Yi Tianyan observed his attire and saw the armor underneath. The armor worn by the Vice Deacon was no simple item. It was at least a high-grade, treasure-grade item, which even crazy mode couldn't break through. Fu Yusheng leapt up and slashed out a powerful Windchaser sword chi. Heavenly God armor effect activate. A sword chi exploded, and the armor helped him block the attack, which greatly surprised Fu Yusheng. Yi Tianyan spat out blood, thinking, without the Heavenly God armor, that blow would have probably cost me my life. Using a recovery pill, Yi Tianyan immediately stuffed 3 pills into his mouth. His strength quickly recovered, and he exclaimed with shining eyes, as expected of a 3rd-grade recovery pill, especially with the doubled effect in crazy mode, activate stealth. Yi Tianyan instantly vanished. Fu Yusheng asked in a daze, where did he go? He cautiously looked around but still couldn't find him. Unable to sense his presence at all, he gritted his teeth in astonishment. He's fine after taking a hit from me. How does this kid have such a heaven-defying martial art? He angrily raised his long sword high, creating a violent sword chi that surrounded his body. Kid, do you only know how to hide sneakily? He swung his sword randomly, blasting several nearby areas to pieces, the sword chi roaring as he shouted, get the hell out here. Yi Tianyan charged from behind him, thinking a good opportunity. He swung his blade to strike. Unexpectedly, Fu Yusheng dodged and said, as expected, you're good at sneak attacks. He took the opportunity to strike his back with his palm. Yi Tianyan gritted his teeth, thinking this was bad, and quickly used sky cloud steps to escape. Just before Fu Yusheng was about to deliver the fatal blow, he looked up at Yi Tianyan. Yi Tianyan also looked down at Fu Yusheng with a hint of fear. So fast, this is the gap in cultivation which a 6-fold effect simply cannot bridge. Fu Yusheng erupted with power, smiling wickedly. Yi Tianyan desperately dove down, shouting, die? Fu Yusheng also slashed out several sword chi to block him. Yi Tianyan pursed his lips, thinking he only had one chance. He entered stealth again, causing Fu Yusheng's move to miss. He snorted in annoyance. Another sneak attack, how childish. Yi Tianyan suddenly appeared, slashing at his clothes with a dagger. Fu Yusheng dodged, surprised. What? He attacked while dodging, causing Fu Yusheng to curse in anger. Bastard kid, he raised his hand forward to gather power. Don't get cocky. Countless hidden weapons flew at him at once. Yi Tianyan was stunned, thinking, crap, hidden weapons. He widened his eyes and said helplessly, it's too late to dodge. Those hidden weapons riddled Yi Tianyan from his face to his neck. Unexpectedly, it was just an afterimage which disappeared after being pierced. Fu Yusheng's expression became grave, shocked. My killing move was useless. In the instant he paused, Yi Tianyan had already made his move, leaving him no time to retaliate. Old fool, today is the day you die. Fu Yusheng coughed up blood. Veins popped on his forehead as he looked up. You pierced my soft armor? Yi Tianyan appeared with a frost fist and said coldly. After being stabbed so many times in a row, do you think your crappy soft armor wouldn't be pierced by me? He thought. Luckily I have the shadow cloak. The effect of the shadow cloak is immunity to all attacks for 5 seconds. Fu Yusheng knew he couldn't win and resorted to threats. Kill me and the divine forging sect will not let you go. Yi Tianyan raised his hand, unleashing the power of frost, and said, don't worry, I'll kill as many as they send. When my cultivation is higher, I'll pay them a visit personally. Fu Yusheng's body was frozen. He asked in a daze, this is. Yi Tianyan swung a powerful punch with all his might, sending him flying, and said, I'll flatten your entire divine forging sect. Ding. Successfully killed Fu Yusheng. Gained 100,000 experience points, 5,000 taels of gold, 1,000 crazy value, and a one-time hidden weapon, pear blossom rain needles. Ding. Congratulations on successfully killing a leader above your level. You have received a special upgrade reward, 1 lottery chance. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for successfully upgrading to the 7th level of the spirit refining stage. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for successfully upgrading to the 8th level of the spirit refining stage. Yi Tianyan laughed happily. Leveling up twice in a row, the effect of the pear blossom rain needles. Within a 100-meter range, anyone at the spirit refining stage will surely die. Yi Tianyan held the pear blossom rain needles and marveled, this is a bit heaven-defying. It's a pity it can only be used once. I can wipe out a large group of people with this. We'll see who dares to surround me then. I'll get out of here first. With that, he leapt onto a roof and flew away. He raised his hand to summon the snow wolf. As soon as he called, the snow wolf appeared by his side. Yi Tianyan rode the snow wolf into the forest at night in a small cave. Yi Tianyan looked at the snow wolf sleeping beside him and said, finally safe. Now let's see my overall situation. He had already reached the 8th level of the spirit refining stage. Cultivation technique. Northern profound divine art. Skills. Star sucking great skill. Eagle claw art. Falling rain sword art. Cloud floating steps. Sky cloud steps. Myriad swords return to 1. Weapons. Frost fist. Crimson blade dagger. Armor. Battle partner. Snow wolf. Heavenly god armor. Shadow cloak. Divine skill. Crazy mode. Strength bracelet. Strength ring. Strength belt. Proficiency. Beginner divine rune proficiency. Intermediate forging proficiency. Beginner pill refining proficiency. All items. 4 5x experience cards, 15 recovery pills, 1 level up gift package, 1 lottery chance, pear blossom rain needles. Yi Tianyan looked at the gift package, smiled lightly, and reached for it. I was in such a hurry being chased earlier that I forgot I still had this gift package to open. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Eye of Inspection, unlocking a special item, a 10x experience card, and a level 10 gift package. Yi Tianyan couldn't help but exclaim. The Eye of Inspection could inspect the detailed data of anyone. Check current overall combat power. Yi Tianyan activated the Eye of Inspection and tried it on the snow wolf. Snow wolf cultivation, 8th level of the body refining stage. Fur is equivalent to mid-grade common iron armor. Claw strength is mid-grade common iron level weapon. HP, 1000 points. Potential 2 stars, overall combat power, 1300 points. Yi Tianyan thought the snow wolf's combat power is only 1300. How much is mine then? Overall combat power, 18,570 points. He laughed and said, the benefits of this thing are too great. If I run into trouble, at least I can turn and run in time. That's the main point. Now let's try the lottery. I just got another chance. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a 5,000 experience pill. Yi Tianyan was so angry he slammed his fist on the ground. My luck is terrible. I only got a 5,000 experience pill. He clapped his hands, suddenly remembering. I almost forgot I have the lucky aura. My luck can be increased 5-fold after using it. Why not use it on the lottery? He looked at the wheel, skeptical. I wonder if it'll have any effect. He opened the lottery system, consumed 100 crazy value, and started the draw. Yi Tianyan clasped his hands together and chanted, Divine skill, divine skill, divine skill. The lucky wheel stopped on item. Yi Tianyan's face fell, looking a bit forced. All right, let's continue. Congratulations on successfully obtaining the Mask of 100 Faces. Yi Tianyan held the Mask of 100 Faces, looking bewildered. What the hell is a Mask of 100 Faces? A hand slammed heavily on the table with a curse. Damn it, the man in black said angrily. I never thought that Ma Liangpeng's trip to your Tianfeng Tower would turn out like this. Not only is Ma Liangpeng dead, but the Vice Deacon is dead too. The Grand Pavilion Master of Tianfeng Tower, Shang Tianya, spoke. Our Tianfeng Tower also lost several deacons and Pavilion Master Liang. We also suffered a loss this time. The sect master of the divine forging sect, Qing Xuanchang, calmed down and pondered. This kid from Tianquan Palace is a bit unusual. I heard he's a piece of trash with no bloodline. How did he even kill the vice deacon? Could it be that someone from Tianquan Palace was helping him in secret? Shang Tianya thought the same and said, that's right, I heard that Palace Master Shi Shuiyan dotes on him. It's not impossible that she helped him in secret. Qing Xuancheng added, but that kid said he is no longer a disciple of Tianquan Palace, and what he did has nothing to do with Tianquan Palace. Shang Tianya asked in surprise. Nothing to do with them, then aren't we at a huge disadvantage? Tianfeng Tower's reputation has suffered a heavy blow this time, and we've been suppressed by Tianyu Tower. Qing Xuancheng revealed an inscrutable expression and said, don't worry, putting a bounty on that kid is a certainty. Capture him, kill him in front of Tianquan Palace, and soon Tianquan Palace will be ours, including his secret treasure. Shang Tianya smiled sinisterly. That's right, Tianquan Palace thinks they're off the hook, hee. Qing Xuancheng thought with an inscrutable look in his eyes. Legend has it that there is a treasure in Tianquan Palace that everyone covets. He covered half his face with his hand and thought again. Tianquan Palace has a deep foundation, so no one dared to make a move. Now it seems the time is almost ripe. In the Phantom Beast mountain range, Yi Tianyan stood on a high place overlooking the area and asked himself, is this the Phantom Beast mountain range? Seeing no sinister aura outside, he smiled and said, my current cultivation is still too low. The demonic beasts around the mountain range are not strong. It's a good place for me to train and break through to the core condensation stage. He mounted the snow wolf and shouted, let's go. As soon as the snow wolf landed, it attracted the attention of several other demonic beasts. A giant bear charged over quickly. Yi Tianyan smiled faintly, just in time. He pointed at the snow wolf and commanded, you go. The snow wolf charged forward and fought the bear with one move. It tore the bear into countless pieces with its claws. Ding successfully killed the giant bear, gained 900 experience points, 1 bear hide and 90 crazy value. Yi Tianyan looked at the system with satisfaction and praised, not bad. After activating the crazy experience mode, the experience became 1800 points. The commotion from not far away caught his attention. The sound of fighting. Yi Tianyan mounted the snow wolf and said, let's go. It's better to avoid trouble. Ding, random quest. Do you accept the quest? Rescue Miss Yan. Completion reward. 5,000 experience points, 100 favorability points with Yan Lingshui, 10 character points. Yi Tianyan asked, increase character points by 10. He jumped off the snow wolf and eagerly accepted, except for the character points he had to play the hero saving the damsel. In a mountain range, a group of scouts said nothing unusual ahead. The hired guard Tan Yongxing said, I hope the fight earlier didn't attract too many phantom beasts. Beside him was another hired guard, Kai Wen, and the Yan family's steward, Old Zhang. Beside him was Miss Yan. Tan Yongxing was startled and looked at Yi Tianyan in front of him. Who's that over there? Yi Tianyan spoke to reassure them. Don't be nervous, I'm just training here. He smiled with another face, thinking, this mask of 100 faces I just got is truly a treasure. With this mask on, no matter what happens, no one can find me for revenge. These few people are only at the first or second level of the spirit refining stage. They're probably here to gather spiritual herbs. The mask of 100 faces could change one's appearance to any age, but it couldn't change their gender. A strange wind blew past and Tan Yongxing immediately became vigilant. Not good. Kai Wen also stood guard and shouted, everyone on alert, prepare to break out. 3 giant bears charged over at the same time. Yan Lingshui looked back at Yi Tianyan. I'm sorry, young master, for getting you involved. Yi Tianyan tilted his head and chuckled lightly. This Yan Lingshui is quite polite. At least she's not like those guards who can't even be bothered to apologize. He pursed his lips, then looked ahead and reassured Yan Lingshui. Don't worry. When you see injustice on the road, draw your sword to help. I'll help you break through. Tan Yongxing glanced back suspiciously. So eager, is this kid trying to take advantage of the situation? Suddenly he turned his head again, raised his sword and threatened Yi Tianyan. Kid, stay away. Are you captivated by our young Mrs. Beauty and have ill intentions towards her? Yan Lingshui hurriedly shouted. Guard Tan, what time is it for you to be saying such things? The giant bear had already attacked by then. She screamed in panic, Guard Tan, watch your back. Tan Yongxing snorted coldly, turned his head and killed it with 3 sword strikes. Old Zhang pointed and exclaimed, Miss, there's a bear charging at you too. Both of them were under attack. Yan Lingshui could only cover her head and take the beating while Yi Tianyan had already delivered a heavy punch to its chin, sending it flying. Ding successfully killed the giant bear, gained 700 experience points, 72 crazy value. Tan Yongxing gritted his teeth, terrified. What on earth was this guy's background? Yi Tianyan hadn't stopped yet, his spiritual power undiminished, which also surprised Old Zhang, truly born with divine strength. Yan Lingshui looked at him and also praised inwardly, this strength is not bad, truly dazzling. Tan Yongxing gritted his teeth, furious. Damn it, he stole the spotlight again. Kai Wen also snorted coldly, very displeased, but said nothing. The two of them had nowhere to vent their frustration, so they teamed up and killed the remaining bear. Stupid bear, eat my sword. Yi Tianyan smiled wryly and helplessly at them, then also punched down a large bear. Tan Yongxing held his head, panting heavily. Finally, they don't dare to chase anymore. Let's rest for a bit. Ding, protection quest completed. Gained 5,000 experience points, 100 favorability points with Yan Lingshui, and 10 character points. Yi Tianyan smiled, thinking this quest was completed quite easily. I got 10 character points just like that. Yan Lingshui handed the pills to Tan Yongxing and the others. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. These are recovery pills. Please use them to recover. She walked up to Yi Tianyan and handed him one too. Young master, this is a recovery pill for you. Her current favorability was 103, she said happily. Thank you so much for your help this time. Yi Tianyan was secretly pleased, thinking her favorability has increased to 100. Yan Lingshui has already become my good friend. He took Yan Lingshui's pill. Thank you. Tan Yongxing pulled a long face and said disdainfully, he just knocked a bear away. What's the big deal? Kai Wen pouted and guessed. Maybe the ones he missed later were the ones this kid didn't kill. That's why they counterattacked. Yan Lingshui lowered her head and shyly introduced herself. You're too kind. My name is Yan Lingshui. May I ask for the young master's esteemed name? Yi Tianyan replied. My name is Li Yushin from a declining family. I plan to train here for a while, he thought to himself. I don't know if the Divine Forging Sect has issued a wanted poster, but to be safe, I'd better use a fake name. After hearing this, Yan Lingshui extended an invitation. I boldly invite young Master Li to become my guard. The pay is generous. I wonder if you are willing to accept this job. Ding. Do you accept the quest? Escort Yan Lingshui to pick spiritual herbs. Completion reward. 10,000 experience points, 20 favorability points with Yan Lingshui, 50 character points. Yi Tianyan accepted without hesitation. He chuckled and replied, Sure, I happen to be exploring this area as well. Tan Yongxing still didn't trust him and asked her back, Miss Yan, are you sure you want to take in this kid of unknown origin, miss, just because of this brute force kid? My brother and I are enough to protect you. Some of the people you hire will just become a burden. Yi Tianyan thought awkwardly. This Tan Yongxing is way too nosy. Yan Lingshui said gently. Brother Tan, I have my own judgment on this. She tilted her head and decided, one more person means more safety. It's decided. Let's go. Unable to persuade Yan Lingshui, Tan Yongxing turned to Yi Tianyan and said, Kid, if you want to come with us, you have to listen to my command in everything. Otherwise you'll have to bear the consequences. Yi Tianyan took a step forward and said firmly, No, I only listen to Miss Yan. She's the one who hired me, not you. He walked to Yan Lingshui's side and said, Miss Yan, from now on I will only follow your instructions. May I ask what kind of spiritual herb we are picking this time? Yan Lingshui said, I'm looking for the spiritual herb dragon tail grass. I heard it appears on this section of the Phantom Beast mountain range, but it's very rare. Yi Tianyan made a V shape with his hand on his chin, thinking dragon tail grass is not of a high grade, but it's very rare. It's mainly used to treat cultivation deviation. He looked at Yan Lingshui and asked presumptuously, Has someone in Miss Yan's family suffered from cultivation deviation? Old Zhang was surprised. Young Master Li also understands the medicinal properties of these spiritual herbs. Something flashed by quickly, and Tan Yongxing immediately shouted, A demonic beast. He turned back and shouted, Miss, leave it to me. He looked at Yi Tianyan contemptuously, thinking, Stupid kid, I won't give you a chance to show off. He rushed forward and shouted, Demonic beast, die. Yi Tianyan's face elongated, thinking, I have to complete the quest again. Tan Yongxing retorted excitedly. Are we afraid? I'm worried about Miss Yan. He pointed provocatively. If you say you can find it, then you lead the way. Let me see what method you have to find the dragon tail grass. Activate Lucky Aura. Yi Tianyan thought with a light laugh. This is a good opportunity to verify if the Lucky Aura can help me find the dragon tail grass. Crazy value -1, crazy value -1, crazy value -10, crazy value -10, crazy value -11. Yi Tianyan walked ahead dejectedly, thinking, every time it decreases my heart aches. I've already activated the Lucky Aura. Logically, I should just be able to walk around randomly. Yan Lingshui stopped and asked, what's that? She ran over happily and said, Dragon tail grass. Tan Yongxing said in surprise. You really found it? Old Zhang also looked at the dragon tail grass excitedly. That's right, it's real dragon tail grass. Yi Tianyan looked back and thought, there's another one over there. He pulled up that dragon tail grass but was stopped by a force. He looked at the dragon tail grass and thought, strange, this dragon tail grass can hurt me. Yan Lingshui from behind him shouted. Young Master Li, she praised with a smile. Didn't expect you to find it just by saying so. That's amazing. Congratulations on completing the Escort Yan Lingshui to Pick Spiritual Herbs quest. Gain 10,000 experience points, 20 favorability points with Yan Lingshui, and 15 character points. Yi Tianyan laughed happily, thinking, good, the quest is completed. He said, since we found it, let's go back. Suddenly, a ray of light shone down and gradually expanded. They said in confusion, what is this? Ding. Limited time quest. Activate the Dragon God's Inheritance. Time limit is 3 days. Completion reward, obtain the Dragon God's Inheritance. Yi Tianyan asked in surprise, a limited time quest, accept. Successfully accepted the quest. If not completed within the time limit, I will be erased by the Dragon God. Yi Tianyan's eyes widened, a look of confusion on his face. What the hell? Erased by the Dragon God? What does that mean? He looked at the dragon tail grass and asked himself, could it be the dragon tail grass's doing? Thinking about it carefully, this dragon tail grass is a bit strange. An ordinary dragon tail grass would never harm anyone. Yan Lingshui called out, young Master Li, but he was lost in his own thoughts. The ground could glow after absorbing blood, but I didn't notice it at the time. Could that be the prerequisite for activating the quest? He was too dejected to speak. I've been chosen by the Dragon God. My luck is really something else. Yi Tianyan suddenly stopped. The ray of light just now shone on Yi Tianyan, causing Yanloo to exclaim in surprise. Young Master Li, Tan Yangxing also asked blankly, what's going on? The limited time quest has been activated. Yi Tianyan laughed, looked ahead and said, it's over there. He immediately entered the Dragon God's inheritance land with the Snow Wolf. That ray of light lit up again. Yi Tianyan had also passed through. He was momentarily stunned, thinking, I've arrived. Before him was the majestic and magnificent Dragon God Temple. Yi Tianyan looked around and asked, is this the Dragon God Temple? He could feel the pressure from the temple. He patted the Snow Wolf's head, telling it to stand down. Yi Tianyan walked up the steps and stood before the temple gates. He couldn't help but wonder what secrets lay within. He fumbled for the dragon tail grass. This herb might be the key to opening the door. The dragon tail grass glowed, revealing several marks, and a powerful force emerged along with the symbols on the door. The great doors slowly opened and Yi Tianyan walked in without hesitation. Tan Yangxing's group also rushed in, shouting, quick, let's go! He flew over and shouted loudly, stop! Yi Tianyan was surrounded by them. He glanced around and then calmly said, oh, as if he had expected this all along. So you guys followed me after all. It's a bit of a dereliction of duty not to escort Miss Yan back. Tan Yangxing, holding his precious sword, said, kid, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. This dragon tail grass is actually the key to opening the Dragon God Temple. He smiled, looking at the dragon tail grass in Yi Tianyan's hand and ordered, hand it over and we'll spare your life. Yi Tianyan asked disdainfully, spare my life? The two men simultaneously charged forward, gathering their energy. It's much better than not handing it over. Hand it over now. Yi Tianyan gathered power in both hands, then used the eagle claw art to grip Tan Yangxing's face while his other hand grabbed Kai Wen, rendering them unable to resist. Ding, successfully killed Tan Yangxing, gained 2,000 experience points and 200 crazy value. Successfully killed Kai Wen, gained 800 experience points and 80 crazy value. Yi Tianyan scratched his head in boredom. These two small fries didn't even have any equipment. As he walked, he thought, does whoever gets this dragon tail grass first become the successor? I doubt it's that simple. Yi Tianyan took a step and triggered a trap. He was startled. Not good, it's a trap. He jumped up to dodge the arrows that shot out. As his hand touched the ground, he used cloud floating steps to evade all the incoming arrows. He caught his breath, looked back and remarked, are they just arrows? This kind of attack is too common, not very difficult. Yi Tianyan walked to the door and let out a puzzled, huh? He looked ahead and said, stone statues of Dragon Clan warriors. Yi Tianyan looked at the several stone statues from left to right. This might have been the Dragon Clan's initial important base. The relentless expansion of human cultivators must have forced them back to their ancestral land. The hand of a statue holding a long spear suddenly trembled. Then it swiftly raised the spear, preparing to strike Yi Tianyan. To pass through here, you must first defeat me. After speaking, it thrust its spear downward, piercing the ground. Yi Tianyan leapt up, using the force of the spear to launch himself into the air. With a cold snort, he raised his hand and smashed the statue's head with great force. The statue's head cracked and then shattered under the immense power unexpectedly. The statue behind it raised its spear and attacked. Trespassers will die. Yi Tianyan's eyes widened as he looked back. HMPH, so persistent. The statue's spear came crashing down, but Yi Tianyan had already dodged to the side and activated his stealth skill, completely concealing himself. Speed increased by 2 levels, damage increased by 2 levels. Yi Tianyan circled behind the statue and activated his eye of inspection. His eyes widened as he looked at it. Dragonoid stone statue, cultivation, 5th level of the spirit refining stage, HP 5000, weapon. High-grade common iron long saber, defense strength. High-grade common iron overall combat power, 4700. Yi Tianyan charged forward with a dagger, shouting, die, lucky aura. He used cloud floating steps to ascend along the statue's body, then struck its center of gravity, shattering it into pieces. The other statues also fell after he attacked them. Yi Tianyan sat on the rubble, looked at the system and said, you've got to be kidding me? He raised his hand in frustration and complained, I activated the lucky aura and got nothing. What a waste of crazy value. The wall beside him suddenly opened. Yi Tianyan looked at the opening door with a puzzled expression. He walked forward and asked, is this a statue, such a strong presence? He looked at the statue and judged, is this the legendary dragon god? He was a bit worried because his eye of inspection couldn't see through it at all. The dragon god's eyes opened and he called out, my kinsman, you have finally come. Yi Tianyan looked at the dragon god, bewildered and confused. What's going on? When did I become your kinsman? Did he mistake me for a member of the dragon clan? With a point of the dragon god's finger, the dragon tail grass in his body flew out. Swallow this dragon god grass and accept the inheritance. Yi Tianyan frowned at the dragon tail grass. This thing is called Dragon God Grass. It doesn't look any different from a regular dragon tail grass. Who would swallow something like this? Suddenly, the Dragon God Grass flew into Yi Tianyan's mouth on its own. He closed his eyes and cried out in pain as a powerful force erupted within his body, with the faint image of a green dragon appearing. I'm going to burst. It feels like a giant dragon is crashing through my meridians. He tilted his head back in agony, trying to endure it. The problem of insufficient blood chi that had previously prevented him from cultivating began to rapidly improve. Successfully consumed the Dragon God Grass, gaining 8,000 experience points, 9,000 experience points, 12,000 experience points, 15,000 experience points, 18,000 experience points, Yi Tianyan stood there stunned, his eyes half closed, asking, "How could this be? Am I really a descendant of the dragon clan?" Though he had never met him, he had heard that his original Bati's biological father was a super expert. It was very likely that the bloodline was passed down from him. The dragon god grass was now helping to activate it. Another surge of power entered Yi Tianyan's forehead. He floated up with the dazzling light, illuminating the entire dragon god temple. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for completing the dragon god's inheritance quest. Obtained the dragon god's inheritance and the dragon god arts. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for successfully obtaining the first-grade dragon god bloodline. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. All sorts of chaotic noises gradually filtered into the dragon god temple. Did you see that golden light? I think there's a great opportunity here. That may be so, but with so many people gathered here, there aren't enough opportunities to go around. Heavenly treasures go to the worthy. As soon as the door opens, a group of bandits and robbers swarmed into the dragon god temple. They stopped at the entrance. "That big door is open, quick, back up." It opened so suddenly. "Who knows what kind of monster will come out?" the red-haired man said warily. "Could it be that the master of this place is coming out? We should get further away." They quickly ran off to hide. Yi Tianyan walked out from inside and they all started murmuring, "Someone's coming out." Yi Tianyan scanned them with his eye of inspection. Body refining stage 4th level, spirit refining stage 8th level. Yi Tianyan looked down and thought, there are no core condensation stage experts in this group. Right, this Phantom Beast mountain range is too low level after all. However, being surrounded by so many people, it wouldn't be easy to get away unless he could fly. Yi Tianyan slowly walked down the steps. A man with short hair spoke up, "Kid, stop. No matter who you are, if you want to leave, hand over everything you have." Yi Tianyan said calmly, "That depends on whether you have the ability." The short-haired man sneered, "Stop putting on an act. How did you get out of there?" Yi Tianyan walked past him and answered, "I walked out on my feet. If you want to get in, do it with your own abilities. Now move aside, I'm in a hurry." The group behind the short-haired man blocked his way with their weapons. "Kid, are you trying to mess with us? Hand over the treasures you found inside, or don't blame us for being impolite. Hand over the treasures. Do you think you can escape from the grasp of so many of us?" Yi Tianyan crossed his arms, raised an eyebrow, and retorted, "Even if I got some treasure, why should I give it to you? What have you contributed? I'll say this one last time. Get out of my way or don't blame me for being rude." The short-haired man angrily raised his hand and rushed forward, trying to grab him. "I'd like to see how you're going to be rude to us." Since he was seeking death, Yi Tianyan would grant his wish. He activated the frost fist and put it on. The short-haired man was frozen and screamed in pain. With a powerful wave of his hand, Yi Tianyan sent the short-haired man flying before he could even make a move. The remaining few were cautious and didn't dare to act rashly. Look at the spirit tool on his hand. It's at least high grade. Even a top-grade spirit tool probably wouldn't have this effect. The kid said he didn't get any treasures. What's this then? Hand it over. Don't think you can escape. Yi Tianyan was getting impatient and stared at them. Were these people crazy, losing an arm just now? Wasn't that enough to deter them? It would be difficult to deal with so many of them rushing up at once. He raised his hand, a fierce look on his face, and said, "I'll give you one last warning. Either die or get lost. Equip Pear Blossom Rain Needles." Hearing this, the men became even more excited, scrambling to grab him. How ridiculous. Get him, search him for treasure. Crazy experience mode activate. The Pear Blossom Rain Needles shot out and many people were hit and fell. Successfully killed Lu Yun, gained 3,800 experience points, 1 recovery pill, and 80 crazy value. Successfully killed Long Tianyang, gained 15,000 experience points, 1 2x experience pill, and 600 crazy value. Successfully killed Wang Tiancheng, gained 8,700 experience points, a gale sword, and 200 crazy value. Successfully killed. The remaining survivors fled for their lives in terror, shouting, "It's a ghost. A demon, he's terrifying." Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for successfully breaking through to the 3rd level of the core condensation stage. Yi Tianyan removed the Pear Blossom Rain Needles and sneered, "The harvesting speed of the Pear Blossom Rain Needles is truly fast. It's a pity there's only one." He tossed the box that held the needles and said, "This leveling speed is just too fast. It feels amazing." The box fell to the ground. 3 days later, a group of people were arguing in the distance. 100,000 taels of gold. If that doesn't work, how about we just go for it? You go if you want to. I heard this Yi Tianyan kills without batting an eye. I don't want to die. That's right. I heard he even wiped out Tianfeng Tower. It was a river of blood and he stole all their treasures. If we catch him, won't all those treasures be ours? But without a core condensation stage cultivation, how could we possibly catch him? Yi Tianyan walked over, wearing a hat to cover his face, and blended into the crowd. Need to get back to Tianchuan Palace as soon as possible to check on the situation. The time for the opening of the Tianchuan ancient ruins is not far off. He glanced around and saw 2 people, Yan Lingshui and Old Zhang. He lowered his head, intending to pretend he didn't know them. But Yan Lingshui recognized him and called out, "Young Master Li." Yi Tianyan smiled, took off his hat, and replied, "Miss Yan, what a coincidence. Was the dragon tail grass from last time helpful?" Yan Lingshui lowered her eyes, answering with some disappointment, "Unfortunately, it can only suppress it temporarily. To eradicate it completely, we need another kind of spiritual herb." Yi Tianyan asked in surprise. "Even dragon tail grass can't solve it? What other spiritual medicine is needed to eradicate it? Old Zhang stroked his beard and said it was the soul-returning grass. He looked up and explained, the medicinal properties of dragon tail grass are of the extreme yang attribute. It needs the soul-returning grass to reach the ultimate yang. The combination of the two can achieve the most perfect effect. Yi Tianyan stroked his chin and thought. Soul-returning grass. Soul-returning grass could indeed enhance the effect of dragon tail grass. But the effect is too strong. I'm afraid it will cause permanent soul damage and end up harming the person. Old Zhang was very surprised to hear this. Yi Tianyan suddenly remembered something and looked at him asking, who is the person using the medicine? Have they completely lost their senses? Yanloo replied, it's my father. He over-cultivated recently, leading to cultivation deviation. He's currently in a coma and only wakes up occasionally. From her description, Yi Tianyan understood Mr. Yan's condition. In this situation, dragon tail grass is sufficient. If soul-returning grass is used, a single misstep could lead to a permanent coma. Old Zhang's face darkened, veins popping on his forehead as he glared and said loudly, what do you mean by that? Are you saying my deduction is wrong? I am Kong Liang, a third-grade pillmaster. I don't know which sect you come from. Yi Tianyan replied expressionlessly, your judgment is wrong. What does that have to do with which sect I come from? Kong Liang pointed at him and yelled, of course it has something to do with it. What right does an unknown junior have to question the deduction of a third-grade pillmaster? Yi Tianyan crossed his arms, still insisting on his point. As long as Master Yan's condition is as Miss Yan described, soul-returning grass must absolutely not be used. Kong Liang was furious, saying, ridiculous, are you the pillmaster now or am I? Yi Tianyan couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He turned to Yanloo and said, Miss Yan, I am also a pillmaster. Take me to have a look. If your esteemed father's condition is as you say, then dragon tail grass is all that's needed. There's no need for any soul-returning grass. Yanloo hesitated for a moment, thought about it, and then decided to trust him. All right, I'll have to trouble young Master Li to come with me. Ding successfully accepted the quest. Heal Master Yan, who was injured during cultivation. Completion reward, 10,000 experience points. Increase Master Yan's favorability to 100. Increase Yan Lingshe's favorability by 30. And increase character points by 20. Kong Liang disagreed and said, he absolutely can't cure him, he decided. I'll go with you to your residence. I want to see how this kid treats him. He frowned and set a condition. Let me make this clear first. If this kid fails and you want to ask me to treat him again, you'll have to pay double the price. Yi Tianyan sneered. Don't worry. If I really fail, I'll pay that double price. Arriving at the Yan family residence, Yi Tianyan only needed one look at Master Yan to diagnose that it was indeed due to hasty cultivation. But it wasn't a major problem. Dragon tail grass was sufficient. This is soul damage caused by cultivation deviation. The fundamental soul is damaged. Once this happens, there's nothing that can be done. What did you do before? Kong Liang said rudely and contemptuously. You don't even know this and dare to call yourself a pillmaster? You must have refined the dragon tail grass into a pill. Is there any other way? Of course there's another way. And that is to add intestine-severing grass. Oh no, I mean soul-returning grass. Yi Tianyan mimicked his words to mock him back. No wonder you can't cure the root cause. You don't even know how to use dragon tail grass. How could you possibly cure it? Old Zhang was so angry he squeezed out the word you from between his teeth. Yi Tianyan said, Miss Yan, my apologies. Yanloo replied with an Yi Tianyan pricked Master Yan's finger with a needle. To cure it completely, we must first use his own blood to refine it with the dragon tail grass. This situation is rare, so many alchemists don't know about it. Yi Tianyan dripped Master Yan's blood onto the dragon tail grass. But the most terrifying thing is not knowing but pretending to know. Hearing this, Kong Liang's blood boiled. What are you talking about? Yi Tianyan turned to the side and denied. Did I say it was you? Why are you so agitated? Don't interfere with my pill refining. If something goes wrong, can you take responsibility? A spiritual power was emitted. And spiritual power fluctuations also appeared from outside the mansion. Kong Liang watched Yi Tianyan's professional pill refining technique and was stunned. Refining pills directly without any cauldron. Could he have an unusual fire? Yi Tianyan raised his hand and used the unusual fire to refine the pill. Successfully refined a second-grade dragon tail grass pill, gaining 1,000 experience points and 50 proficiency points. Yi Tianyan called out, Miss Yan, please give this pill to Master Yan. Yanloo raised her hand to take it and replied, okay. Yi Tianyan crossed his arms and asked proudly, how about it? Kong Liang's face was dark. Let's see the situation first. The person hasn't woken up yet. Yanloo fed the pill into Master Yan's mouth. After taking the pill, he immediately woke up. Yanloo exclaimed happily, Father, you're awake. Master Yan acknowledged with an I feel much better. The pill refined by alchemist Kong Liang is of a high standard. Yanloo sat beside him, her gaze shifting to Yi Tianyan as she replied, Father, this pill was refined by this young Master Li. Master Yan also said to him, Thank you so much, young Master Li. It is truly rare for someone as young as you to have such skill in pill refining. Yi Tianyan bowed and replied humbly, It's good enough that the pill I refined could cure Master Yan. Master Yan looked at him for a moment, thinking, Such a young alchemist, I thought he was an apprentice brought by Kong Liang. Kong Liang turned to leave. Since Master Yan has woken up, I'll take my leave now. Yi Tianyan sneered as he watched him. Forget it, as long as this minor character doesn't provoke me, there's no need to pursue it further. Congratulations on completing the quest. Gained 10,000 experience points, increased Master Yan's favorability to 100, increased Yan Lingshe's favorability by 30, and gained 20 character points. Master Yan held up a pill furnace and said to Yi Tianyan, "This is a pill furnace, Brother Li. You must accept it, for you. It will surely be of help." Yi Tianyan declined with some difficulty. "There's no need for this. It was just a small matter. This furnace is at least at the soul tool level, something hard to buy even with money." Master Yan chuckled and replied, "That's right, this is a low-grade soul tool pill furnace. We don't have anything good to give you here. Our Yan family doesn't have any alchemists, so this purple fire divine furnace has just been sitting there. It's better to give it to you, brother." Yi Tianyan was still hesitant. "This is a soul tool, it's a bit too valuable." Master Yan was also determined to give it to him. "To be honest, it's a miracle this furnace has been able to stay here for so long. If someone else discovered it, it would surely bring disaster upon us." Yi Tianyan looked at the purple fire divine furnace. Master Yan added, "So I feel that Brother Li is very suited for it. Just take good care of it in the future." Yi Tianyan cupped his hands and no longer refused. "All right then, I will accept this pill furnace. But this item is very valuable. I can't take it for free. I'll stay here for a while. You go buy the materials and I'll help you refine some pills. This is the only way I can help." A few days later, Yan Lingshui said happily, "So many pills, congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for successfully breaking through to the 4th level of the core condensation stage." Yi Tianyan thought to himself, "Not bad, leveled up again." A maidservant ran in and shouted, Miss young Master Li, it's not good. You should go to the front hall and see." In the main hall, 2 old men with ill intentions said, "We heard a few days ago that Master Yan had some problems with his cultivation. Now that you're looking much better, we've come specially to congratulate you. This is our gift, please accept it." Master Yan replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Master Wang and Master Zeng. I appreciate the thought. Your presence is already a great honor." One of the masters said, "This small token is nothing. But this time we have come with another matter to ask for Master Yan's help." Yan Lingshui and Yi Tianyan walked out. Master Yan said, "Please tell me what it is. If I can help, I certainly will." Master Wang replied, "It's nothing much really. We've heard that Master Yan has a pill furnace, and a soul tool at that. I was wondering if we could borrow it for a while." Yan Lingshui stood beside Master Yan, surprised, thinking, "I wonder how the news leaked out." Master Yan calmly denied, "Master Wang is joking. How could our Yan family have such a thing? We're lucky to have a few high-grade spirit tools." Master Wang slammed the table, stood up and said bluntly, "Stop pretending, we've already found out." Beside him was Master Zeng. Master Wang narrowed his eyes, turned around and threatened, "News recently came from the Azure Profound Mansion that your elder brother died while out training. What kind of backing does your Yan family have now?" He raised his hand and emitted spiritual energy, threatening, "Master Yan, be sensible and hand over the soul tool pill furnace." He smashed the large wooden barrel with his palm, revealing a coffin inside, then continued, "Marry your daughter to my son, otherwise from now on there will be no Yan family in Xianfeng City." He gritted his teeth and viciously laid out his conditions. "This coffin is prepared for you. It's up to you to choose life or death." Only then did Yan Lingshui understand, looking at her father. No wonder father was desperately trying to break through to the core condensation stage. Once the Yan family has no core condensation stage expert, the family will surely suffer a terrible fate. She called out, "Father." Master Yan stood up, spread his hands and said, "Let them leave. This matter has nothing to do with them." Master Zeng frowned and asked, "Want to leave? Do you think that's possible?" Master Wang raised his hand and forced them lewdly, "Hand over the soul tool pill furnace and we might consider sparing your life." "Isn't it good to stay alive?" Master Yan retorted through gritted teeth. "Do you take me for a fool? Even if I hand over the furnace, you won't let our Yan family go?" Master Zeng smiled and said bluntly, "Since you know there's nothing more to say, your Yan family only has a path to death. Hand over the furnace and we'll give your whole family a quick death." At this moment Yi Tianyan raised the purple fire soul furnace and spoke, "Are you looking for a pill furnace?" Both of them looked over and said, "A soul tool." Master Wang asked fiercely, "Who are you?" Yi Tianyan said, "I am merely a guest of the Yan family." Master Yan raised a hand and called out, "Young Master Li, this has nothing to do with you." Yi Tianyan gently turned his head and replied, "The Yan family is in trouble. If I were to flee, it would be a violation of righteousness." Master Wang grinned, "You gave the furnace to this kid. Are you planning for him to escape with Miss Yan? Looks like you're quite good at entrusting people." Master Zeng's face was dark as he spoke through clenched teeth. "Kid, I'll give you one more chance. Give me the pill furnace. You're not from the Yan family, so we'll give you a way out." Yi Tianyan shrugged and sneered. He said bluntly, "You think I'd believe you two beasts in human skin? Get out now, and I might spare your miserable lives." Master Wang was furious, squeezing out a "you" from between his teeth. He erupted with immense power and shouted, "You brat, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I was going to leave you a whole corpse, but now it seems that's unnecessary." Master Yan emitted spiritual power with one hand while opening the other, urging, "Brother Li, take Yanner and go quickly. I might not be able to hold on for long." Yi Tianyan still smiled faintly and said, "Master Yan, just leave this to me." Master Wang raised his fist, his powerful fist energy surging. Don't get cocky, let me show you the power of this family's master. Yi Tianyan used sky cloud steps to dodge all of his punches, appearing nimbly beside Master Wang, which gave him a shock. Yi Tianyan landed a heavy punch on his neck, sending him flying. Then, Master Zheng had already brought his saber down from above. Yi Tianyan looked up at the powerful wind-cleaving slash he had unleashed. Yanling's heart was in her throat as she cried out, "Young Master Li!" Master Yan also cried out in panic, "Brother Li!" To everyone's surprise, Yi Tianyan had already blocked with a small dagger held horizontally, shattering Master Zheng's saber. His eyes widened in terror as he said, "What?" Yi Tianyan hadn't retracted his dagger yet. He sneered and used his frost fist to deliver a full power punch to Master Zheng's stomach. His body was frozen and he fell just like that. Master Yan looked at him, utterly horrified. "I never thought this Brother Li's cultivation would be so strong. Using star-sucking great skill, gained 4,000 experience points, gained 4,300 experience points, gained 4,500 experience points, gained 4,200 experience points, gained 4,400 experience points, gained." Master Wang's body trembled as he was being drained and he asked, "What is this evil technique? Who are you? Which sect are you from?" Yi Tianyan reached out and continued to absorb, saying, "Does it matter? If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for not knowing what's good for you." The heads of the Zheng and Wang families fell. He looked up at Yi Tianyan, his expression filled with existential dread, thinking, "This kid is so young, yet his cultivation is stronger than mine. What kind of monster is this?" He stammered in fear, "Wait, I still have an ultimate move I haven't used." "You can't." Yi Tianyan raised a finger using his immortal fire and said, "Use it in your next life." The Wang family head's eyes widened and he roared, "No." Ding. Successfully killed the Zheng family head, gained 40,000 experience points, obtained the martial art, soul-stealing life-seizing art high-grade human level, and 1,000 crazy value. Successfully killed the Wang family head, gained 40,000 experience points, obtained the martial art tyrannical cloud art high-grade human level, and 1,000 crazy value. Yi Tianyan had reached the 4th level of the core condensation stage. Cultivation technique, Bei Ming divine art, dragon god arts, skills, star-sucking great skill, sky cloud steps, myriad sword return to the sect, weapons, frost fist, scarlet dagger, wind-chasing blade, sky wind blade, giant axe, armor, snow wolf battle boots, divine step leg guards, heavenly god cloak, shadow cloak. Divine skills, crazy mode, lucky aura, accessories, forging god cone, strength bracelet, strength ring, strength belt, all items, 5x experience card, 20 recovery pills, level 31 gift pack. Yi Tianyan tilted his head back inside, thinking, "Still haven't leveled up, I need a lot of experience points now." The Yan family head called out from behind. Young Master Li. He came back to his senses, turned around and asked, "What's wrong? Do you have other enemies?" Yan Lingshui stared at him blankly. "Young Master Li, no more." The Yan family head waved his hand and explained, "Our Yan family has never had any enemies. They were just coveting our family's pill furnace and took advantage of the time when I was suffering from cultivation deviation." Yi Tianyan said, "I see." Just then another group of people walked in. The leading elder spoke up. "This young brother killed 2 family heads at such a young age. Such cultivation is truly astonishing." The Yan family head asked, "You are the vice leader of the Heavenly Phoenix Merchant Alliance, Yuan Ping." Yi Tianyan saw Kong Liang behind him and feigned surprise. Heavenly Phoenix Merchant Alliance, so it's the power behind Heavenly Phoenix Tower. He thought, "It seems this Kong Liang went to get reinforcements. Good, let's see what kind of people they are." He activated his eye of inspection. Vice Leader of the Heavenly Phoenix Merchant Alliance, Yuan Ping, 4th level of the core condensation stage. Heavenly Phoenix Tower, Deacon Lu, 3rd level of the core condensation stage. Kong Liang, 7th level of the spirit refining stage. Lackey 1, 3rd level of the spirit refining stage. Lackey 2, 4th level of the spirit refining stage. Yuan Ping spoke first, asking Yi Tianyan, "I wonder which sect this young brother is from. Would you be interested in making friends with me?" Yi Tianyan said expressionlessly, "You all go to the backyard, I'll handle things here." The Yan family head acknowledged with an He stared at them, guessing that these people were likely the reinforcements brought by the 2 family heads. From the looks of it, they came with ill intentions. Yi Tianyan said bluntly, "No need to make friends, I'm not interested." Yuan Ping still said patiently, "Young brother, why be so heartless? A soul tool level pill furnace is a fine item, you can take it, but on one condition. You must join our Heavenly Phoenix Tower." Yi Tianyan snorted coldly. "After all that, isn't it still this soul tool you're after?" Yuan Ping stroked his beard, no longer pretending, and replied, "Either join us or die. A very good choice, isn't it?" Yi Tianyan clenched his fists, spiritual energy bursting forth as he said angrily, "So you people from Heavenly Phoenix Tower are all this despicable, only knowing how to kill and seize treasures through humiliation and suppression?" Yuan Ping asked arrogantly. "Kid, are you looking to die?" Lackey 1 and Lackey 2 drew their swords and took their stances. At the command they rushed toward Yi Tianyan together. He equipped the frost fist, a glint in his eye as he said, "A bunch of greedy ants. Crazy experience mode activate. Use 2-2x experience pills." Yi Tianyan shouted, raising his hand to gather powerful spiritual energy, and slammed a fist into the ground. Profound ice instantly froze the ground, its powerful force making it impossible for the 3 to move an inch. The entire team was trapped in the profound ice. Yi Tianyan panted after retracting his power. Yuan Ping looked at him in terror. You're a monster, Yi Tianyan replied calmly. You flatter me. He stretched out his hand and used the star-sucking great skill. Gain 10,000 experience points, gain 10,400 experience points, gain 10,800 experience points, gain 9,800 experience points, gain 9,900 experience points, gain 10,100 experience points, gained Lackey 1, Lackey 2. Kong Liang and Deacon Lu were trapped by the profound ice and then died inside it. The ice also shattered. Ding, successfully killed Deacon Lu, gained 15,000 experience points, 2x experience pill and 800 crazy value. Ding, successfully killed Kong Liang, gained 10,000 experience points and 500 crazy value. Ding, successfully killed Lackey 1 and Lackey 2, gained 13,000 experience points and 800 crazy value. Yuan Ping looked at Yi Tianyan with a face full of terror. How can you be so strong? Who are you? Yi Tianyan simply stepped on his face and said, who I am has nothing to do with a dead man. Still want to kill me now? Yuan Ping winced in pain and threatened, if you kill me you will be hunted by Heavenly Phoenix Tower. The Grand Pavilion Master will avenge me. No matter what, Heavenly Phoenix Tower will find you. Yi Tianyan took off his 100 transformations mask and asked, is that so? Then I'm actually looking forward to it. Yuan Ping saw his true face and was shocked. You're the wanted Yi Tianyan from Profound Sky Palace? Yi Tianyan coldly and fiercely stomped on him again, sending him to his maker. Ding, successfully killed Yuan Ping, gained 60,000 experience points, a 2x experience pill, and 1,400 crazy value. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for successfully breaking through to the 5th level of the core condensation stage. The next day, Yi Tianyan faced the Yan family head and Yan Lingshui, saying, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay here for long. The forces of Heavenly Phoenix Tower and those two families will soon come looking for you. The Yan family head replied, it's alright brother Li, you should be careful too. Don't get caught by the people from Heavenly Phoenix Tower. Yi Tianyan cupped his hands and said his farewells, then I shall take my leave. Yan Lingshui looked at him with sad eyes, thinking, he must have a powerful sect background. I'm afraid I'm not qualified to keep him. Yi Tianyan glanced at her, and before leaving he gave a light laugh and said, Miss Yan will meet again if fate allows. Back at Tianquan Palace, Shi Shaolian was discussing matters with two elders. The second elder asked, Palace Lord, Tianquan ancient ruins are about to open. When will you decide on the candidates? Shi Shaolian sighed and replied, let's wait for Tianyan to return. The second elder objected. The Forging God Sect and Heavenly Phoenix Tower have already made it known that if we harbor Yi Tianyan we will be making an enemy of them. If we give him the spot, won't we be asking for trouble? Shi Shaolian said seriously. Second elder, it's not Tianyan who brings trouble to Tianquan Palace. It's because they were despicable and shameless that Tianyan dealt with them, the second elder retorted sharply. But a small sect like ours must know how to endure, don't you even understand that? Just then, a female disciple ran in and reported, Palace Lord, this is bad. The people from the Forging God Sect and the Heavenly Spirit Sect are here. Shi Shaolian was stunned for a moment, then her expression turned grave. She thought worriedly, their arrival at this time is definitely not for any good reason. If anything happens to Tianyan, I will make the entire Forging God Sect pay with him, she ordered. Let's go out and meet them. Outside Tianquan Palace, Shi Shaolian took the lead and asked, to what do we owe the pleasure of the two sect masters' visit? If I remember correctly, there is still more than a week before the Tianquan ancient ruins open. The Forging God Sect's master, Cheng Qingyun, replied, Palace Lord Shi, we have come this time precisely for that spot. Your Tianquan Palace's outer disciple, Yi Tianyan, killed our people and also the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Phoenix Tower. This score needs to be settled properly. Beside him was the Heavenly Spirit Sect's master, Jia Ziyun. The second elder reached out to rebut. Yi Tianyan has already said he is no longer our disciple. Besides, he was just an outer disciple, not an official one. What he did has nothing to do with us. Cheng Qingyun stroked his chin and sneered. So if you don't admit he's from Tianquan Palace, you think you're off the hook? The second elder was about to speak but was stopped by a raised hand from Shi Shaolian. As far as I know, it was your disciples who repeatedly provoked, acted arrogantly, and insulted the weapon Tianyan forged as fake and even launched a sneak attack during the competition. One can only say they deserve to die. Cheng Qingyun asked with a stern face. Who can testify? He questioned in a deep voice. Didn't our people just want to ask for a clear explanation and they were killed as a result? I didn't expect your Tianquan Palace to be so unreasonable. Shi Shaolian gathered her inner energy and shouted, cut the crap. Don't even think about touching the spots. Please leave. A few disciples fired up wanted to rush forward but were stopped by Cheng Qingyun's raised hand. Palace Lord Shi, it seems you're not going to give us any face. Then don't blame us for being impolite. Shi Shaolian retorted without showing any weakness. Sect Master Cheng, what are you planning to do? Our Tianquan Palace is indeed not as powerful, but we have the courage to fight to the death. Cheng Qingyun sneered contemptuously. What other trump cards do you have? Marry off a disciple to the Azure Profound Mansion and have her ask for help from various powers? Or let that old fossil of yours who is in seclusion come out? Shi Shaolian was so angry she squeezed out the word, you. Shang Tianya said from behind, the Azure Profound Mansion has already told us they will not interfere in this matter. The great elder gritted his teeth and said angrily, "The Grand Pavilion Master of Heavenly Phoenix Tower, didn't Heavenly Phoenix Tower say they would not interfere in the affairs of any sect?" Shaolian argued sophistically. "Normally we don't interfere, but your disciple killed our people. This is an exception. Today your Tianquan Palace must give us an explanation." Cheng Qingyun arrogantly proposed his terms. "I'll give you a chance now. Agree to my 2 conditions." He tilted his head and stated the first condition. "Listen carefully. Hand over all the spots. Second, Palace Lord Shi will marry me. Otherwise Tianquan Palace will be annihilated today." Shi Shuiyan cursed in anger. "Shameless!" Just then a voice came from behind them. "Have you looked in a mirror? Someone like you thinks you're worthy?" The second elder looked at him and asked, "Showing up at such a critical moment, aren't you just courting death?" Shaolian sneered and remarked, "We've been looking for you for so long and you just walk right into our hands." Cheng Qingyun turned and mocked, "Should I say you're bold or should I say you're stupid?" Yi Tianyan asked coldly. "Stupid. There is indeed a fool here. So ugly yet he wants to marry our palace lord. What a pipe dream." Cheng Qingyun clenched his fists and asked arrogantly, "A pipe dream? Believe it or not, I can crush you with a single finger." He suddenly paused and looked behind him, sensing killing intent. Shi Shuiyan erupted with powerful energy, emphasizing each word. "You dare to try?" Cheng Qingyun arrogantly raised his hand and said, "Palace Lord Shi, your cultivation is not weak, but do you think you can handle several of us? Can you defeat the 3 of us?" He couldn't wait any longer and ordered, "Seize that kid." Shi Shuiyan channeled her power and flew forward, saying, "You dare?" Jia Ziyun activated his spiritual power, holding a long sword. Cheng Qingyun also clenched his fist, letting out a hum with a powerful presence. The 2 simultaneously moved forward to block Shi Shuiyan. She unleashed astonishing power, sending both of them flying. The great elder cried out in worry. Palace Lord, Cheng Qingyun and Jia Ziyun couldn't advance under the pressure. A few female disciples helped her up and asked, "Palace Lord, are you all right?" Shi Shuiyan waved her hand and replied, "I'm fine, go help Tianyan." A group of disciples surrounded Yi Tianyan with their blades drawn, but he remained perfectly calm, observing their every move. Shi Shuiyan raised her hand, thinking worriedly, "Tianyan is surrounded. I have to save him, even if it costs me my life." Cheng Qingyun threatened, "Palace Lord Shi, try moving again. I can't guarantee what they'll do to that kid." His eyes were sharp as he reminded her, "I'll give you one last chance. Hand over all the spots and you marry me. But this time you have to add your Tianquan Palace's secret treasure. Of course, we could also just kill you all and take it ourselves." The great elder drew his sword, ready for a fight. "All right, so you've been after the secret treasure all along. Yi Tianyan was just the excuse you needed. What you really want is the secret treasure of Tianquan Palace." Cheng Qingyun laughed loudly, not denying it. "So what if it is? You have no other choice. If you don't hand it over, not only will he die, but Tianquan Palace will also be completely wiped out." Shi Shuiyan gripped her trembling sword tightly, finally having to lower it and compromise. "Fine, I'll give it to you, just let Tianyan go." Cheng Qingyun tilted his head and remarked, "That kid is really lucky. Palace Lord Shi is so devoted to him, willing to give up even the secret treasure to save him. It's truly enviable." Yi Tianyan thought seriously, "Although I don't know what the secret treasure is, for 3 powers to make a move it must not be a simple item. And actually for my sake, crazy experience mode activate, 10x experience card activate, 2x crazy value card activate, subjugation card activate, consume 5 2x experience pills lucky aura activate." Yi Tianyan summoned his longsword and swung out several sword auras, sending the group of disciples tumbling under the powerful sword aura. No one could withstand half a move. The few people standing on the outskirts were instantly stunned. "And no way, this kid's strength is already on par with the elders." Yi Tianyan slashed out a massive sword aura, emphasizing loudly, "I'd like to see who dares to bully my aunt, who dares to bully Tianquan Palace, let alone treasures you won't even get a single blade of grass." A female disciple of Tianquan Palace asked in astonishment, Is this Yi Tianyan? How is he so strong? Could he have had some kind of fortuitous encounter? This speed, this power, and that weapon, he's even stronger than the elders." Using the martial art, Myriad Sword returned to the sect. Yi Tianyan raised his sword to absorb power, unleashing a myriad of swords. With his shout of Myriad Sword returned to the sect, all the flying swords shot out simultaneously, killing the disciples. Successfully killed a Heavenly Spirit Sect Elder. Gained 120,000 experience points. Ding successfully killed a Heavenly Spirit Sect Elder. Gained 120,000 experience points and 2,000 crazy value. Ding successfully killed a Forging God Sect Elder. Gained 130,000 experience points. Forging proficiency increased by 500 points and 2,000 crazy value. Successfully killed. Cheng Qingyun was dumbfounded by Yi Tianyan's power, thinking, the cultivation this kid is showing is not the 7th or 8th level of the spirit refining stage at all, but the 3rd or 4th level of the core condensation stage. How can this be? He hurriedly shouted, quick, stop him. Another group of disciples was beaten back. Successfully killed a Heavenly Phoenix Tower Elder. Gained 120,000 experience points and 2,000 crazy value. Shaolian let out a furious roar and charged forward with one hand, shouting, Kid, you're too arrogant. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan. Successfully broke through to the 6th level of the core condensation stage. Shaolian struck with a full-powered palm like a fierce storm, with shattered stones spinning with the force of the attack towards Yi Tianyan. He leapt up onto a roof and declared resolutely, So what if you're the Grand Pavilion Master? You people from Heavenly Phoenix Tower are all cut from the same cloth. Today I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and kill you all. Damage crazy mode activate. Use assassination function. Yi Tianyan vanished in an instant. While Shang Tianya was still dazed, he had already struck from behind with a killing move, slaying him. Successfully killed Shang Tianya, gained 400,000 experience points, obtained the martial art Extreme Point Flash, gained 1,000 points in pill refining proficiency and 2,000 crazy value. At that moment many hidden weapons suddenly shot towards Yi Tianyan. Shi Shuiyan quickly moved in front of him, deflecting the hidden weapons with a sword aura. Tianyan, be careful. Chang Qingyun let out a displeased humph. Shi Shuiyan said angrily, to think you are the master of a sect. To resort to sneak attacks with hidden weapons, truly shameless. Yi Tianyan tilted his head and stared at her blankly, thinking to himself, Aunt, no matter what, Aunt will always choose to stand by my side, never leaving or forsaking me. Shi Shuiyan also looked at him and said, you're finally back. Yi Tianyan looked forward seriously and said, if I caused Tianquan Palace to fall into peril, wouldn't I become a sinner? Shi Shuiyan was silent for a moment, then blamed herself sadly. Not taking good care of you. I am the great sinner. We agreed. We'll face everything together. Chang Qingyun gritted his teeth in anger, hatingly saying, I don't believe that the two of you can protect the entire Tianquan Palace. He waved his hand and ordered, kill them. Leave no one alive here. I don't believe the two of you can protect the entire Tianquan Palace. Kill, kill. Leave no one from Tianquan Palace alive. His disciples and the disciples of Tianquan Palace charged at each other in a life-and-death struggle. Shi Shuiyan shouted loudly, you dare. She flew forward, emphasizing each word. Cheng Qingyun, die. Jia Ziyun flew in from somewhere, attacking Shi Shuiyan with his sword. She was startled and blocked the attack with her sword. Jia Ziyun pressed down with more force and said, if you want to pass, you'll have to get through me first. I'll let you see the tragic sight of your entire Tianquan Palace being massacred by us. Shi Shuiyan gritted her teeth, tightly gripping her longsword, and said, Heavenly Spirit Sect, you will pay the price. At this moment, Yi Tianyan stretched out his hand, erupting with a powerful frost force, and equipped the frost fist. With a wave of his hand, he threw a punch forward with all his might. The profound ice shot out, freezing Jia Ziyun and his disciples, causing everyone to stop and look at him. Yi Tianyan said with a cold expression, I'd like to see who dares to touch Tianquan Palace with me here. All the disciples from the three sects were frozen into ice sculptures, unable to move. The female disciples of Tianquan Palace were all stunned. Shi Shuiyan suddenly turned her head, looking at Yi Tianyan with utter amazement. What is going on? Did Tianyan do this? But this seems a bit too uncanny. Jia Ziyun's ice block cracked at this moment, startling her. As the ice block shattered, a notification sound also rang out. Ding successfully killed the Heavenly Spirit Sect Master Jia Ziyun, gained 400,000 experience points, 1 spirit condensation pill, and 3,000 crazy value. Yi Tianyan rushed forward and shattered the ice block, shouting, Aunt, with me here, no one can touch Tianquan Palace, and no one can touch you. Shi Shuiyan turned around and called out Tianyan. At this moment, Cheng Qingyan's ice block also started to make a sound. Her gaze immediately became serious, thinking, it's not time to let my guard down yet. Cheng Qingyan's ice block cracked, and Shi Shuiyan immediately flew forward, preparing for battle. I'll deal with Cheng Qingyun. Just as Cheng Qingyun broke free from the ice, Shi Shuiyan thrust her sword at him, shouting, die! Suddenly a giant palm appeared from above, pressing down with immense power. Insolence! A massive force struck Shi Shuiyan, hitting her before she could react. Yi Tianyan shouted in panic, Aunt! He nervously ran over to support Shi Shuiyan, putting a pill to her lips and calling out, Aunt, quickly, this is a recovery pill. Shi Shuiyan forced herself to say, Tianyan, I'm fine. Yi Tianyan looked toward the entrance, sensing a powerful aura. His eyes were cold as he asked himself, who is this person? Yi Tianyan activated his Eye of Inspection. Dual Boss Qing Tianlong Cultivation, 9th level of the Core Condensation Stage. Armor, Top Grade Spirit Tool, Martial Art, Earth Grade Sky Upholding Palm, Overall Combat Power, 80,000. Yi Tianyan let out a cold laugh, delighted in his heart. A super elite has finally appeared. I wonder what rewards will drop after killing him. Ding, do you wish to accept the quest, protect Tianquan Palace? Resist the foreign enemies. Completion reward, 200,000 experience points, 10,000 gold taels, 1 lottery chance, and a 100-point increase in favorability with everyone. Yi Tianyan replied excitedly, of course I accept. Cheng Qingyun ran up to the man and called out, Ancestor, he said with cold sweat pouring down in terror. That kid is a bit uncanny. I don't know what martial art he used to freeze us. We couldn't move at all. Please, Ancestor, avenge us. Qing Tianlong asked in annoyance. You're all a bunch of trash, can't even handle a small Tianquan Palace. I didn't expect to have to step in myself in the end. Cheng Qingyun replied, trembling. This junior is incompetent. Ancestor's teachings are right. His eyes were red and glowing as he thought. I was originally waiting for that old fellow from Tianquan Palace to come out so I could launch a sneak attack, but I didn't expect this junior to force me out. Qing Tianlong stomped his foot, releasing a powerful spiritual energy. I'd like to see just how uncanny he is. His spiritual energy spread to the disciples trapped in the ice, causing their eyes to gleam with a fierce light. They quickly gained strength and broke free on their own. Shi Shuiyan gritted her teeth, clenched her hands and said, such a strong killing intent. This old ancestor Qing Tian is indeed not simple. I heard that to refine the blood fiend banner in his hand he slaughtered countless cultivators. Be careful, don't be affected by this killing intent. Qing Tianlong raised his hand, performing some kind of technique with a wicked smile. Yi Tianyin replied seriously, no problem, leave it to me. Qing Tianlong sneered and ordered, kill them. Those disciples were already roaring with murderous intent. Kill, kill. The great elder and the female disciples were also ready. Palace Lord, we will resist. After a cry of kill, both sides charged forward while Yi Tianyin stood opposite Qing Tianlong and called out, old ancestor Qing Tian. He said arrogantly, come on, let me see what you're capable of. Yi Tianyin raised his hand, gathered immense power and charged over. He struck Qing Tianlong with a hand carrying profound ice. Surprised, Qing Tianlong tightened his grip, but before he could defend, Yi Tianyin fiercely suppressed him in a block of ice with his full power. Qing Tianlong was ultimately trapped inside. Yi Tianyin placed his hand on the ice block, panting heavily. He closed his eyes gently, felt it out for a moment, then regulated his breathing, thinking that last strike was the limit of the frost fist. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking gravely at Qing Tianlong, who was still able to channel his power. Surprised, it's useless. In just an instant, Qing Tianlong shattered the ice fist with immense power, and Yi Tianyin was forced back as a result. He really was a bit uncanny. However, kid, it's completely useless against me. The killing intent he emitted grew thicker, affecting the female disciples of Tianquan Palace and causing them to lose their sanity. Even the three elders had been controlled. Yi Tianyin used his hand to block the killing intent. Surprised, such strong killing intent, even the elders have been corrupted. He channeled his power to protect his whole body, having consumed too much just now. Resisting this killing intent was a bit strenuous. Just then a voice came from behind him. Tianyin, a pure power protected him, shielding him from that killing intent. Shaolian formed a seal next to Yi Tianyin and said, leave him to me. Go help the elders. She looked ahead and continued, his cultivation is very strong, he won't be easy to deal with, let me handle him. Yi Tianyin remained expressionless but still objected, I'm no longer the Tianyin who always needed Ant's protection, this time it's my turn to protect you and all of Tianquan Palace. He looked at Shaolian and called out, Aunt, do you trust me? Shaolian was silent for a moment, then looked at him and smiled, replying, all right, I'll entrust myself and Tianquan Palace to your protection. Qing Tianlong released his pressure and asked, kid, still want to continue? Chang Qingyun behind him couldn't wait any longer and urged, ancestor, kill him quickly. Kid, in front of our ancestor, what are you? Chang Qingyun also felt a bit of admiration for Yi Tianyin. To have killed so many of our elders at such a young age, you're much stronger than those wastes in our sect. Become my disciple. You don't have to be buried along with Tianquan Palace. Yi Tianyin shouted firmly, cut the crap, I'd rather die than join you. A mark appeared on his forehead and power flowed from his mouth. Let me show you something. The dragon god power that erupted from Yi Tianyin spread outwards. The dragon god left his body and flew into the sky, and the power around him seemed to have grown much stronger. Shaolian turned her head in surprise. This is Tianyin's power. A trace of joy flashed in her eyes as she thought, Tianyin, he really is no longer the little boy who needed my protection. Qing Tianlong couldn't hide his surprise and asked, are you from the dragon clan? Yi Tianyin looked down with immense power, then clenched his fist, gathering his might, preparing to attack old ancestor Qing Tian and drive him out of Tianquan Palace. Qing Tianlong also erupted with power and said excitedly, I didn't expect you to be the hidden ace of Tianquan Palace. He waved the blood fiend banner, attacking Yi Tianyin with the souls of several disciples. He gritted his teeth and also used the first form of the dragon god arts, then struck out with the dragon god palm with all his might. The fierce and dazzling power made Qing Tianlong terrified, thinking this is not good. He waved his hand using his power to block the mighty dragon god palm. As a result, he was still knocked back, but fortunately he wasn't caught. Qing Tianlong said with some apprehension, the dragon god's power is so mighty it actually damaged my blood fiend banner. Yi Tianyin leapt up, clenching one hand, ready to strike again. He gathered a powerful force and unleashed the second form, Dragon Soul Flash. He struck towards Qing Tianlong with all his might. The palm carried a pressure that tore through the air, making him tremble with fear just by looking. A second later he laughed again and said, you underestimate me. Qing Tianlong reached behind him, brandishing a blade technique emitting a terrifying killing intent. With a powerful move he split the Dragon Soul Flash with his green blade. The souls within the sword swarmed out with it. Take this. The Dragon Soul Flash disappeared and the tormented souls rushed towards Yi Tianyin, shocking him greatly. This, he gritted his teeth and looked up, thinking, to think there's such a powerful spirit tool. Qing Tianlong laughed sinisterly. Haha, go and die. Yi Tianyin gritted his teeth and snorted coldly, raising his hand to cast the star-sucking great skill. He raised both hands and even while barely holding on he had to push his power to the limit to absorb Qing Tianlong's strength. He looked at the green blade and couldn't help but be stunned. What? He raised the blade, unleashing a power as strong as a sound wave that spread in all directions. Who the hell are you, kid? Blood Radiance Divine Blade, a top-grade spirit tool, forged by absorbing the blood essence of thousands of people. It is full of killing intent, and those with low cultivation can easily be influenced by it and lose their minds. Combat power 10. Yi Tianyin glanced at it with his eye of inspection and exclaimed, what a powerful blade, its combat power is so high. He channeled his power, stomped the ground and then rushed over like a gust of wind. Qing Tianlong raised his blade, unleashing a powerful force and asked, still coming? It's useless. Yi Tianyin raised his hand, gathered his power and said loudly, then let's see. Qing Tianlong arrogantly chopped down, saying, "You're courting death." Unexpectedly, before being split in two, Yi Tianyan bent down and dodged the attack in just a few seconds. Qing Tianlong was stunned for a moment after his strike missed, and Yi Tianyan had already rushed in front of Qing Qingyun, his entire body's spiritual energy erupting and converging on one outstretched hand. "Your target is me," Qing Qingyun cried out in terror. "Ancestor, save me!" Yi Tianyan delivered an ultimate strike, causing him to scream in agony before he fell, turning back to squeeze out two words with hatred. Yu Ding successfully killed Qing Qingyun, gained 430,000 experience points, 1,000 points in forging proficiency, and 3,600 crazy value. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for successfully breaking through to the 7th level of the core condensation stage. Yi Tianyan looked down and thought with delight, "I've leveled up, my strength should be enough to fight him now." Qing Tianlong angrily swung his blade and roared, "Damn it, you bastard, die!" His blade chi charged ferociously towards Yi Tianyan, but he was frighteningly calm. He turned his head and snorted coldly, then raised a hand to manipulate a move to block Qing Tianlong's attack before launching a frenzied counterattack with a berserk move, instantly moving in front of Qing Tianlong. He thought in great alarm. Such speed! Yi Tianyan gathered all his power into one punch and struck Qing Tianlong, knocking him to the ground. He quickly stood up, looking warily at Yi Tianyan opposite him. He gritted his teeth, clearly feeling that both his speed and power were a level stronger than before. Was it an illusion? Or had this kid been deliberately suppressing his cultivation? He bit his two fingers and made up his mind. This kid cannot be allowed to live. Qing Tianlong smeared blood on his blade. The blood chi made the blade glow, emitting a wicked power. Qing Tianlong gripped his sword tightly, erupting with terrifying power and pressure. Overall combat power, 95,000. Overall combat power, 100,000. Overall combat power, 110,000. Yi Tianyan observed with his eye of inspection and couldn't help but be surprised. An increase of 20,000 combat power in an instant. This effect is comparable to drinking a berserk pill. Shaolian turned her head and said, "What terrifying killing intent. This is old ancestor Qing Tian's true strength." The great elder frowned and called out, "Palace Lord, I'm almost unable to withstand this killing intent." Qing Tianlong's eyes glowed with spiritual light as he roared with an angry face. "It's over." With just one roar, he caused the ground to crack. "I will use the blood of your Tianquan palace to dye this place red." Qing Tianlong stood opposite Yi Tianyan and emphasized, "From now on, Tianquan palace will no longer exist in this world." A system prompt sounded. Yi Tianyan has reached the 7th level of the core condensation stage. Yi Tianyan looked at the system and calculated 200,000 crazy value. "What I need to do now is use all of this crazy value." Crazy mode level up. A fiery light burst from Yi Tianyan's eyes and his dragon god bloodline also leveled up. He spread his arms, unleashing his powerful energy with crazy value at maximum. Qing Tianlong thought with some apprehension. Such strong dragon chi! Yi Tianyan shouted, channeled his power and charged forward in a desperate stance. Qing Tianlong didn't show any weakness, striking with his blade and snorting coldly. He had a protective circle around him. While Yi Tianyan's power was like a powerful spinning attack, he raised his hand, gathered his power and shattered Qing Tianlong's protective circle with a single punch. That punch didn't stop there. It slammed into his face, sending him flying along with lightning. Yi Tianyan hadn't finished yet, saying, "Now who's finishing whom?" A few disciples asked blankly. "We." The killing intent had made the female disciples lose their sanity, and now it was gradually dissipating. "The killing intent is gone." A large crater appeared on the ground with Qing Tianlong lying in it, coughing up blood. Yi Tianyan stood not far away and called out, "Old ancestor Qing Tian." He asked him seriously, "Do you want to die here, or do you want to take your disciples and get the hell out of Tianquan Palace?" Qing Tianlong gritted his teeth and asked, "You, why did your cultivation suddenly skyrocket? What kind of evil art did you use?" He thought to himself. This kid's cultivation is already close to the peak of the core condensation stage. As a member of the Dragon Clan, to think he also has an evil art. Yi Tianyan clenched his fists, spiritual energy bursting forth. "I'll count to 3 and you make your choice. 1, 2. Qing Tianlong's hand gripped the ground, trembling non-stop. He knelt on the ground thinking greedily. "If I can obtain the evil art he possesses, I'll be invincible." He gritted his teeth and made a decision. A single thought allowed him to escape into the ground. "Even if I have to consume my primordial spirit, I must eliminate this kid." Qing Tianlong raised his sword, erupting with power, and revealed his true form. Yi Tianyan looked at his powerful true form and asked without a trace of fear, "Is this your choice?" After asking, Yi Tianyan also roared, summoning the mighty dragon god. The dragon god flew with formidable power, passing through Qing Tianlong's true form. Below, Yi Tianyan rushed towards him and said, "Go to hell," he added, "for me." And a heavy punch landed viciously on Qing Tianlong's abdomen. The force of the blow shattered the stones on the ground. He took the punch head-on, screaming as he flew high into the sky. Below, Yi Tianyan crouched down and leapt up forcefully. "I want your disciples to see." He flew higher than Qing Tianlong, then kicked him in the face, continuing, "The consequences of provoking Tianquan Palace." Qing Tianlong was struck by this heavy blow and once again fell to the ground. Seeing this, Shaolian chuckled with joy. "To think Tianyan is already this strong. Perhaps he won't need my protection anymore in the future." The lingering dust and smoke gradually dispersed. Yi Tianyan floated in the air, looking down at Qing Tianlong. He was coughing up blood, unable to even sit up properly, yet he still spoke arrogantly. You think by killing me you can save Tianquan Palace? My allies will come one after another. Yi Tianyan cracked his knuckles, the joints making a caca sound, and said, Don't worry, Heavenly Phoenix Tower, Heavenly Spirit Sect, whoever it is. If they dare to touch Tianquan Palace, I will eliminate them all. After speaking, he channeled his power into a punch and smashed it decisively onto the ground. Ding, successfully killed Qing Tianlong, gained 500,000 experience points. The martial art Bloodfiend Heaven-Piercing Rush. The weapon Bloodfiend Divine Spear low-grade Soul Tool. Obtained the equipment Bloodfiend Bracelet low-grade Soul Tool. Forging proficiency increased by 1,000 points and 4,000 crazy value. Completed the kill a higher level target objective. Obtaining 10 lottery chances and 10,000 crazy value. Ding, successfully completed the quest Protect Tianquan Palace. Resist foreign enemies. Completion reward. 100,000 experience points. 10,000 gold taels, 1 lottery chance, and a 100-point increase in favorability with everyone. Yi Tianyan retracted his power and thought in surprise. To think 2 soul tools dropped, although they're low grade, at least they're soul tools. Suddenly Shaolian tapped him on the head. She said sternly, Don't get too carried away. Don't think I'll forgive you for what you did before just because of this. Yi Tianyan rubbed his head and asked, And are we settling scores now? I just saved Tianquan Palace. Shaolian's eyes filled with tears as she lowered her head aggrievedly. So what if you saved it? That's a separate matter. Who told you to disappear without a word, making me think something had happened to you? Yi Tianyan looked at her, stunned, and thought, Aunt is actually crying. This is the first time I've ever seen it. He reached out to wipe away Shaolian's tears and comforted her. Am I amazing? From now on I can definitely protect Aunt well, and not let you get hurt in the slightest. Shaolian snorted coldly and turned away. Give you 2 compliments and you get all smug, she said with some embarrassment. But this feeling isn't bad either. Yi Tianyan was once again captivated, silently murmuring in his heart, Aunt. Inside Tianquan Palace's main hall, Shaolian asked all the elders, That's how things are. I propose making Tianyan an elder. Do any of you have any objections? The second elder and the great elder replied in unison. No objections. Yi Tianyan stood up and said, I have an objection. He raised an eyebrow and directly refused. Palace Lord, I think it's better to remain an outer disciple. The rules can't be broken. Besides, my strength isn't in managing the sect. He also thought to himself, The position of elder is inconvenient. There are too many things to manage and I don't want to get involved in all that. Shaolian explained to him, You don't need to manage anything, we just need you to represent Tianquan Palace, she said helplessly. Don't I know what you're capable of? If you were to manage Tianquan Palace, it would go bankrupt sooner or later. Yi Tianyan happily agreed. Is that so? Well, all right then. Shaolian seriously discussed their countermeasures. This time, we've annihilated the sect masters of the 3 major sects. Those old geezers aren't dead, so they will surely have a backup plan. We must be prepared for battle. They have always found excuses to attack us from the very beginning. In the end, they just want to snatch our sect's treasured artifact. Yi Tianyan thought with confusion. Sect's treasured artifact, what is that? Shaolian proposed. The sect's treasured artifact, I plan to let Tianyan use it. What are your thoughts on this? Yi Tianyan looked at her blankly. Wait a minute, why suddenly let me use it? The great elder frowned and objected. Palace Lord, this is absolutely not acceptable. The sect's treasured artifact has always been used only by the Palace Lord. Giving it to someone else is clearly against the rules. Shaolian insisted on her idea, serious and firm. Tianyan's cultivation is already stronger than mine. If the 3 major sects attack again, it will surely have a miraculous effect. Yi Tianyan couldn't understand what everyone was talking about from start to finish. Wait, what exactly is the sect's treasured artifact? Divine Marrow of Frost effect calms the soul and mind, increases cultivation speed. After use, it can form a frozen area, freezing everything around it. Grade, mid-grade soul tool. Yi Tianyan looked at the item and commented, This thing is not simple. The temperature in the room has dropped. Shaolian also looked at the item and introduced it. This is the Divine Marrow of Frost. Not only will it help your cultivation, but it can also cast a freezing effect. You used an ice-based move before. If you combine it with this, it will surely have a miraculous effect. Yi Tianyan exclaimed in surprise. A mid-grade soul tool, no wonder it's called the sect's treasured artifact. He reached out to touch it but then stopped his hand. He looked at Shaolian again and refused. Palace Lord, I don't need it. To be honest, it's useless to me. You should take it back. Shaolian had already made up her mind, pushing it to him and saying, Take it. Yi Tianyan was equally firm and pushed it back. I won't. She was silent for a moment and had to go along with his wishes. All right then. Then I'll hold on to it for you for now, she said to everyone. This time we killed people from the 2 major sects and obtained 7 tokens. We now need to reselect 8 disciples to enter the Tianquan ancient ruins for the trial. Yi Tianyan looked at her and asked, Reselect? The other female disciples all turned their gazes to Shaolian. She explained seriously, Most of the people who enter the Tianquan ancient ruins are at the spirit refining stage. You're already at the core condensation stage. Yi Tianyan looked down and thought, If I can't get in, how can I complete the main quest? Shaolian also made it clear to Yi Tianyan, Yuner, with your current cultivation it's meaningless to go in. It won't achieve the purpose of the trial. Yi Tianyan replied with disappointment. All right, he sighed and left the main hall. This is the only main quest for now. If I can't complete it, how can I continue with future quests? He closed his eyes and thought, I won't think about it so much. I'll just do the lottery first. A turntable appeared before Yi Tianyan. A Maneki Neko also appeared, and the lucky aura began to spin. He glanced at it and then said, Start the lottery, gain 10,000 experience points. Yi Tianyan clenched his fist and said angrily, 10,000 experience points, this is such a rip-off. Again, gained 50,000 experience points. Yi Tianyan still shouted, again, gained 1 life. Yi Tianyan rolled up his sleeves and yelled angrily, again. Then he suddenly paused, let out an ah, and asked, what? 1 life? Life automatically activates upon death, instantly resurrecting. Yi Tianyan said, good stuff. Then he clicked the screen, his eyes lit up, he rubbed his hands and grinned, good stuff. It seems consumables aren't all useless. My apologies for misjudging you. A little more of this good stuff, a lot more. Yi Tianyan drew a sword. Again. Yi Tianyan sat cross-legged, putting pills into his mouth one by one. This is a rip-off. These pills are too trashy, they don't increase attributes much. Luckily I got a weapon which I can use for enhancement. Level 27, 7th level of the core condensation stage. Crazy value 43,728 points. Character value 70 points. Cultivation techniques: North Nether Divine Art, Sky Cloud Steps, Blood Fiend Heaven Piercing Rush. Weapons: Frost Fist, Scarlet Dagger, Wind Chasing Blade, Blood Fiend Divine Spear. Armor: Snow Wolf Battle Boots, Heavenly God Leg Guards, Shadow Cloak. Divine Skills: Crazy Mode, Lucky Aura, Bloodline, Dragon God Bloodline. Accessories: Forging God Cone, Strength Bracelet, Strength Ring, Strength Belt, Blood Fiend Bracelet. All items: 18 recovery pills, 5x experience pills, 31 level 1 gift packs, life x1 bad luck divine pill. Yi Tianyan smacked his lips blankly, thinking, it seems for now I can only wait for the Tianchen ancient ruins to open and then find a way to get in. The next morning, Zhu Lingyun nervously called out, Big brother Yi, I'm a little nervous. Yi Tianyan comforted her. Don't worry, I'll be by your side, just do your best, you have to believe in yourself. He looked at Zhu Lingyun and thought, normally the formal disciple assessment wouldn't be this rushed, but now Tianchuan Palace wants to consolidate its power as quickly as possible, so the assessment has been moved up. I wonder if this is too sudden for Lingyun. In the distance, 2 female disciples whispered about Zhu Lingyun. Look, Elder Yi brought that girl too. I don't know how she managed it, getting close to Elder Yi. She has no looks, no talent, she just looks like a commoner. Yet and she brought that burden with her. We had to go through so much trouble just to get in, but she just gets in by climbing the social ladder. Zhu Lingyun lowered her head, tears unknowingly streaming down her face. Yi Tianyan placed a hand on her shoulder and said, relax. Zhu Lingyun looked at him and called out, Big brother Yi. He smiled gently and comforted her. I, a good-for-nothing, used to hear these things all the time, don't pay them any mind. Prove yourself with your strength. Encouraged by him, Zhu Lingyun regained her confidence and walked forward. Big brother Yi is right, I must prove myself with my strength. A female disciple in front of her looked annoyed and said disdainfully, having latched onto Elder Yi, the assessment is probably just a formality. I don't know what Big brother Yi is thinking, how could he fall for her? The girl next to her also spoke disparagingly. She's always so dirty, every piece of her clothing is tattered. With that kind of standard she wants to join Tianchuan Palace. Zhu Lingyun retorted seriously, you can talk about me but you can't talk about Big brother Yi. I will prove to you that I can pass the assessment fair and square with my own strength. The 2 girls sneered and asked, fair and square assessment with you? I'm afraid you won't even last through the first round. A serious voice echoed from a small cave, quiet. Tianchuan Palace Outer Disciple Assessor, Deacon Liang. He frowned, emphasizing each word. The assessment is about to begin. He turned and bowed. Elder Yi. Yi Tianyan instructed Deacon Liang, do it your way. Be as strict as you need to be. Deacon Liang formed a seal and began to set up the formation. This formation is called the Soul Shock Array. It continuously emits spiritual attacks within the array. The longer one persists, the stronger their spiritual power. He explained the standard for becoming a formal disciple. You just need to withstand 9 waves of impact, but if you want to become an inner hall disciple, you need to withstand 11 waves. A few female disciples whispered among themselves, it's only 9 waves this time. I thought we'd have to withstand 14. 13 waves of attack, don't be silly, you'd be lucky to make it to the 10th. That's right, cultivating spiritual power is much harder than cultivating strength. I remember a long time ago, someone in Tianchuan Palace managed to withstand 13 or 14 waves. Zhu Lingyun remained expressionless, but she had already made a promise to herself. To repay Big brother Yi, I must persevere and become a formal disciple. Those female disciples started gossiping again. To become a formal disciple, you have to withstand at least the 9th wave. Can she do it? I doubt she can last more than 1 or 2 waves before collapsing. The 2 girls looked at Zhu Lingyun disdainfully. Anyway, we'll just watch. No matter the result, she can still join Tianchuan Palace and become a formal disciple. It doesn't matter. You're right, Deacon Liang reminded them sternly. The first group to be tested, get ready. The rest of you stay quiet. He formed a seal again to activate the formation. Zhu Lingyun clasped her hands together and walked in with a few other female disciples. Begin. First wave, second wave, third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave. The other girls were already on their knees struggling to hold on. But Zhu Lingyun still had her spiritual energy radiating outwards, forming a circle to protect her entire body, standing firm and unmoving. 6th wave, 7th wave. The female disciples outside were astonished by this scene. No way, 8th wave. The black-haired girl gritted her teeth and said gravely, isn't she from the slums? How can she be so strong? The brown-haired girl frowned and guessed, she definitely won't make it past the 9th wave. But the 9th wave had already passed and Zhu Lingyun was still standing steadily, not moving an inch. Only that girl was still holding on. Deacon Liang counted to the 10th wave, thinking, this girl is not simple. 11th wave, Zhu Lingyun's legs had started to tremble. 12th wave, she shouted, break, and shattered her protective shield. The female disciples who were assessed with her had now retracted their previous contemptuous words. Too amazing to think she lasted until the 12th wave. Who was it that said she only got in through connections? They looked at Zhu Lingyun with admiration. Impossible, how can a commoner have this level of skill? She's much stronger than me. Yi Tianyan stood on the other side and praised her. Well done. Tears welled up in Zhu Lingyun's eyes uncontrollably as she ran towards him. Big brother Yi, I did it, I did it. She hugged Yi Tianyan tightly. He looked at her and replied, I knew you would do well. He smiled warmly and patted her head. Congratulations. This time you've joined Tianquan Palace fair and square. From now on you are a formal member of Tianquan Palace. Zhu Lingyun replied with an if it weren't for Big Brother Yi. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, first step in cultivating a saintess, gaining 500,000 experience points, increasing Zhu Lingyun's favorability by 50 and gaining 30 character value points. Yi Tianyan paused for a moment, thinking blankly. First step in cultivating a saintess quest, what's this about? Could it be that Zhu Lingyun? He opened his mouth and asked, Lingyun, are you a saintess? Zhu Lingyun's eyes widened as she looked at him, saying with confusion, what saintess? Yi Tianyan didn't say more and replied, and nothing, oh right. What were your parents like? Zhu Lingyun raised her head and said, I've never had parents since I was little. I grew up in the slums with my younger brother. My brother isn't my biological brother either. I found him. Big brother Yi, why did you suddenly ask this? Yi Tianyan lowered his eyes, feeling a bit sad, and said, I was just asking casually, don't mind me, he guessed. So she might have been abandoned in the slums by some sect. Interesting, if she continues to be nurtured, Zhu Lingyun might even become a saintess. How rich would the system's rewards be then? He evaluated her based on her talent and said, you are indeed extraordinary. It's just that your cultivation is too low, otherwise I could have let you enter the Tianquan ancient ruins. Zhu Lingyun didn't ask for much, replying, I'm already very happy just to be able to join Tianquan Palace. Half a month later, Shaolian called Yi Tianyan over to give him instructions. You will lead the team this time. The Great Elder will assist you. I won't go. I'll stay behind to guard Tianquan Palace. Yi Tianyan gave an and replied, if anything happens, notify me immediately. Shaolian chuckled lightly. All right, do you think our Tianquan Palace can be pushed around by just anyone? It's getting late, prepare to set off. The convoy set out and after traveling for a while, arrived before a bridge. Yi Tianyan got out of the carriage and looked around. Is this the Tianquan ancient ruins? He looked inside and thought, how can I get in? This is a main quest. He glanced around thinking most of the factions here are second grade. There are almost no first grade factions like our Tianquan Palace. A voice came from behind asking, isn't this the young master of Tianquan Palace? Did Palace Lord Shi not come this time? Yi Tianyan turned around in confusion. So it's Sect Master Hua Jun of the Heavenly World Sect. I almost didn't recognize you in that attire. Sect Master Hua Jun replied, I always keep a low profile when I'm away from home. Yi Tianyan also answered, Palace Lord Shi has some matters to attend to, so she won't be coming for now. I'm in charge here. Sect Master Hua Jun blinked and said, I see. I heard that the three major factions besieged Tianquan Palace only to be annihilated in the end. Your palace's ancestor is truly unfathomable. The Great Elder placed a hand on Yi Tianyan's shoulder and interjected, although Tianquan Palace is a first-grade faction, our foundation built over many years is not weak. At that moment there was a stir from the Tianquan ancient ruins, drawing everyone's attention. They said happily, the ruins are open. Yi Tianyan looked over. The gates of the Tianquan ancient ruins had opened. The crowd cheered that the gates were open, and they jumped up in excitement, knowing they could now enter. Then, one after another, they ran inside. Yi Tianyan's eyes sharpened as he thought, it's come to this. I have to give it a try. He turned to the Great Elder and said, can you give me the token? I want to see if I can get in. The Great Elder agreed and handed him the token. It seems you still haven't given up. Well, go on and try. Yi Tianyan reached out for the token and replied, thank you. He looked at the token, thinking, is this the token to enter the ruins? It doesn't seem that special. He chuckled softly as he looked towards the Tianquan ancient ruins. All right, let's give it a try. Yi Tianyan stepped 1 foot through the gate and was instantly stunned. There was no resistance at all. The Great Elder was also stunned when she saw he could enter, she said with confusion. Strange, the ruins should prohibit anyone above the spirit refining stage. She reached out to touch the restriction, becoming even more puzzled. Strange, the restriction is still here. Yi Tianyan looked back and thought, as expected, the Great Elder can't get in. My being able to enter might be due to the system or the quest. Regardless, all that mattered was that he could get in. Yi Tianyan clapped his hands and then looked ahead, stunned. So this is what the ruins look like inside, he thought with some disappointment. These Tianquan ancient ruins have been scoured countless times. Any treasures have already been dug up, so this time we're not here for treasure hunting, Qin Shui asked in surprise. Elder Yi, how did you get in? Yi Tianyan said, I'm not sure, I just tried casually and was able to get in. Just then someone spoke up, are you Yi Tianyan? The disciple of the Heavenly World Sect. Liang Feng introduced himself. I am Liang Feng of the Heavenly World Sect. Yi Tianyan looked at him seriously. What do you want with me? Liang Feng's expression turned sinister as he remarked. So it really is Yi Tianyan. I thought you looked familiar. You have quite a few wanted posters out for you. Yi Tianyan said, oh, and asked, so what do you want to do? Liang Feng jumped down and said with a smile, I heard you're very impressive. You caused a huge scene at the Heavenly Phoenix Tower, killed Liang Qiancheng and got yourself into a lot of trouble. Sometimes you have to rely on your own strength. He walked forward with his hands behind his back, mocking, instead of hiding behind a group of women. What nonsense are you spouting? Qin Shui angrily defended Yi Tianyan. Elder Yi didn't get to where he is today by relying on women. Don't talk nonsense, Liang Feng sneered. Letting a woman speak for you, can't you say a few words yourself? Yi Tianyan didn't argue with him and turned away. Qin Shui, let's go. Liang Feng grinned, his tone still contemptuous. Weren't you very impressive before? I heard you scared them witless all by yourself. Qin Shui clenched her fists, unable to stop herself from retorting. That was all the Heavenly Phoenix Tower's doing. If you don't know, then don't speak nonsense. The female disciple next to her also said. Exactly, you're the coward. Liang Feng erupted with aura, his eyes turning red. All of you shut up. I wasn't asking you, I was asking him. He laughed. I suggest if you have the guts, let's have a deathmatch. Regardless of life or death, it will have nothing to do with our sects. Yi Tianyan coldly and directly refused. I don't care who you are from the Liang family. Don't talk to me, I'm not interested, he thought to himself. This guy is here to cause trouble. How annoying. Liang Feng provoked him again. I see you're just relying on the power of Tianquan Palace. You're just a coward hiding behind a group of women. Yi Tianyan looked at him with an angry face and said, very good, you successfully angered me. His eyes sharpened as he asked, didn't you want a deathmatch? Can we start now? Liang Feng excitedly drew his sword. No problem, let's start now. He raised his sword and flew over, shouting, kill. Yi Tianyan dodged his sword and snorted contemptuously. Is that all you've got? He waved his hand, countering with sword chi that sent Liang Feng spitting blood. Immediately after, Yi Tianyan added a kick, sending him spinning into a stone wall. Ding, successfully killed Liang Feng, gained 9,000 experience points, 1 Jade Sky Sword low-grade spirit tool and 900 crazy value. A few disciples ran over shouting, Senior Brother Liang Feng. One disciple's face turned pale as he stammered, D dead. Senior Brother Liang Feng is dead. He turned to glare at you angrily. You actually killed Senior Brother Liang Feng. Our sect master will not let you off. Yi Tianyan reminded him expressionlessly. He himself said it would have nothing to do with the sects and challenged me to a deathmatch. Are you trying to go back on his word now? He stood up straight and said loudly. To everyone present, if any of you want to challenge me or want to insult Tianquan Palace, he emphasized each word, I don't mind having a deathmatch with you. Those who are not convinced, step forward. No one dared to step forward, so he turned to leave. Let's go, we've wasted enough time here. Qin Shui asked, Elder Yi, where do you plan to go? Yi Tianyan said, wander around, see if there are any heavenly treasures. Qin Shui stammered. There's nothing left to find in the Tianquan ancient ruins. She pointed ahead and said, except for that trial steel, there's nothing else. Yi Tianyan said, so the steel is here. He looked ahead and proposed, but since we're here, I might as well take you in for a look. A few female disciples followed him inside. Tianyan thought perhaps the quest needs to be completed here. He walked in and looked at the people cultivating inside. This is the trial steel. By meditating in front of this trial steel, one can comprehend martial arts of different levels depending on the comprehender's aptitude. So far, the highest level of martial art comprehended is earth level, while the lowest is human level. A man with a stubble suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the scroll, reached out to take it, and then thought, what secret does this place hold? He sighed in frustration and then left. Yi Tianyan walked up to the steel and asked the same question as the man before him. What secret does this place hold? He sat down cross-legged and said, I'll try to comprehend it too. Yi Tianyan closed his eyes, and his soul left his body, slowly floating upwards. His soul followed a beam of light and flew inside. A moment later, Yi Tianyan stood amidst a field of ruins. He looked around and said, this steel only has the names of the martial arts. There's no grade or effect, so I can only judge the martial arts by their names. He touched the steel, searching for clues. Once an earth-level martial art is taken, it disappears completely. Remembering the names of previous martial arts is meaningless, but I'm not interested in this place. I just want to complete the main quest. He snapped his fingers and the Maneki Neko appeared. Good thing I have the lucky aura. Let's begin. Yi Tianyan followed the aura's guidance, slowly walking deeper. He stopped in front of a steel and said strangely, this steel has no name. Is my luck value not high enough, so the result is wrong? He looked back, feeling something was off. No, I've been walking in circles from the beginning. No matter which way I go, I always end up back in this area, unable to leave. If there's a maze formation here, Yi Tianyan said as he touched the steel. An electric current shot out from inside, lightly shocking his hand. Yi Tianyan yelped and pulled his hand back. He narrowed his eyes, suspicious of the steel. Could it be the eye of the maze formation? He stared at the steel, thinking, if this is the eye of the formation, then I shouldn't touch it, but shatter it. He clenched his fist and lamented, "I've wasted my crazy value for nothing." Yi Tianyan shouted break, and shattered the steel with a single punch. He stood stunned for a moment, then straightened up. The surrounding stells gradually disappeared. Yi Tianyan smiled and said, "Success." As expected, shattering it was the way in. He walked along the coast saying, "Without breaking the outer maze formation you can't enter here. Those who don't understand can only choose martial arts outside." Yi Tianyan stopped and looked in one direction, asking blankly, "Is there a path?" He looked down and found a small hut below. Yi Tianyan immediately walked towards the hut to investigate. Illusions like this can be built as one pleases. It could be as luxurious as one wanted, but this place was very ordinary. He remained on high alert thinking, but the more ordinary it is, the more problematic it is. True experts are like this, valuing simplicity over extravagance. Yi Tianyan went forward and knocked on the door. A voice came from inside. "Please come in." He pushed the door open, looked inside, and thought, "I didn't expect someone to actually be here." He began, "Greetings, Senior, the caretaker of the Tianquan ancient ruins." Elder Zan waved his hand and replied, "No need for formalities. This old man is just the caretaker here. Just call me Elder Zan." The old man stood up and said, "Fated One, please follow me." Elder Zan led Yi Tianyan into a room and called out, "Master, the Fated One has arrived." Yi Tianyan looked forward and was stunned. A memorial tablet, it's actually a spirit king. A spirit king is close to a saint king, essentially at the spirit king stage, commonly called a spirit king, on this continent. That is already the pinnacle of existence. No wonder he could create such a massive ancient ruin. With this level of strength it's indeed not difficult. He asked, "Spirit King Xuanchen he has already?" Elder Zan replied with some sadness. "Yes, even a spirit king cannot escape death in the end." Yi Tianyan stepped forward to offer incense to Spirit King Xuanchen. "This junior will offer a stick of incense to senior to show my respect." He raised the incense to his forehead, thinking, what a pity. Even as a spirit king he couldn't escape death in the end. Elder Zan nodded with satisfaction. "Your character is very upright. Very good, you are qualified to become the master's successor disciple." Yi Tianyan looked at him blankly. "I just offered him a stick of incense, and that makes me qualified to be a successor disciple?" Elder Zan replied, "You don't need to be surprised. I only said you are qualified. At least you are much better than those other disrespectful brutes. All they think about is the inheritance. And they run off without a trace once they get their hands on it." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianyan asked, "Has someone been here before?" Elder Zan's eyes suddenly turned red as he replied, "Yes, and he was punished by me. Those with insincere hearts are not qualified to receive the inheritance." A second later, he waved his hand to comfort him. "Don't worry, your nature is very good and my master was extremely hospitable and valued etiquette." Hearing this, Yi Tianyan couldn't help but sigh. "It's a good thing my attitude was proper, otherwise I would have been punished. Even if I didn't die, I'd have become an idiot." He lowered his head and asked, "I wonder how Elder Zan will test me." Elder Zan said, "To become my master's successor, you must defeat him." Spirit King Xuanchen appeared and the hut gradually vanished. Yi Tianyan looked around and found himself in a thick fog, his gaze fixed on one direction as he asked, "Is this?" Yi Tianyan was standing on a large arena. The spiritual manifestation of Spirit King Xuanchen appeared. Elder Zan explained, "This is the spiritual manifestation left by my master. As long as you defeat this manifestation, you can become the successor. If you lose, I will make you forget everything about this place." Yi Tianyan smiled and replied, "No problem." Elder Zan said, "My master's image will be created based on your age, making the manifestation's age equivalent to yours. However, you will have to experience for yourself how high my master's cultivation was at that age." Finally, he encouraged, "Good luck. As long as you defeat my master, you will successfully become the successor." Yi Tianyan thought seriously, "Defeating the young Spirit King Xuanchen, who is the same age as me, will not be an easy task." Activate Eye of Inspection. Overall combat power, 46,000. Overall combat power, 49,000. Overall combat power, 51,000. Yi Tianyan's eyes sharpened in surprise. In his youth, Spirit King Xuanchen's overall combat power already reached over 50,000. He turned to ask Elder Zan, "Does your master not use a weapon?" Elder Zan replied, "My master doesn't need any weapons. He relies solely on his bare hands." He said, "You can choose to use a weapon you brought with you." Yi Tianyan channeled his energy, took a stance and said, "Bare-handed is it? To show my respect for him, I won't use a weapon either." Elder Zan said, "That's fine, we'll do as you say." He reminded him, "If you fail, you will never have another chance to challenge him." Yi Tianyan agreed, "All right, I don't think my fists will lose to anyone." He got into a stance and shouted, "Let's begin." Spirit King Xuanchen unleashed his power, forming a formidable force that shot into the sky. Yi Tianyan stared blankly as Spirit King Xuanchen dove towards him with ferocious power. Yi Tianyan also prepared to receive the blow, saying, "Such a fierce move right from the start." Spirit King Xuanchen delivered an earth-shattering blow. The ground seemed about to crack and the pressure was immense. Spirit King Xuanchen's punch came down and then stopped, because Yi Tianyan had caught his punch from under the ground, saying, "Got you." Using star-sucking great skill, gained 1,000 experience points, 1,300 experience points, 1,200 experience points. Yi Tianyan leapt up from the ground thinking, "Excellent. I didn't expect to be able to absorb experience points normally here." He smiled arrogantly and remarked, "Even a Spirit King has to become my experience points." gained 1,500 experience points, 1,100 experience points, 1,300 experience points, 1,700 experience points. Yi Tianyan looked at Spirit King Xuanqin's hand and thought, a Spirit King of my age has such strong combat power, others who come here probably wouldn't gain much of an advantage. He raised his hand and said, fortunately, I have the system. Spirit King Xuanqin threw a kick. Yi Tianyan came to his senses just in time, flipping over to dodge, then grabbed Spirit King Xuanqin's hand and locked it behind his back, trying to run. Yi Tianyan kicked him in the back, then forcefully slammed him to the ground. Not so easy. With a somewhat sinister look on his face, he praised, your strength is not bad, but once I have you suppressed, that bit of strength is nothing. Yi Tianyan looked at the system and thought happily, I thought I wouldn't gain experience in a soul state, which is why I didn't take an experience pill. He grinned and said, but since I can gain it normally, I can't let it go to waste. Using a 3x experience pill, gained 5,700 experience points, 5,900 experience points, 1,000 experience points, 5,200 experience points, 5,400 experience points, 5,700 experience points. Over here, Elder Zan couldn't help but shiver, breaking out in a cold sweat and saying, too strong. Cultivators of the same age as my master are usually no match for him. Oh no, the master's spiritual manifestation is about to have its spiritual power completely drained. Yi Tianyan said wickedly, I'd like to see how much longer you can last. Elder Zan shouted in a panic, stop. The statue began to crack. A gust of force threatened to destroy the place, making Elder Zan even more panicked. He blocked Yi Tianyan. What kind of martial art is this? If you keep absorbing endlessly like this place is going to collapse from the suction. Yi Tianyan looked at him and said, this place won't collapse that easily, besides I haven't defeated Spirit King Xuanqin yet. Does this count as passing the trial? Elder Zan's face darkened, looking somewhat troubled. This doesn't count as defeating my master, and I can't interfere. Can't you just let go of my master and then defeat him? Yi Tianyan channeled his power and asked, like this? Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for successfully breaking through to the 8th level of the core condensation stage. Elder Zan grew more and more anxious, asking, my young friend, have you absorbed enough? How is it still not enough? Yi Tianyan glanced at him sideways, thinking, forget it, if I really drain the Spirit King dry, won't I be unable to get the inheritance? He pouted and said, alright. He channeled his power and felt it. This time he had absorbed nearly 50,000 experience points. He had wanted to absorb a little more to reach the peak of the core condensation stage. He looked at Spirit King Xuanqin and said, but from the looks of it, if I keep absorbing, the entire Tianqian ancient ruins will collapse. Spirit King Xuanqin suddenly opened his eyes, and then the two of them punched through the ground. Yi Tianyan leapt high into the air to dodge. He clenched his fist, gathering power, and said, it's time to end this. Yi Tianyan threw a punch at Spirit King Xuanqin with all his might, let out a great shout, then channeled his power to shatter the ground and flew up with him. He raised both hands, closed in on Spirit King Xuanqin, and then smashed down on his body fiercely, shouting, down you go. Spirit King Xuanqin was hit by this powerful blow and slammed to the ground, crashing through it. But not long after, he sat up as if nothing had happened. Yi Tianyan frantically threw another punch which passed through Spirit King Xuanqin's body with spiritual energy, saying, break for me. Ding! Successfully killed the young Spirit King Xuanqin, gained 100,000 experience points and 3,000 crazy value. Yi Tianyan landed and retracted his power. It's over. He turned to Elder Zan and said, I've completed the trial, right? Elder Zan trembled as he replied, completed. I didn't expect you to be so strong, much stronger than my master was in his youth. He breathed a sigh of relief before saying, congratulations on completing the trial. You can now receive my master's inheritance. Yi Tianyan asked happily, does that include control over these Tianqian ancient ruins? Elder Zan replied, of course. He raised his hand and said, as long as you receive my master's inheritance, control over the Tianqian ancient ruins will naturally be yours. Yi Tianyan turned, and their figures blurred before they were teleported away. The steel outside flashed with light, and the two of them appeared along with it. Yi Tianyan looked up at the words Xuanqin Divine Art written on the steel. He thought seriously. The master of this place is called Spirit King Xuanqin, which means that by relying on this divine art one can cultivate to the Spirit King level. Elder Zan also looked up and said, this is the divine art that my master revised countless times. Unfortunately, his time was up before he could revise this martial art to the high-grade heaven level. Yi Tianyan chuckled lightly and praised, to be able to create a martial art and cultivate to the Spirit King level is already very impressive. He thought to himself, after all, only 4th grade factions have heaven-level martial arts, and even then, they are extremely rare. Elder Zan extended his hand and said, then let's begin now. You will start comprehending this Xuanqin divine art. What's being tested is your comprehension ability. If it's not suitable, I can only apologize. Of course, you only need to cultivate the first 1 or 2 layers in front of you. Yi Tianyan raised his head, his eyes firm. A week later, the few people who had been cultivating with him left one after another. They looked at Yi Tianyan, who was still cultivating, and said with confusion, I just woke up from my seclusion. How has he not comprehended it yet? Has he been choosing a martial art this whole time, hesitating? If this continues, the gate will close later and he'll become a fool who can't get out. Hearing this, Qin Shui looked at him. That disciple continued as he walked. It's really possible, but it's not worth it at all. At that moment, Deacon Liang also notified everyone. The ruins are closing. Everyone inside, come out. A girl with her hair in a bun asked with some worry. Senior sister, we're almost out. Why hasn't Elder Yi woken up yet? Did something happen? Qin Shui also said worriedly. I don't know. She looked at Yi Tianyan and said, it's possible he found another opportunity, or he might be trapped inside. It's impossible for us to break through this light barrier, she thought sadly. For now we can only go out and tell the great elders. Staying here is not a solution, she called out. Let's go out first. Qin Shui and the other disciples left first. As she left, she thought with guilt, I'm sorry, Elder Yi. These people are the elite disciples of Tianquan Palace. I can't let them be trapped here. She and all the other disciples left the Tianquan ancient ruins. A few disciples ran over shouting, Sect Master, it's bad, he said in a panic. Liang Feng, he was killed by someone from Tianquan Palace. Sect Master Huajun turned around in surprise and asked, What happened? That disciple stammered. It was all that Yi Tianyan. Not long after, Sect Master Huajun brought his men before the Great Elder. People of Tianquan Palace, please wait. The Great Elder looked at them with a grave expression, thinking, as expected, Yi Tianyan has caused trouble again. Qin Shui bowed and explained, Sect Master Huajun, it was a disciple from your sect who initiated the request for a deathmatch with junior brother Yi. She raised her hand and said, Many disciples from other sects witnessed this matter. Since it was a deathmatch, then life and death are irrelevant to the sect. Sect Master Huajun's face turned livid as he asked the disciple, Is that so? The disciple, sweating coldly, replied, Why yes. Sect Master Huajun slapped him without hesitation and cursed, Useless. Since it was a deathmatch, Liang Feng's death means he was incompetent. He ordered sternly, Hurry up and apologize to the Great Elder of Tianquan Palace. The disciple knelt down with a swollen face. I am sorry, it was all our senior brother's fault. It has nothing to do with us disciples. Sect Master Huajun also apologized politely. Great Elder Mo Yu, it seems my sect's disciple was in the wrong first, he thought with some regret. Liang Feng was a disciple we were focusing on cultivating. To die just like that is truly a waste of the sect's resources. Elder Mo Yu closed her eyes lightly and replied, It's nothing. She watched him and his disciple leave, thinking, This sect Master Huajun just doesn't want to anger Tianquan Palace. If Tianquan Palace hadn't recently suppressed the three major factions, Sect Master Huajun would definitely not have been so easy to talk to. She turned back and asked, Where is Elder Yi? Qin Shui pointed at the Tianquan ancient ruins and replied, Elder Yi is still at the trial steel, comprehending. If this continues, the gate is about to close. Elder Mo Yu also said with some worry. Less than a day was left. If this continued, the gate would close and the next time it opened would be 3 years later. Inside the steel, Yi Tianyan looked at the powerful energy of the lotus before him and thought happily, I didn't expect the eye of inspection to have this effect. He laughed, thinking, any martial art can be imprinted in my mind as long as I imprint it from beginning to end once, it's considered learned. It's just a bit slow, I can only say the level is too high. The lotus emitted a force, then bloomed together with a token. Ding, successfully cultivated Xuanchen Divine Art, incomplete version. Yi Tianyan clenched his fist, delighted. Success. Although it's an incomplete version, I'll study it myself later. He said success. Elder Zan turned around in surprise. Success so quickly? Yi Tianyan replied, Yes, this junior has already mastered the second layer. Elder Zan tilted his head, looking at him blankly. He mastered the second layer so quickly? Yi Tianyan grinned, confidently holding up 2 fingers and replying, Yes, Elder Zan said with some doubt. Then demonstrate it for me. Yi Tianyan closed his eyes, channeled his spiritual power, then clenched his fists and released that force. He exclaimed, It's amazing. There's this feeling of release, the feeling that no one can hurt me. Elder Zan said, Xuanchen Divine Art is not limited to defense. Under this first layer of armor, attack power is also greatly enhanced. You've truly comprehended the second layer, and you did it in just 1 week. Yi Tianyan said modestly. This junior was just a little more focused. Elder Zan said, Don't be modest. Since there are no other problems, the Xuanchen Divine Art is yours. As he spoke, he extended a finger, passing the inheritance forward, and continued, You are now the successor of the Tianquan ancient ruins, the next master. The inheritance flew into the space between Yi Tianyan's eyebrows. Successfully completed main quest, occupy the Tianquan ancient ruins. Reward gained, control of the Tianquan ancient ruins, can open the gates of the Tianquan ancient ruins at will. 1 endless sword low-grade soul tool, critical damage increased by 3 times. Greetings, young master. Elder Zan cupped his hands in a salute to Yi Tianyan. Greetings, young master. 100,000 experience points, 100,000 crazy value. Yi Tianyan looked at the system, sighed in relief and thought, I finally completed this main quest. I almost failed. He coughed a few times, then asked Elder Zan, Is there anything else I need to do now? Elder Zan replied respectfully, Yes, the previous master's greatest wish was to return to his sect to check on things, but his body was failing, so he could only pass away here. He hoped his successor could return to the sect for a look, if possible, join the former master's sect, the Heavenly Extremes Palace, and become a disciple. Yi Tianyan's eyes widened as he asked, Heavenly Extremes Palace? He looked up, thinking, to be able to nurture a spirit king, the sect's power must be considerable. Heavenly Extremes Palace is a third-grade faction, gathering the strongest among the top experts. Ding. Next stage of the main quest, strengthen Tianquan Palace. Elevate Tianquan Palace to a second-grade faction, Tianquan Sect. Completion reward 1 million experience points, 1 enhanced lottery roulette spin, 100,000 crazy value. Yi Tianyan raised his hand to his chin and calculated. Tianquan Palace has fewer than 10 core condensation stage disciples. We're still 40 short of the 50 required. This will take a long time and require significant material and financial resources. He pointed and asked Elder Zahn, by the way, what are these martial arts? Do they belong to me too? Elder Zahn turned and walked away, replying, yes, everything here now belongs to the young master, including those martial arts. Please follow me. The gates of the Qianchun ancient ruins slowly closed. Qin Shui shouted worriedly, Great Elder, what do we do now? The gate is closing. Elder Yi won't be able to get out. Elder Mo Yu took off the ring on her hand, thinking, the restriction on the gate cannot be broken. It seems this is the only way. There isn't much food in the storage ring and some pills. If used sparingly, they can last for some time. Before the ruins gate closed, she threw the storage ring inside, thinking, we can only find a way to rescue Yi Tianyan during this time. The gate finally closed completely. Sect Master Huajun behind her side. Elder Mo Yu, what a pity. He raised his hand and offered false comfort. I was hoping to wait for Yi Tianyan to come out and apologize to him in person, but he didn't make it out. Please accept my condolences. Great Elder Mo Yu turned and replied, it's all right, we can bear this. We have other matters. We'll take our leave first. Sect Master Huajun said his farewells. Sect Master Huajun replied, goodbye, Elder Mo. Qin Shui followed behind, asking worriedly, Great Elder, can junior brother Yi still make it out alive? Qin Shui clasped her hands behind her back and said, I don't know. The Qianchun ancient ruins have never been opened from the outside. She lowered her head and said helplessly, we can only go back and discuss it with the palace lord. Yi Tianyan, you have to hold on. A few days later, inside the Qianchun ancient ruins, Yi Tianyan saw the storage ring on the ground and stopped. He picked it up and examined it, saying, isn't this the Great Elder's ring? They must think I'm trapped here, so they threw in a storage ring. He raised his hand and used the key to the Qianchun ancient ruins, saying, it's time to go back. He spread his arms and shouted, open. A wisp of light smoke flew from the gate and then it opened. Yi Tianyan walked out, then stopped, looking in one direction with a cold face. Who's there? Come out. From the bushes in front, Sect Master Huajun walked out, saying, it seems my hunch was right. I came back specially to wait here for a few days. I didn't expect you to be able to open this gate and enter and exit the Qianchun ancient ruins at will. Yi Tianyan exclaimed in surprise. Sect Master Huajun. He chuckled lightly and asked, what, are you surprised to see me? I'm more surprised to see you come out of there. With an unreadable expression on his face he said, but more than that, it's a pleasant surprise. Sect Master Huajun walked up to him, very sure of his guess. Everyone else thought you were trapped and dead inside, but I didn't believe it. You were able to kill Liang Feng, so your cultivation must be at the peak of the spirit refining stage. It's impossible for you to be trapped for a mere martial art. It turns out I wasn't wrong. My waiting here for so long wasn't in vain, he smiled, revealing his true colors. Now I'll give you a choice. Hand over control of the Qianchun ancient ruins and I'll give you an intact corpse. Tianyan sneered and retorted, hand over control and I only get an intact corpse? Sect Master Huajun, it seems you're not very good at making deals. Activate Eye of Inspection, Cultivation. 6th level of the core condensation stage. Wearing high-grade spirit tool armor. Overall combat power 40,000. Martial arts. Dragon soaring palm. Rainfall divine art. Weakness. Attacking the shoulders is the key to disrupting his stance. Dropped items. Dragon soaring palm. Rainfall divine art. 6x experience pill. 100,000 experience pill. 10,000 to 50,000 gold. Sect Master Huajun raised his hand, feigning helplessness. It seems you're still stubborn. In that case, don't blame me. Yi Tianyan cracked his knuckles, accepting the challenge without any fear. Then let's give it a try. Sect Master Huajun channeled his energy and said, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. He waved his hand, sending out a sword intent that shattered a stone slab on the other side. Sect Master Huajun raised his hand, controlling rocks to circle his body with great power. But Yi Tianyan was a step faster and had already flown forward. Sect Master Huajun only extended one finger and praised contemptuously, HMPH, not bad momentum. Before he could even make a move, Yi Tianyan had already rushed in front of him and slapped him across his arrogant face. Sect Master Huajun fell to the ground, heavily injured. He couldn't hide the panic on his face as he looked at Yi Tianyan. Yi Tianyan stomped on his face, then pressed down hard until the ground cracked, saying, now who needs an intact corpse? Sect Master Huajun thought in shock. That power and speed just now, has he already surpassed me? He raised his hand and shouted, get off! Yi Tianyan leapt back, dodging the blow. Sect Master Huajun also took the opportunity to stand up, then jumped into the air, frantically controlling the rocks. You've angered me. He unleashed a powerful move with all his might. Yi Tianyan snorted calmly and praised, not bad momentum. He channeled his power and flew into the attack, rushing towards Sect Master Huajun, giving him no time to defend, then kicked out, shouting, die. Sect Master Huajun's jaw was dislocated. He cried out only to be hit by an even stronger punch from Yi Tianyan, who shouted, down you go. Sect Master Huajun slammed heavily onto the ground, crashing through it. He just lay there, unable to move. Yi Tianyin stood before him, exhaled a puff of white air and asked, "Not so arrogant anymore," he said coldly. "Still want control of the Tianchen ancient ruins?" Sect Master Huajun shrank back in fear, stammering, "And no, impossible. How is your cultivation so high? You tricked me." Yi Tianyin clenched his fist, gathering power, and said, "So what? Go tell on me if you can." Sect Master Huajun let out a sound, suddenly remembered something, then unleashed a move, cursing, "Bastard, go to hell." Yi Tianyin was startled by the sudden attack, but quickly jumped up to dodge it. "It's an exploding pill, how despicable." He punched the exploding pill away, sending it flying back towards Sect Master Huajun. The exploding pill cracked and caused a terrifying explosion when the smoke cleared. Sect Master Huajun had been blown to pieces, maimed and mutilated. He was so scared that tears streamed down his face as he looked at Yi Tianyin and begged for mercy. "Please spare me. I won't tell anyone about this. It was all my fault before. As long as you let me go, the Heavenly World sect will follow your orders." Yi Tianyin unleashed his firepower and said coldly, "If I were the one begging for mercy, would you have spared me? If you had some backbone, I might have given you a quick death." But now, as he spoke, he sent out a flame, burning Sect Master Huajun to ashes in agony. Ding! Successfully killed Sect Master Huajun, gained 58,000 experience points, obtained Dragon Soaring Palm Earth Level Martial Art, obtained 100,000 experience pill, 3,200 crazy value. Yi Tianyin looked at the martial art on the system and thought to himself, "Although it's an earth-level martial art, I probably can't leave it for Tianquan Palace. If they cultivated it, wouldn't it expose something? I can only sell it." He looked back at the crater and sighed. Good thing it was only Sect Master Huajun. If anyone had escaped, it would have been troublesome. He raised his hand and controlled more flames, burning all the evidence, burned it clean to avoid any future trouble. He stomped his foot and flew up, thinking, time to go back and give Ant and the others a surprise. A while later, at Tianquan Palace, Shaolian looked at the increasingly crowded mob at the foot of the mountain and said, "The Avengers are here." Ant snorted coldly. "These people aren't even bothering to hide their intentions anymore." A female disciple bowed and reported, "Palace Lord, there are also experts guarding the back mountain. They won't let us pass at all," Moyu asked anxiously. "Palace Lord, what should we do now? This time, if it wasn't for me taking Elder Yi to Shi Shuiyan said sternly, "It's not your fault. That kid must have encountered some opportunity, otherwise he wouldn't stay inside without coming out. For now, let's focus on those old geezers." A group of ancestors surrounded them like a dark cloud. An old man in red looked at Tianquan Palace and said, "They've all come out to greet us." Elder Wenchen of the Heaven-Breaking Sect continued angrily, "You bunch of nobodies, it seems I've been away for too long and you think you own the world now." Elder Tianfeng of the Heavenly Spirit Sect also bared his teeth and said hatefully, "You killed so many of our people. It seems we need to settle this score properly." Elder Feng Yun of the Heavenly Phoenix Tower chimed in, "That's right, you all think we're dead. When we were calling the shots here, you weren't even born." Elder Bingxin of Tianquan Palace retorted, "Three old coots ganging up to bully our Tianquan Palace? Although Tianquan Palace is a first-grade faction, it doesn't mean we're weaker than you." Elder Wenchen asked, "Elder Bingxin, so you're not dead either? Then I'll give you some face and let you make a decision. Either submit to us and merge with the 9 great sects and you and the other disciples will become Tao companions," he emphasized viciously, "or we will bathe your Tianquan Palace in blood." Elder Bingxin angrily and flatly refused. "Dream on if you think we'll be your slaves. We would rather fight to the last person than let you succeed." Elder Wenchen's eyes sharpened as he asked, "Is that so? Then this is the price you wish to pay." He laughed and ordered attack among his forces. The female disciples had already begun to fight. The screams startled Shi Shuiyan. She looked back and discovered there were traitors planted among the disciples. She shouted, "Stop, you traitors!" She suddenly stopped, glancing back, only to see Elder Wenchen had already thrown a palm strike. She quickly blocked it and retreated. Elder Moyu shouted worriedly, "Palace Lord!" Shi Shuiyan raised her hand and said, "I'm fine, protect the ancestor." Elder Moyu looked at the group and cursed, "Damn it, to think these elite disciples are traitors. This outcome is truly hard to accept." Shi Shuiyan gritted her teeth, forced onto the defensive. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyin rushed out of the forest thinking, "Strange, why do I have a bad feeling?" He sped up, flying towards Tianquan Palace thinking, "I have to get back quickly." Elder Wenchen crossed his arms and laughed loudly, saying contemptuously, "Without that kid you're still no match for us. It's a pity for such a monstrous genius to be locked up in the Tianchen ancient ruins. By the time he gets out in 3 years, Tianquan Palace will be long gone," he said with a wicked smile. "I'll give you one chance. Choose to surrender and I'll treat you well. If you resist, there's only death." Shi Shuiyan was silent as if thinking, then lowered her head and said helplessly, "Whoever wants to surrender, go ahead, I won't blame you." Moyu shouted in surprise, "Palace Lord." Several female disciples were swayed and walked towards Elder Wenchen, their eyes filled with sadness. But they had no other choice. Elder Bingxin clicked her tongue, also powerless. Ju Lingyun came out from inside and asked loudly, "What are you doing?" She emphasized seriously, word by word. "Don't you trust the Palace Lord and the others? How has the Palace Lord treated you all normally? How can you be so ungrateful?" Elder Wenchen went, "Oh?" and asked a female disciple from Tianquan Palace, "Who is this?" The girl stammered. "She is." Elder Wenchen smiled wickedly and said arrogantly, "So it's the person that kid brought back." Still speaking up for Tianquan Palace, "Little girl, you're all about to lose your lives. What's the point of you stepping forward now? Zhu Lingyun retorted without showing any weakness. I will protect the dignity of Tianquan Palace and protect the Tianquan Palace that young Master Yi wants to protect. Even if I die, I will never surrender. The few female disciples who stayed were also inspired. Their dignity ignited and said, that's right. Tianquan Palace has treated us well. We would rather die in battle than fail to protect Tianquan Palace. I've had no parents since I was young. It was Tianquan Palace that raised me. I too will protect Tianquan Palace to the death. Protect Tianquan Palace to the death. Elder Wenchen laughed out loud, sneering at their so-called dignity. A bunch of fools. In a moment I'll show you what hell is. Protecting to the death is bullshit. His eyes turned cold as he ordered cruelly. Go, seize them all for me, especially that girl. Bring her to me. I'd like to see just how unafraid of death she is. The disciples of the two factions rushed forward and began to fight. A guy holding a sword walked towards Zhu Lingyun and said, little girl, you had a tough mouth just now. Let's see if you're still tough when I get my hands on you. Zhu Lingyun, trembling, held her sword and tried to stay calm, saying, I'm not afraid of you. That disciple leapt up and slashed down with his sword. I'll take one of your arms first. Zhu Lingyun was completely unable to resist and could only close her eyes and wait for death. Unexpectedly, a powerful force sent her attacker flying before the blow could land. Zhu Lingyun opened her eyes and looked in one direction, surprised to see that her rescuer was the Snow Wolf. Shi Xueyan turned her head, asking in surprise, is that Tianyun's Snow Wolf? The Snow Wolf rushed in and started fighting with its sharp claws, sending several disciples either to the ground or flying more than 10 meters away. While Shi Xueyan was still stunned, Elder Tianlong had already flown over and thrown a palm strike, shouting, die. Before Shi Xueyan could turn and do anything, the Snow Wolf had already rushed over to block the palm strike for her. Elder Tianlong said in surprise, I didn't expect you to be raising a demonic beast, he said sinisterly. But even with the Snow Wolf's help, you can't change today's outcome. Just then, Yi Tianyun's voice sounded out asking, is that so? Elder Tianlong was stunned for a moment, then whipped his head around. A beam of light appeared in the sky accompanied by the voice. I think that outcome should be reserved for you, don't you think? Yi Tianyun landed with astonishing power, the oppressive aura equally strong, forcing Elder Tianlong back a few steps. He clenched his fists, looking at him proudly. Shi Xueyan cried out with joy. Tianyun? Elder Tianlong's eyes widened in surprise. You're that little bastard? Elder Fengyun and Elder Wenchen also turned their heads, their eyes wide as well. Wasn't he supposed to be trapped in the Tianquan ancient ruins? How did he get out? Yi Tianyun turned his head and ordered, kill them all, start with the weakest. The Snow Wolf raised its head, its eyes glowing. It spat out a white force which turned into several more wolves. The pack of wolves rushed forward, tearing into the disciples, making them scream incessantly. Elder Wenchen was furious, roaring, even if you're back, you can't change anything. He and the other two ancestors rushed towards Yi Tianyun. I'll take your head first. Yi Tianyun sneered, completely unfazed. All right, then give it a try. Use Eye of Inspection. Elder Fengyun, combat power, 128,000. Elder Tianfeng, combat power, 132,000. Elder Wenchen, combat power, 146,000. Yi Tianyun snorted coldly, saying contemptuously, a bunch of weaklings. Activate crazy killing mode. Damage increased by 4 times. Activate crazy experience mode. Experience increased by 4 times. Use double experience pill. A divine dragon powerfully flew up from the ground. Yi Tianyun raised his hand and condensed it into a long spear. He slammed the spear on the ground and a powerful shockwave spread out, immense in its might. Have a taste of my new move. He unleashed the move. Blood Fiend rushes to the heavens, and with just one strike numerous disciples fell, unable to get up. Ding successfully killed an elite disciple of the Heavenly Spirit sect, gained 20,000 experience points, 1,000 crazy value, and 1 spirit returning pill. Successfully killed a deacon of the Heavenly Phoenix Tower. Successfully killed a disciple of the Heaven-Breaking Sect. Gained 28,000 experience points, 1,300 crazy value. Forging proficiency increased by 50 points. Successfully killed, successfully killed, successfully killed. Elder Wenchen flew against the tide of fleeing disciples, ordering, don't run, attack. At this moment Elder Bingxin channeled her power and flew towards him, striking forward with a palm and shouting, Elder Wenchen, face your death. Elder Wenchen angrily threw a powerful palm strike, roaring, get lost. Elder Bingxin took the blow and was sent flying backward. Shi Xueyan ran over worriedly, shouting, Ancestor. Yi Tianyun shouted provocatively, Elder Wenchen, come at me if you have the guts. Weren't you so arrogant just now? What's wrong now? His disciples were continuously being pierced and killed in a single blow, making him both angry and helpless. He gritted his teeth. You little bastard. He opened his mouth and roared, erupting with immense power. Elder Wenchen, combat power, 168,000. He summoned a massively powerful axe and said, I'm going to let you witness the might of the Heaven-Breaking Sect. He unleashed the move, Chaotic Sky, Holy Elephant. The earth shook and the mountains trembled. The force blew away all the disciples who couldn't stand firm. Even Elder Bingxin could barely hold her ground. Shi Xueyan shielded herself with her hand, thinking, this axe is terrifying. A single light wave sends out so many sharp blade auras. Elder Wenchen looked down on Yi Tianyun and said, kid, don't get cocky too early. As he spoke, he swung down with a heavy and powerful blow from his axe. Yi Tianyun did a flip and easily dodged it, making Elder Wenchen snort coldly. He struck again with a powerful blow, roaring, keep acting arrogant. Yi Tianyun jumped up, dodging a few more attacks, and said fiercely, my turn. He pointed his spear forward, condensed his spiritual power to manifest a divine dragon, then forcefully unleashed a powerful attack, shouting, "Break!" Elder Wenchen gritted his teeth, his eyes wide as he watched the force pierce through his body. The ground cracked under the pressure of the energy. He also fell to the ground, his trembling hand pointing at Yi Tianyan. He spat out the word "you" and then passed away. Ding successfully killed Elder Wenchen, gained 120,000 experience points, 3,000 crazy value, obtained Chaotic Sky set, Chaotic Sky Holy Elephant low-grade soul tool, Chaotic Sky Divine Armor low-grade soul tool, Chaotic Sky Battle Boots low-grade soul tool. Elder Bingxin gritted her teeth, speechless. Zhu Lingyun also turned her head in shock and shouted, "Big brother Yi!" Shi Shuiyan's eyes also widened, thinking, "I didn't expect Tianyan to have become this strong." Elder Fengyun's scalp began to tingle. He said, "Even the strongest Elder Wenchen was killed in one move." Cold sweat appeared on Elder Tianlong's bald head. He said, "How is this possible?" Yi Tianyan chuckled lightly as he looked at the spear in his hand and said, "Why is it not possible?" A powerful spiritual energy burst from his eyes as he emphasized word by word, "Now it's your turn." Yi Tianyan swung his spear, unleashing astonishing power, and killed Elder Tianlong with a single lethal move. Ding successfully killed Elder Tianfeng, gained 110,000 experience points, 2,700 crazy value, obtained martial arts, Heavenly God Palm low-grade earth-level martial art, Rushing Thunder Steps low-grade earth-level martial art, Heaven-suppressing Divine Stone low-grade soul tool. Elder Tianlong cried out in pain and fell to his knees. The remaining Elder Fengyun was so scared he turned and ran. "Ah, this kid is a monster," Yi Tianyan asked with a mix of coldness and brutality. Trying to run too late, he unleashed a powerful attack that pierced through Elder Fengyun's left chest, causing him to spit up blood. He fell down. Yi Tianyan sneered as he retracted his power. "You can only blame yourself for being blind." He stabbed the spear into the ground, a powerful oppressive aura spreading out, and asked loudly, "Who else?" Elder Fengyun knelt on the ground, clutching his left shoulder, trembling uncontrollably, forced to submit. We surrender. I was forced to come here. Spare us. We'll leave immediately." He knelt before Yi Tianyan and swore, "We swear we will never step half a foot into Tianquan Palace's territory again." Elder Bingxin, holding her staff, shot forward like an arrow. "Surrendering now? What's the point? When you were oppressing us, did you ever think of sparing us?" Elder Bingxin decisively struck down with what seemed like a killing blow, directly killing Elder Fengyun. Ding successfully killed Elder Fengyun, gained 100,000 experience points, 2,500 crazy value, obtained martial arts, Heaven Burning Art low-grade earth-level martial art, Wind Fire Palm low-grade earth-level martial art. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for successfully breaking through to the 9th level of the core condensation stage. Yi Tianyan put his hands on his hips and thought smugly, "I can't let Elder Bingxin kill an elite-level monster like that. That's all experience and treasures." The remaining disciples were scared out of their wits and fled in all directions. "Run, we're just small fry, spare us." Yi Tianyan raised his hand, channeling his ice power, and said firmly, "No one is getting away." As he spoke, he unleashed the Frost Fist, freezing all the disciples in place. He extended his hand and used the Absorbing Star Great technique to drain all their power. 2,400 experience points, 3,600 experience points, 47,500 experience points. The disciples collapsed after being drained. Yi Tianyan retracted his power and said, "It's finally over." Elder Bingxin walked over and called out, "Elder Yi." She and all the disciples bowed to him in gratitude. "We shouldn't have treated you like that before. We're sorry. We hope you can forgive us." Yi Tianyan chuckled lightly and said, "I won't hold those things to heart. Not now and not ever. I only listen to my aunt's orders. I don't care about anything else." Shi Shuiyan tapped him on the head, chiding, "How can you speak to an elder like that?" She pulled her hand back and said with a smile, "But I like it." Yi Tianyan's eyes widened as he called out to her, "Aunt." Elder Bingxin and the few disciples were speechless. Shi Shuiyan blushed slightly and called out, "Tianyan, if it weren't for you this time." Before she could finish, Yi Tianyan had already placed a hand over her lips. He said gently, "Don't say those polite words of thanks anymore. Everything I do is for my aunt. And since I'm one of the elders of Tianquan Palace, of course I have a responsibility to it. Protecting Tianquan Palace is my most important duty." A female disciple behind them praised, "Elder Yi is so cool. We'll listen to you from now on." Qin Shui also said, "Yeah, Elder Yi was so amazing just now. With you as our elder, we're not afraid of anything." The other girls behind them raised their hands and chimed in, "From now on, whatever Elder Yi tells us to do, we'll do." Ding completed the Guardian Achievement quest. Obtained the Permanent Guardian title. Bonus ability, defense doubled, no usage limit. The Guardian title appeared, and Yi Tianyan smiled, thinking, defense doubled, an unexpectedly good effect. Shi Shuiyan said seriously, "All right, split up and clean this place up. Next, we'll personally visit the 3 major factions and uproot them." She emphasized seriously, "We need to show the other factions that Tianquan Palace is not to be trifled with." Yi Tianyan went back to his room to check the system. The rewards for killing the ancestors were indeed high, especially after killing Elder Wenchen. He had obtained several low-grade soul tools. He opened the system and said, "Let's see the effects." Successfully equipped the Chaotic Sky Holy Elephant and its 3 attributes, including defense doubled, movement speed increased by 3 times, and strength increased by 2 times. Yi Tianyan sneered. Just this set of equipment increased my combat power by a full 60,000 points. Excellent, next time even fighting a Spirit Core stage expert won't be a problem. He happily stretched his shoulders and said, finally taken care of. Yi Tianyan opened the door where a female disciple was waiting to report. Elder Yi is out of seclusion. The palace lord said to see her once you were out. Yi Tianyan's eyes widened as he asked her, Aunt is looking for me? In Shi Shuiyan's chambers a disciple's voice came from inside reporting. Palace Lord, we've mostly finished cleaning up, only some disciples from the 3 major factions are left to deal with. Yi Tianyan walked in and called out. Aunt Shi Shuiyan saw him and said, Tianyan, you're here? She smiled and said, this time we've obtained some weapons, pills and spirit medicines as well as many materials from the heaven-breaking sect. Since you're skilled in forging, we plan to give you all these materials to work with. Yi Tianyan smiled and suggested, alright, then give me those spirit medicines too. Shi Shuiyan let out a small ah and asked in surprise, you know an alchemist too? Yi Tianyan sighed, my dear aunt, didn't I tell you before? I know alchemy. Shi Shuiyan stroked her chin, skeptical. You really know alchemy? I forgot because I've never seen you do it. Yi Tianyan took out the purple fire divine furnace and replied, of course, I even have the soul tool grade purple fire divine furnace. Elder Mo Yu couldn't help but look at the purple fire divine furnace with admiration. She never thought there would be someone in this world who was skilled in both forging and alchemy. Yi Tianyan proudly calculated. After that battle, it's clear that Tianquan Palace's strength is indeed weak. I think we should take advantage of our current fame to recruit more disciples. As for weapons and pills, leave it to me. He gripped the purple fire divine furnace tightly and continued with great momentum. We must strive to cultivate a large number of spirit refining stage disciples, raise Tianquan Palace's rank, and make it so other factions will never dare to look down on us again. The female disciples behind him were filled with confidence upon hearing his words. Yi Tianyan also said with determination, as long as we work together, we can definitely do it. A while later, Shaolian carried in a tray of food and called out, young master, the food is ready. She looked over and thought in surprise, so many weapons and pills. Shaolian walked up to Yi Tianyan, who was still refining, and said, young master, take a break and have something to eat. Yi Tianyan retracted his power and turned around. Sister Shaolian is here. He took out a storage ring and said to Shaolian, these are your weapons and pills, there's also some silver inside, take it all. Shaolian looked at him in surprise, stammering, young master, this I can't accept it for no reason. Yi Tianyan still handed her the storage ring, saying, Sister Shaolian, why are you being so polite with me? Take it, I've noticed you've been distracted these past few days. Are you homesick? Shaolian lowered her head sadly. My father is very ill and our family has no money. Yi Tianyan placed his hands on her shoulders and asked, why didn't you tell me sooner? I see you as family, that's why I'm giving you these things. Take them home, I'll give you another 100 taels of gold. Shaolian looked at him gratefully and said, young master, I appreciate your kindness, but this is too much money. I can't accept it, I'll just take some pills, that's enough. I'll come back as soon as my father is cured. Yi Tianyan was silent for a moment and didn't insist. All right then, hurry back and take care of your father. I'll come find you in a few days when I'm done with my work, she said sincerely. Shaolian will never forget the young master's kindness. But Yi Tianyan said dismissively, don't be so formal, I'm still the same person as before, your little sister Shaolian. She happily replied with an A female disciple walked in and called out, Elder Yi, the newly joined disciples are waiting outside the main hall. Yi Tianyan replied, all right, I'll be right there. He walked into the main hall. And several girls had already turned their heads to call out, look, the only male elder in Tianquan Palace, that must be him, right? I heard he kills without blinking like a demon, he looks so scruffy, is he really that strong? Yi Tianyan stopped and called out, Palace Lord. Shi Shuiyan said, Tianyan, you're here. You've worked hard these past few days. Yi Tianyan took out the items from his storage ring and said it was no trouble at all. I've already refined quite a lot. If it's not enough, I'll make more. These are all spirit tools and they're high-grade spirit tools. Over there are top-grade spirit tools and here are body tempering pills and spirit refining pills. The girls' eyes lit up as they said, oh my god, I've seen a spirit tool once when I passed by the treasure pavilion. But how can that compare to what's here? Yi Tianyan raised his hand and said to them, these are all resources of Tianquan Palace. As long as you perform well and work hard, all of these will be yours. The girls upon hearing this said excitedly, that's great. Shi Shuiyan also spoke up to guarantee. As long as you are loyal to Tianquan Palace, I will give you any resources. You must work hard to improve your strength. I look forward to the results. The girls replied in unison, thank you, Palace Lord. All these things could really be ours. Is it true? That's amazing. Joining Tianquan Palace was the right decision. Shi Shuiyan and Yi Tianyan walked out of the main hall. He discussed with his aunt, the materials here are used up. I plan to go out and buy some. Also, Sister Shaolian's father is seriously ill. I want to go and see how things are. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. Shi Shuiyan touched her chin and recalled, no wonder I thought she was acting strangely recently. So it was a family matter? Then you should go quickly. Remember to be careful, we'll be here. Yi Tianyan acknowledged with an A while later, Yi Tianyan carrying a bundle looked down from a cliff. Should be in this direction. I wonder if that village is Yanloo village. He frowned and observed for a while, feeling like something was off. Below in Yanloo village, a group of people were gathered, arguing loudly. We already paid 3 months ago. Please Lord Yun, let us off this time. An old man knelt down with everyone else, begging the man before them. We really have no money left. If this continues, the people in the village will starve to death. The man named Yun kicked the old man in the face and said, "Cut the crap. You'll pay whenever we tell you to pay," he said sinisterly. "Don't think I don't know that a pretty little thing just came back and she brought a lot of silver with her. Where is she now?" A man in ragged clothes came over to help the old man up and said, "How dare you hit someone? There's no pretty girl here." The man named Yun sneered and threatened, "Won't talk? Then I'll deal with you, this useless village chief, first. If you still don't talk, I'll kill you one by one until you do." The man in ragged clothes gritted his teeth and bravely stood up to resist him. "If you want to kill the village chief, you'll have to step over my dead body." The man named Yun sighed. "Oh, quite brave, aren't you? Then we'll start with you. Kill him for me." Several of his accomplices raised their blades and replied, "Yes, boss." He leaped up and slashed down with his blade, shouting, "Die!" Suddenly, he was kicked in the mouth and sent flying. Shaolian retracted her foot and said, "I'm here. I dare you thugs to touch them." The village chief looked at her and called out, "Shaolian." The man named Yun's eyes widened as he looked at her, then he clicked his tongue in amazement. He rubbed his hands together, his expression lecherous as he praised, "Indeed a beauty. If you obediently come with me, I guarantee I won't touch a hair on their heads. And I'll also waive the protection fee for 3 years. How about it?" The man in ragged clothes clenched his fists and shouted, "In your dreams, Sister Shaolian will never go with you." Shaolian seriously called out, "Calm down." The man named Yun walked up to her and threatened, "See, the girl knows what's good for her. Make your choice quickly. Either come with me or watch me kill them one by one." The man in ragged clothes grew angrier the more he heard. "Sister Shaolian, let's fight them. We'd rather die than let them succeed." The villagers also stood up menacingly. "We'd rather die than let Shaolian go with you. My son was taken by you and I still don't know if he's dead or alive. Yeah, we can't take this bullying anymore. I'll fight you." A man with a beard stepped forward to stop everyone. Hey, don't be so foolish. Listen to Lord Yun. Let Shaolian go with him. This is Shaolian's good fortune." He frowned, saying selfishly, "Besides, he's waiving the protection fee for 3 years. This has never happened before. Don't forget, if it wasn't for Lord Yun's protection, we would have been eaten by demonic beasts long ago." The man in ragged clothes retorted, "Niu-ji, what nonsense are you spouting? How could they possibly protect our village? Besides, there haven't been any demonic beasts around here for a long time. We don't need their protection at all." Several others agreed with him, saying, "That's right. Niu-ji, why are you speaking up for them? Did you tip them off that Shaolian was back?" Niu-ji's eyes darted away, but he still said, "Tip them off? Don't make it sound so ugly. A wise man submits to circumstances. If we stay in the village, we'll starve to death sooner or later." He pointed at Shaolian and questioned her. "Besides, Shaolian brought back so many things but only gave us a little. She must have a lot more good stuff. She's just unwilling to give it. What a cheapskate." The man in the green clothes pointed at him, growling angrily. "We guarded against this and that, but we couldn't guard against the wolf we let in. I can't believe you're a traitor." Niu-ji pointed his thumb behind him and pretended to be a good person. "I was just trying to do what's best for you all. Obeying Lord Yun's orders is the wisest choice. Do you think you can resist Lord Yun?" The man in ragged clothes was so angry he couldn't speak. You, he raised his fist and said, "I'll beat you to death." Shaolian seriously and calmly advised him, "Don't be rash, you can't beat them." The man named Yun said with a lecherous smile, "You're quite perceptive, I like that. Come on, make your final choice, my patience is limited." Shaolian lowered her head in despair and replied, "I agree, but you must promise to never bully our villagers again." Her father came out and shouted, "Shaolian, you can't go with them." Shaolian turned around and called out, Dad, why are you out here?" Her father ran over with a stick, cursing, "You bastards, I'll beat you to death." But after a few steps he started coughing and was about to fall. Shaolian supported her father and said, "Didn't I tell you to rest well in the house?" The man named Yun drew his saber and walked over. "I remember breaking your legs before. I didn't expect you to be her father. Sorry, I didn't know you were her father. If I had known earlier, I would have been gentler." He sheathed his saber and said, "But now that she has chosen to go with me, I'll give you some medicinal paste." From the woods a figure gradually emerged and said, "I'd like to see who dares to take her away." Shaolian heard the voice and knew it was young master. "Do you accept the random quest to protect Shaolian's Yanloo village? Completion reward, 50,000 experience points, 30 character points, 50 favorability points from Lu Monglian, and 100 favorability points from all villagers of Yanloo village." Yi Tianyan replied coldly, "Accept." The man named Yun's face darkened as he ordered, "Where did you brat come from, trying to be a hero? Kill him for me." The yellow-haired man sneered and replied yes. He stomped his foot and flew towards Yi Tianyan, shouting, "Die!" With an angry wave of his hand he sent the man flying out of sight. Ding, successfully killed a dragon stronghold bandit. Gained 600 experience points, 80 crazy value. The man named Yun grinned, looking at him with a strange light in his eyes. "Not bad strength. How about becoming my subordinate? It's not worth dying for a woman. To me, she's just a plaything. I'll toss her aside when I'm tired of her." He frowned, emphasizing word by word, "I'll give you a choice. Either join me or die." Niu-ji pointed at Yi Tianyan and advised, "Kid, it's your good fortune that Lord Yun is taking you as a subordinate. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." The power of the treasure dragon stronghold is no joke. Yi Tianyan responded to his conditions flatly. Is that so? But I only give you one choice, and that is to die. The man named Yun raised his hand behind him, releasing his spiritual power. You dare speak to me like that? You've lost your chance. Even if you kowtow and beg for mercy now, death is your only path. He raised his hand and unleashed the eagle claw art. Yi Tianyan snorted coldly and rushed over at extreme speed. Only a stream of his spiritual power could be seen. When he appeared, he was already behind the man named Yun. He pressed down on his head with all his strength and said, "You dare show off with a mere eagle claw art in front of me?" The man named Yun was held tightly and begged for mercy and fear. "My lord, spare me. Just think of me as a pile of cow dung on the roadside." Before he could finish, Yi Tianyan had already smashed his head into the ground. He glared at him and said, "This pile of cow dung stinks disgustingly." He looked at his several subordinates and asked with sharp eyes, "Now it's your turn, are you ready?" Niu Ji was so scared he turned and ran, begging for mercy along the way. "Please spare me, this has nothing to do with me." The group of bandits also fled for their lives. "It has nothing to do with me either. Kid, just you wait." Yi Tianyan frowned, emphasizing word by word. "You can't escape." He rushed over like the wind and defeated them in a single move. Niu Ji lay on the ground trembling as he begged for mercy. "My lord, we were wrong, we shouldn't have. Spare me, I'll be your horse or your ox." Yi Tianyan frowned and asked him, "Why should I spare you?" Niu Ji replied, "I was forced by them. If I didn't say that, they would have killed me. I am guilty, I will atone for my sins. Please." Yi Tianyan kicked him in the face and said so noisy. He kicked him in front of the villagers and shouted, "If you want to atone, go tell the villagers." Ding successfully completed the quest, gained 50,000 experience points, 30 character points, 50 favorability points from Lu Menglian, and 100 favorability points from all villagers of Yanloo village. Niu Ji and the man named Yun were tied up. The villagers looked like they wanted to eat them alive, saying, "You two finally got what you deserved." They cowered and begged for mercy. The villagers turned to Yi Tianyan and called out, "Hero." He smiled and introduced himself. "I am Sister Shaolian's younger brother. I came this time to help everyone solve their difficulties. I'll leave these people for you to handle." Niu Ji was startled and said defiantly, "I was just trying to help the villagers. He threatened me, so I had no choice." Before he could finish, the man named Yun roared, "Shut up. You were the one who tipped off our treasure dragon stronghold. That's why we came." The village chief called out worriedly, "Young hero, take Shaolian and go. Otherwise, when the people from treasure dragon stronghold come, you won't be able to escape. Maybe, we're also preparing to move, we can't stay here forever." Yi Tianyan tilted his head slightly and said, "Why move? It's just a small treasure dragon stronghold, just uprooting them will do." Ancestor Black Soul Cultivation at the peak of the core condensation stage. He controls the underground Black Dragon Spirit Vein and has inherited the power of the Black Dragon. Overall combat power 210,000. Yi Tianyan looked up at him thinking, Ancestor Black Soul controls the underground Black Dragon Spirit Vein. It seems the main purpose of this treasure dragon stronghold is to cover up the Black Dragon Spirit Vein. He carried the axe on his shoulder and said, "I was just passing by, but seeing the bandits here doing all sorts of evil, I decided to enforce justice on behalf of heaven." Ancestor Black Soul grinned and said, "Well said, enforce justice on behalf of heaven. In these chaotic times, it's good enough to save your own life, yet you want to enforce justice? Ridiculous. Now that those three are dead, they indeed deserved it. But I see your cultivation is not bad. I'll make you a general under me, and I'll let you enjoy wealth and glory. I'll also help you achieve a level of cultivation you can't imagine, helping you break through to the next realm." Yi Tianyan asked him with a blank expression. "What's your guarantee?" "Just empty words." Ancestor Black Soul opened his arms and channeled the dragon vein from underground, replying, "I guarantee it with the Black Soul dragon vein beneath my feet. As long as you become my war general, I will let you absorb this Black Soul dragon vein together with me, making your cultivation speed several times faster than normal." He looked at Yi Tianyan and tempted him further. "When our cultivation reaches the highest realm, we will establish a sect. Then we'll see who dares to provoke us." Yi Tianyan asked flatly, "Then what do you want me to do?" Ancestor Black Soul stated his condition. "Capture more people, whether they are ordinary people or cultivators. Bring them all back to me. I must sacrifice them to the Black Soul Dragon Vein, so that the power of the Black Dragon can be continuously supplied. Our cultivation speed will also get faster and faster." Yi Tianyan frowned. "So that's why you've been imprisoning so many people?" He gritted his teeth and asked, "Aren't you afraid of heavenly retribution?" Ancestor Black Soul retorted, "Heavenly retribution? Here I am the heavens. No one can escape from my grasp." He handed Yi Tianyan a pill and called out, "Make your choice. If you choose to become my war general, take this pill. It will help you increase your power. Black Heart Pill. After consumption, power increases greatly, but after a period of time the poison will act up, making one wish for death but unable to find it." Yi Tianyan's eyes sharpened as he looked at him thinking, "So it's a poison pill?" He asked calmly, "And if I refuse?" Ancestor Black Soul clenched his fist, his expression turning fierce, and said, "Do you think I'll let you go after telling you so many secrets? If you refuse, then I don't mind turning you into a sacrifice for the Black Soul Dragon Vein." He controlled many hands to emerge from the ground trying to grab him. You brought this upon yourself. Yi Tianyan glanced back seemingly pleased, thinking, looks like the opportunity to level up is here. He turned and used the chaotic sky axe, cutting off those hands with a fierce storm. He also erupted with powerful energy and said, capture me as a sacrifice with just this? Ancestor Black Soul was furious and said, so you have a soul tool to help you, your choice is to resist me. Yi Tianyan used the frost fist and called out, what do you think? He threw a frost fist forward. Ancestor Black Soul gritted his teeth, surprised. Another soul tool, it seems your background is not simple. He raised his hand and channeled his power. Then he continued arrogantly, but if you think you can defeat me with just these few soul tools, then you are too naive. He waved his hand forward, sending out a palm strike. It's too late to regret now. Die! The black dragon aura rushed towards Yi Tianyan. Ancestor Black Soul was stunned. He watched in great surprise as Yi Tianyan used the absorbing star great technique to absorb the dragon aura. His palm strike just now had used at least half his power, yet the kid was completely unharmed, and it even seemed like the power was being absorbed by him. Yi Tianyan smiled contemptuously and asked, "Is this your power?" 4,050 experience points. 4,000 experience points. 4,120 experience points. Ancestor Black Soul formed a seal and a light appeared on his forehead. He sighed. "It seems you also know some evil techniques. Then I'll see how much you can absorb." He roared a few times and gathered a large amount of dragon vein power. Then he rushed over with the mighty power of the black dragon. Yi Tianyan also raised his hand and absorbed it with the powerful absorbing star great technique. Activate crazy experience mode. 8,255 experience points, 8,150 experience points, 8,320 experience points, 8,080 experience points. Obtained. Yi Tianyan exclaimed excitedly. Continue. The more the better. The more he absorbed, the more he asked, "Is this all your power?" "It's not enough at all." Ancestor Black Soul was already a little scared at this point, thinking all the power I released was absorbed by him. And he seems perfectly fine. How is this possible? Yi Tianyan extended his hand, arrogantly disdainful. "This power is too weak. Can you make it any stronger? It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Ancestor Black Soul was enraged by him and attacked again, absorbing even more dragon chi. "How arrogant! I don't believe you. How can you absorb all of it? How can the power of the dragon vein be so easily absorbed by you?" He roared a few times, drawing the dragon vein into his body, then unleashed the breath of the black dragon, an attack as violent as a tearing storm that rushed towards Yi Tianyan. Use Xuanchen Divine Art. Use double experience pill. The attack struck down fiercely, shattering the ground, and the oppressive feeling it emitted was equally strong. 31,000 experience points, 33,000 experience points, 33,000 experience points, 33,000 experience points, 33,000 experience points. Yi Tianyan grabbed the wrist that was absorbing a large amount of the dragon vein and said, "You're giving me this much energy? I really have to thank you for this." He thought, this idiot probably won't fall for it again. "I've made a huge profit this time." Ancestor Black Soul appeared behind him, stared for a moment, then raised his hand and lunged, thinking, he made me lose so much power, he played me. I absolutely cannot let this kid live. His palm reached the top of Yi Tianyan's head as he shouted, "Die!" He looked up, a slightly flustered expression on his face, then turned and grabbed his hand, saying a sneak attack. Part of the reason was that he had used Shadowbite Wind in time. Yi Tianyan squeezed his hand tightly. Ancestor Black Soul jumped back in panic. "What? How could he dodge that?" Yi Tianyan sneered. "So the real Bati has appeared. What's wrong, not using the black dragon's power anymore?" Ancestor Black Soul was furious and roared, "Kid, you've really angered me." He raised his hand and gathered his power. "I'll make sure you die without a burial place." The black dragon claw he unleashed charged forward ferociously. Yi Tianyan seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful mysterious ice, freezing it. Its main body was also frozen solid by the Zonbing. "Damn it, I was frozen before I could even do anything." Yi Tianyan touched the ice and said, "It's pretty good to be frozen this solid. How do you feel now? Like a fish on the chopping block?" He straightened his hand and used the absorbing star great technique, calling out, "Don't worry, I won't kill you right away. That would be too much of a waste." 33,000 experience points, 35,000 experience points, 32,000 experience points, 37,000 experience points. Ancestor Black Soul channeled his power, causing cracks to appear in the ice. Damn it, I'm going to kill you." He shattered the ice in an instant with the power of the black dragon. Yi Tianyan also quickly used the dragon god bloodline, causing him to ask in surprise, "What, you're a dragon?" Yi Tianyan raised his hand and said, "So what if I am?" As he spoke, he struck down with a palm, slamming Ancestor Black Soul's entire body into the ground. The ground cracked from the immense power. Ancestor Black Soul trembled with anger, struggling. "Bastard kid, let me go now." Yi Tianyan answered slyly, "Let you go so you can kill me? Do you think I'm stupid? You've done so many bad things, now watch me drain you dry." Ancestor Black Soul began to beg for mercy and fear. "I was wrong, please spare me, I'll leave this place immediately." Yi Tianyan couldn't absorb anything and said in surprise, "No more spiritual power, what's going on? Don't you have the black dragon spirit vein? You've run out of spiritual power so quickly, how boring. Remember to be a good person in your next life to pay for the debts of this one. Activate Lucky Aura." Ancestor Black Soul cried out in fear, Wait for me." Before he could finish, Yi Tianyan had already delivered the killing blow, annihilating him. Ding successfully killed Ancestor Black Soul, gained 120,000 experience points, 3,000 crazy value. Obtained the Earth level low-grade martial art Black Dragon Divine Secret, and obtained the Earth level low-grade martial art Soul Claw. Obtained Black Dragon Spirit Vein Crystal. Black Dragon Skeleton. Tianyan opened the system and asked with a puzzled expression, Black Dragon Spirit Vein Crystal. What's a Black Dragon Skeleton? The Black Dragon Spirit Vein Crystal is the energy crystal of the Black Dragon, which can be absorbed for cultivation, suitable for those who cultivate dark attributes. The Black Dragon Skeleton is the bones of the Black Dragon. Adding the Black Dragon's soul in the Spirit Vein Crystal can summon the Black Dragon. Tianyan asked in surprise. What? I can even summon a Black Dragon? He pointed at the screen excitedly. To fly, one's cultivation must at least reach the core formation stage. But if I can tame a Black Dragon as a pet, can I ride it and fly? He shrugged, saying with some regret. But this Black Dragon's soul, I couldn't get it even with the lucky aura activated. What a pity. Tianyan walked forward, calculating. If my character points are high enough, maybe the lucky aura can be upgraded again. And I'll definitely get something then. But now that Ancestor Black Soul is dead, what else can I get? Just then a group of people walked out of the camp saying happily, Ancestor Black Soul is dead. Ancestor Black Soul is dead. That's great. Ancestor Black Soul is really dead. Tianyan channeled his power and flew forward, sighing. Looks like there are still a few who slipped through the net. How can I not clean them up? They suddenly knelt before Tianyan and begged for mercy. Wait, hero. Thank you for killing Ancestor Black Soul and saving us. We were only forced to join the Treasure Dragon stronghold. If we didn't, our families would all die. Please spare us. Tianyan frowned and looked at them with a deep voice. Think for yourselves, what kind of despicable things have you all done? If anyone dares to lie, don't blame me for being ruthless. We'll see if you can run faster than my fists. All of you, come with me. They looked at him silently and returned to Yanloo village. Lu Menglian asked in surprise, Young master, what is this? Tianyan said, I don't know how many of them were forced to come, so please sister and everyone else help me take a look. Who's telling the truth and who's lying so we can deal with them properly? The man in ragged clothes pointed at someone and said, This guy is one of those bastards. He's been to our village before. The bald man stood up in anger and snorted, Bastard. Before he could do anything, a flying stone pierced his head. Tianyan tossed the stone up and down and said, Continue. You can of course report on each other. Let's see who has done bad things in the past. The villagers pointed out some of them one after another. He's from our village. He only joined the Treasure Dragon stronghold to protect everyone. This is my husband. He was forced to join too. He was also forced. He often cooked for us. Ding successfully completed the quest Eliminate the Treasure Dragon stronghold. Gained 150,000 experience points, 10,000 crazy value and 100 character points. Lu Menglian called out, Young master, let's go back. Tianyan turned and said, Sisters, you go back first. I still have something to find. Lu Menglian agreed and went back first with everyone. Then we'll wait for the young master in Yanloo village. You must be careful. Tianyan replied. All right, back at Ancestor Black Soul's place, Tianyan walked along a corridor to a small cave. The Black Dragon Spirit Vein should be under this stone cave. He walked in and felt it. The feeling of this power was very familiar. It was indeed the power of the Black Dragon. Tianyan stopped in front of a door and thought, It's behind this door. I hope I can get the Black Dragon's soul. Tianyan used his power to push the door with both hands. As he was concentrating, a voice suddenly came. Do you desire limitless power? Tianyan stopped and asked, Who is it? The voice in the room continued to tempt him. Do you want to be stronger? Do you want to have everything? Come and accept me, and I will grant you the most powerful strength. Tianyan was stunned in surprise. This is a living Black Dragon. He activated the Eye of Investigation. Black Dragon Skeleton. No cultivation, no weaknesses may be obtained after killing it. Black Dragon Soul, Black Dragon Skeleton, Black Dragon Spirit Vein Crystal. Tianyan breathed a sigh of relief. So it's just a corpse, but I can get the Black Dragon's soul. He raised his face and chuckled happily. I just have to defeat it. I found it after all. The Black Dragon spoke again. Human, do you crave great power? Tianyan replied, Of course I do. Is there any need to ask? The Black Dragon said, Very well. As long as you allow me to possess you, you will obtain that power. At that time, no one will be your match, and you will stand above all else. Tianyan asked him calmly, What about Ancestor Black Soul? Wasn't he also one with you? I don't think he was very strong. The Black Dragon's eyes lit up and replied, That weakling couldn't handle my power. That's why he was so weak. Only someone who is strong themselves can accept my power. I am the legendary Black Dragon King. As long as you agree to merge with me and provide me with sacrifices, you will gain many martial arts. Surpassing everything and ascending to the Spirit Core stage or Core Formation stage will be a piece of cake. Tianyan said in surprise, Is it that good? Then what should I do? The Black Dragon instructed. You don't have to do anything. Just relax and let my energy seep into your body and merge with you. Tianyan touched his chin and smiled with amusement. Sounds pretty good. It's hard to refuse. He stretched out his hand, used the Absorbing Star Great technique, used a double experience pill, and activated the lucky aura. His eyes were cold as he said, Then let's become one. The Black Dragon cried out in terror. What are you doing? 3,600 experience points, 38,000 experience points, 40,000 experience points. Experience points. Tianyan's veins popped out on his face from absorbing too much of the dragon vein, and he said nothing. Didn't you want to become one with me? As long as I drain your power we can become one, the Black Dragon retorted. Not that kind of merging, but letting my soul enter your body. Yi Tianyan opened his hands, absorbing, and pretended to ask foolishly, "Is that so? But I prefer this way of merging." The Black Dragon furiously charged at him, striking with the Black Dragon's spear, cursing, "Bastard! Then let's die together." Yi Tianyan raised his hand using the Dragon God bloodline, his power 8 times stronger than his, and said, "Die together." Don't even think about it. The Black Dragon froze, surprised. You have Dragon bloodline, impossible." Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for successfully advancing to the peak of the core condensation stage. Yi Tianyan laughed, thinking, "My cultivation has finally reached the peak of the core condensation stage, getting closer and closer to the spirit core stage." The Black Dragon roared, "Damn human, let me go." He looked at Yi Tianyan with a submissive expression and said, "Human, you win. Please let me go. I know many martial arts, many secrets, and many places with treasures. As long as you let me go, I will tell you everything." No matter what he said, Yi Tianyan absorbed him with even greater force. "Too bad, I'm not interested in those things. You've killed so many people, it's time to pay the price." The Black Dragon cracked open, wailing in constant pain. "I curse you to never be reincarnated." Ding. Successfully killed the Black Dragon King Crystal Skeleton. Obtained 100,000 experience points, 5,000 crazy value. Obtained Black Dragon Soul. Obtained Black Dragon Spirit Vein Crystal. Yi Tianyan retracted his power and looked at his hands. He smiled charmingly. "I've got the Black Dragon Soul. Very good. All the materials are gathered." The cave suddenly shook violently, and he shook with it, saying, "Oh no, the cave is about to collapse." Boulders fell rapidly, making Yi Tianyan cry out in alarm. "Ah, there's no time to get out. Use Black Dragon Skeleton, use Black Dragon Soul, use Black Dragon Spirit Vein Crystal." A boulder fell, covering Yi Tianyan's body, just as he merged everything. Then he powerfully broke through the stone and flew out. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for obtaining the Mount Black Dragon. Mount Black Dragon. Cultivation at the first level of the core condensation stage. Its scales are equivalent to a low-grade soul tool, indestructible, and its claws are sharp, equivalent to a low-grade soul tool capable of breaking anything. Its potential is level 5 and it will grow larger as its cultivation increases, its body also growing larger. The fire it breathes can burn everything. The entire place collapsed in an instant, and the Black Dragon flew into the sky with it. Yi Tianyan looked down and sighed. "I was almost trapped inside." He looked behind him seriously and said, "The treasure dragon stronghold has been completely destroyed." He looked at the Black Dragon and praised, "So strong, especially that level 5 potential. You know the Snow Wolf only has level 2 potential." He smiled and assured the Black Dragon, "From now on you're my pet. Follow me and you'll eat well and live well." He pulled its hair and shouted, "Land outside the village. Otherwise the villagers will definitely be scared to death if they see you." The Black Dragon roared in response. The villagers were happy to see him return and ran down. Young Hero Yi is back." Yi Tianyan also happily announced, "The treasure dragon stronghold has been completely destroyed. You don't have to be afraid of them anymore." Everyone was very happy to hear this and thanked him. "You are truly our savior. Thanks to you we were able to leave the treasure dragon stronghold alive. Please let us express our gratitude to you." Lu Menglian looked at everyone raising their glasses and said happily, "It's been many years since the village was this lively." Yi Tianyan turned and asked Sister Shaolian, "It seems Sister is also very happy." Lu Menglian blushed slightly, looked at him and replied happily, "Of course I'm happy to have overcome such a hardship, I just don't know how to thank you." Yi Tianyan said straightforwardly, "Sister Shaolian, don't be so polite with me. After the celebration let's go to Tianfeng City together. I still need to buy some materials to take back." Lu Menglian agreed. "All right, young master, on this side of Tianfeng City." Yi Tianyan stopped walking. He chuckled. "Tianfeng Tower is no longer here. It has been replaced by Tianwu Tower." Just then someone else called out, "Young Master Yi." Ziyue said happily, "Young Master Yi, it's been a long time. Please come to our Tianfeng Tower for a cup of tea." Yi Tianyan said readily, "It just so happens that we've come here to buy some materials. I wonder if there are any discounts." Ziyue said, "Young Master Yi is too polite. We'll give them to you for free." Yi Tianyan was just joking, so he immediately refused. "No need, just sell them to me at the regular price." Ziyue walked ahead inviting young Master Yi, and she then enthusiastically introduced, "These are all our new top-grade materials. Please, young Master Yi, take your pick." Yi Tianyan looked them over, then turned and asked her, "Are there no materials here for refining soul tools?" Ziyue asked in surprise. "Soul tool materials." She widened her eyes and thought, for him to ask this, it's very likely he can already refine soul tools himself. How old is this young Master Yi to have already reached this level? She stammered. This, then raised her hand and said, "After all, very few people in Tianfeng City can refine soul tools. So Tianfeng Tower hasn't prepared materials for that, but if young Master Yi needs them, we can help you buy them. It will just take some time." Yi Tianyan placed his hand on the materials on the shelf and said, "Then I'll buy these materials to take back." "I'll take as much as you have." Ziyue replied, "All right, no problem. Please wait a moment, young master." She ordered the warehouse to bring all these materials over. Her subordinate replied, "Yes." It didn't take long for several large boxes to be brought over. "All the materials used for refining in Tianwu Tower are here," Yi Tianyan said. After looking through everything in the boxes he asked, "Is this all?" This amount is only enough to refine 20 or 30 spirit tools. Ziyue replied, "Yes, this is all for now, but we can transfer more from headquarters." Yi Tianyan turned his head to pay the deposit first. "Give me as much as you have, including pills, the higher the grade the better. But I don't have enough money. However, I can refine a few things for you. Each top-grade spirit tool or 4th-grade pill in exchange for 2 sets of materials, is that okay?" Ziyue was overjoyed, thinking this exchange is too good to be true. Others would fail 4 or 5 times before succeeding. Top-grade spirit tools and 4th-grade pills are expensive items, yet he's only charging the labor for 2 sets of materials. She tilted her head slightly and readily agreed, "No problem. Young Master Yi is so straightforward." She was secretly happy. This is a great deal. After settling the matter, Yi Tianyan said, "All right, in that case, I'll buy all these materials first. You can deliver the rest to me at Tianquan Palace. After I finish refining them, you can send someone to pick them up." Ziyue eagerly replied, "Of course, no problem. As soon as we receive the materials from headquarters, we'll deliver them to young Master Yi right away," she ordered loudly. "Quickly, prepare a banquet. We must entertain young Master Yi well." Yi Tianyan raised his hand to refuse. "No need. I'm done with my business. I should be going." Ziyue sighed in relief and said, "Why is young Master Yi in such a hurry?" She thought with some regret, "He won't stay for even a minute longer. How can I build a relationship like this?" The old man, who hadn't spoken from the beginning, now spoke up. "Please wait, Master Yi. Forgive my rudeness. I am Elder Lu Hang of Tanu Tower." Yi Tianyan asked, "Is there something I can help you with?" Elder Lu Hang raised his hand and admitted apologetically, "The matter with the Duan Shen sect last time was all our Tanu Tower's fault. Actually, we really wanted to help, but unfortunately, Tanu Tower's strength is too weak. I hope you can understand." Yi Tianyan replied politely, "Oh, that matter, I don't mind. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." Elder Lu Hang asked again, "What about the position of guest elder?" Yi Tianyan said, "Guest elder, I already agreed to be your guest elder before. It's still the same now, but I'm afraid I won't have time to come here in the future, so I guess I've let you down. I'm sorry." Elder Lu Hang was sweating. He looked at Ziyue in confusion and whispered, "Pavilion Master Z, aren't you on good terms with him? Quickly persuade him." Ziyue said to the elder with a blank expression, "It's already a great honor that he came back to our place to buy things." She lowered her head, sighed in relief and said, "Let's not force it. Sometimes you have to accept regrets because you can't get them back anyway." On the side of the green mountains and clear waters, Lu Monglian followed behind and called out, "Young master, we're almost at Tianquan Palace." Yi Tianyan replied with an I have to give the palace lord a surprise." He laughed, thinking, next I just need to complete the main quest. With so many pills, I can't believe I can't build a second-rank faction. Yi Tianyan looked ahead and suddenly stopped, saying, That's a giant eagle," he thought seriously. "Looks like another faction has come knocking. To be able to sit in this vehicle, it must be at least a second-rank faction. The value of that giant eagle is already extremely high, so expensive that it can't be measured in gold." He walked in and called out, let's go see." A voice came from inside. "Palace Lord Shi, I hope you will consider it carefully. As long as you join the Qingshan mansion and submit to us, there will definitely be many benefits," the person sitting in the hall said. "I can even make you a part of us." "The inspector of Qingshan mansion," the inspector continued. "This way you will be equivalent to a third-rank faction in name, and you can do whatever you want here without any problem." Shi Shaolian didn't beat around the bush and refused directly. "Inspectors, I'm sorry, Tianquan Palace has no intention of submitting to your mansion for the time being. Right now I just want to maintain Tianquan Palace as it is, to protect the foundation left by our ancestors." The inspector snorted coldly, displeased. "Are you sure you want to refuse the invitation to become a third-rank faction?" he said arrogantly and bluntly. "This is an invitation that others would beg for. We've already shown you great respect by coming here in person. Without our help, you can forget about becoming a second-rank faction. Palace Lord Shi, you should think it over carefully." Yi Tianyan walked into the hall and said loudly, "How do you know if you don't try?" he said seriously and decisively. "How we, Tianquan Palace, develop is none of outsiders' business." Shi Shaolian called out in surprise. "Tianyan," she smiled and called out. "Tianyan, you're back," Inspector Zhe asked unhappily. "Palace Lord Shi, is this one of your people? It's not polite to interrupt others," Shi Shaolian replied. "He is an elder of Tianquan Palace and is qualified to participate in this discussion." Inspector Zhe asked in surprise, "An elder of Tianquan Palace?" He glanced at Yi Tianyan with some disdain. "So young and already an elder?" Yi Tianyan also glanced at him and said with certainty, "Yes. I'm the fourth elder of Tianquan Palace." "May I ask why you say we, Tianquan Palace, can forget about becoming a second-rank faction?" "I believe that soon our Tianquan Palace will become a second-rank faction. It's not a difficult matter," the inspector said arrogantly. "So what if you upgrade to a second-rank faction? You're still far from a third-rank faction. If you want to obtain more resources, there's only one way, and that is to join us. Qingshan Mansion has many talented disciples. If they combine with your disciples to have the next generation, they will definitely not be weak. If we become one, our power will be even stronger, and no other factions will dare to provoke you in the future." Yi Tianyan looked at him coldly and said, Is that so? Then why didn't we see you come out to help when those three factions came to besiege us before? Now you suddenly come and ask us to join." Inspector Jay laughed and said bluntly without hiding anything, "Is there any need to explain this? At that time your Tianquan Palace's strength was too poor, so you were abandoned by our Qingshan mansion. But now your strength has met the standard, so I allow you to join." He narrowed his eyes and said, "Don't tell me you don't even know this rule. If your strength is too poor, do you think we would need you? Don't be so naive, you're not a 3-year-old child." Yi Tianyan adjusted his clothes with his hand and replied with his eyes closed, "Of course I understand this principle very well, but being weak and not qualified to join and being abandoned are two different things." He opened his eyes and looked at him. "We want to be self-reliant and don't want to join any sect. We will support Tianquan Palace with our own strength." Shi Shuiyan also agreed with his opinion. "Tianyan is right." The several inspectors crossed their arms and sneered contemptuously. "What a self-reliant supporting Tianquan Palace with your own strength. Do you think defeating a few second-rank factions is a big deal? Let me tell you, just a normal third-rank faction can kill all of you." Elder Mo Yu said angrily. "Is this a threat to us?" Shi Shuiyan retorted seriously. "Indeed, just an ordinary third-rank faction could kill us all, but as long as we don't cause trouble, nothing will happen in our remote place. So we don't need to cooperate with anyone. Please leave." Inspector Jay clenched his fists and said urgently, "Very well, it seems you're choosing the hard way." He sneered coldly, getting to the point. "Then I won't beat around the bush. Our Qingshan mansion wants to occupy this land. So we need a sect that has a say here, and you happen to be that sect." He raised his hand and gave them a choice. "Now I'll give you two choices. One is to obey us absolutely so you can live comfortably and get a lot of resources. The other is to disappear from this world." Elder Mo Yu closed her eyes and couldn't help but calculate. The strength of Qingshan Mansion is too strong. Although the cultivation of these few inspectors is lower than our ancestors, their aura is twice as strong. If the other side turns hostile and sends someone stronger, can Elder Yi handle it alone? It's truly hard to imagine. Yi Tianyan used his eye of investigation to scan Inspector Jay and his group. Inspector Fang, cultivation at the 7th level of the core condensation stage, comprehensive combat power of 150,000. Inspector Zhang, cultivation at the 7th level of the core condensation stage, comprehensive combat power of 150,000. Inspector Jay, cultivation at the 7th level of the core condensation stage, wearing top-grade spirit tool armor, comprehensive combat power of 160,000. Yi Tianyan looked at him seriously, thinking without using martial arts and weapons, his comprehensive combat power is already 160,000. If he uses martial arts, his combat power can definitely reach 180,000, 190,000, or even 200,000. Sure enough, the ancestors of those second-rank factions can only follow behind the third-rank factions and eat their dust. Shi Shuiyan frowned and said, "It seems you had ill intentions from the start." The several inspectors replied, "That's right, you either surrender to us or die. There is no third option." He put down his teacup and sighed. "It would be a pity if you refuse. I'll just have to choose another faction." The several inspectors released their spiritual power and threatened, "But from today on I'm afraid Tianquan Palace will be wiped out and never recover." Shi Shuiyan retorted coldly, "Are you so confident you can wipe out our Tianquan Palace?" The several inspectors took another sip of tea as if they hadn't had any in a long time and guessed matter-of-factly, "I know you have a backer, probably at the peak of the core condensation stage, right? Or maybe even a powerhouse who just broke through to the spirit core stage. Hurry up and call him out. Let's see just how strong he is." Elder Mo Yu glanced at Yi Tianyan and thought, "Seems they don't know that Yi Tianyan is the one who killed the experts from those three major factions. They've only heard that some super expert came to help us eliminate them." The inspector spat out the tea in his mouth and said arrogantly, "This tastes terrible. Where is he? Is he hiding like a coward?" He held his head high, smiled slyly, and advised, "Palace Lord Shi, if you don't want Tianquan Palace to become a river of blood, then be a good girl and come back to the mansion with us. Our mansion lord specifically requested to keep you. With your talent, it's a great fortune to be our mansion lord's concubine." Before he could finish his sentence as he uttered the words, "The next generation will surely be strong," he was slapped hard across the face. Yi Tianyan's eyes widened as he said angrily, "What right does that beast of a mansion lord of yours have to want my aunt to be his concubine?" His face darkened as he said bluntly, "Your mansion lord only deserves to be with beasts." Inspector Jay covered his face and asked trembling, "Kid, do you know who you just hit? How dare you hit me and insult our mansion lord?" He widened his eyes and shouted, "Tianquan Palace just wait to be slaughtered. You'll be torn to pieces." Yi Tianyan looked at him with a cruel expression and asked, "Are you threatening me?" He immediately slapped him again, sending Inspector Jay flying into the door and said, "Calling your mansion lord a beast seems too polite. Now I think he's not even as good as a beast. You think you're the center of the universe just because you have a little skill?" The several inspectors looked at him in panic and stammered, Our Qingshan mansion will not let you go." Yi Tianyan suddenly grabbed his clothes, causing him to tremble with fear. Yi Tianyan raised his hand and asked him fiercely, "Qingshan mansion won't let who go?" The several inspectors cried out, "Ouch!" As Yi Tianyan slapped them hard, he shouted, "Say that again." The two inspectors behind him were startled to see him being beaten dizzy and said, "Insolent, stop. Does your Tianquan palace want to make an enemy of Qingshan Mansion? Let go, you're dead." Shi Shuiyan raised her hand and shouted, "You two shut up." She glanced at them and emphasized word by word, "Tianquan Palace doesn't look for trouble, but that doesn't mean we'll sit back and let you trample all over us." After she finished speaking, she also unleashed her power, sending them staggering back. A burst of hearty laughter and praise suddenly came from outside the door. Truly a promising young man to have such a strong cultivation at such a young age. Shi Shuiyan looked outside the door and shouted, "Tianyan, be careful." A man walked over, exuding a powerful aura, and asked, "You've probably reached the 8th or 9th level of the core condensation stage, haven't you?" He smiled, his blood-red eyes continuing, "I wonder where this helper came from, but he seems quite impressive." The inspector, beaten black and blue, looked at the door and called out, Elder Wei, cultivation at the 2nd level of the Spirit Core stage, wearing low-grade Soul Tool armor, martial arts, explosive claw. Earth-level mid-grade martial art, Dragon Cloud Steps. Earth-level low-grade martial art, comprehensive combat power of 280,000. Yi Tianyan thought seriously, a Spirit Core stage expert. Shi Shuiyan was stunned, realizing they had indeed made preparations before coming. No wonder Inspector Zhe was so arrogant. He wanted to force out the hidden expert and then continue to attack us. She narrowed her eyes and said, "That expert hasn't even appeared yet, but this Elder Wei has shown himself first." Elder Wei exhaled a powerful breath and shouted, "Release my men at once. Of course you can continue to hit them and see what the consequences are." The inspector, with his backer present, arrogantly provoked again, "Hit me, weren't you so arrogant just now? Hit me again if you have the guts." Yi Tianyan unceremoniously slapped him again, sending him flying into the wall, and cursed, "Scum!" The inspector fainted after hitting the ground. Yi Tianyan replied to his words with a calm expression. "Since you begged me like that, I'll grant your wish." Shi Shuiyan was speechless at this sight. Elder Wei was furious and said, "What audacity, it seems your guts are not small." White smoke came out of his mouth as he said with certainty, "No matter who you are, you're dead today." He transformed into a dragon shadow and flew into the hall using Dragon Cloud Steps. Yi Tianyan exclaimed with a serious expression, "So fast." Seeing the critical situation, Shi Shuiyan took out the icy soul jade. Before Elder Wei reached him, she had already stood in front of Yi Tianyan and froze Elder Wei with the icy soul jade. But he easily broke the ice and charged over like an arrow, saying disdainfully, "A mere parlor trick, get out of my way." Shi Shuiyan thought in surprise, "I didn't expect him to break the soul jade so easily." Just as Elder Wei's claws were about to strike, Yi Tianyan had already scooped her up by the waist, pulled her aside to dodge, and then used the Dragon God bloodline, saying, "Aunt, let me handle this." He quickly punched the opponent in the face, retorting, "Stay away from my aunt." Elder Wei crashed heavily to the ground. He stood up, looked at a tooth in his hand, and said in astonishment, My tooth, you dare to hit me, what audacity." Yi Tianyan said angrily, "It's not for you to judge whether I'm audacious or not. Today it's either you die or I do." As he spoke, he detonated the divine dragon art within his body. The two inspectors in the hall were stunned by his power. How could this be? Is Elder Wei's cultivation weaker than that kid's? Elder Wei furiously materialized a pair of powerful gloves and said word by word, "I will definitely kill you." Yi Tianyan clenched his fist and also released his power, thinking, these are the opponent's low-grade soul tool level claws. After a full outburst, his combat power will reach 300,000. It seems I can't underestimate him, he exclaimed. To think that wasn't enough to kill you, you're really thick-skinned. Elder Wei channeled his energy and flew over, saying, "You're courting death." Shi Shuiyan cried out in panic. "Tianyan, be careful," Inspector Fang exclaimed. "What a powerful aura!" Inspector Zhe, with his mouth crooked from the beating, still had to chime in. "Angering Elder Wei means certain death." Elder Wei unleashed the explosive claw. Yi Tianyan also countered with a powerful frost fist. He shouted, "Freeze for me." Elder Wei was frozen into a block of ice in midair. Then Yi Tianyan jumped up and delivered a cleaving strike, leaving the three inspectors wide-eyed in utter astonishment. What? Elder Wei is completely frozen. Elder Wei shattered the ice with astonishing strength and asked, "What kind of evil technique is this?" Yi Tianyan chuckled lightly. "Is that important?" He lowered his hand with the frost fist, thinking, it seems the stronger the cultivation, the shorter the freezing time. It's a pity the frost fist can't be upgraded anymore. Elder Wei laughed hatefully. "Ha, so you have a powerful weapon, that's why you dare to be so arrogant. That palm of yours just now was pretty good. I will definitely take it for myself." Yi Tianyan grinned and provoked. "Then come and get it, don't be polite. Now it's my turn. I have to end this quickly. I don't have time to waste with you here. Activate crazy damage mode. Activate crazy express mode." Shi Shuiyan shielded her eyes with her hand, thinking, this aura is a notch stronger than Elder Wei's. Could it be that Tianyan's cultivation has reached the spirit core stage? Yi Tianyan's power pressed down crazily, making the several inspectors unable to bear it. The sword intent swept past, leaving a cut on Elder Wei's cheek, causing him some panic. He asked, "Who on earth are you?" Yi Tianyan raised his hand proudly and introduced himself. "The expert you heard about who helped Tianquan Palace, that's me." Elder Wei couldn't help but be astonished. "You're so young and your cultivation has already reached the spirit core stage? Impossible." Yi Tianyan slammed his palm on the ground, releasing a powerful spiritual energy and said, "Nothing is impossible. Qingshan Mansion, is it? Since your Qingshan mansion has pushed us this far, then don't blame us. Yi Tianyan charged forward quickly, extending a hand to freeze. Elder Wei's body was frozen and he gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it, the power of ice and snow again. Yi Tianyan then delivered another powerful wind and fire palm to his abdomen. Elder Wei cried out in pain, then flew backward like an arrow before crashing heavily to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and raised his head, trembling as he thought, "Ah, my internal organs feel like they're on fire. This kid actually knows 2 types of ice and fire techniques." Yi Tianyan smiled faintly and asked him, "Can you still hold on? You're quite tough." Activate Lucky Aura. Successfully activated Lucky Aura. Luck increased by 10 times. Consumes 100 crazy value per second. Yi Tianyan extended his hand to summon a long spear, then pointed it forward with great power and said, "It's time to end this." Elder Wei looked at the incoming attack, his soul scared out of his wits, and threatened, "If you kill me, Qingshan Mansion will not let you go. We will definitely raise Tianquan Palace to the ground." Ding successfully killed Elder Wei, gained 200,000 experience points, 5,000 crazy value. Obtained Martial Arts Explosive Claw, Dragon Cloud Steps, Thundercloud Claw. Obtained Dragon Bone Divine Armor, Tyrant Dragon Claw. Obtained 5x experience card, Divine Gale Pill. Yi Tianyan withdrew his power, thinking, although it's not a complete set of equipment, they are all Soul Tool level treasures and there are also Earth level martial arts. After all, he was a Spirit Core stage expert, so the things he drops are definitely not bad. He sighed with some regret. Upgrading the Lucky Aura really makes a difference. The basic things all dropped, it's just a pity there's no level skipping battle bonus. At this moment the 3 inspectors started crying out. "Ouch, ouch," the inspectors said with a tremble. You killed Elder Wei. You better stop or our mansion lord will really flatten your Tianquan Palace. Please spare us. When I go back I'll ask the mansion lord to help you." A golden light flashed in Yi Tianyan's eyes. He walked towards them with his spear and repeated, "Didn't someone just say we're not 3-year-old children? Why are you thinking as naively as a child now? If I let you go, will Qingshan Mansion launch a full-scale attack on our Tianquan Palace in a few days?" His spear tip pointed forward, exuding a resolute power. "Letting you go means death, not letting you go also means death. Why don't you stay and die with us? It'll be more lively, how about it?" The inspectors looked at the spear tip before them and wailed continuously, "No, we were just following orders. If you let us go." Before he could finish, Yi Tianyan had already struck, causing him to scream in pain. Ding successfully killed Inspector Zhe, gained 140,000 experience points, 3,800 crazy value. Obtained Martial Arts Heaven Transformation Palm, Netherworld Steps. Obtained Treasure Heaven Severing Sword, 10,000 experience pill. Yi Tianyan looked at Inspector Zhang and Inspector Fang with sharp eyes and said, "Now it's your turn." The 2 of them raised their hands and said in a panic, We won't tell anyone. We are willing to stay in Tianquan Palace as slaves, please spare us." Yi Tianyan tilted his head slightly and asked, "Is that so? Sounds good. Since you're willing to be slaves, you should have the awareness to sacrifice yourselves for your master." He extended his hand using the absorbing star grade technique and continued, "Become my experience points. 38,000 experience points, 42,000 experience points, 40,000 experience points." The 2 inspectors screamed in pain as they were drained dry. Yi Tianyan waved his hand proudly and said, "Qingshan Mansion, even if you don't come looking for me, I will come knocking on your door myself." Ding successfully killed Inspector Fang, gained 160,000 experience points, 3,800 crazy value. Obtained Heavenly Ancient Spear. Ding successfully killed Inspector Zhang, gained 160,000 experience points, 3,800 crazy value. Obtained Cloudfall Boots. Shi Shuiyan asked, "Tianyan, has your cultivation already broken through to the Spirit Core stage?" Yi Tianyan withdrew his power, turned around and replied, "Not yet. I haven't broken through to the Spirit Core stage." Elder Mo Yu said in surprise, "What? You killed Elder Wei so easily without even breaking through to the Spirit Core stage? How on earth did you do it?" The second elder behind them spoke up. "If Elder Yi can break through to the Spirit Core stage, wouldn't our Tianquan Palace be on par with other sects and mansions? Right now our Tianquan Palace is constantly improving its strength, but Elder Yi is about to face big trouble now." Elder Mo Yu looked outside the door with a heavy heart and asked herself, "Once Qingshan Mansion finds out, they will surely attack us with all their might. How are we supposed to defend ourselves?" For Elder Yi, defeating those old ancestors from the Qingshan sect wouldn't be a difficult task. But she gently closed her eyes and continued helplessly, "Not only can't our current strength help Elder Yi, but we will become a burden to him." At this moment, Yi Tianyan finally spoke seriously. "There's something I've wanted to tell everyone for a long time, but I've hesitated until now. You few, come with me." Coincidentally, there's a carriage outside brought by the people from Qingshan Mansion. Over at the Heavenskun Ancient Ruins, the carriage slowly approached in the rain. Elder Mo Yu asked in surprise, "This is the Heavenskun Ancient Ruins?" Shi Shuiyan called out, "Tianyan, is this our destination?" Yi Tianyan walked ahead and replied, "That's right." He reached out and touched the gate, saying, "This gate has an ancient ceiling restriction. It's very safe inside." He chuckled, "From today on, these Heavenskun Ancient Ruins will be the territory of our Tianquan Palace." Elder Mo Yu reminded, "Once these Heavenskun Ancient Ruins are closed, they won't open for another 3 years." Shi Shuiyan looked at him silently, while Yi Tianyan turned around and said, "What are you still standing there for? Come on in." Elder Mo Yu walked in and said in surprise, "We can really come in." Shi Shuiyan looked at him and called out, Tianyan, how did you do it? Tianyan extended his hand, channeling his spiritual power, and replied, It's simple, I participated in an assessment here before to find a martial art, and unexpectedly I received the inheritance of the Heavenskin ancient ruins. So now I am the heir here. Everything here is mine, including this Elder Zahn. Elder Zahn appeared at this moment, startling them. Elder Zahn bowed and asked, Young master has brought everyone, welcome everyone. Tianyan walked inside and said, There are no treasures in the Heavenskin ancient ruins just like before, but for everyone this is a perfect place to hide and cultivate. He looked back and calculated. And from a cultivation perspective, this place is much better than Tianquan Palace. As long as we bring all the disciples here, Qingshan Mansion will definitely not be able to find us. He stroked his chin and thought. Doing this is no different from abandoning Tianquan Palace. Although it's difficult, there's no other way. This is the best solution. Elder Mo Yu also agreed. Yes, we have no other choice now. Yi Tianyan said firmly. For the sake of Tianquan Palace, we must train hard and improve our strength during our time here. Shi Shuiyan replied with a smile. That's right, once we become strong no one will dare to look down on us anymore. She turned to Elder Mo Yu and ordered, Quickly gather all the disciples to come here, but no one is allowed to go out without permission. The space in these Heavenskin ancient ruins is large enough to accommodate everyone. Elder Mo Yu and the second elder replied, Yes. Yi Tianyan and Shi Shuiyan walked out of the Heavenskin ancient ruins. After making arrangements he said to her, I'm much more at ease with us hiding here. All right, Aunt, I need to go out for a while. Shi Shuiyan looked at him and asked, Where are you going? Yi Tianyan replied, To cultivate because I can't break through here. Shi Shuiyan said worriedly, Tianyan, this is a critical time. It will be very dangerous for you to run out and be seen by the enemy. Yi Tianyan took out the myriad transformations mask to comfort her. Don't worry, Aunt, I'll be back soon. As long as I wear this mask. He put on the mask and instantly changed his appearance. See, can you still recognize me? Shi Shuiyan exclaimed in admiration. Wow, I really can't recognize you. Yi Tianyan held her hand and said, So don't worry, Aunt. When I become a little stronger I'll be able to protect you and the entire Tianquan Palace. He took out the key to the Heavenskin ancient ruins and said, This is the control over this place. I'm giving it to you, Aunt. Now you are the second master here. Yi Tianyan said, Just 3 months. No matter what my strength is by then I will return to your side, Aunt. Shi Shuiyan replied with a somewhat sad, Then you must be careful. I'll wait for you to come back. She watched Yi Tianyan leave, praying silently in her heart, Tianyan, you must come back safely. Yi Tianyan rode the black dragon and flew high into the sky. He thought, I want to go see the Heavenly Realm continent. Here, second-rank factions are the strongest and there are basically no third-rank factions. The Heavenly Realm continent is different. It's vaster, with more factions and richer resources. Qingshan Mansion is just one of many factions and there are countless factions here that are much stronger than them. He narrowed his eyes and said, I will definitely be able to break through soon. He looked ahead and thought, That's the Heavenly Realm continent. On a sailboat below, a group of people came out and pointed, shouting, Look, there's a black dragon. As the black dragon flew closer, they became even more surprised. It really is a black dragon. I can't believe someone managed to tame a dragon as a mount. It's unbelievable. How did he do it? After the black dragon flew closer, Yi Tianyan could feel it. Such abundant spiritual energy. No wonder so many people want to come to the Heavenly Realm continent. This is indeed a good environment for cultivation. In Tianqin City, a guy knocked on the sign in front of him and said, Didn't you see what's written on this sign? If you want to enter, you have to pay 10 taels of gold. The person in green clothes was stunned and asked, 10 taels of gold is not a small amount. My cultivation is only at the Bati refinement stage. I don't have that much money. The soldier replied loudly, No money, no entry. When you're in Tianqin City you have to follow the rules here. No fighting and no stealing. You want free protection, there's no such good thing. Yi Tianyan paid 10 taels of gold and walked in. The soldier immediately called out happily, Please take your time, this young master is so generous. Yi Tianyan walked down the steps thinking, so bustling, no city in the earthly realm continent can compare to this. Yi Tianyan walked into a shop, placed a gold ingot on the table and ordered, Bring me the detailed information about the heavenly realm continent. The owner picked up the gold ingot and replied, Yes, customer, please wait a moment. In a short while he brought many books and placed them on the table. Customer, here is the information you requested. Yi Tianyan looked at the books and thought, The dangerous areas are clearly marked, but there isn't much detail about what they are specifically. Only a few words are written as a rough description. He turned and asked, Boss, do you have more detailed information about these dangerous areas? The owner replied, I don't have that here. If you want to know more, you'll have to go to the Star Pavilion. They sell all kinds of information you need there. Yi Tianyan asked, Star Pavilion, looks like I'll have to ask there. Yi Tianyan soon arrived at the Star Pavilion. The manager inside asked, Customer, what can I help you with? Yi Tianyan said, I want to buy intelligence. The manager replied, All right, please follow me. Yi Tianyan walked up the stairs, still looking back at him, thinking, Even a core condensation stage expert is just a manager here. Indeed, the cultivation levels on this continent are very high. The person leading him walked into a room and called out, Deacon Huang, a guest has arrived. Deacon Huang looked at Yi Tianyan, saw through his disguise and judged, A young man with a hidden identity, looks unfamiliar too, probably not from the heavenly realm continent. Am I right? Yi Tianyan crossed his arms and retorted, "Does it matter if you're right or not? I'm here to buy intelligence. Which perilous land has the most demonic beasts and their cultivation level can't be too low, at least at the core condensation stage?" Deacon Huang crossed his arms and suggested, "It seems you're looking to hunt demonic beasts, brother. Then there are two options. One, as long as you sell the demonic beasts you hunt to us at a discounted price, I'll provide you with the intelligence for free. 2, spend 1,000 taels of gold to buy the intelligence." Yi Tianyan chuckled lightly. "I'll choose the first one, but I want to exchange the demonic beasts for raw materials, not money." He thought, I have to buy raw materials anyway, might as well exchange them directly for demonic beasts to save trouble. Deacon Huang was also satisfied and said, "That works." Ding successfully accepted the quest, hunt demonic beasts, kill 100 core condensation stage demonic beasts to receive a reward of 500,000 experience points, 10,000 taels of gold, 10,000 crazy value, 1 lottery chance, and increase favorability with Star Pavilions. Deacon Huang by 100 points. Deacon Huang rummaged through a pile of books. Demonic beasts rarely travel in groups, especially those with cultivation at the core condensation stage and above. But I just received the latest intelligence that demonic beasts are now gathering in the Demon Sea Perilous Land. Yi Tianyan turned and asked, "Demon Sea Perilous Land?" He thought, there are a total of 5 perilous lands in the Heavenly Realm continent. The Demon Sea Perilous Land is one of them in terms of danger level. It's probably ranked 3rd. He asked, "Don't tell me those demonic beasts are all at the bottom of the sea, that would be a bit tricky." Deacon Huang said, "Of course not. The Demon Sea Perilous Land I'm talking about is on Demon Cloud Island. For some unknown reason, many demonic beasts have suddenly appeared there. They swam up from the seabed and then gathered together. Their cultivation ranges from the spirit refinement stage to the core condensation stage, but we can only observe from a distance. We're not too clear on the specific situation, and it's very likely there are demonic beasts with cultivation stronger than the core condensation stage." Yi Tianyan said, "Your information is very useful. This is exactly what I need. Do you know the way there?" Deacon Huang handed him an item and said, "This star compass will guide you there. It's a free gift for you." Yi Tianyan took the star compass and replied, "Then I'll accept it. Wait for my good news." Deacon Huang excitedly took out a pen and paper and said, "Please wait a moment, young master. May I ask how many people are accompanying you?" Yi Tianyan turned and replied, "I'm going alone, no companions." After leaving the Star Pavilion, Yi Tianyan opened the star compass, looked at the indicated direction and said, "It should be this way, right?" He mounted the black dragon, flew high into the sky and shouted, "Let's go to Demon Cloud Island." As he was flying, he was suddenly attracted by something below and looked down. He saw several fish gathering around a sailboat and thought, pirates. To be able to capture shark demonic beasts as mounts, they must not be simple. The red-haired pirate spoke up, "I advise you to surrender obediently. Do you think you can beat us here? In this sea we are the bosses." The people on the boat refused to surrender and instead threatened, "We are all from the Heavenly Pole Mansion. I advise you to scram quickly, or don't blame our sect master for dealing with you." The red-haired pirate laughed wildly in contempt. "People from the Heavenly Pole Mansion? Is that rundown sect? How dare they call themselves a mansion? They're not even a match for a second-rank faction." The blue-haired girl on the boat asked nervously, "Deacon Tien, what should we do now?" Deacon Tien closed his eyes gently and called out, "How about we surrender?" This was the best option available right now. Another girl named Deacon Tien also widened her eyes and asked in surprise, "Surrender?" The man asked back in disbelief. "Deacon Tien, what nonsense are you talking about? Even if we die, we must fight to the death. We can't let them succeed." Deacon Tien waved her hand and slapped the man, saying, "Since you want to die so much, then you go die first." The man fell in a panic and dropped into the water. The blue-haired girl was stunned. "Deacon Tien, you?" Deacon Tien turned her head fiercely and asked, "Who dares not to surrender now?" The red-haired pirate flew up and said, "Old Tien, why are you moving so fast? We haven't had enough fun yet. Let us scare them a bit." Deacon Tien frowned and shouted, "Brother Bai, let's make this quick." The blue-haired girl widened her eyes, astonished. "Deacon Tien, how could you betray us like this? Was your proposal to take us out for training this time just so we could be captured?" Deacon Tien smiled sinisterly and admitted, "The Heavenly Pole Mansion is about to be finished. If I stay any longer, I don't know when I'll ever break through to the Spirit Core stage in this lifetime. I might as well become a pirate with Brother Bai and roam the world. You are all the ones with the strongest cultivation and the best talent, so of course I have to use you as a welcoming gift for Brother Bai." The pirates rushed onto the ship and captured all the disciples. Among them, a few who had already defected helped with the capture. A female disciple said, "Senior sister, you should just obediently join them. That's the only way to have a better future. There's no future at all in the Heavenly Pole Mansion. Why be so stubborn?" The senior sister clenched her teeth, looked at the person behind her, and scolded. "Qin Kui, the Heavenly Pole Mansion may have fewer resources, but they have already used all the best things to train us. Don't you feel guilty for doing this?" She firmly believed. The heavenly pole mansion may be poor now, but I believe it will become glorious sooner or later. Just then, a figure descended from the sky and praised, "Well said. For the heavenly pole mansion to have a disciple like you is a blessing for them." Deacon Tien raised her head and asked, "Who?" Yi Tianyan extended his hand and answered, "A friend of the heavenly pole mansion." He used the absorbing star great technique, draining Deacon Tien's power, causing her to scream and fall. He stared and asked, What kind of evil technique is this?" Yi Tianyan smiled wickedly and retorted, "Any technique that can deal with people is a good technique." Deacon Tien's eyes rolled back as she pleaded for help. "Help me, what are you all standing there for?" Several pirates rushed up together, shouting, "Get him!" A huge figure swept past, knocking them all onto the sharks. The one named Bai looked up and recognized it as a black dragon. He trembled and asked himself, how could such a rare demonic beast appear at sea? Yi Tianyan stood high above, still calmly absorbing power, and said, "Don't you all like to bully the weak?" He commanded coldly. "Get rid of all this trash." The black dragon roared, flew over, and easily grabbed the few sharks with its 2 claws. It spewed flames from its mouth, roasting both the fish and the people. The one named Bai swam away in panic, shouting, "Run." But the black dragon had already shot flames into the water, burning him alive. Ding successfully killed the pirate Bai Yuntao, gained 48,000 experience points, 2,200 crazy value. Obtained martial art, underwater impact, earth level low-grade martial art, flying shark control technique. Mount Black Dragon has successfully advanced to the 2nd level of the core condensation stage. Several disciples of the heavenly pole mansion timidly looked back at Yi Tianyan. Too strong, please spare us." After they finished speaking, they all jumped into the sea, shouting, "Run." Yi Tianyan said to the black dragon with a cold face, "Kill them, leave none alive." At this moment, only miserable screams were left in the sea. "Spare me." Yi Tianyan threw Deacon Tian down and said, "All right, it's all taken care of," he asked. "As for these remaining traitors, how do you want to deal with them? Take them back to the sect or execute them on the spot?" The senior sister asked hesitantly. "Sen Senior, are you from the heavenly pole mansion?" Yi Tianyan thought to himself, "I inherited the legacy of Spirit King Zan Tian, so I can be considered a disciple of their ancestor, or maybe I can even be considered their grandmaster." He smiled faintly and said, "How should I put it? In short, you just need to know that I am not your enemy." The senior sister and several other disciples bowed and thanked him. "Junior Yang Shishui thanks Senior for saving us. We will take this traitor back to be dealt with by the mansion lord. If Senior is not busy, why don't you come back to the heavenly pole mansion with us?" Yi Tianyan refused. "I have other things to do, so I won't go with you. You should go back quickly. I don't think there are any other pirates around here." He turned around and continued, "After you go back, you will have many things to deal with. Remember to report clearly to your mansion lord. I saw your loyalty clearly just now, and I believe that the heavenly pole mansion will definitely grow stronger in the future." The senior sister looked at him blankly and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Senior. May I ask when Senior will be free to visit our heavenly pole mansion? We want to repay your kindness for saving us." Yi Tianyan rode the black dragon into the sky and replied, "We will meet again if fate allows." Ding completed the quest. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-storied pagoda. Obtained the title Junior Savior. Character value increased by 200 points. Savior panel has been opened, Yi Tianyan thought in surprise. "I didn't expect to get the title of Savior. It must be because I saved this group of people plus the entire village last time, which met the requirement for the title." He laughed, happily calculating. The success rate for forging soul tools was not even 10% before, but this time it directly increased by 20%. With the lucky aura, the success rate should reach 50%. The black dragon circled down. Yi Tianyan looked at the few demonic beasts and thought, "Is that Demon Cloud Island up ahead?" Demonic beasts of all sizes were scattered across the island, waiting for an opportunity. Yi Tianyan squinted to observe. The cultivation of the demonic beasts here is between the spirit refinement stage and the core condensation stage. The lowest is at the 4th or 5th level of the spirit refinement stage, and the highest might reach the 7th or 8th level of the core condensation stage. He stood up and said, "Very good, there's no one here. It's a good time to make a move. Activate Dragon God Bloodline. Activate 4x Crazy Damage Mode. Activate 4x Crazy Express Mode. Use 5x Express card. Use 10x Express card. Use 2x Crazy Value card. Equip Chaotic Heaven Saint statue." Yi Tianyan jumped off the black dragon, summoned the Chaotic Heaven Saint statue and charged down. He struck down with a ferocious force, instantly turning this quiet place into chaos. Successfully killed a giant octopus, gained 200,000 experience points, 4,000 crazy value, obtained 1 octopus tentacle. Eating it can double your strength for a short time. Successfully killed a giant sea pearl, gained 350,000 experience points, 6,000 crazy value, obtained a sea pearl horn material. Successfully killed a giant walrus, gained 400,000 experience points, 6,500 crazy value, obtained walrus hide material. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for breaking through to the 1st level of the Spirit Core stage. Yi Tianyan smiled proudly. Leveled up. He released his power to feel it and said, "This is too exhilarating." He swung a heavy axe and asked, "Is this the cultivation of the Spirit Core stage, so strong?" "Indeed, only by raising my cultivation can I become stronger." He excitedly charged in, going on a killing spree, and said, "All of you become my experience points. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for breaking through to the second level of the Spirit Core stage. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for breaking through to the third level of the Spirit Core stage." Yi Tianyan swept with his axe and asked, "Are there no more demonic beasts to kill?" Yi Tianyan opened the system. He had already reached the third level of the Spirit Core stage. He looked it over and let out a surprised, "Huh. Now there's a sin value." He clicked into the sin value column and asked, "What the hell is sin value?" Sin value. After the novice protection period ends, the sin value system is successfully activated. Killing a life will increase sin value by 1 point. The higher the sin value, the easier it is to attract enemies. Killing more evil enemies will grant more sin value. Sin value can be used to exchange for crazy value, experience points and proficiency, and can also be used to purchase items in the Sin Shop. Yi Tianyan asked with a blank face, "What is the Sin Shop?" Evil Dragon set requires level 30 or above to purchase. Wearing it can transform you into a 100 tall giant evil dragon, increasing strength by 10 times, defense by 20 times with added flight and devour abilities. Price 10,000 sin value. Swordmaster set requires level 30 or above to purchase. Wearing it allows you to control sword techniques at will. All longswords of the high-grade spirit tool level within a 10-kilometer radius will be controlled with a maximum of 10,000 swords. It also has the effect of sword-riding flight. Price 100,000 sin value. Yi Tianyan asked, 100,000 sin value. How do I earn that? He turned in a direction and suddenly stopped, saying, "Someone's here." He looked up at the two vehicles and thought, flying carriages. Who's here? The old man who sold the information didn't say other factions were also eyeing this place. The flying carriage landed and a person got off. Liuyan, Cultivation at the 8th level of the core condensation stage, wearing low-grade soul tool gold armor, holding a low-grade soul tool level sky umbrella, possessing martial arts such as heaven transformation palm, netherworld steps, with a comprehensive combat power of 43,000. Yi Tianyan's expression turned serious as he lamented, "People from the Qingshan mansion talk about a small world." Liuyan said, "Get off, we've arrived." Yu Shiqing paused as she was about to get down. Liuyan tilted the umbrella and said gently, "Miss, be careful." Yu Shiqing shielded herself with a protective barrier, got off the carriage and said, "No need, I can hold it myself." Zhao Yu lifted the curtain and asked in confusion, Liuyan, "The two of us came here to train. What are you following us for?" Liuyan smiled and replied, "I heard there are many demonic beasts here. I was just worried about you. What if Shiqing and Ayu get hurt?" Zhao Yu got off the carriage and asked, "There are demonic beasts here. Open your eyes and see where the demonic beasts are." She stopped and looked at Yi Tianyan. "Ha, someone arrived before us." Liuyan shouted loudly, "Hey kid, when did you get here?" Shao Jianren roared impatiently. "My big brother Liuyan is asking you a question. Why aren't you answering?" "Are you mute?" Yu Shiqing asked softly. "Sir, you arrived before us. May I ask if there are any demonic beasts here?" Yi Tianyan opened his mouth and answered, "There were demonic beasts, but I killed them all." Shao Jianren laughed disbelievingly. "Ha, you killed them? If you killed them, where are the bodies?" he said arrogantly. "There's a limit to bragging. Don't tell me you're an accomplice of that old guy from the Star Pavilion. He said there were many demonic beasts here, but now there's not a single one in sight, so he sent you here to fob us off, right?" After hearing this, Yi Tianyan's expression turned serious as he thought, "They're also looking for demonic beasts. There must be something else here. I'll watch and see. For now, I'm in no hurry to deal with these two from the Qingshan mansion. I don't know which sect those two girls next to them are from. It would be troublesome if the news of me killing Qingshan mansion disciples gets out." He flew up and said, "Whether you believe me or not has nothing to do with me." Shao Jianren gritted his teeth in anger. Liuyan glanced at Yu Shiqing and advised, "Don't be rash. Shiqing and Ayu are here. It's not good to see blood here." Shao Jianren spat and suppressed his anger. "Fine, I'll spare his life this time," Liuyan suggested. "Shiqing, let's go look around and see if there are any demonic beasts. Since there's such a strange phenomenon here, maybe we can find some treasure." Yu Shiqing walked forward and reminded, "Please show some self-respect, young Master Qing, and don't be so familiar." Liuyan remained thick-skinned and said, "Shiqing, don't be like that." They stopped and saw a figure ahead. "It's you again." Yi Tianyan glanced back at them, then looked forward with a blank expression. "It's me, is there a problem?" Liuyan walked forward and said, "Don't mind him. Let's look at this stone tablet first, we'll deal with other things later." Shao Jianren next to him kept sneering, "Not everyone is cut out for exploring, it depends on talent." Yi Tianyan wasn't angry, instead he asked, "So you've already discovered something from this stone tablet?" Shao Jianren showed off proudly. "I haven't discovered anything, but my big brother has." Liuyan coughed and put on the same airs as Shao Jianren. "Although the content on this stone tablet is obscure, I still understood a little. For me, this trip has been very rewarding." Yi Tianyan asked, "Is that so? Then can you tell us what's written on it?" Liuyan said, "Are you stupid? Who would tell others what they've discovered? Don't you understand that? If you have the ability, go discover it yourself and tell us." Yi Tianyan glanced at him and said, "Sorry, but I happen to know what's written on it too." He looked up at the stone tablet and explained, "The inscription on the tablet is in the language used by the spirit race. The content is simple. It says Tomb of Huan Qian. Below is the name of the person who erected the tablet, a powerful individual named Lei Yun." Yu Shiqing looked at his explanation and saw him in a new light. Yi Tianyan looked at Qing Liuyan and continued to mock. You can comprehend the truth from a tombstone, and it's a great harvest? What an ability. Anyway, I can't see anything else. Let's just say I'm dull. This is just a tombstone. Can it magically produce an earth-level martial art? Qing Liuyan was displeased and still said in disbelief. Yi Tianyan is quibbling. A tombstone nonsense. Prove to me that what you said is true. Yi Tianyan looked at the stone tablet and explained matter-of-factly. I'm talking nonsense. Use your brain. If there was anything precious carved here, it would have been stolen long ago. He turned back and continued. Although this is a perilous land, it doesn't mean no one has been here. The language of the spirit race is rare, but some people understand it. If you don't believe me, go find someone who understands the spirit race's script and ask, Qing Liuyan said angrily. Don't act smart in front of me. Do you think anyone will believe you just because you say so? Yi Tianyan turned and walked away, saying nonchalantly, Believe it or not, it's up to you. You can continue your enlightenment here. I'm leaving. Comprehending a tombstone? Are you trying to get into a coffin early? Haha. Qing Liuyan clenched his fists in anger. When he turned to face Yu Shiqing, he smiled as usual and said, Shiqing, don't listen to his nonsense. This stone tablet is not a tombstone. Yu Shiqing turned and said, It doesn't matter whether it is or not. I'll find someone who understands the spirit race's script to take a look later. Junior sister Zhao, let's go. Let's look elsewhere. You two don't need to follow us. Zhao Yu walked over and said, All right. Strange, didn't they say there are many demonic beasts here? Why haven't I seen a single one? Qing Liuyan's head was bowed, his face displeased. Xiao Jianren's veins were popping, unlike him who could hide it. Big brother, I can't take it anymore. Qing Liuyan raised his head, no longer holding back. Some people seem to think they've lived too long. Anyone who dares to oppose me will only meet death. Go find him. Yi Tianyan walked to a place, looked around, and found it strange. I feel that there's a tomb in this area, but where exactly is it? He sighed. As expected, they followed me. He turned around and said, No need to hide. Come on out. Qing Liuyan sneered. Arrogant. Looks like you know you're about to meet your ancestors. You seem to have some skill. Yi Tianyan looked at Xiao Jianren opposite him and asked, You want to kill me? Is the hatred that deep? Xiao Jianren raised his sword and said, We just want to let you know the consequences of opposing us. He raised his sword, emitting a powerful spiritual energy, jumped up and shouted, Die. Yi Tianyan looked at him contemptuously and said, Very good. If only everyone in the Qingshan mansion wanted to die like you, it would save me the trouble of finding you. He thrust his sword down with all his might, shouting, Die. But his wrist was caught by Yi Tianyan and twisted in the opposite direction. Xiao Jianren cried out in pain. My hand, ding, successfully killed. Xiao Jianren gained 68,000 experience points, 1,700 crazy value. Obtained martial arts heaven transformation palm, netherworld steps, 1 yuan recovery pill. Qing Liuyan rushed over dumbfounded, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. What? Yi Tianyan walked towards him step by step and said, It's your turn. Qing Liuyan raised his hand and said fearfully, Monster. His legs trembled non-stop as he stammered, Do you know who we from the Qingshan mansion are? How dare you kill my junior brother? Now you dare to kill me too. Yi Tianyan replied with a blank expression. Of course I know. I even dared to kill your elder Wei and Inspector Zhe. Do you think I wouldn't dare to touch you? Qing Liuyan's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Elder Wei and Inspector Zhe are both dead? Yi Tianyan channeled his energy and flew towards him, saying, They wanted to annex the Tianquan Palace, so I sent them to see the King of Hell. I didn't want to kill you, but you insisted on starting trouble first, so don't blame me. Yi Tianyan struck with the soul-extinguishing palm. Qing Liuyan was hit by the palm, screamed and fell backward. Yi Tianyan moved his hand, controlling the sword, which scared him into begging for mercy. Spare me, I don't want to die. Yi Tianyan looked at the sword in his hand and asked back, Don't want to die, I don't want to kill innocent people either, but unfortunately, you wanted to kill me, which really angered me. With that, he thrust his sword, ending Qing Liuyan's life before he died. He roared, Ancestor, the ancestor will avenge us. Ding, successfully killed Qing Liuyan, gained 72,000 experience points, 1,800 crazy value, obtained martial arts heaven transformation palm, netherworld steps, 1 Liuyan Longsword low-grade soul tool. Yi Tianyan clicked his tongue, saying with disdain, It didn't drop anything good. Qingshan mansion, once my strength has increased, I will pay you a visit. Yi Tianyan continued to walk forward, saying, I'll go look around some more. He looked around and asked himself, There should be some treasure here. Maybe it's related to the spirit race, otherwise why would the demonic beast be causing trouble here? He looked at a stone tablet and said, This is the language of the spirit race? He frowned and read, Gate to heaven. It seems the language of the spirit race is needed to activate the formation. Yi Tianyan loudly recited, Gate to heaven. The sky was clear. The clouds remained, which left Yi Tianyan a bit bewildered. Why is there no reaction? He looked up and suspected, Do I need to use spiritual power? Yi Tianyan formed a seal and used his spiritual power, reciting again, Gate to heaven. He closed his eyes and was soon teleported to a place. Yi Tianyan withdrew his power, opened his eyes and said, I'm in. He looked around and found many gems. Is this a treasure vault? A wave of heat drifted out from a small path, making him exclaim, So hot, I wonder what's hidden here. Yi Tianyan walked in and was even more surprised. This is a fire dragon stone. There's a living person inside. He looked at the sleeping girl and observed, Judging from her aura, her cultivation is at least above the core condensation stage. She's a bit weak because she's trapped here. Her real strength should be even stronger. The trapped girl suddenly opened her eyes and asked, "Who? You are not of the spirit race?" Yi Tianyan replied, "Of course I'm not of the spirit race, I'm just passing by. May I ask if you are a lady named Huan Qin?" She seemed surprised by his words and asked back, "How do you know my name?" Yi Tianyan said truthfully, "I saw a tombstone outside with Tomb of Huan Qian written on it, carved by someone named Lei Yun. I thought this was a tomb, but I didn't expect you to be locked inside." Upon hearing the name Lei Yun, Huan Qin became even more agitated and said, "It seems if I don't reveal that secret, he intends to let me be buried here forever." She looked at Yi Tianyan warily and asked, "How did you get in? People who don't understand the spirit race's language can't get in. Did Lei Yun send you?" Yi Tianyan crossed his arms and replied, "I don't know the person you mentioned named Lei Yun at all. I happen to know a little of the spirit race's language, so I just casually recited it and opened the door to get in. Do you believe me?" Huan Qin said, "All right, I believe you weren't sent by him." She asked seriously, "Can you rescue me? If you save me, I will reward you handsomely. I will not only give you an earth-level martial art but also several pill formulas. I guarantee you'll become a strong expert." Yi Tianyan thought for a moment and said, "The reward is very generous, but how do you know I can open this cage? Even if I save you, I don't know the real reason you're trapped here. What if you're some kind of demoness and I let you out to do evil?" Huan Qin waved her hand nonchalantly and said, "It doesn't matter if I tell you. The reason I'm trapped here is simple. Lei Yun wants me to reveal the secrets of the spirit race because I am the next saintess of the spirit race. By trapping me, I can't take office. If I am replaced, he still has a chance to find out that secret. So now I'm just like a discarded pawn." Yi Tianyan frowned and lamented. "Saintess of the spirit race, it seems there are power struggles everywhere." Huan Qin snorted coldly, getting angry just by mentioning this. "Our spirit race has always been kind to others. That guy named Lei Yun is a traitor. He has become a lackey of the Netherworld Empire. He has gone mad for power, doing whatever it takes to compete for the position of clan leader, and the Netherworld Empire fully supports him to become the clan leader of the spirit race, on the condition that after becoming the clan leader, he must make the spirit race a subordinate of the Netherworld Empire. Our spirit race has always been free and independent, not attached to any faction. But now we are to become a subordinate of the Netherworld Empire. Ding, new quest. Rescue the saintess of the spirit race. Accepting this quest means you will participate in the process of changing the world's power structure. It is recommended to consider carefully. Do you want to accept this quest? Yi Tianyan thought to himself. Changing the world's power structure? Interesting. His eyes were firm and he immediately agreed. How can we not reorganize the order of this world? Of course, I'll accept. Ding, successfully accepted the quest. Rescue the saintess of the spirit race. Upon completion, you will receive 200,000 experience points and 10,000 crazy value. Huan Qin's favorability has increased by 100 points. Yi Tianyan got into a stance, preparing to break the chains. I believe you. I will help you break these chains now, Huan Qin shouted. Wait, she said, you must first undo the seal outside, which is that stone tablet. That way the main formation imprisoning me can be destroyed and then I can break free from these chains myself. This is a yuan recovery pill. Take it if you consume too much spiritual power. Also, this is the spirit race language used to break the stone tablet seal. You just need to recite it clearly. Yi Tianyan looked at the pill in his hand and used the appraisal eye. Spirit race pill. Consuming one can fully restore spiritual power and stamina. Yi Tianyan clenched the pill and replied, alright, I'll go break the formation right away. Wait for me. Yi Tianyan held the paper, looked at the stone tablet and said, I didn't expect this stone tablet to be a seal and it requires the language of the spirit race to break it. That's pretty intense, he said with a smile. Let's begin now. He channeled his spiritual power, recited the Annihilation Divine Incantation, and then breathed his powerful spiritual energy into the stone tablet. A massive force bounced back. The stone tablet cracked and shook once more and shattered. With his hand still extended forward, Yi Tianyan remarked, the spirit race's foundation is indeed terrifying. If I had destroyed this seal at the heaven-sinking ancient site, I'm afraid that place would have collapsed long ago. He sneered and said to himself, looks like I'll have to spend some time cultivating this divine rune mastery. The seal is broken. Time to head back. Yi Tianyan returned to where Huan Qin was. She couldn't help but say in surprise, so you have the bloodline of the dragon clan. No wonder you could break the formation so quickly. Thank you so much. Yi Tianyan smiled and replied, to me the best thanks would be for you to get out of here quickly. That way my efforts won't have been in vain. A light shone from Huan Qin's forehead as she too channeled her spiritual power. I will definitely succeed in leaving this damn place. The ice entwined around her hands cracked not long after, but it wasn't completely broken. Yi Tianyan asked, it only cracked a little. Is your power not enough, or can't you break these chains? Huan Qin looked at the layer of ice and replied, although the main seal has been broken, I've been trapped here for too long and my power has been suppressed a lot. Maybe I'll never be able to break free from it. Forget it, thank you anyway. Yi Tianyan cracked his knuckles, released a powerful spiritual energy and said, then let me help you take care of it. I can't let my efforts go to waste. He raised his hands and used the absorbing star great technique. Huan Qin asked in surprise. What kind of technique is this? Gained 16,000 experience points, gained 17,000 experience points, gained 15,000 experience points. She widened her eyes, suddenly realizing, don't tell me you're absorbing all the energy from this fire dragon stone. With so much energy you'll explode and die. Gained 76,000 experience points, gained 78,000 experience points, gained 75,000 experience points, gained 79,000 experience points. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for successfully breaking through to the 4th level of the Spirit Core stage. Huan Qin looked at the ice and said, it's about to be destroyed. Yeah, what's this? Suddenly, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck Yi Tianyan. He collapsed to the ground after being hit. Huan Qin looked at him and said, this is the heavenly lightning formation. Lei Yun carved his most proficient heavenly lightning formation. Don't come over, run quickly. He's using the lightning of this demon cloud island as the final line of defense. As long as you get close you'll be struck dead by lightning. Use recovery pill. Yi Tianyan sat up and said, do you think I'd give up so easily? He spread his hands and used the profound heaven divine art, continuing, it's just lightning, it only made me a little numb, what's the big deal? I refuse to believe I can't break it. After speaking, he began absorbing the power from the ice again. Huan Qin still cried out worriedly, don't. You should run. Yi Tianyan was struck by heavenly lightning again. His body racked with pain from the electricity. He raised his head. I refuse to believe that with so many recovery pills I still can't break this lightning. Use recovery pill. Use recovery pill. Use recovery pill. Huan Qin bit her lip and started crying, still telling him to run. I'm begging you. The heavenly lightning formation has been activated. If you stay here any longer, you will. Yi Tianyan's eyes sharpened as he thought. My absorption speed is still too slow. The next wave of lightning will definitely be stronger. Activate Shadow Wind Devour. Yi Tianyan rushed forward recklessly, comforting Huan Qin. Don't worry, I will definitely save you. Activate Crazy Damage Mode. He plunged his hands into the ice, veins popping as he absorbed. Huan Qin's eyes widened as she shouted, let go. This is the evil fire born from the fire dragon stone. It will burn you to ashes instantly if you keep this up. No matter how strong you are, you won't escape death. Yi Tianyan gritted his teeth, his trembling hands still gripping the ice as he said, so what if it's evil fire? Use recovery pill. Use recovery pill. Yi Tianyan's voice was trembling but firm. I won't die before I save you. Use recovery pill. Use recovery pill. Use recovery pill. Huan Qin's tears flowed ceaselessly as she said, you? The ice, unable to withstand his brute force any longer, exploded with a loud bang. The ice crashed down and Yi Tianyan, exhausted, collapsed along with it. Huan Qin rushed down and said, young master. She reached out, rushing over to hug him and said, thank you. She quickly transferred the Eye of Talent to Yi Tianyan. He thought dazedly, what a cool feeling, obtained the Eye of Talent. Yi Tianyan's eyes were hazy as he let out an, Huan Qin said happily. You're awake, Yi Tianyan said weakly. My body? The next second he sat up as if nothing was wrong, surprised, fully recovered, amazing. Huan Qin smiled and said, I have transferred my divine rune to you, so you now possess my spirit race abilities as well. Hearing this, Yi Tianyan asked in surprise, transferring the divine rune to me is like giving half of your power to me. What are you doing? Huan Qin said matter-of-factly. You risked your life to save me, so this is my gift of gratitude. It's nothing, we can't stay here long. We need to leave quickly. Yi Tianyan picked up the glowing orbs and said, these things are very valuable. It's a waste to leave them here. I happen to be short on money for pills. After leaving this place, Yi Tianyan stood behind and said, I'm heading to a nearby town. It's time to say goodbye. You can use that flying carriage. I've already dealt with its owner. Huan Qin breathed in the fresh air, then chuckled and thanked him. She turned back and asked, young master, will we have a chance to meet again in the future? Because I have another gift I want to give you. Yi Tianyan placed his hand on his chest and replied with a light laugh. You transferred the divine rune to me. That's already a very precious gift. Huan Qin placed her hand on his chest and said sincerely, I want you to accept it and keep it for me. You are not allowed to refuse. This is the divine rune memory. You can use it, but you must never reveal it, or it will bring a fatal disaster. Yi Tianyan closed his eyes and sensed that this was the method to restrain high-level divine runes, as well as an unteachable secret of the spirit race. He opened his eyes and asked, why give these things to me? Huan Qin explained with a smile nonchalantly. I don't know how long I'll live when I go back this time. If I can't defeat Lei Yun's forces, the spirit race will be annexed by the Netherworld Empire. So I'm giving all these unteachable secrets to you. This way, if the spirit race is ultimately wiped out, these secret arts can still survive in the world. She held out her hand and said, I still don't know your name. Yi Tianyan took off the 100 Transformations mask, no longer hiding, and replied, Yi Tianyan, this is my true face. I was just wearing a mask before. Huan Qin reached out and stroked his face, praising with interest. So this is your true face? I didn't expect you to have such an impressive cultivation at such a young age, she said. I look forward to seeing how far you will grow in the future. She tilted her head and also revealed, oh right, Huan Qin is just my alias in the spirit race. My real name is Yi Qingshan. She turned around somewhat reluctantly and said, I hope we meet again by fate in the future. She got on the flying carriage, preparing to leave. Yi Tianyan shouted loudly, you must live. I will come find you then. Yi Qingshan looked down and also made a promise, if you can find me while I'm still alive, I will marry you. Ding successfully completed the quest Rescue the Saintess of the Spirit Race, obtained 200,000 experience points, 10,000 crazy value. Yi Qingshan's favorability has increased by 100 points. Hearing her words, Yi Tianyan fell silent for a moment. He gave a faint smile, then put the 100 transformations mask back on and flew into the sky with the black dragon. I should head back to Heaven's new city to report the results too. Not long after he left Demon Cloud Island, a ray of light appeared in the sky, and a figure descended with immense power. The guy carrying a large broadsword said, "Are all the demonic beasts that were entrenched here dead?" He walked forward and saw the broken formation, surprised. "How is this possible? Could it be that the dual formation set up by Lord Lei Yun has been broken? Did a spirit race elder do it personally? I must report back to Lord Lei Yun as soon as possible." The guy swung his sword, gathered power, and with a mighty chop shouted, "Break!" The powerful force spread out, splitting Demon Cloud Island in two. After doing this, he also left the place by riding his sword. Back in Heaven's new city, Deacon Huang of the Stars Pavilion asked with a grave expression, "What, you killed all the demonic beasts there?" So quickly, Yi Tianyan extended his hand forward and replied, "That's right, I killed them all. Now I'm selling them to you, you can count them. I only want the materials. As for how to appraise them, that's up to you." Deacon Huang looked down in horror, stammering, This is hundreds of demonic beast corpses, it's unbelievable. Did you kill them all by yourself?" Yi Tianyan said, "And my friend, is there a problem?" Deacon Huang said, "That's right, I've roughly tallied them up. Do you have any specific requirements for the materials?" Yi Tianyan replied, "No special requirements as long as the quality of the materials can be used to forge soul tools." Deacon Huang's eyes lit up as he asked, "What, forging soul tools? Is it you or your friend who's forging?" Yi Tianyan didn't want to reveal anything, so he asked him, "Is there a problem?" Deacon Huang didn't hide it either, saying directly, "Nothing, it's just that forgers who can create soul tools are extremely rare. If possible, we would also like to get acquainted with a master who can forge soul tools and ask them to help us forge some." Yi Tianyan closed his eyes and said, "Is that so? My forger friend can't help right now, let's talk about it later." Deacon Huang tallied on his calculator, "If you could, we hope you can help. We will definitely reward you handsomely. The demonic beasts you killed can be exchanged for 15 sets of ordinary soul tool forging materials. Is that acceptable?" Yi Tianyan leaned against the table and replied, "No problem." Ding completed the quest hunting demonic beasts, obtained 500,000 experience points, 12,000 gold, 10,000 crazy value, 1 lucky draw chance. Stars Pavilion's Deacon Huang's favorability has increased by 100 points. Deacon Huang clapped his hands a few times and called out, "Please wait a moment, young master, please come over." Yi Tianyan turned his head and saw the girl, exclaiming in surprise, "Pavilion Lord Z?" The girl walked over and said, "Pavilion Lord Z, my name is Zhu Yuxuan. I'm not yet qualified to be a Pavilion Lord." Zhu Yuxuan, cultivation at the 9th level of the Spirit Core stage, wearing high-grade Soul Tool Purple Jade soft armor, possesses martial arts Cloud Overturning Palm and Cloud Stepping Steps. Comprehensive combat power of 16,000. Yi Tianyan asked, "Do you have any other sisters?" Hearing this, Deacon Huang asked eagerly, "Young brother, can you be more specific? Have you seen a girl who looks very similar to her?" Yi Tianyan said, "Yes, I have," Deacon Huang said happily. That's great. Then tell me where she is and I'll give you more rewards." Zhu Yuxuan excitedly and urgently asked Yi Tianyan, "Could it be that you saw my younger sister? Then where is she now?" Yi Tianyan asked in surprise. "Younger sister?" Zhu Yuxuan felt she had been a bit rude, lowered her head and apologized. "I'm sorry, I was too excited because I haven't seen my sister for a long time. Ever since she ran away from home there has been no news of her. I don't know where she went." Yi Tianyan looked at her with suspicion and asked, "Ran away from home, then may I ask what your sister's name is?" Zhu Yuxuan replied, "Her name is Zhu Yue. She ran away from home several years ago. Young master, can you tell me her whereabouts?" Yi Tianyan still didn't believe it and asked again, "Why did she run away from home?" Zhu Yuxuan didn't want to reveal it and said directly, "This is a family matter, I can't tell you. As long as you tell me her whereabouts I will pay you double the reward. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Yi Tianyan was also very loyal and directly refused her offer. "In that case I can't tell you either. Because your sister is my friend. She chose to run away from home, so there must be something she doesn't want to face, therefore I can't tell you." Zhu Yuxuan clenched her fists, remained silent for a moment and then retorted, "It seems the young master is determined not to say." Yi Tianyan looked at her and said firmly, "Because I am her friend, there are some things I must ask clearly before I can decide whether to say it or not." Deacon Huang's face darkened, and he said unhappily, "Young master, this matter concerns the vital interests of the Stars Pavilion, so you must speak." He raised his head and emphasized word by word. "Otherwise I'll have to take you to a place and let you think carefully about whether you should speak or not." "Seize him." Yi Tianyan glanced back, looked at the few subordinates and let out an "oh." Then, with just his sword intent, he knocked them all to the ground. "It's best not to act rashly, otherwise I can't guarantee I'll show mercy with my next move." He frowned and asked, "So now, do you choose to fight, or do you choose to have a proper talk?" Deacon Huang was sweating profusely and explained sincerely, "Young brother, we don't mean to make things difficult for you, but Zhu Yue is really important to us. She has been away from home for so many years, causing a lot of trouble for the Stars Pavilion." Yi Tianyan coldly deduced, "If I'm not mistaken, you must have forced her to do something, which is why she couldn't take it and ran away." From what I know of her, she is a very responsible person and wouldn't disappear for no reason. Zhu Yuxuan lowered her head. At this point she had no choice but to speak. Young master, since you want to know so badly, I'll tell you the truth. My sister ran away from an arranged marriage. We didn't want to mention it for the sake of the Stars Pavilion's reputation. Yi Tianyan asked in surprise. Ran away from an arranged marriage? Zhu Yuxuan clutched her clothes tightly and replied, yes, this matter was already arranged, so of course it couldn't be backed out of. I didn't expect that after she found out she secretly ran away, leaving no news behind. She looked up and said helplessly, I admit we were a bit forceful in this matter, but it's really not a bad thing. The man's family is prominent and can help her a lot in the future. Yi Tianyan looked at her and asked, who is the man? Zhu Yuxuan lowered her head and said, he is the son of the second elder of the Qingshan Mansion. I think you also know that the Qingshan Mansion has considerable influence here. If our two families are joined by marriage, it would only be beneficial for both her and the Stars Pavilion. She bit her lip, looked at Yi Tianyan and asked, young master, don't you think so? Yi Tianyan's gaze instantly turned icy as he retorted, the Qingshan Mansion, he thought to himself. To think it's related to the Qingshan Mansion again. He closed his eyes slightly. Hearing this only strengthened his resolve. If she thought it was good, she wouldn't have run away. I know you have your difficulties, but after hearing this reason, I'm even less inclined to reveal her whereabouts. If there's nothing else, just give me the materials I need. I have important business to attend to. Zhu Yuxuan anxiously pleaded, young master, please tell us. If I hadn't married early, I would have married into the Qingshan Mansion in my sister's place. If this continues, our Zhu family won't be able to hold on. Yi Tianyan said seriously, so you still plan to force Zhu Yue to marry into the Qingshan Mansion, to curry favor with them in exchange for a higher status for the Stars Pavilion? Zhu Yuxuan had no other choice. It is indeed unfair to her, but we have no other option. Yi Tianyan told her bluntly, to be honest, I think the idea of relying on a single person to support the entire Zhu family is too naive. Only by becoming strong yourselves will you have a say. If you rely on others, they won't hesitate for a moment when they need to abandon you. Enough nonsense. Bring me my things. We've said all that needs to be said. There's no point in forcing it further. I won't tell you. Deacon Huang leaned his hands on the table, silent. Then he stood up, turned to Yuxuan and said, go get him his things. The Stars Pavilion hasn't stooped to that level yet. The favorability of several subordinates has decreased by 15 points, 20 points. Yi Tianyan thought with a straight face, the favorability has dropped. It must be because I'm adamant about not revealing Zhu Yue's whereabouts. Zhu Yuxuan took out a storage ring and said, these are 15 sets of low-grade soul tool materials. Please inspect them, young master. Yi Tianyan was surprised to see that Zhu Yuxuan's favorability was actually at 150 points. Why did only her favorability increase? He looked at the storage ring and chuckled. 15 sets of low-grade soul tool materials, very good. He turned to leave. A pleasure doing business with you. Farewell. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, if you're looking for a backer, it's best not to choose the Qingshan Mansion. Zhu Yuxuan asked in confusion. Why? Yi Tianyan waved his hand and replied, because the Qingshan Mansion is about to be wiped out. After leaving the Stars Pavilion, Zhu Yuxuan chased after him again, calling out, young master, please wait. Yi Tianyan turned and asked, what, you're still not giving up? Zhu Yuxuan took out a jade pendant and handed it to him, instructing, young master, if you see my sister, please give this to her. Yi Tianyan looked at the jade pendant and asked, this is? Zhu Yuxuan replied, it's a jade pendant I've always worn. Please give it to her and tell her never to come back. To be honest, I was the one who let her escape. Yi Tianyan was surprised. What? So you were just acting earlier? Zhu Yuxuan pressed the jade pendant into his hand and said, give this to her and tell her to live a good life. She smiled, but tears streamed down her face as she continued, I have my own difficulties. Even if the Zhu family is destroyed, at least she can survive. Yi Tianyan watched her leave, silent. Ding successfully forged a low-grade soul tool, gained 100,000 experience points, 500 proficiency points, successfully forged a low-grade soul tool. After returning to his room, Yi Tianyan quickly began forging. Ding, immortal fire has successfully advanced to the earth level. Effect increased by 10 times. Weapon and pill forging time halved. Success rate increased. Next level requires 100,000 proficiency points. Yi Tianyan remarked, this immortal fire is truly a good thing. Forging, which used to take more than half a day, is now done in a moment. I'll sell them all for crazy value. He stretched and yawned, calculating. Although I've spent all the 1 million crazy value I just earned, upgrading crazy mode to level 3, with all effects boosted 8-fold is worth it. He sighed, feeling it was a bit of a shame. I still have 10 lucky draw chances, but unfortunately I didn't get anything good. He opened his eyes, deciding to look around for any demonic beast to kill. Downstairs, 2 people were discussing. I heard many experts from the Qingshan Mansion have been dispatched. A full 7 or 8 large eagles. I don't know where they're going. I heard they're going for revenge. It seems someone from some sect killed their disciple, so now they're going to retaliate. Yi Tianyan walked over, placed a gold ingot on the table and said, whoever knows the current situation of the Qingshan Mansion, tell me, and this gold ingot is yours. Hearing this, one of them hurriedly said, I know, I'll tell you. A third-grade faction angered the Qingshan Mansion. I heard that person is quite powerful because he even killed an elder from the Qingshan Mansion. The thick-lipped guy covered the other person's mouth, cutting him off, and said, "What do you know? Shut up, I heard it was just a first-grade faction that provoked the Qingshan mansion and killed their elder. So they dispatched so many experts." Yi Tianyan asked seriously, "Tell me, when did this happen?" The thick-lipped guy replied, "Just a few days ago. Today the people from Qingshan mansion are all rushing to the earthly realm continent. I don't know what they plan to do." Yi Tianyan broke into a cold sweat and thought, "A few days ago." He turned and left, saying, "This gold ingot is yours." He thought, "I originally thought they would take 3 months to prepare, but now they've sent out troops in less than a month. That's way too fast." At the Stars Pavilion, a subordinate reported, "Elder Huang, that kid has already left. It looks like he just asked about the Qingshan mansion and left immediately after hearing the news." Deacon Huang asked, "He left right after hearing about the Qingshan mansion? Could he be from the Profound Heaven Palace?" "But that's not right. The Profound Heaven Palace is just a first-grade faction. How could they have such a young male disciple?" the subordinate asked. "Then what should we do now?" Deacon Huang's face darkened as he ordered, "Go investigate the Profound Heaven Palace immediately. Find out the specific details. I want to see if Zhu Yue is at the Profound Heaven Palace." In the forest outside the heaven-sinking ancient site, a group of people shouted loudly, "Search!" They couldn't have gone far. Elder Mo Yu and several other disciples hid below, thinking, "Misfortunes never come singly. Why did we have to run into people from the Heavenly Phoenix Tower? And then we ran into people from the Qingshan mansion while trying to buy some food." Meanwhile, Yi Tianyan was also flying back to the Profound Heaven Palace at top speed, praying in his heart, "I hope I'm in time, please don't let anything happen." The people from the Qingshan mansion were still searching everywhere relentlessly. "Go check over there, search carefully. You can't escape," Elder Mo Yu said with some difficulty. "I didn't expect the Qingshan mansion to send so many people," a brown-haired female disciple asked her worriedly. "Great Elder, what should we do now?" Elder Mo Yu said with a grave expression. "Seize the opportunity. For everyone that can escape, one escapes." Just as they turned around on the hillside, a few more people called out, "Elder of the Profound Heaven Palace, why are you in such a hurry?" "It's the deacons from the Qingshan mansion," Kong Haoshan asked with a ferocious expression. "The deacons and elders we sent to your place haven't returned yet. I wonder what happened. Can you tell us?" Elder Mo Yu retorted. "They didn't return to the mansion after leaving the Profound Heaven Palace. Why are you asking us?" "I don't know where they are. It has nothing to do with us," Kong Haoshan said. "Nothing to do with you? Do you think we'd believe that? It seems you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Capture them and bring them back for interrogation." At that moment, another voice called out, "What are you doing?" Kong Haoshan looked in the direction of the voice and Oed. "So it's people from the Heavenly Rain Pavilion. If you don't want to get involved, scram, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." Elder Lu Heng was sweating profusely and also advised, "Pavilion Lord Z, they are from the Qingshan mansion, we should retreat." Zi Yue rushed forward and said firmly, "Young Master Yi is my friend. Today the Profound Heaven Palace is in trouble, I must help." Elder Lu Heng pointed at her and said angrily, How dare you make an enemy of the Qingshan mansion on your own accord? I hereby expel you from the Heavenly Rain Pavilion." Zi Yue clashed with one of them and agreed, "From now on I have no ties with the Heavenly Rain Pavilion." She glanced back and said, "I'm here to help you. Let's break through together." Elder Mo Yu replied, "All right. As long as we can survive this ordeal, Pavilion Lord Z, you will be the most honored guest of our Profound Heaven Palace." Kong Haoshan rushed forward, striking with a powerful Qingshan palm and snorted coldly, "Capturing you is as easy as turning over my hand." Elder Mo Yu blocked with her sword and said, "In your dreams," but she thought to herself, "Why is this palm so light? It has no attacking power." The next second the palm's force exploded, sending her flying back. The female disciple shouted in panic, "Great Elder!" Zi Yue blocked with her hand in front of her, looked over and said, "This type of technique attacks first and releases its power later. We can't underestimate them." Kong Haoshan laughed and said arrogantly, "You dare oppose me with such paltry skills? All of you attack, capture them alive. Kill anyone who resists." Before everyone could charge, Zi Yue threw out a sky-shattering thunder, sending them flying. The two took the opportunity to escape via another path. The people from Qingshan mansion hurriedly pursued them. "Damn it, I can't believe they used a sky-shattering thunder. Get them. I'll make them wish they were dead." Kong Haoshan turned back and shouted at Ning Chuan, "What are you still waiting for? Get them." Qingshan mansion deacon Ning Chuan laughed mockingly. "Kong Haoshan, it seems your skills have regressed. You can't even handle a group of weak women. How pathetic." He leapt up, threw a sickle at Elder Mo Yu and shouted, "Let's see where you can run." His weapon flew towards the elder's shoulder. Zi Yue blocked in front, threw a sky-shattering thunder and shouted, "Run." The sky-shattering thunder exploded in front of them, but Ning Chuan appeared beside them, pressing his weapon against Zi Yue's neck and threatening, "Try running again. The sky-shattering thunder is indeed powerful. Let's see how you'll throw one this time." Both Zi Yue and Elder Mo Yu were captured. "Release us. Elder Yi is an honored guest of our Heavenly Rain Pavilion." Kong Haoshan said viciously, "I didn't expect the Heavenly Rain Pavilion to dare interfere in this matter." Elder Lu Heng hurriedly distanced himself. No, she interfered on her own. It has nothing to do with us. She's no longer part of the Heavenly Rain Pavilion. You can do whatever you want with her." Zi Yue couldn't help but say loudly, "You used to talk all day about building good relations with the Profound Heaven Palace, but now you're no different from a dog." Elder Lu Hang drew his sword, wanting to deal with her personally, and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? These are the masters from Qingshan Mansion. The higher-ups making you Pavilion Lord was a truly wrong decision. I must punish you, you fool, on behalf of the Heavenly Rain Pavilion." A voice came from behind asking, "A wrong decision? I don't think so," Yi Tianyan said, as cold as ice. "Qingshan Mansion, I didn't expect you to be so fast. I'd like to see just how many people you'll send for me to kill." Elder Lu Hang was stunned, stammering, Yi Tianyan?" Zi Wei cried out happily. "Young Master Yi." Kong Haoshan looked at him and asked, "Which Yi Tianyan? Are you from the Profound Heaven Palace?" Yi Tianyan didn't answer but snapped his fingers and ordered, "Wipe them out for me." Dragonfire descended upon Kong Haoshan's head. The black dragon descended from the sky, spewing dragonfire that burned him to ashes. Ding successfully killed Kong Haoshan, obtained 120,000 experience points, 2,300 crazy value, 20 sin value. The people from Qingshan Mansion screamed in terror, "It's a dragon!" The black dragon madly spewed flames, engulfing all of them in a sea of fire. Ling Chuan was drenched in a cold sweat. How can he control a black dragon?" Yi Tianyan appeared like a gust of wind, slapped him across the face and replied, "That's something you don't need to know." Ning Chuan fell heavily to the ground screaming, and was then stepped on by Yi Tianyan, who interrogated him. "You must have received some news to have rushed here so quickly, right?" Ning Chuan gritted his teeth and said, "Don't even think about getting anything out of me." Yi Tianyan stomped down hard and said, "Then you can go die." Ning Chuan let out a blood-curdling scream and then died. Ding successfully killed Ning Chuan, obtained 120,000 experience points, 2,300 crazy value, 20 sin value. Yi Tianyan looked at the trembling members of Qingshan Mansion with a cruel gaze and asked, "What about you all? Do you have anything to say?" One who was afraid of death knelt down and spilled everything. "I'll talk. We saw that Elder Wei had been gone for a long time and hadn't returned, so we guessed something must have happened. It just so happened that one of our disciples was on a mission in the Earthly Realm continent, so we had him investigate. Now almost all the elders of Qingshan Mansion, including the Mansion Lord, have been dispatched." Yi Tianyan's face darkened and he asked with a heavy heart, "The whole nest has come out? Then where are they now?" The guy stammered. "Someone saw disciples from the Profound Heaven Palace appear at a place called, I think it's called the Heaven-Sinking Ancient Site." Yi Tianyan's eyes widened and he froze, thinking, "What? They've already reached the Heaven-Sinking Ancient Site? They were discovered so quickly?" A powerful force slammed into the Heaven-Sinking Ancient Site. Qingshan Mansion's Lord Qing Tianquan said with an ugly expression, "Did you think that by killing my Qingshan Mansion's elder and hiding here I'd be helpless against you?" His eyes sharpened as he thought, "I was originally wary of the rules and didn't dare come to the Earthly Realm continent casually, but you've given me a legitimate reason. This is a perfect opportunity to intimidate the various powers of the Earthly Realm continent." He loudly gave an order, preparing for the next wave of attack. "Don't believe this gate can be this tough." Yi Tianyan looked down from above, observed for a moment, and thought, "There are too many Spirit Core stage experts with cultivations ranging from the 2nd to the 8th level of the Spirit Core stage. The strongest should be the Mansion Lord of Qingshan Mansion. It seems that gate won't hold for much longer." The gate of the Heaven-Sinking Ancient Site opened, and Qing Tianquan shouted, "Stop," he said in surprise. "I thought you were planning to be cowards hiding in your shells forever and never come out." A few people walked out from inside. Yi Tianyan saw Shaolian and recognized her. Her aura is so weak it seems she's heavily injured." He was so angry that veins popped on his forehead. "How dare you harm my aunt? I'll tear these bastards to pieces." Qing Tianquan arrogantly laid out his conditions. "Palace Lord Shi, as long as you hand over the murderer of my Qingshan Mansion's elder, and also marry my son Qing Liuyan, I will reduce the Profound Heaven Palace's crime by half. Of course from now on the Profound Heaven Palace must also become a vassal sect of our Qingshan Mansion." Shi Shuiyan gravely agreed to his terms. "You are not to touch anyone from the Profound Heaven Palace." "I will go with you," Qing Tianquan sternly reiterated. "I said you must also hand over the murderer." He released his killing intent and said, "Right now you are begging me, not negotiating terms with me. Because we will be able to break this gate very soon. When that happens you can only watch helplessly as we slaughter everyone. The terms then won't be as simple as they are now. You'd better think carefully." Shi Shuiyan drew her sword and swept it out, a powerful force erupting. She said resolutely, "In that case today either you die or I die." With his hands behind his back, Qing Tianquan ordered, "I didn't think you'd actually dare to come out. How foolish. Capture her alive for me." Two disciples channeled their power and flew forward. The second elder shouted anxiously, "Palace Lord, danger!" But he was stopped by a female disciple who said, "Don't rush out. The Palace Lord has already given orders. We must defend this place." Several people from Qingshan Mansion surrounded Shi Shuiyan, shouting, "Capture her alive." "Surround me?" Shi Shuiyan executed a move, placing two fingers together on the blade of her sword and asked, "You want to capture me?" She unleashed a powerful move and said, "It's not that simple." Then she spun around with her sword, unleashing a powerful force, and yelled, "All of you get lost," the second elder said in a panic. "Palace Lord, is she unleashing her own potential? Doing this will shorten her lifespan." The female disciple gritted her teeth and added, "There's no other way. If we can delay for a while the Heaven-Sinking Ancient Site can recover a little more." Qing Tianquan laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, struggle, I love watching the weak struggle in despair. Keep attacking. Shi Shuiyan looked at another group of people rushing crazily towards her and thought, so hard to deal with. She put her all into another slash and said, these people seem fearless of death. Shi Shuiyan looked forward and suddenly froze. It was still too late. She was trapped by a formation. This is a trap formation. How despicable. Qing Tianquan walked forward and said, despicable, you walked right into the net yourself. Behind him, someone suddenly launched an attack. The screams startled Qing Tianquan, making him freeze. He turned back and asked, what happened? Seeing his disciples die in an instant, he became even more panicked. What's going on? Why have so many disciples died? Yi Tianyan suddenly appeared behind him, slashing down with his sword, thinking, like master, like dog. Qing Tianquan sensed it in time, turned, and threw a palm strike. A sneak attack. Yi Tianyan's afterimage fell backward, while his real body had already charged towards the group of disciples. He clicked his tongue, spotted. He rushed into the crowd, easily dispatching the people from Qingshan Mansion, and said, in that case, I'll just finish all of you off. Ding successfully killed a Qingshan Mansion disciple, obtained 180,000 experience points, 1,000 crazy value. Successfully killed a Qingshan Mansion disciple, obtained 190,000 experience points, 1,200 crazy value. Successfully killed. Yi Tianyan flew all the way, breaking the formation that trapped Shi Shuiyan. And I'm back. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for successfully breaking through to the 5th level of the Spirit Core stage. Shi Shuiyan lay in his arms, weakly calling out, Tianyan. Yi Tianyan replied gently, Aunt, I'm sorry I came back late. He gently put her down and instructed everyone, take good care of Aunt. He turned around, his eyes becoming brutal, and continued, I'm going to deal with those bastards. Qing Tianquan asked with an ashen face, who are you? Yi Tianyan replied angrily, I am an elder of the Profound Heaven Palace, the very person you wanted the Profound Heaven Palace to hand over. Since you've pushed us this far, I can only return the favor in kind. He pointed a finger and ordered, kill them. The black dragon obeyed the command, released its power, and flew forward. Qing Tianquan asked in surprise, is that a black dragon? Before he could finish his sentence, the black dragon had already spewed dragon fire, burning the Qingshan Mansion disciples to death. Yi Tianyan's eyes glowed as he watched them die in despair in the dragon fire, saying word by word, today I will kill all of you. Next time I will personally flatten Qingshan Mansion. Use 5 times experience card. Activate 8 times damage mode. Qing Tianquan's expression was grave as he thought, is this the cultivation of the Spirit Core stage? No, this is clearly the aura of the Core Transformation stage. He's so young, yet his cultivation has already reached the Core Transformation stage. What kind of monster is this? He hurriedly shouted. We retreat. Yi Tianyan drew his sword, unleashing its power, raising both swords and asking, want to run? Next year on this day will be the anniversary of your death. Don't even think about escaping. Profound Heaven Palace. Elder Yi Tianyan, comprehensive combat power of 245,000. He channeled his power and coldly emphasized word by word, I will let you know what price you have to pay for messing with the Profound Heaven Palace. Qing Tianquan pushed a person towards Yi Tianyan while he himself fled, saying, you cover the rear. The unlucky guy gritted his teeth, charged at him, and cursed, damn it. Yi Tianyan blocked with his sword and praised, this sword isn't half bad. As he spoke, he used the formidable falling rain sword technique. Ding successfully killed a Qingshan Mansion elder, obtained 600,000 experience points, 12,000 crazy value, 30 sin value, obtained weapon, blade of raging flames. Qing Tianquan glanced back, terrified, and thought, he killed a Spirit Core stage martial artist in one move? Are you kidding me? He shouted, quick, stop him. Another elder blocked Yi Tianyan's path with a shield and said arrogantly, I refuse to believe you can break through my sturdy defensive artifact. Yi Tianyan thrusted with his sword and said, courting death. He channeled power, pierced through the man's body, and killed him in one strike. Ding successfully killed a Qingshan Mansion elder, obtained 700,000 experience points, 13,000 crazy value, 35 sin value, obtained equipment, boots of swift wind. Qing Tianquan glanced back, becoming flustered, and cursed inwardly, bastard, he killed so many more of our Qingshan Mansion people. A dense aura appeared in front of Qing Tianquan. As he was stunned, a coffin appeared. He shouted loudly, the ancestor is here, the ancestor is here, ancestor, save me. The coffin slammed heavily onto the ground and the resulting force sent even Yi Tianyan flying. The ancestor, this aura seems to be a core transformation stage expert. The blood chi from several disciples flew out and slowly drilled into the coffin as if controlled by the person inside. Qing Tianquan and the other elders knelt in salute. We respectfully welcome Ancestor Blood Fiend. Yi Tianyan flew towards the coffin, raised his sword and said, welcome my foot. The ancestor, unable to tolerate the insult, shattered his own coffin and roared, how audacious. He struck at Yi Tianyan with a blood palm. Yi Tianyan, far from being afraid, split the blood palm with a powerful slash of his sword. HMPH, just an illusion. The ancestor shouted, die, and his coffin flew over with the momentum of a heavenly coffin crushing down. Yi Tianyan turned and slashed out with sword chi, shouting, break. Just like that, the coffin was shattered into pieces by his sword. He observed with the eye of appraisal. Bloodfiend Ancestor, Cultivation at the 2nd level of the Core Transformation stage. Armor is a mid-grade soul tool, possesses martial arts, Bloodfiend Demon Palm, Bloodfiend Divine Art, etc. Weakness is water attribute attacks which can weaken the opponent's attack power. Upon killing can obtain Bloodfiend Demon Palm and Bloodfiend Divine Art. comprehensive combat power of 1,156,000. The blood-fiend ancestor gritted his teeth and lamented. To have such cultivation at such a young age, no wonder Tianquan called me for help. You all have truly wasted your long lives. Facing the dense blood chi, Tianyan gritted his teeth and thought. This blood-fiend ancestor is truly worthy of his title. He can increase his own power just by absorbing the blood chi of others. He spoke out questioning. I think you old geezers should go back and properly discipline your descendants. Teach them what they should and shouldn't do. The blood-fiend ancestor released his blood chi, his combat power continuously climbing. 1,775,000, 2,200,000, he retorted. How we discipline our descendants is none of your business. It seems that unless I teach you a lesson, you really think you're the center of the universe, he said arrogantly. As long as we are not dead, this era still belongs to us. 1,650,000, 2,050,000, 2,200,000. Tianyun's brows furrowed tightly as he thought. His combat power has soared to 2,200,000. Is this the cultivation of the core transformation stage? He asked aloud. Is this your true strength? The blood-fiend ancestor smiled and said, It's not much worse than my peak, but this alone is enough to deal with you. He spread his arms, releasing a terrifying blood chi, and emphasized word by word, You cannot escape my domain. If I don't suck you dry, I will have failed my dead descendants. Yi Tianyan asked, holding his profound ice divine spear. Suck me dry? Coincidentally, I had the same idea, he thought. I can't let all this experience go to waste. He raised his hand and used the absorbing star great technique to absorb the blood chi. Gained 63,000 experience points, gained 62,000 experience points, gained 63,000 experience points. The blood-fiend ancestor laughed with great interest. You dare to absorb my fiendish chi, you are truly foolish, tired of living. He spread his arms, erupting with even more blood chi around Yi Tianyan. I'll let you absorb all you want. He clenched his fist and shouted coldly. Explode! The blood chi surged, causing a terrifying explosion. Qing Tianquan laughed loudly. Haha, the ancestor killed that brat. A second later, his eyes widened in a daze, because Yi Tianyan was still extending his hand, absorbing frantically, and even said with great satisfaction, Excellent, thank you for the treat. Gained 63,000 experience points, gained 65,000 experience points, gained 68,000 experience points. The blood-fiend ancestor was dumbfounded by this scene. How is this possible? You've absorbed so much of my fiendish chi, how can you be completely unharmed? Yi Tianyan waved his hand, sending out profound ice, and replied, Nothing is impossible. Do you think that just because I'm young, my strength is inferior to yours? The blood-fiend ancestor was frozen, but he quickly shattered the ice, snorting, A petty trick. Yi Tianyan silently appeared behind him, grabbing him tightly with the eagle claw technique and then used the absorbing star great technique. The blood-fiend ancestor turned around as if electrocuted and asked in panic, What kind of technique is this? Not only can it absorb fiendish chi, it can also absorb my cultivation power? Yi Tianyan smiled faintly and asked, Didn't you want to suck me dry? Go on, let's see who sucks who dry first. The group of elders rushed up saying, Let go of the ancestor. Yi Tianyan looked back at them with a strange expression and said, It seems if I don't deal with you first, my process of absorbing power will be disturbed. He punched the blood-fiend ancestor and shouted, Break, temporarily trapping him. He turned, reached out his hand towards Qing Tianquan's group and shouted, All of you go die. With one move he froze them all. Then Yi Tianyan shattered the ice with his sword, annihilating them. Ding, successfully killed a Qingshan mansion elder. Obtained 67,000 experience points, 11,000 crazy value. Ding, successfully killed a Qingshan mansion elder. Obtained 68,000 experience points, 11,000 crazy value. The blood-fiend ancestor's killing intent materialized behind him, wanting to swallow Yi Tianyan alive. Damn brat, you've truly angered me. He burnt his essence blood to enter a berserk state, erupting with terrifying power, his combat power rising to 2,200,000. Yi Tianyan had to get serious, thinking, burning essence blood to boost combat power, worthy of a core transformation stage expert. The power erupting from his base strength is truly astonishing. Activate Dragon God Bloodline, equip Infinity Blade, combat power 2,200,000. Brat die, brat die, brat die. The blood-fiend ancestor raised his sword and chanted Blood-fiend God-slaying fury. Yi Tianyan also slashed with his sword, ready to go all out, and said, Then let's see. Activate Lucky Aura. The blood-fiend ancestor's blade struck Yi Tianyan's sword, but he was sent flying by the terrifying power. Qing Tianquan's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably as he shouted, The ancestor has already consumed his essence blood and he still can't beat him? How is this possible? The blood-fiend ancestor's blade broke and he couldn't stop coughing up blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked behind him, saying word by word, Impossible. This brat, impossible. The blood-fiend ancestor roared, releasing blood chi in which eerie faces appeared, and said, I will definitely kill you. Use double damage. Yi Tianyan gritted his teeth and thrust with formidable power, using sword breaks the firmament. Such terrifying power made the blood-fiend ancestor tremble all over, shouting, No, no? But he was still killed by the sword. Successfully killed blood-fiend ancestor, obtained 980,000 experience points, 15,000 crazy value, 100 sin value. Obtained martial art, heaven devouring divine art, earth level, high grade martial art, rare. obtained items, Blood Dragon Bone Ring, high-grade Soul Tool, Blood Fiend Divine Armor, high-grade Soul Tool, obtained Blood Jade Stone Rare, obtained Dragon Treasure Map, successfully killed a Super Elite, obtained an additional chance to upgrade a Spirit Core stage item by 1 level. Use 100,000 crazy value for 1 spin on the enhanced lottery wheel. Qing Tianquan trembled all over as he looked at the scene before him. Our ancestor, a core transformation stage expert, just died like that. Another elder's legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Help. You even killed the blood fiend ancestor. Monster. Yi Tianyan turned around, his face sinking, and retorted, your ancestor is the real monster. He must have survived until now by sucking the blood of many people. Since you're so reluctant to part with your ancestor, why don't you go with him? Qing Tianquan stopped waiting to die and turned to run. Run, there's a flying carriage over there. The elder also ran after him, shouting, wait for me. Yi Tianyan struck a pose watching them and said, I've said it before, since you're here, don't even think about going back. Qing Tianquan slapped the elder with his palm and shouted, you get over there and block him for me. The elder was caught off guard and shouted, Mansion Lord you? Yi Tianyan flew past, having already finished him off so fast that the elder could still curse a few times before falling. Qing Tianquan, I curse you to a horrible death. Just then, Qing Tianquan had already boarded the flying carriage. Fly. He laughed smugly. Ha ha ha, you can't catch me now, brat, you just wait. Yi Tianyan smiled faintly and repeated his earlier words. I said, since you're here, don't think about going back. He summoned the divine dragon, flew into the sky and destroyed the flying carriage. Qing Tianquan fell, screaming. Yi Tianyan slowly approached, causing him to beg for mercy in a panic. I've lost. As long as you spare me, I'll make you the mansion lord and give you the entire Qingshan mansion. Yi Tianyan asked coldly. Is that so? After I become mansion lord, I'll be backstabbed and die a miserable death, and then you can rightfully inherit the position again, right? Qing Tianquan, with teary eyes and trembling all over, looked at the tip of the sword and desperately denied. No, why would I do that? Yi Tianyan's eyes blazed as he unleashed powerful spiritual energy, regardless of whether you think that way or not. Just for forcing the palace lord of the profound heaven palace to marry your son, you deserve to die 100 times over. Let me tell you some good news. Your son tried to sneak attack me, so he's already 1 step ahead of you. Qing Tianquan, only thinking of his own life at this point, went along with his words. Actually, I've long wanted to teach that unfilial son a lesson. I'm at fault. I don't know how to raise a child. Please let me explain. Yi Tianyan pierced him with his sword and retorted bluntly and cruelly, since you also say you deserve to die, then go die. Successfully killed Qingshan Mansion Lord Qing Tianquan, obtained 780,000 experience points, 13,000 crazy value, obtained treasure. Life-saving pearl. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for successfully breaking through to the 8th level of the Spirit Core stage. Yi Tianyan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, it's finally over. Shi Shuiyan called out from behind, Tianyan, you're amazing. Yi Tianyan hurried to her side and asked worriedly, Aunt, are you all right? Shi Shuiyan replied, I'm fine, I'll be all right after a little rest. Yi Tianyan handed her a crystal stone and said, Aunt, take this, it can help you replenish your consumed essence blood. Shi Shuiyan held out her hand to refuse. No, I can't take it, you keep it. You've already given too much for this sect. Yi Tianyan firmly pushed it to her, insisting with a pout, no, you must absorb it right now or I'll get angry. Shi Shuiyan helplessly hummed in agreement, all right. After a while, once Shi Shuiyan finished absorbing it, she said in great surprise, this is amazing, I feel my blood chi is completely recovered and it's much stronger than before, Yi Tianyan said confidently. Of course, the things I give to Aunt are never inferior. Elder Mo Yu ran over in a panic, shouting, Palace Lord, we're back late? Shi Shuiyan turned her head and called out, Great Elder. Yi Tianyan said calmly, not late at all, just in time to clean up the corpses of these Qingshan Mansion people. Elder Mo Yu was stunned. The people from Qingshan Mansion have all been wiped out? The female disciple clenched her fist and praised. Elder Yi is so amazing. Yi Tianyan walked up to Zi Yue and asked, Pavilion Lord Zi, are you willing to join our profound heaven palace? Zi Yue asked happily, me join the profound heaven palace? Yi Tianyan chuckled and replied, currently the profound heaven palace is in need of an elder to handle various affairs, big and small. I'd like to ask you to take this position. With your talent, I believe you are more than capable. Moreover, we will give you the greatest authority so you can do things your own way. Zi Yue removed her veil, her eyes widening in surprise. Make me an elder of the profound heaven palace, Shi Shuiyan explained from behind. For Tianyan to say so means that Miss Zi is very trustworthy. Besides, you weren't afraid of the powerful and stood up to protect us. That alone is enough, she smiled and said. On behalf of the profound heaven palace, I invite you to take up the position of our elder. What do you think? Shi Shuiyan told the great elder that she had very bravely stood on their side. Our profound heaven palace also lacks someone with your management skills. Zi Yue happily accepted. All right, I accept this invitation, but I am also very strict with myself. If I don't bring any value to the profound heaven palace within a year, I will resign automatically. Shi Shuiyan turned and announced, since everyone is here, I'd like to announce that I plan to promote Lu Menglian and Zhu Lingyun to probationary elders. Lu Menglian asked in surprise, make us probationary elders? Zhu Lingyun asked, me too. Shi Shuiyan had a legitimate reason for promoting the two, she explained. During the critical moment, Shaolian and Zhu Mei performed exceptionally well. Besides quickly treating the wounded, they also knew how to comfort people and often went out to find food. Perhaps their cultivation isn't the highest, but their courage and leadership skills are more than enough to serve as probationary elders. All the disciples agreed in unison. The palace lord is right, we support the palace lord's decision, Yi Tianyan also said with relief. That's great, then I'll leave things here for you all to arrange. I plan to take this opportunity to go to Qingshan Mansion and eliminate them for good. Shi Xueyan smiled gently and asked him, aren't you taking me with you? Yi Tianyan turned his head and replied gently, how could I refuse the palace lord's proposal? Elder Mo Yu suggested. I want to go with you to flatten Qingshan Mansion. The second elder also said, I want to go too. Yi Tianyan calmly refused. It's safer for everyone to stay here. Just leave it to the two of us. There are only a few small fries left anyway, he announced solemnly. From this day on there will be no more Qingshan Mansion in this world. The two of them set off with the black dragon. Yi Tianyan turned his head and asked Shi Xueyan, Aunt, aren't you going to ask why my cultivation has improved so quickly? Shi Xueyan smiled gently and replied, why should I ask? As long as you are still Tianyan, that's enough. No matter what you do, I will support you. She closed her eyes lightly and said, if you cultivate until you die from qi deviation, I will guard your grave for a lifetime and never leave. She turned her head and leaned on Yi Tianyan's shoulder, feeling it. Your back wasn't this broad before. Yi Tianyan asked, is that so? Then lean on it a little longer. Shi Xueyan hummed in agreement. The black dragon flew near Qingshan Mansion. Yi Tianyan informed her, Aunt, we're almost there. Two guards were chatting idly. I wonder if the mansion lord and the others have finished their business. That profound heaven palace is definitely finished. I heard the profound heaven palace used some despicable means to kill our elder. So many elders went out today, it'd be a miracle if they didn't die. The man with his hair tied up said sinisterly, I heard the profound heaven palace has many female disciples. If we can bring a few back this time, hee. The big guy continued, it's best to capture all of them and make them our slaves, haha. Men with brown hair walked up from behind and said, making them slaves is too lenient. They must be slaves for generations to come. Who told the profound heaven palace to provoke our Qingshan Mansion? As soon as he finished speaking, they were swept up by a gust of wind mixed with stones that slammed into them, causing them to cry out in pain. Slaves for generations to come, quite the big talk. Do you think a third-grade faction is that powerful? Yi Tianyan landed, and the big guy's eyes widened as he looked ahead and said, a divine beast, a black dragon. Who are you? Yi Tianyan walked forward step by step and introduced himself. We are the profound heaven palace you were just talking about, don't you remember? Your elders and mansion lord are all dead. Now only you are left, he frowned and emphasized word by word. I was originally going to spare your lives, but now I can only say you brought this upon yourselves. This is your grave. Yi Tianyan pointed forward and ordered, attack! The black dragon had already charged forward, spewing dragon fire that burned them to ashes. Yi Tianyan sneered and suggested, let's go plunder Qingshan Mansion and see if there are any treasures, martial arts and the like. They are all our spoils of war. Shi Xueyan smiled and replied, all right. Inside the mansion, a bald man with a large face impatiently clenched his fist and asked, why is it so noisy outside? Have the mansion lord and the others returned? It's a pity I couldn't go fight with them. The profound heaven palace, who doesn't know their place, dares to oppose our Qingshan Mansion. If I had gone, I would have already bathed them in blood. He heard a sound, turned his head and asked, who's there? Yi Tianyan had already rushed in front of him, slapped him across the face and retorted, didn't you want to bathe us in blood? I'm here now, come and do it. Ding, successfully killed a Qingshan Mansion deacon, obtained 33,000 experience points, 200 crazy value. Yi Tianyan reached out and touched the bookshelf, reading human-level martial arts, earth-level martial arts, and also pills and spirit medicines. We can use them all. Let's take everything. Shi Xueyan looked ahead and called out, Tianyan, look over there. There's a secret chamber here. Could there be some secret hidden inside? Yi Tianyan suggested. Let's go have a look. They walked down the stairs and a strong smell of blood assailed their nostrils. Yi Tianyan stopped in front of a pool filled with blood qi and exclaimed, this place is simply hell. Shi Xueyan also asked herself just how many people must be killed to fill this blood pool. Above, several children were locked in iron cages crying in fear. Save us! Yi Tianyan looked at the group of children and couldn't help but curse. Bastards, they even use the blood of children. Shi Xueyan flew up and said, let's save them first. In a dim place like the secret chamber, there was only one faint torch. Seeing Shi Xueyan, the children all huddled together and begged, don't kill us, don't kill us. We'll be good, we'll do anything. Where are our parents? I'm so scared. Shi Xueyan smiled and comforted the children. Don't cry, children. Big sister is not a bad person. The bad people have been driven away by us. Let big sister take you out, the children asked happily. Will big sister really take us out? Big sister is so pretty, she must not be a bad person. Yi Tianyan couldn't just let it go. He said, Aunt, you take them out first, I'll clean this place up. Shi Xueyan looked up at him and replied, all right. Yi Tianyan snapped his fingers, used the imperishable fire and judged. This must be where the blood fiend ancestor absorbed essence blood. He looked at the fire in front of him, becoming more and more indignant. The purpose of Qingshan Mansion attacking the earthly realm continent must be to capture more children. This bunch of bastards truly deserve to die, he said coldly. No matter what treasures are here, let's destroy them all. The entire Qingshan Mansion was engulfed in a sea of fire. Yi Tianyan walked out of there and said, a place like Qingshan Mansion should have been exterminated long ago. Shi Shuiyan called out from outside, Tianyan, are you done? Let's go, we have to take these children back. Tianyan turned back and asked, what about their parents? Shi Shuiyan lowered her eyes, sighed, and replied, the profound heaven palace will become their support. Passing by a stone tablet, Tianyan stopped and called out, Aunt, wait a moment. He took out a knife and carved on the stone tablet, using your ancestor's bone knife to carve a line for you to remember. Shi Shuiyan looked at the characters and asked, what's this? Tianyan replied, a warning to those who come after. From this day forward there is no more Qingshan Mansion. Ding. Completed random quest, rescue the children from the demon's clutches, obtained 100,000 experience points, 100 character value. He turned to look at Shi Shuiyan and called out, let's go back to the profound heaven palace. Shi Shuiyan smiled and hummed in agreement. Not long after they left, a person appeared, standing in the distance and muttering to himself, even Qingshan Mansion has been wiped out. Who is that kid? A black dragon would never become someone's mount unless it was tamed from a young age, but now the black dragon is willing to let him ride it. It seems I must report this to the great emperor. On the stone tablet Tianyan had carved, if I ever learn of anyone rebuilding Qingshan Mansion, I will flatten it as many times as you build it. The person wearing a red mask guessed, it seems some restless forces want to start a war on this continent. On the profound heaven palace's side, a group of elders surrounded Ziyue, trying to persuade her with kind words. Pavilion Lord Z, please come back and be our pavilion lord. Our heavenly rain pavilion cannot be without you. That's right, it was all Elder Wu's fault. It has nothing to do with us. If we were there at the time, we would have definitely helped, the white-haired elder said. That's right. Our relationship with the profound heaven palace has always been good. Even if we had to fight Qingshan Mansion, we would never back down. Ziyue said frankly, Pavilion Lord Wang, there's no need to explain further. Didn't you arrange for Elder Wu to be by my side to monitor me? How could you not know what happened during this time? The other elders again argued and denied. It was all because Elder Wu didn't inform us in time. He dared to expel you from the Heavenly Rain Pavilion without our consent. Elder Wang, with a broad smile, made an offer. If you are willing, you can also be the Vice Pavilion Lord at our headquarters. I will give you the highest authority. Ziyue raised her hand and decisively refused. Pavilion Lord Wang, you don't need to say more, please go back, she said firmly. Some things, once they have happened, cannot be undone. I can understand your choice to protect yourselves, but now I have already joined the Profound Heaven Palace, so now I can only serve the Profound Heaven Palace. In the distance, Tianyan heard and praised. Well said. He walked over and said, thank you for your heartlessness, otherwise I really wouldn't have found such a talent. He walked to Ziyue's side, looked at the group of elders with a stern gaze and continued, if there's nothing else, please leave, Pavilion Lord Wang. You're not seeing us off? Tianyan watched them walk away, then asked Ziyue, Elder Z, those old guys couldn't bear to let you go, so they wanted to invite you back to the headquarters to be the Vice Pavilion Lord? Ziyue frowned and replied, I no longer have any feelings for the Heavenly Rain Pavilion. They just want to use me. Once I have no value, they will kick me out immediately. I was no different from a puppet. Now that I am an elder of the Profound Heaven Palace, I will dedicate myself to the Profound Heaven Palace until death. Tianyan laughed and said, just I is enough. You don't have to be so serious. Ziyue turned and called out Palace Lord Shi. The little girl who was rescued from Qingshan Mansion asked, Big sister, where is this? Shi Shuiyan smiled gently and replied, this is the Profound Heaven Palace. From now on, you little brothers and sisters will live here. This is your new home. Showdown, take good care of them. The girl named Showdown called out, come, big sister will take you little brothers and sisters to eat something delicious. Ziyue asked, puzzled, Elder Yi, didn't you and Palace Lord Shi go to wipe out Qingshan Mansion? Why did you bring back so many children? Tianyan explained, these children were captured by Qingshan Mansion to be used as sacrifices to absorb their essence blood. Qingshan Mansion was capable of such a cruel thing, they truly deserved to die. I got these things from Qingshan Mansion. Distribute them among the disciples of the Profound Heaven Palace, Elder Mo Yu said in surprise. So many martial arts and even earth-level martial arts, she said excitedly. The weapons are also high-grade spirit tools and there are even soul tools. Are all these pills fourth-grade pills? Just these things, it's enough for us to be promoted to a second-grade faction, and even a top-tier second-grade faction at that. The second elder also said, yes, but when are we going back to the Snowy Mountain ancestral land? Tianyan said, there's no need to go back. Let's just stay here at the heavens-sinking ancient site. With a little renovation, this place will be the territory of the Profound Heaven Palace in the future. He looked around and analyzed. From the perspective of safety and cultivation benefits, the heavens-sinking ancient site is the perfect place. Because the concentration of spiritual energy here is much higher than the old site, it only needs a little renovation to be habitable. This will also be more beneficial for the disciples' cultivation. The second elder and Elder Mo Yu looked at each other, undecided. Tianyan didn't force the issue and spoke first. Of course, this is just my suggestion. If everyone is unwilling, then we can just cultivate here. Shi Shuiyan was the first to stand up and agree with Tianyan's opinion. Why stick to the old place? Back then, didn't our ancestors also move here from the Heavenly Realm continent? She turned back to look at them and asked, don't you want to return to the Heavenly Realm continent after you become stronger? She looked at Ancestor Bingshin and asked, Ancestor, what do you think? Ancestor Bingshin walked over and said, I have no opinion. This is your era, do as you wish. I also hope to return to the Heavenly Realm continent with the Profound Heaven Palace in my lifetime. Shaolian decided, alright, from today onwards the Profound Heaven Palace will be located here. Everyone immediately worked together to rebuild this place. Yi Tianyan asked Elder Zan, the spiritual energy here is too scarce. I plan to design a few formations. Elder Zan, what grade of divine runes are needed to repair the spirit gathering formation and other formations? Elder Zan cupped his hands and explained, it probably requires 5th grade to repair the formations here, but a few places require the level of a divine rune master to repair, because the previous owner had invited a divine rune master to set up formations here. So to repair them, at least the same level of divine runes is needed. Yi Tianyan's eyes widened in surprise. 5th grade, if I convert it using my proficiency level, it's exactly 5th grade, but I'd have to practice for a long time to reach that level. To improve divine rune proficiency, I definitely have to craft many times. It will take forever to reach that level. Take me to have a look, see where I should start repairing. Elder Zan replied, no problem. The simplest places only require 3rd grade divine runes. Please come this way, master. Yi Tianyan came to the side of the spirit gathering formation and observed for a while. This is the simplest small spirit gathering formation. It looks a bit worn out. Of course, I don't really understand these things either. It looks like it's been damaged for a long time, and its effect is probably only 30 to 40% of what it should be. He touched the patterns of the formation and said, I just need to redraw it with a divine rune pen dipped in divine wood ink. Yi Tianyan raised his hand over his eyes and activated the Heavenly Eye. I'll use the talent Heavenly Eye that Yi Qingshan gave me to see where I should start. With the Heavenly Eye activated, Yi Tianyan could see the spirit gathering formation more clearly. He picked up the pen and thought, no matter what kind of divine rune it is, I can see it clearly with the Heavenly Eye. Finding the damaged parts and repairing them is also a piece of cake. This gift from Yi Qingshan is too precious. His eyes moved rapidly, and he marveled, it's truly amazing, but the spiritual power consumption is a bit high and my head is so dizzy. It seems I can't use it for too long. Elder Zan reached out to support him and asked, young master, are you alright? Yi Tianyan, holding the pen in his mouth, replied, I'm fine, I'm doing great. Now I have to fix this small spirit gathering formation first. Ding. Successfully repaired the spirit gathering formation, obtained 2,000 experience points, 50 proficiency points. Yi Tianyan smiled and said, 1 fixed. This way it will be easier for the sect's disciples to cultivate and level up. Ding. Successfully repaired the spirit gathering formation, obtained 2,000 experience points, 50 proficiency points. Ding. Successfully repaired the spirit gathering formation, obtained 2,000 experience points, 50 proficiency points. Ding. Successfully repaired the spirit gathering formation. At this moment Shaolian walked in and asked, Tianyan, are you repairing the formation? Yi Tianyan turned around, hummed in agreement and replied, I want to repair all the spirit gathering formations here. Most of the small ones are fixed and now only a few large ones are left. If I can fix them all, I can't guarantee that the spiritual energy here will gather to its most concentrated state, but at least it can restore 80% of its initial effect. Shaolian smiled and praised, amazing. It seems that with you here it would be hard for the Profound Heaven Palace to be weak. She smiled and said, Tianyan, thank you for your hard work. I believe you can fix them all. I still have to patrol the surroundings so I won't disturb you. Yi Tianyan dipped his pen, cheered himself up and thought, with Ant's encouragement I will definitely succeed. He frowned slightly and said, it's time for the large formations. This time I'll have to use the Heavenly Eye to increase the success rate. Ding. Successfully repaired the large spirit gathering formation. Obtained 16,000 experience points, 500 proficiency points. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan. Divine Rune primary proficiency has been upgraded to Divine Rune intermediate proficiency. Yi Tianyan said happily, success. Several female disciples also felt that the spiritual energy had become much denser. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for completing the quest Upgrade the Profound Heaven Palace to a 2nd grade faction. Obtained 1 million experience points, 1 spin on the advanced lottery wheel, and 100,000 crazy value. Yi Tianyan gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed, after spending so much time and energy, I finally completed this quest. Ding. Successfully received a new quest. Strengthen the sect, upgrade the Profound Heaven Palace to the Profound Heaven Manor, and at the same time must relocate to the Heavenly Realm continent. The rewards for completing the quest include 100 million experience points, 1 million crazy value, 100,000 proficiency points can be freely allocated to martial arts and skills, 100,000 sin value and 1 extra life. Yi Tianyan raised his head and said, a new quest has arrived. He extended his hand and sighed. The rewards are much more generous than before, especially with the extra life. Main quest step 1. Repair all formations within the heavens sinking ancient site. After completing the quest, obtain 1 million experience points, 10,000 divine rune proficiency points. This quest must be completed by myself. Normal version, advanced version. Yi Tianyan extended his hand forward and said, forget it. I'll try the advanced lottery wheel first. Activate lucky aura. Yi Tianyan prayed earnestly. I only have 2 free spins now. Please bless me with a divine skill. Please, please. The wheel spun rapidly, and Yi Tianyan's heart was in his throat as he shouted, please, you have won a 20x experience card. You have won the divine skill, instant teleportation. Yi Tianyun's eyes widened in surprise. What? I actually got the divine skill, instant teleportation? This will be very useful when being chased. Instant teleportation, its effect is to immediately teleport to any place within a 1 kilometer radius. After the first use, it can only be used again every 2 hours. Yi Tianyun pondered. The teleportation distance is acceptable, but the cooldown time is a bit long. He held his chin and frowned. I've used up my 2 free spins. Now if I want to spin again, I have to pay 500,000 crazy value. After thinking it over, he decided not to spin anymore. Forget it, I'll buy more when I have more crazy value. He took a few steps, and a female disciple came over and asked, Elder Yi, a few people have come to our profound heaven palace looking for someone named Zhu Yue. Is there anyone with that name here? Yi Tianyun asked in return. Looking for Zhu Yue, he thought. It must be that the Star Pavilion has heard the news and came here to find Zhu Yue. He turned around and said, I'll go take a look. The female disciple followed behind and said, Elder Yi, these are the people. Yi Tianyun looked at them and thought, they are indeed from the Star Pavilion, but Zhu Yuxuan didn't come. He spoke up and introduced himself. I am an elder here. May I ask what brings you gentlemen here? The scar-faced man asked in return. You are an elder here, his hot-tempered subordinate berated. Liar, we are from the Star Pavilion. Do you know what kind of place the Star Pavilion is? The purple-haired female disciple retorted, not to be outdone. Who lied to you? He is our elder. The scar-faced man raised his hand to cover his mouth and apologized. It's just that you look too young, so we didn't believe you were already an elder. My name is Huang Hu, a deacon of the Star Pavilion. May I ask, Elder Yi, do you know someone by the name of Zhu Yue? He squinted his eyes, his brows furrowed, and emphasized word by word. We came here from the Heavenly Realm continent to find someone and have no other intentions. Yi Tianyun seriously introduced himself while answering him. I am Yi Tianyun. We do not have such a person in our Profound Heaven sect. Huang Hu was stunned for a moment, and asked, Profound Heaven sect, he thought. The Profound Heaven Palace has been promoted to the Profound Heaven sect. It seems their strength is not to be underestimated. He spoke. Since she is not here, we won't disturb you any longer. If you have any news, please inform the Star Pavilion immediately, and we will reward you handsomely. After he finished speaking, he left with his subordinates. Yi Tianyun's expression was grave as he thought, it seems the people from the Star Pavilion are still determined to find Zhu Yue. At this rate, she will be discovered sooner or later. At this moment, Zhu Yue walked over and asked him, Elder Yi, I heard people from the Star Pavilion came. Were there any women among them? Yi Tianyun answered directly, Your sister didn't come, only Deacon Huang and a few others. Zhu Yue's eyes widened in surprise. You know everything, Yi Tianyun suggested. If you want to go home and take a look, I will accompany you. Coincidentally, I plan to go to the Heavenly Realm continent in a few days. Zhu Yue turned her head and hesitated. This, Yi Tianyun didn't force her, saying, If you want to go, just let me know in advance. Back in the room, Yi Tianyun took a deep breath and then asked Elder Zan, Besides the defensive formations, are there any other formations that need to be repaired? The kind that require a divine rune master to fix? Elder Zan sat opposite him and said, Yes, there is also a large flight formation that hasn't been repaired, but it's too severely damaged. When the old master steered it here, it was already broken, which is why the heavens sinking ancient site couldn't fly. Yi Tianyun was dumbfounded. What, a flight formation? You mean with it the entire heaven-sinking ancient site can fly? Elder Zan turned around and replied, Yes, but this formation is very difficult to repair. Even an ordinary divine rune master can't do it. The old master couldn't fix it, so he could only leave it here. Over time, the outside was covered with earth. Yi Tianyun rested his chin on his hand, listening to him attentively, then said, There's such a thing, he thought. So the system didn't just arrange this randomly. This time, I have to literally move the entire heavens-sinking ancient site. Zhu Yue walked into the room and called out, Elder Yi. Yi Tianyun turned around and asked, Have you decided you want to go with me? Zhu Yue replied, Yes, I want to go with you. Now that Qingshan Mansion has been eliminated, I assume they won't make things difficult for me anymore. I also miss my family very much, Yi Tianyun said. Then get ready, we will set off in a while. Zhu Yue replied, All right. After a while, Yi Tianyun told Shi Shuiyan everything. That's how it is. Actually, Zhu Yue is Zhu Yue. Shi Shuiyan couldn't help but be surprised. So that's how it is, Yi Tianyun said. So I'm taking her back to the Heavenly Realm continent to see her family, and at the same time I need to find the people from the Heavenly Profound Mansion to see how they are doing. Shi Shuiyan also agreed with Yi Tianyun's words. I think this is a good proposal. Their foundation is not ordinary either. If they can join our Profound Heaven sect, that would be great, she reminded Yi Tianyun. Although you have become very strong, you still need to be careful when you are out. Go and come back early, don't make me worry. Yi Tianyun also said reluctantly, I'll be back. The black dragon soared into the high sky. Shi Shuiyan watched them, making a firm resolve. Tianyun, you are already much stronger than me. I can't lose to you, otherwise I will become a burden to you in the future. At the Star Pavilion, Zhu Yue said solemnly, After so many years, I'm finally back. Yi Tianyun stood beside her and said, Let's go in. She had just taken a step when Zhu Yuxuan called out, Sister. Zhu Yue stopped and also called out, "Sister." Zhu Yuxuan stood there blankly, unable to believe her eyes, and called out, "Sister, is it really you?" Huang Hu also called out to Zhu Yue in surprise. She ran over to hug Zhu Yuxuan, calling her sister. Huang Hu looked at Yi Tianyan in surprise and said, "Aren't you an elder of the Profound Heaven sect?" Yi Tianyan smiled and answered frankly, "Yes, I also just found out that Elder Z is the person you were looking for. Coincidentally, I'm going to the Heavenly Realm continent on business this time, so I brought Elder Z along." "Ah no, I should call her Elder Zhu." Huang Hu looked at Zhu Yue with surprise, thinking that Zhu Yue had already become an elder of the Profound Heaven sect. He looked at Yi Tianyan and replied, "It is her honor. Thank you for your concern for Zhu Yue." Yi Tianyan replied, "Of course our Profound Heaven sect will treat her well. Elder Zhu manages our Profound Heaven sect in an orderly manner, a truly rare talent." He smiled faintly, and his voice deepened. "But I have to make a few things clear first. I already know everything about Elder Zhu, and the Star Pavilion's influence is also extraordinary. But don't force people to do what they don't want to." Deacon Huang couldn't help but shout, "The Profound Heaven sect is just a second-grade faction. Don't be so arrogant. Do you think you're invincible just because you destroyed Qingshan Mansion? To our Star Pavilion, Qingshan Mansion is just an ordinary faction. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of us?" Yi Tianyan's face darkened, and he asked sternly, "Qingshan Mansion is an ordinary faction, so why did you force Elder Zhu to marry into that trash sect?" He thought to himself. "This Deacon Huang is so annoying. It's a pity I hit him too lightly last time." Deacon Huang was so angry he couldn't speak. Huang Hu stopped him again and reasoned politely. "I'm sorry, Elder Yi. My brother doesn't know how to speak properly. I hope you won't take it to heart." Yi Tianyan thought in surprise. "So these two Deacon Huangs are brothers?" He frowned and said politely, "It's fine, but although our Profound Heaven sect is a second-grade faction, this doesn't mean we're afraid of other factions. Elder Zhu is now an elder of our Profound Heaven sect, so you should give up those schemes against her." Huang Hu obediently replied, "We won't force her anymore. It's not good to stand here and talk. Why don't you come in and sit for a while, Elder Yi? The two sisters have finally reunited after a long time. They must have a lot to talk about." Yi Tianyan didn't refuse and said, "Then I'll be intruding." Huang Hu called out, "Someone take our honored guest to Heaven Room 1. A moment later, Deacon Huang still asked his elder brother resentfully, "Why did you stop me? That kid is just a fox borrowing a tiger's might, extremely arrogant. I don't believe the Profound Heaven sect would dare to do anything to us if we touched him." Huang Hu held his teacup and carefully calculated. "I heard that the mysterious expert of the Profound Heaven sect is very powerful." Deacon Huang retorted impatiently, "We are the ones who should be worried now. Qingshan Mansion is finished. What should the Zhu family do? Can a second-grade faction like the Profound Heaven sect protect us? We haven't even seen that mysterious expert from the Profound Heaven sect. It's hard to say if this person even exists. Why don't we deliberately make things difficult for them? The Divine Rune Convention is coming up soon anyway." Huang Hu looked at his younger brother and asked, "You mean the Profound Heaven sect doesn't want Zhu Yue to marry into another faction? So you want her to provide us with other resources at the Divine Rune Convention?" Deacon Huang replied, "If we don't do this, our Zhu family will be finished." Huang Hu didn't quite agree with his opinion. "We can't rely on the Profound Heaven sect. Doesn't this mean we have to fall out with them?" Deacon Huang corrected him. "What falling out? We haven't provoked them. Zhu Yue is one of us. The Zhu family has spent countless efforts and resources to cultivate her. We can't let her go and work for others. Either she stays or she has to bring us benefits." Huang Hu lowered his head in thought. He said, "That's right, just letting Zhu Yue go with someone else would be a huge loss for the Zhu family. If we don't attach ourselves to a stronger faction, the Zhu family will collapse sooner or later." He raised his head and looked ahead, admitting, "It's true that I was inconsiderate. It's fine if Zhu Yue wants to be an elder of the Profound Heaven sect, but she has to pay a price." Deacon Huang smiled sinisterly. "Exactly." The two of them immediately rushed to the room where Yi Tianyan and the others were. Huang Hu began, "Excuse me." Yi Tianyan asked without turning his head, "Is there something you need?" Deacon Huang said unhappily, "Of course there is. You also know that our Zhu family is facing a great disaster. Just letting Zhu Yue be an elder of the Profound Heaven Palace like this is too much of a loss for us." Yi Tianyan calmly blew on the tea in his hand and said bluntly, "Just state your demands. After all, you have also spent so much effort cultivating her. And now to give her away for nothing, it's only natural to feel unbalanced." Huang Hu grinned and stated his condition. "Our request is simple. The Star Pavilion is about to hold a Divine Rune Convention. You just have to find a 4th-grade Divine Rune Master for us. And if they can get into the top 3 in the competition, Zhu Yue is yours." Zhu Yuxuan said angrily, "You're going too far. Even when my sister was going to marry into Qingshan Mansion, they at most only sent a 3rd-grade Divine Rune Master. Let alone the top 3, it's already amazing to get into the top 10. You're really pushing your luck." Deacon Huang's face contorted with anger from being scolded, and he shouted sternly, "Yuxuan, whose side are you on? Shut up." Zhu Yue stood up and retorted, "It's true that I was raised by the Zhu family, but over the years, which thing did I not fight for myself? Besides, haven't I sacrificed enough for the Zhu family? My sister sacrificed even more, yet you treated her like that. Yi Tianyan calmly accepted his proposal. All right, but I have one condition, Deacon Huang asked eagerly. What condition? As long as you can do what we ask, any condition can be negotiated. Yi Tianyan tilted his head slightly and said, it's simple. My condition is that from now on both Zhu sisters will be members of our Profound Heaven sect. How about it? Also, the rewards from this convention's competition must all belong to the Profound Heaven sect. Huang Hu agreed without even thinking. We only want the ranking. What do those small rewards matter? As long as you can do it, these two people are yours. Yi Tianyan smiled faintly and sealed the deal. Then it's settled, Huang Hu asked. When will the Profound Heaven sect send someone over? We need to make arrangements in advance, as it's starting in a few days. Yi Tianyan sat leisurely in his chair and replied, no need for advance arrangements. Because that 4th grade divine rune master is me. Deacon Huang's veins bulged with anger and he said, nonsense, how old are you to dare call yourself a 4th grade divine rune master? There's a limit to your boasting. Even if your Profound Heaven sect has an expert backing you, you can't talk such nonsense. If you're really a 4th grade divine rune master, I'll eat this table. Yi Tianyan summoned his pen and said seriously, very well. He then drew a few lines, causing the two's faces to change dramatically, their expressions turning grave. 4th grade divine rune, Huang Hu thought in astonishment. I didn't expect this kid to be a 4th grade divine rune master at such a young age. He's truly a monster. Yi Tianyan retracted his power and asked proudly. How about it? It's a 4th grade divine rune, right? Time to eat the table, isn't it? Huang Hu put his arm around his unlucky brother's shoulder and laughed heartily. Elder Yi, please be magnanimous. It's just that my brother thought you were too young and couldn't believe you were already a 4th grade divine rune master. We were ignorant. Hurry up and apologize to Elder Yi. Deacon Huang was sweating profusely and had to yield and apologize. I was blind to your greatness. I hope you can forgive me. I will send you a great gift as an apology. Please don't mind what happened just now. A red light flashed in Yi Tianyan's eyes, and with a touch of coldness he emphasized only one word, eat. Deacon Huang bit his lip, trembling all over, but in the end he endured it and replied, all right, I'll eat. Yi Tianyan called out, chew it carefully, eat it seriously. A word spoken is like water spilled. You must pay the price for your words. Deacon Huang knelt down, took a bite of the table corner, then chewed and swallowed. Zhu Yue said with schadenfreude, serves you right, who told you to be so arrogant? Deacon Huang lowered his head and asked, is this enough? Yi Tianyan glanced at him and said, barely. You guys go prepare, I'll be staying here. Just notify me when the convention competition starts, Huang Hu replied with a wide smile. No problem, Elder Yi, just make yourself at home here. Ding successfully accepted the quest, obtain a top 3 ranking in the Divine Rune Convention and rescue the 2 sisters. Upon completion, the reward is 1 million experience points, 1 free spin on the advanced lottery wheel, an increase of 5,000 Divine Rune proficiency points, and an increase of 100 favorability points for both Zhu Yue and Zhu Yuxuan. Huang Hu left with his arm around Deacon Huang's shoulder. We have other matters to attend to, so we'll leave first and not disturb you. Yi Tianyan said while drinking his tea. I won't see you off. He put down his teacup, let out a light laugh, and thought to himself, I didn't expect to get a new quest here. The Divine Rune Convention, this trip was truly a wise decision. Back in their room, Deacon Huang coughed up blood and cursed. Bastard, he actually made me eat a table. If he wasn't a 4th grade Divine Rune Master, I would have definitely hung him up and beaten him to death. He'd better not get into the top 3 so those sisters can't escape our grasp. Huang Hu's face was also ugly as he thought, I hope so. They are just a new sect, yet they dare to be rude to me. They must have some kind of trump card. On this side, Zhu Yuxuan bowed to Yi Tianyan to express her gratitude. Elder Yi, thank you for your help. As long as I can gain my freedom, even if I don't join the Profound Heaven sect, I will serve the Profound Heaven sect for the rest of my life. Yi Tianyan reached out to stop her and said sincerely, I genuinely want to invite you to join the Profound Heaven sect. You 2 sisters are very capable. If you don't come to the Profound Heaven sect, it would be our loss. Say no more, it's decided. As long as I can get into the top 3 in this convention, you will be free from the Star Pavilion and won't owe them anything anymore. Zhu Yuxuan lowered her head and hummed in agreement, saying, we have done our utmost for them. For the Star Pavilion, I have done everything that needed to be done. I no longer owe them anything. Zhu Yue continued, as long as Elder Yi doesn't mind, from now on we sisters will be wholeheartedly devoted to Elder Yi. The 2 sisters lowered their heads and said in unison, we are willing to do anything for Elder Yi without any complaints. Yi Tianyan reached out to help them up, saying, you don't have to be like this. I've never had that kind of thought. Zhu Yuxuan raised her head and replied, this is our plan. You have helped us so much. You are our benefactor. Zhu Yue chuckled and added, Elder Yi is the one who gave us a new life. Yi Tianyan blushed from the praise. He coughed a few times and said, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's wait for the competition results. The sisters' eyes shone brightly as they said with certainty, since Elder Yi says so, there will definitely be no problem. Yi Tianyan scratched his head and said, you 2 quickly tell me some information about the Divine Rune Convention. Zhu Yuxuan explained, the Star Pavilion is a faction jointly established by many families, so its strength is naturally much stronger than Qingshan Mansion. But the unity is not very good. Each family wants to compete and show off how outstanding they are, so they usually hold some competitions to prove their strength. Otherwise, their status in the Star Pavilion will immediately drop. And the purpose of this Divine Rune Master Convention is an opportunity for them to show off their strength. It's only about a week away. If they can't win this competition, their Zhu family will be immediately abandoned by the Star Pavilion. Yi Tianyan touched his chin and understood. No wonder they're in such a hurry. Zhu Yuxuan asked, Elder Yi, do you need to prepare anything before going to the main pavilion for the Divine Rune Master Convention? Yi Tianyan replied, No need, I'm all prepared and can leave at any time. 7 days passed. At the Star Pavilion's main pavilion, people had already gathered here to watch the excitement. Who do you think will win this time? The Wang family has a high chance of winning, they said excitedly. I bet on the Zhu family to win, the person next to them said. The Zhu family has lost several times before and you still dare to bet on them? Be careful you don't lose your pants. Several carriages headed towards the main pavilion. Huang Hu went forward to greet the family head. That family head looked at Yi Tianyan and asked him, Is the one behind you the 4th grade Divine Rune Master you found? He is indeed very young. Huang Hu cupped his hands and replied, Yes, family head. Zhu Tianwang, the head of the Zhu family branch of the Star Pavilion, said seriously, Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I am the head of the Zhu family. I invited you here today to ask for your help in winning this competition. I won't say much else. If you succeed, you will get what you want. But if you fail to achieve the results we expect, then I'll have to apologize in advance. Yi Tianyan smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, I will do what I say and won't disappoint you. He thought to himself, This Zhu family head is really direct. Zhu Tianwang stood with his hands behind his back and said frankly, Call me heartless if you will, but sometimes I have to make sacrifices for the Zhu family, otherwise our entire family will be finished. I know it's cruel to those 2 sisters, but without the Zhu family, they wouldn't have survived until now. He walked past Yi Tianyan and said clearly, If you get into the top 3 today, you can have whatever you want, they will go with you, and I will not stop you. On the contrary, I will give you a generous reward. If not, before he could finish, Yi Tianyan interjected, I understand that. I quite like the Zhu family head's straightforward way of speaking. It's much better than those who beat around the bush and stab you in the back. Zhu Tianwang continued walking forward and said, I, Zhu Tianwang, am a man of my word. It might make you uncomfortable, but this is my way of doing things. I only care about what benefits you can bring me. Even if our cooperation fails, I will never launch a sneak attack, because I don't do things that harm others and myself. Yi Tianyan praised him readily. Well said, I like that, he thought to himself. He values benefits above all else. Although I can't be friends with this kind of person, we can make deals and cooperate. In front of them, a person was smiling contemptuously and greeted Zhu Tianwang. Family head Zhu, long time no see. What place does your family plan to get today? Don't get a dozen-something place like before, that's too embarrassing. Zhu Tianwang's face turned ugly as he retorted, That's none of family head Wang's business. We have our own measure. Wang Zisheng, the head of the Wang family branch of the Star Pavilion, sneered. All right then, I hope you can achieve a resounding victory. Ha ha ha, his gaze swept over Yi Tianyan. Who is this young man? Don't tell me he's the Divine Rune Master your family sent to participate in the competition. He laughed mockingly. He looks so wet behind the ears. Tisk tisk, is he even qualified to be a 1st grade Divine Rune Master? Yi Tianyan didn't answer, just sighed and thought, It seems my sin value is too high. That's why I attract hatred so easily. I'm being called out just for standing here. This system is really a trap. Zhu Tianwang interrupted with a gloomy face. You don't need to know that. Wang Zisheng laughed loudly. Ha ha, still as stubborn as ever. Family head Zhu, don't be so cold. I just wanted to remind you. Because I remember the people you invited before were all useless. Today you even invited such a young brat. If family head Zhu can't find anyone to help, I can send a few experts to help you. They'll be better than this kid, right? Zhu Tianwang was so angry he couldn't speak. Wang Zisheng walked away leisurely with his hands behind his back. Today some family is definitely going to be at the bottom again, just like in previous years. Ha ha ha, the competition is about to start. Let's hurry inside. Zhu Tianwang gritted his teeth as he watched his back, muttering, Just you wait. Yi Tianyan looked at Wang Zisheng and thought, Zhu Yue said the relationship between the various families in the Star Pavilion isn't very good. And now it seems that's true. They entered the competition venue. Yi Tianyan looked around and frowned, thinking, There are 5 families, and each family can send a maximum of 5 Divine Rune Masters. This number is indeed a bit small. He glanced at Zhu Tianwang again and thought, But that family head Wang said that the Zhu family could only rank last before. It's obvious their level is unacceptably poor. A girl walked over holding a tray of tokens and said, Sir, please. Zhu Tianwang looked at Yi Tianyan and explained, This is the family token. It represents our Zhu family. The Chief Pavilion Master will be the judge for this competition. He is a Divine Rune Master, so he will personally inspect the overall level of each branch. Yi Tianyan looked at him and asked, Can I know the content of the competition in advance? Zhu Tianwang said, There is no fixed event for this, except for the Chief Pavilion Master. No one knows what the topic is. A deacon shouted loudly, Silence, silence, the internal competition is about to begin. Let's welcome Chief Pavilion Master Li to announce the rewards for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd places. Li Tianlong, the Chief Pavilion Master of the Star Pavilion, said, 3rd place is a Soul Tool level Divine Rune Pen. Second place is my most prized divine rune cultivation method, and first place is 5 days of cultivation in the heavenly spirit Jade Lake. The people outside became even more excited after hearing this. 5 days of cultivation in the heavenly spirit Jade Lake. The first place reward is too amazing, and the chief pavilion master's most prized divine rune cultivation method. That's a treasure that money can't buy. Sigh, it's already good enough to get into the top 8, let alone thinking about the top 3. Li Tianlong said with a grave expression. The rewards have been announced. Now I will announce the content of the first round of the competition. The strength of the divine rune. The drawing of the divine rune must be fast, accurate, and not too poor. The spiritual power released must also have strength, otherwise you will be eliminated immediately. The content of the first round is to compete on this, not comparing grades but only the strength of the divine rune. The stronger the divine rune, the more impact it can withstand, he said seriously. This type of divine rune is usually used for defense, so that it can resist attacks. Later I will send out martial artists of the same level as you to attack the divine rune shields you have drawn. The longer your shield lasts, the higher your score will be. Ding activated a random chain quest past the first round of the competition. Reward: 500,000 experience points, 1,000 divine rune proficiency points. Yi Tianyin's eyes sharpened, and he thought excitedly, there's also this way to activate a random quest, interesting. Then let's see what I can do. Zhu Tianwang glanced at Yi Tianyin and asked, the first round is a competition of divine rune strength. It belongs to the most basic competition, so it should be very simple for you, right? Yi Tianyin smiled and replied, of course. Li Tianlong said, contestants can choose a shield on their own and carve their own divine rune on it. Lin Li, a disciple from the Divine Rune Mansion invited by the Wang family, was already impatient. This is my strong suit. I didn't expect the topic to be so simple. Yi Tianyin walked forward and took something from the table. I'll choose this one. Li Tianlong said, everyone has chosen their own shields. Now you have 1 hour to carve the divine rune. Those who have not finished after 1 hour will be immediately eliminated. I hope everyone will hurry. He flipped the hourglass and then announced, those who have not finished after the specified time, please withdraw on your own. Begin. Yi Tianyin held the shield and thought with determination. I can't lose. I must get into the top 3 today. Behind him, Wang Zisheng was still curiously asking, Family Head Zhu, I heard you invited a rather good divine rune master to assist you. Zhu Tianwang didn't like to waste words and retorted, you will know when the results are out. Wang Zisheng smiled arrogantly, pretending to sigh and show off. This year I also invited one person to help, much fewer than the other families. The Zhao family head next to him observed them and then said, Family Head Wang, although you only invited one person, he seems to be from the Divine Rune Mansion, right? As for the one family head Zhu invited, I don't know who he is. Is he famous in the Divine Rune Mansion? Wang Zisheng replied, I thought the young man family head Zhu invited was also from the Divine Rune Mansion. He's so young to be competing on stage. Is he really not from the Divine Rune Mansion? The Zhao family head deliberated. Family head Wang, you can't say that. Although I haven't been to the Divine Rune Mansion, I've never seen such a young disciple. I'm sure he's not from the Divine Rune Mansion. Zhu Tianwang glared at Wang Zisheng and said, Family Head Wang, do you think you've already secured this year's championship? Wang Zisheng denied with an arrogant laugh. I never said that. I just think it's very likely. Family Head Zhu, what place do you think your Zhu family will get this year? Zhu Tianwang turned around, clenched his fists, and still retorted with a stiff smile on his face. I don't know what place we'll get, but it definitely won't be worse than your Wang family. Wang Zisheng smiled slyly. Then I'll be waiting to see. At this moment, Lin Li raised his pen and reported, I'm done. Hearing this, everyone started discussing in surprise. The first one to finish seems to be the person invited by the Wang family. He's so amazing. As expected of a genius from the Divine Rune Mansion, he finished so quickly. Lin Li glanced back at Yi Tianyin and thought, which family dared to send this kid to compete? He's so slow at drawing a divine rune. I wonder if he's even qualified to be a second-grade divine rune master. The contestants from other families also reported one after another. I'm done, me too, Zhu Yuxuan said with some worry. What is Elder Yi doing? It looks like he's having trouble. Zhu Yuwei comforted her. Don't worry, Elder Yi has his own reasons. After a period of hard work, Yi Tianyin finally finished as well. Done, the deacon announced loudly. Time's up, the first round is over. He turned and reported, Chief Pavilion Master, all contestants have completed their divine rune drawings within the specified time. Li Tianlong raised his hand and said, Very well, now we will inspect in the order of completion, the deacon announced loudly. Begin testing Lin Li's third-grade defensive divine rune. The tester punched the defensive divine rune with a powerful blow. The punch carried a force like lightning, gradually shattering the divine rune shield. He retracted his power and reported, Lin Li's defensive divine rune is equivalent to the 7th level of the spirit refinement period. Everyone discussed, I bet he can get into the top 3. He's truly a genius. Begin testing He Tianhan's second-grade defensive divine rune, equivalent to the 4th level of the spirit refinement period. Begin testing Wang Panhu's second-grade defensive divine rune, equivalent to the 1st level of the spirit refinement period. Begin testing Lu Debai's second-grade defensive divine rune, equivalent to the 2nd level of the spirit refinement period. The deacon looked at Yi Tianyan and said, "Finally, begin testing Yi Tianyan's defensive divine rune. First grade?" Wang Zisheng laughed out loud and retorted, "First grade? Ha, after drawing for so long it's just a first grade. Is he here to compete or to be a joke?" The Zhao family head looked at Yi Tianyan below and said, "It's normal, seeing how young he is. It's already quite good that he can be a first-grade divine rune master. What's so strange about drawing a first-grade divine rune?" Zhu Tianwang's eyes widened in worry and he broke out in a cold sweat. "What is he doing? He only drew a first-grade divine rune? Is he a fake fourth-grade divine rune master?" Lin Li crossed his arms and laughed mockingly. "As expected, your level is just a first-grade divine rune master, you little brat. Don't participate in such competitions that are beyond your abilities anymore. Go home and drink your milk. With such poor skills you'd better not come out and embarrass yourself." Yi Tianyan turned his head and calmly retorted, "Whether I'm capable or not will be known after the test." The tester said all right and began the test. He then struck Yi Tianyan's defensive divine rune with force, but the divine rune did not shatter. The power of the 5th level of the body refinement period couldn't break a first-grade divine rune. Everyone's eyes widened, noticing that he seemed to be using a high-grade divine rune pen, at least at the soul tool level. What a waste of this divine rune pen. Using a soul tool level pen to draw only a first-grade divine rune is simply a terrible waste of a precious item. The tester cracked his knuckles, making a caca sound, and snorted, "I underestimated you a bit. In that case, I'll increase the force and test it again." He used the power of the 7th level of the body refinement period and once again struck the defensive divine rune with all his might, but the result was still unscathed. Then came the 9th level of the body refinement period, the 3rd level of the spirit refinement period, and the 7th level of the spirit refinement period. The people behind them were all stunned, beginning to doubt their own existence. Under the attack of the 7th level of the spirit refinement period, a first-grade divine rune still hadn't broken. "Are you sure that's a first-grade divine rune? You must have misspoken. This should be at least a 3rd-grade divine rune." Lin Li covered his mouth with his hand, looking bewildered. "How could this be?" Li Tianlong asked with a dark face, "What's going on? Are you sure that's a first-grade divine rune?" The tester cupped his hands and replied, "Pavilion Master Li, I'm sure." Upon hearing this, Li Tianlong decided, "Then I will personally test it to see what kind of first-grade divine rune can withstand the attack of the 7th level of the spirit refinement period." He touched the divine rune shield and said, "It is indeed a first-grade divine rune. But why is its defensive power comparable to the peak of the 3rd grade?" He looked at the divine rune and had a sudden realization, so that's how it is. This is not an ordinary first-grade divine rune but a triple-layered first-grade divine rune. He was sweating profusely and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was formed by fusing 3 first-grade divine runes, which is how it could reach the level of a 3rd-grade divine rune. How could such a divine rune be easily broken? Zhu Tianwang asked excitedly. "A triple-layered divine rune. Isn't that the same as a peak 3rd-grade divine rune? This kid really didn't let me down." Wang Zisheng's face twisted and he said with a grave expression, "He drew a triple-layered divine rune? Could it be that after failing to draw a 3rd-grade divine rune he switched to drawing 3 first-grade divine runes at the same time? With this kind of multi-layered divine rune, if a subsequent layer was drawn incorrectly, the previous layers would also be ruined." Li Tianlong looked at the tester with dissatisfaction and questioned him. "You obviously didn't check carefully. Your work is too sloppy." The tester lowered his head and admitted his mistake. "This subordinate knows his mistake." Li Tianlong looked at Yi Tianyan and sighed, "I didn't expect a multi-layered divine rune to appear today. This is also beyond our expectations. Your divine rune gets a perfect score, 10 points. Yi Tianyan replied, "Thank you." He smiled contemptuously and thought to himself, "Very good, I'll press my advantage and welcome the second round of the competition." He twirled his pen, sighed, and said sarcastically, "I only managed to draw a first-grade divine rune. It seems I have to go back and drink more milk and cultivate properly to become stronger. But if even I have to go back and drink milk, what about you? Are you planning to go back to your mother's womb and be remade?" Lin Li was furious and shouted sternly. "What did you say?" Yi Tianyan replied with righteous indignation. "I was just telling the truth, learning from the way you were mocking others just now." Lin Li clenched his fists and said, "Don't get cocky too soon. I don't know how you cultivated multi-layered divine runes, but I can do it too. There are still a few rounds of competition left. It's not yet clear who will emerge victorious." Li Tianlong, who was beside them, also spoke up. "In the first round, someone won with a multi-layered divine rune. I didn't expect that either." He announced with a stern face, "So I will slightly modify the content and rules of the second round of the competition. The scoring will also be more flexible. At least a situation like the first round won't happen again. Because each family has its own strengths, which makes me very happy. The various branches are becoming more and more powerful, which is a great thing for the Star Pavilion. The content of the second round of competition is speed." The deacon was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, "Why did the competition content change?" Wang Zisheng was also surprised, thinking it changed. Li Tianlong said, "Within 1 hour, whoever inscribes the most divine runes will get the highest score. Of course, the higher the grade, the higher the score. First-grade divine runes are worth 1 point, second-grade divine runes are worth 2 points, third-grade divine runes are worth 5 points, fourth-grade divine runes are worth 10 points, and there is no upper limit to the score." Ding, successfully completed the first task in the chain quest. Reward, 500,000 experience points, 1,000 divine rune proficiency points. Ding, successfully accepted the second task, achieve a resounding victory in the second competition. Reward, 500,000 experience points, 1,000 divine rune proficiency points. Yi Tianyan twirled the pen in his hand and thought excitedly. This is the first time I've encountered a chain quest, but this feeling is not bad, it's actually quite exhilarating. At this rate, breaking through to advanced divine rune proficiency won't be difficult. A brown-haired man raised his hand and asked, Pavilion Master Li, can we get extra points for multi-layered divine runes? Li Tianlong replied, of course. For example, a multi-layered divine rune like the one in the first round, because its difficulty is comparable to a third-grade divine rune, its score is the same as a third-grade divine rune. He closed his eyes slightly and turned away. But that would be very time-consuming. You all should consider it carefully, because the chance of failure is also very high, much less stable than carving divine runes one by one. The 1-hour countdown begins, the second round of competition starts. Li Tianlong focused his gaze on Yi Tianyan, thinking, I wonder what grade of divine rune this kid can inscribe in this round. Everyone else also watched Yi Tianyan nervously, wanting to see what amazing thing he would draw next. It's still a first-grade divine rune. Look, the person the Zhu family invited is still inscribing a first-grade divine rune. Don't tell me he only knows how to do first-grade divine runes. I thought he was a hidden genius, but it turns out he's just a guy who only knows first-grade divine runes. Lin Li glanced at him contemptuously and thought, he's really drawing a first-grade divine rune. Just now I suspected you were a third-grade divine rune master, not a beginner. It turns out I was wrong. You really only know how to draw first-grade divine runes, the crowd discussed disappointedly. You only get 1 point for drawing one. How many do you have to draw to compare with others? That's just stupid, Li Tianlong thought with some disappointment. I thought this kid was very powerful, so I slightly changed the content of the competition. I didn't expect him to only know how to draw first-grade divine runes. Could it be that I misjudged him? Yi Tianyan lifted his pen, exhaled and said, it feels much better than before. He opened his eyes and said modestly, it's passable. After speaking, Yi Tianyan used all his strength and drew the divine runes as fast as lightning, dazzling everyone. The Zhao family head and Wang Zisheng, sweating profusely, asked, what's going on? How did he suddenly speed up so much? Zhu Tianwang was so shocked he stammered, fast, unbelievably fast, it's terrifying. He drew 7 or 8 in the blink of an eye. My god, that's enough points to crush those who draw third-grade divine runes. Lin Li's face turned pale as he watched the pen in Yi Tianyan's hand move so fast it was just a blur. He thought, this is not a speed a normal person can achieve, it's too fast. Li Tianlong gritted his teeth and thought, how skilled must he be to be able to draw so fast? Yi Tianyan suddenly raised his hand and said, excuse me, I'm out of paper, please give me some more. The deacon replied blankly. Okay. Lin Li was sweating profusely and trembling all over. How can he draw so fast? I have to be faster too. Lin Li was flustered, and the moment his pen touched the paper it caught fire, causing him to panic. It's ruined, I made a mistake. My third-grade divine rune is ruined, the deacon announced. Time's up, everyone please stop writing. The crowd looked at the huge pile of divine runes drawn by Yi Tianyan, stacked like a mountain, and their mouths gaped open in disbelief. He drew so many in just 1 hour, that's impossible, right? What's the use of having so many? We still have to see how many are qualified. Yeah, the more you draw, the more mistakes you make. Li Tianlong said seriously, now let's start counting the scores. Zhang Deimei 3 third-grade divine runes, 2 second-grade divine runes, a total of 14 points. Wang Panhu 2 third-grade divine runes, 1 second-grade divine rune, 1 first-grade divine rune, a total of 12 points. Lu Debai 2 third-grade divine runes, 2 second-grade divine runes stacked with 1 first-grade divine rune, a total of 15 points. He Tianhan 1 containing 3 third-grade divine runes, a total of 15 points. Lin Li 2 third-grade divine runes, 2 second-grade divine runes, 2 first-grade divine runes, a total of 16 points. Lin Li gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and thought angrily, I should have gotten 20 points, but now I'm only about the same as those guys. I'm a disciple of the Divine Rune Mansion. This is a great humiliation. The deacon then read out Yi Tianyun's score. Excluding the incorrectly drawn divine runes, there are 32 valid first-grade divine runes for a total of 32 points. Yi Tianyun let out a breath and thought, I deliberately made so many mistakes just so I wouldn't win too obviously. Zhu Tianwang couldn't stop smiling. He said to Wang Zisheng, Family head Wang, thank you for letting us win. The Zhu family won again this round. Wang Zisheng's face was stern, and he let out a long humph. He turned his head and retorted, There's still one round left, don't celebrate too early. Li Tianlong grinned and said, I'm very pleased with the results of this round to be able to draw first-grade divine runes at this speed. If it were me, I probably could only be this fast. He glanced at Yi Tianyan and emphasized each word. The next round of competition will be the real test of your skills. Show me your full strength, display your strongest abilities, and draw your strongest divine runes. I will evaluate the complexity and score based on the grade. There is no upper limit to the score in this round. The opportunity to turn the tables has come. Only those with real skills can continue. Those without will be eliminated immediately. Yi Tianyan smiled slyly and thought, the game continues. Ding, successfully completed the task, achieve a resounding victory in the second round of the competition, rewarded with 500,000 experience points and 1,000 divine rune proficiency points. Ding, successfully accepted the third task in the chain quest, achieve a perfect victory in the third round of the competition. After completing the task, you will be rewarded with 500,000 experience points and 1,000 divine rune proficiency points. Yi Tianyan scratched his head with his pen and thought, the rewards are still the same, but it's enough for me, Li Tianlong said. The third round of the competition will be longer, 5 hours. I hope everyone will give it their all during these 5 hours. Yi Tianyan observed all the contestants who were sitting cross-legged and meditating, thinking, because they consumed too much energy in the previous round, everyone is now recovering cross-legged, and then they will focus on drawing their highest-level divine runes. Lin Li gritted his teeth, humming and threatening. You won't be arrogant for long because I won't let you pass the third round as smoothly as before. Li Tianlong announced, the competition begins. The crowd immediately started buzzing. It's starting, it's starting. Lin Li is preparing to draw a divine rune. I wonder what grade of divine rune he will draw this time. Hey, look, what kind of strange divine rune is the foreign aid from the Li family drawing? Her divine rune is glowing red. It doesn't look like an ordinary divine rune. That girl seems to be called He Tianhun. She's the foreign aid invited by the Li family, right? She looks like she's from the Heavenly Extremes Mansion. Is it that world-renowned Heavenly Extremes Mansion? Yi Tianyan looked at He Tianhun and thought, I didn't expect this He Tianhun to be from the Heavenly Extremes Mansion. It seems we are destined to meet. Li Tianlong also looked at her and thought, it's quite interesting, a third-grade divine rune with multiple attributes, and it's an improved advanced version. It's truly a rare sight. It was just that Wang Zisheng half closed his eyes and sighed. The girl you invited seems to have considerable strength, but her hand is starting to tremble. It's no longer steady. The head of the Li family placed his hand on the railing and said to He Tianhun below, if you fail, you can only choose to draw a second-grade divine rune. In the end, their luck had run out. He Tianhun was panting heavily, her body swaying, and the things in front of her became blurry. I can't see the drawing method clearly anymore. Do I really have to stop here? Yi Tianyan suddenly spoke to comfort her. Calm down, the key to drawing this kind of fire attribute divine rune is in your heart. You must try to block out all the surrounding noise. He Tianhan turned to look at him and thought, it's the young man who drew the first-grade divine rune. She looked at the divine rune for a while and said, he's right. He Tianhan focused all her attention on her hand, tightly gripping the other trembling hand, and managed to draw the final stroke. The complete divine rune emitted light accompanied by a powerful spiritual force. She said happily, I did it. Li Tianlong looked at the divine rune she drew and praised, very good, an improved advanced fire attribute divine rune, and it's a double-layered divine rune. The quality is quite good. I'll give you 25 points. The extra 3 points are a reward for your innovation. Keep up the good work. He Tianhun bowed and replied, thank you for your guidance, Pavilion Master Li. She turned around and also thanked Yi Tianyan. Young master, thank you. If it weren't for your reminder just now, I would have definitely failed. Yi Tianyan said calmly, you're welcome, that's your own strength, it has nothing to do with me. At this moment the crowd shouted again, look, Lin Li is drawing a mid-grade 4th-grade divine rune. He's so young and can already draw a 4th-grade divine rune. It's really not simple. Although he may not be proficient in everything, being able to draw a 4th-grade divine rune makes him a 4th-grade divine rune master. Lin Li looked at Yi Tianyan and asked, why are you still standing there? Are you thinking of giving up before you even start? Yi Tianyan sighed and complained, there's still plenty of time, forget it, I guess I'll have to start. The crowd shouted excitedly again. Look, the Zhu family's external aid has started drawing. It's still a 1st-grade divine rune. Is he planning to draw a 4 or 5-layered 1st-grade divine rune? If that's the case, he can catch up to the other scores, but that's too difficult, it's simply impossible. Lin Li smiled smugly and mocked Yi Tianyan. You seem to think you can defeat me with a 1st-grade divine rune. It seems you're really beyond saving. You're too naive. I don't believe you can draw more layers of divine runes than before. Yi Tianyan said with a blank expression, we'll know if we try. Halfway through the hourglass, Lin Li also finished drawing his divine rune. He said happily, it's done. Li Tianlong looked at his divine rune and commented, your improvement on the divine rune is also very good. I'll give you 45 points. At this time, everyone turned their eyes to Yi Tianyan, waiting for a good show. Only the Zhu family hasn't finished drawing their divine rune yet. He only knows how to draw 1st-grade divine runes. Who else would be at the bottom if not him? Lin Li had a vicious look on his face and was also praying viciously in his heart. Fail, fail. As luck would have it, Yi Tianyan had already finished drawing. His divine rune now erupted with powerful spiritual energy, followed by an incredibly strong force that illuminated the entire place. Lin Li's eyes widened and he said, he succeeded. Li Tianlong smiled and praised, very good, this is indeed a 5-layered 1st-grade divine rune. Ding, successfully drew a 5-layered 1st-grade divine rune. Gained 5,000 experience points and 100 proficiency points. Li Tianlong said in surprise, I didn't expect you to really succeed. This is a very advanced divine rune. In terms of difficulty, it's also considered comparable to a mid-grade 4th-grade divine rune. Although the difficulty is high, I can only give you 40 points. Yi Tianyan cupped his hands and replied, this junior is very satisfied with this score. Li Tianlong studied the divine rune and praised again. Very good, very impressive, truly a promising young man, he announced. The results of the 3 rounds of competition are out. The rankings will be announced soon. Now I will formally announce the rankings. 1st place, Yi Tianyan. 2nd place, Lin Li. 3rd place, He Tianhun. When Zhu Tianwang heard this, he almost fainted on the spot. Family head Wang, our Zhu family was just here to join in the fun. I didn't expect us to accidentally take first place. I'm so sorry, Wang Zisheng snorted angrily. Ding, successfully completed the third chain quest, gained 500,000 experience points, 1,000 points of divine rune mastery proficiency. Yi Tianyan looked at the Heavenly Spirit Jade Pool, extremely happy. The first place winner can use the Heavenly Spirit Jade Pool for 5 days, that's great. Lin Li, unwilling to accept defeat, challenged Yi Tianyan. It's a disgrace for me to lose to you. You're not really skilled, just relying on that first grade divine rune. If you have the guts, try drawing a 4th grade divine rune. Yi Tianyan turned around and asked casually, if I can draw a 4th grade divine rune, what's in it for me? Lin Li clenched his fists and proposed a condition, benefits. As long as you can draw a 4th grade divine rune, I will not only give you my most prized treasure, but I will give you everything I have. He gritted his teeth and emphasized each word. But if you can't draw it, you have to give me the first place and the Heavenly Spirit Jade Pool. Yi Tianyan turned his head and agreed. Fine, since you want to give me a gift so badly, I won't be polite. He only needed to lift his pen and wave it a few times to immediately draw a 4th grade divine rune. Lin Li asked in horror, what's going on? Is it real? Oh my god, the 4th grade divine rune is complete. Didn't you only know how to draw 1st grade divine runes? Yi Tianyan calmly put away his pen and retorted, who said I only know how to draw 1st grade divine runes? I never said that. Li Tianlong stared excitedly at the 4th grade divine rune, praising it endlessly. To be a 4th grade divine rune master at such a young age is truly an eye-opener for me. The Zhu family has really turned the tables this time. Very good, very good. This 4th grade divine rune is very beautiful, he asked in confusion. But why didn't you draw a 4th grade divine rune in the previous rounds and always drew 1st grade divine runes instead? Yi Tianyan replied, I always prioritize practicality. Besides, it doesn't matter what grade of divine rune I draw as long as I don't break the rules. My 5-layered 1st grade divine rune is no worse than this 4th grade divine rune. Li Tianlong nodded. That's right, the last 1st grade divine rune you drew was the simplest in terms of power. But it has 5 layers, so its power is naturally multiplied, and its effect is much greater than a 4th grade divine rune, he proposed seriously. I heard you were invited by the Zhu family to help. Why don't you come to our main pavilion as a guest? We won't make you do anything, just help us inscribe divine runes when you have time. Yi Tianyan frankly refused. Thank you for your kindness, Pavilion Master Li, but I don't have that intention at the moment. Li Tianlong still tried his best to offer generous conditions to keep him. What a pity. I still hope you will reconsider. We will not restrict you, but will give you more resources instead. Yi Tianyan replied, I will consider it carefully. Li Tianlong said happily. Then I will wait for your good news. Lin Li hurriedly introduced himself. Pavilion Master Li, I am a disciple of the Divine Rune Mansion. I can, before he could finish. Li Tianlong had already turned away, unwilling to listen. Yi Tianyan held up his storage ring and said, I won the bet. Then I will accept this storage ring of yours without being polite. Lin Li turned his head, his face full of surprise. When did he take it? He turned and left angrily. HMPH, Yi Tianyan, right, you just wait. Zhu Tianwang walked up and praised him. You performed very well. Did you see family head Wang's face? It was as black as the bottom of a pot. It's the first time I've seen him so embarrassed. You've worked hard. Yi Tianyan glanced at him and said, no need to thank me, it was just a matter of mutual benefit. Zhu Tianwang said with his hands behind his back, I understand, I also taught those two a lesson for you. The Huang brothers, beaten black and blue, apologized to Yi Tianyan. We're sorry, Master Yi, we were wrong. It was our fault for not recognizing your greatness and speaking without thinking. Yi Tianyan turned around decisively and said, since things have come to this, there's no need to say any more. He emphasized with cold eyes, from now on, the two sisters are no longer part of the Zhu family. The kindness from the past is considered repaid today. Zhu Tianwang smiled and assured, of course I am a man of my word. Our Zhu family will never make things difficult for them again. But if possible, I still hope we can cooperate in the future. The remuneration can be anything. Yi Tianyan replied politely, if there is a chance. Ding. Completed the quest, obtain a top 3 ranking and rescue the two sisters. Gained 1 million experience points. 1 free spin on the advanced lottery wheel, an increase of 5,000 divine rune proficiency points, and an increase of 100 favorability points for both Zhu Yuwei and Zhu Yuxuan. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan. Divine rune proficiency has been upgraded from intermediate to advanced. Yi Tianyan thought in surprise. I got another chance to spin the advanced lottery wheel. This spin is worth 500,000 crazy points. Yi Tianyan walked up and called out, young master, thank you for what you did just now. If it weren't for your reminder, I would have definitely failed. She placed her hand on her chest and introduced herself. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My surname is He. My name is Tianhun from the Heavenly Extremes Mansion. May I ask for the young master's esteemed name? He replied, my name is Yi Tianyan from the Profound Heaven Sect, He Tianhun said in surprise. I didn't expect the Profound Heaven Sect to have a genius like young Master Yi. Does young Master Yi have time? Come and visit our Heavenly Extremes Mansion for a while. Yi Tianyan refused. I have other things to do. I'll visit your mansion next time. He Tianhun took out a box and said happily, that's great, I'll be waiting for you. This is an introductory token. Whenever you come, just take this out and say you're looking for me. Yi Tianyan took the token and said, "Alright, thank you, Miss He, we'll meet again." He was so focused on looking at the token that Zhu Yuxuan and Zhu Yuwei had to call out to him several times. Elder Yi, Yi Tianyan came back to his senses and asked, What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Zhu Yuxuan asked, "Elder Yi, how about we change our surname to your Yi?" Zhu Yuwei said, "We were orphans since we were young and we took the surname Zhu because we followed the Zhu family. Now we are following you and are no longer part of the Zhu family, so we want to take your surname." Yi Tianyan smiled and said, "As you wish. I think it's fine either way." The two replied happily, "Then from now on my name is Yi Yuxuan and my name is Yi Yuwei." They hugged Yi Tianyan and said with happy smiles, "From now on we will listen to Elder Yi and everything will be decided by Elder Yi." Yi Tianyan smiled and said, Alright, as you wish." Yi Tianyan walked forward and said, "You two go back and rest first. I'm going to redeem the first place prize." Yi Yuwei replied, "Yes." At the main pavilion of the Star Pavilion, the disciple guarding the main pavilion asked, "Elder Yun, is there anything I can help you with?" Elder Yun introduced, "This is the person who won first place in the Star Pavilion's Divine Rune competition. He's here today to redeem his prize. This is Pavilion Master Li's letter. Please inspect it." After the disciple checked, he confirmed that it was indeed Pavilion Master Li's letter. According to the rules, the first place winner can stay here for 5 days. The spiritual energy wafting out from inside made Yi Tianyan notice the opening pavilion door. The spiritual energy here is so dense, much stronger than outside. Elder Yun turned around and urged, "Hurry up and go in. We will open the door for you to come out in 5 days. During this time you can absorb as much as you can. How much you can absorb depends on your ability," he reminded. "You are not allowed to touch the spiritual medicines inside. If you dare to touch them, you will have to pay for them." Yi Tianyan stepped into the Heavenly Spirit Jade Pool and asked, "This is the Heavenly Spirit Jade Pool. It's a 5th grade spiritual spring that can produce 5th grade spiritual medicines. At the same time, it contains extremely powerful spiritual energy. It's very suitable for cultivators below the spirit core period because it has the effect of improving cultivation and enhancing spiritual power." Yi Tianyan's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "The spiritual energy is really dense. It's truly an exceptional spiritual spring." He looked at the flowers and said, "These flowers and plants are all rare spiritual medicines." He walked down into the pool thinking that he absolutely could not waste these 5 days. 500 experience points, 420 experience points, 300 experience points, 460 experience points. Yi Tianyan's eyes widened in surprise. He realized that he didn't even need to actively absorb the spiritual energy. It was automatically entering his body. Yi Tianyan opened his arms and said seriously, "Let's begin the absorption." Activating crazy experience mode, 32,000 experience points, 38,000 experience points, 34,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for successfully breaking through to the 8th level of the spirit refinement period. Yi Tianyan raised his head and said, "Very good, I've leveled up twice so quickly. I still have 1 lucky draw chance. If I get an experience card I can use it right here." Activate Lucky Aura. Activate the new version of the Lucky Roulette. Obtain a special item. Yi Tianyan asked in surprise, "A special item? Is it something related to divine skills again?" The Wings of the Phoenix are an auxiliary item, unable to be upgraded. Once equipped, they allow the user to fly. If the user can already fly, these wings can increase flight speed 3-fold. Yi Tianyan picked up the Wings of the Phoenix and praised, "A great item, this way I can fly, coupled with the teleportation skill, who can catch up to me?" Yi Tianyan walked forward and accidentally lost his footing, falling into a chasm. He thought in a panic, "How can there be a crack underwater?" Yi Tianyan was carried by the current to a certain place. He cried out as he fell heavily to the ground. He sat up, looked at the cave entrance and asked, "How did I get washed up here? What happened?" Yi Tianyan sat by the waterfall and lamented, "I didn't expect there to be a cave underwater. It seems even the Star Pavilion doesn't know about this secret. Could it be that the Lucky Aura brought me here?" He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Is anyone there?" In a corner across the stream something was glowing. Yi Tianyan stopped and thought, "Is that light from a spirit jade stone?" He slowly walked in and said, "What a strong cold aura." He stopped in front of a coffin keeping a certain distance and said, "This is a coffin. There's someone inside." He took a closer look and found that although the person inside looked like they were sleeping, they had no signs of life. He stroked his chin and guessed, it must be the rich spiritual energy from the center of the spirit vein, along with this rare ice sky snow lotus that has preserved the body so well. Yi Tianyan clasped his hands together, bowed his head and said sincerely, "This junior was washed here by accident. I hope senior will not take offense." He opened his eyes and his gaze fell on a line of words at the edge of the coffin. "When the snow lotus blooms I shall be reborn." What does this mean? He thought with a grave expression. Does it mean she will wake up when the snow lotus blooms? Isn't that a reanimated corpse? Yi Tianyan decisively turned to leave. "There's nothing here but this ice coffin. I should go back." Just then the woman made a sound as if she was about to wake up. Yi Tianyan stared blankly back thinking, did that sound come from inside the coffin? He saw the woman sit up, which startled him. "It's really a reanimated corpse?" The woman sat up, leaving him at a loss, frozen in place. The woman even stretched out her hand, making him purse his lips and swallow. Is she a human or a ghost? In fact, the woman was just stretching, letting out a long yawn after her long sleep. Seeing this, Yi Tianyan lowered his head, preparing to slip away. Better to slip away first, but the woman had already opened her eyes and was looking straight at him. Yi Tianyan also stopped and looked at her, saying nothing. The white-haired woman, however, called out happily, "Brother, you're here?" Yi Tianyan asked blankly, "Are you talking to me?" The woman frowned and said, "Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Every time I wake up you're right here by my side." Yi Tianyan raised his hand and hurriedly explained the awkward situation. "Miss, this is very embarrassing, but I'm not your brother. I'm just a passerby," the woman said unhappily. "Brother is teasing me again. Can you stop joking?" She stepped on the edge of the coffin but accidentally slipped and fell out. Yi Tianyan took a few steps forward and asked her, "Are you okay?" The woman looked at him with wide eyes and replied, "I'm fine." "Where are we going now?" "Home," Yi Tianyan said helplessly. "Miss, you've got the wrong person." "I'm really not your brother," she said foolishly. "How is that possible? You are my brother. You're teasing me on purpose again." Her head suddenly hurt as if it had been hit by a hammer. She held her head and cried, "My head hurts so much, it hurts so much. You're not my brother." "Then who am I?" Yi Tianyan reached for the ice sky snow lotus and came up with an idea. This girl was placed in the snow lotus. Someone must have wanted to stabilize her mind. "I'll try this." Yi Tianyan placed the ice sky snow lotus on her forehead, which managed to calm her emotions and headache. "Thank you, I remember a little." Yi Tianyan said, "It's good that you can remember a little. You can think about the rest slowly." She lowered her eyelids and introduced herself. "My name is Renjaru. I'm from. Before she could say much more, she collapsed into Yi Tianyan's arms again. "Brother, my head hurts so much." Yi Tianyan helped her lie down and said, "You should rest here for a while. You've just woken up, so your memory is a bit confused." Renjaru called out weakly, "Brother, don't go, don't leave me alone." Yi Tianyan replied gently, "I'm not going anywhere. You can rest easy." After a while, the spiritual energy in the spring water gradually gathered and was absorbed into Yi Tianyan's body. There were several hidden currents of spiritual energy underwater, much stronger than the ones outside. At this moment, Renjaru called out again, "Brother." She looked down at Yi Tianyan with a radiant face and asked, "I'm better now. When are we going back?" Yi Tianyan frowned, speechless. "Here we go again." He helplessly lifted Renjaru out of the coffin. All right, I'm your brother. Do you remember where our home is?" Renjaru tilted her head slightly. "I don't remember. Where is it?" "I don't remember." "Doesn't brother remember either?" Yi Tianyan went along with her. "What a coincidence. I don't remember either. Time is almost up. Let's leave this place first." After a while, Yi Tianyan helped Renjaru to a stone platform to sit down and instructed, "You wait for me here first. Don't run around, okay? I'll be back in a moment." Renjaru replied obediently. "Okay, I understand." Yi Tianyan looked at the pool across from them and thought, "This exit is more hidden and far from the heavenly spirit jade pool. No wonder no one has discovered it." He walked along the cliff wall looking down. "Time is almost up. I need to get back quickly and pretend I've been there all along." Elder Yun knocked on the door and called out, "Elder Yi, time's up. Please come out." Yi Tianyan opened the door panting and said, "Sorry, I was focused on cultivating and lost track of time." Elder Yun looked around and sensed the area, saying, "Young Master Yi, it seems you've absorbed quite a lot. I feel that the surrounding spiritual energy has weakened significantly." Yi Tianyan asked, "Elder Yun, how can I enter the heavenly spirit jade pool again?" Elder Yun replied, "To enter again, the price is not small. Usually to enter for 2 days you have to offer a mid-grade soul tool. If you only have a low-grade soul tool, you can only enter for half a day." He smiled and said, "And even if you have a soul tool, the spiritual energy inside is limited. At most, it's enough for you to absorb for 10 days. The recovery speed is much slower than before. It would take several months to restore the original amount of spiritual energy. For young Master Yi to be able to cultivate in there for 5 days is already a tremendous reward. I wonder how many people envy you." Elder Yun turned around and handed over a token. "Oh right, Pavilion Master Li asked me to give this to you when you came out. This is a guest elder token. He hopes you can become a guest elder of the Star Pavilion. You won't be required to do anything." Yi Tianyan looked at the token suspiciously, thinking, "I don't have to do anything? Is there such a good deal?" He looked at the token and said, "Forget it. With this, it'll be more convenient for me to do things." "All right, I'll accept it then." Elder Yun bowed and said, "Young Master Yi, welcome. From today on, you are the youngest guest elder of our Star Pavilion." Yi Tianyan smiled and replied, "I am also very honored." Elder Yun said, "Pavilion Master Li also said that if you are willing to be a guest elder, you should stay for the welcome banquet for distinguished guests. What do you think?" "The banquet is next month. It is an extremely grand event jointly hosted by several second-grade factions. I heard that the Netherworld Empire will also send representatives to attend, which is a very rare opportunity." Yi Tianyan's eyes sharpened as he asked, "The Netherworld Empire?" He thought to himself, "Is it that extremely tyrannical empire? I didn't expect them to attend the banquet this time. This is getting interesting." Elder Yun replied, "Yes, the Netherworld Empire is sending a high-ranking official this time, and it seems they have some announcement to make, so if guest Elder Yi has time you should come and see." Don't miss it. Yi Tianyan replied, all right, I have important matters to attend to right now. If I finish them and have time I will attend, Elder Yun said. In that case I won't disturb you any longer. I must report back to the main pavilion, master. Farewell. Yi Tianyan said farewell. He bid farewell to Elder Yun and hurried to Renjaru's location. I have to get back to the bamboo grove immediately. He looked at Renjaru, who was waiting for him with her chin in her hands, and said, have you been waiting long? When Renjaru saw him, she beamed and called out, brother, you're finally back. Yi Tianyan looked at the two people lying on the ground and asked, what happened to these two? Renjaru said, those two guys suddenly came over and asked if I was lost. They wanted to take me back to their home. I refused, so they tried to drag me away. I got scared and knocked them down. She lowered her face and asked sadly, did I do something wrong? Yi Tianyan patted her head to comfort her. Don't blame yourself, you did the right thing, he smiled and instructed. No matter what happens, the most important thing is to protect yourself first. If I were here I would have beaten them to a pulp too. Renjaru smiled happily and replied, Yi Tianyan said, then let's go back. Renjaru asked naively, go home? Yi Tianyan said, first let's go pick up two other people. Back in Yi Yue's room the place was a mess. More importantly, the Yi Yuxuan's sisters were gone. Yi Tianyan's face darkened as he thought, some martial artist must have broken in and taken Yi Yue and the others away. A line of words was carved on the cabinet for him. If you want to save them, come to Falling Feather Mountain alone. Yi Tianyan touched the words and immediately guessed who did it. These words were carved with a divine rune. It's Lin Li, he frowned and judged. He couldn't have done this alone. The Wang family must be backing him. He clenched his teeth and said to himself, if anything happens to them I will make your entire Wang family pay with their lives. Renjaru turned to her side and asked, brother, what's wrong? Yi Tianyan exhaled a breath of spiritual energy and said in a deep voice, I'm going to kill someone. Do you want to come with me? Renjaru clenched her fists and replied enthusiastically, yes, wherever brother goes I'll follow. Yi Tianyan said, all right, let's go. He used the wings of the phoenix to carry Renjaru and flew up. She looked down and asked him, brother, this mountain is so big, where are we going? Yi Tianyan looked ahead and said, I'll use my spiritual power to find their location. A few seconds later he reported, found them. A subordinate asked, young Master Lin, what should we do with these two young ladies? Lin Li said, after I deal with that kid you can do whatever you want with them. The man asked, puzzled. Young Master Lin, that kid's cultivation is so weak. For you to handle him personally and even call the two of us for help, aren't you overestimating him? Lin Li said. I suspect he has accomplices. For him to reach that level there must be someone backing him. The other person still retorted disdainfully, anyway we've captured his people, won't he obediently come to save them? Yi Yuj asked loudly, what do you want to do, Elder Yi? The big-faced guy said with a wicked smile. That kid is quite lucky with the ladies. The Zhu family's twin flowers are both on his side. Too bad he's about to die. Yi Yue turned her face away and replied, our surname is Yi, not Zhu anymore. Elder Yi won't come, so don't even think about it. She emphasized with a stern look, kill or torture us as you please. Lin Li said viciously, if he doesn't dare to come I'll let his women taste a fate worse than death. As soon as his voice fell, Yi Tianyan was already standing at the entrance of the cave asking, is that so? I don't think you'll have that chance. He looked at Lin Li coldly and said, I'm here. If you have the guts, come at me. Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yue called out happily, Elder Yi. The thin-faced guy grabbed Yi Yue's hair and pulled it back hard, saying, you got here pretty fast. You didn't bring anyone to help this time, did you? If you dared to bring someone else, don't blame us for being merciless. Yi Tianyan was completely enraged. He looked at him and said, you dare threaten me, you're dead. The thin-faced man squeezed Yi Yue's head and threatened, big words, so what if I threaten you? I have both of them in my hands now. Surrender obediently or they will die because of you. Yi Tianyan, empty-handed, negotiated with him. I'll surrender, don't hurt them. Yi Yue struggled to get out of the man's grasp and shouted, Elder Yi, don't listen to them. If you surrender, we'll all be doomed. Lin Li, furious, turned around and slapped her hard across the face, yelling, shut up, who told you to speak? Yi Yuxuan cried out anxiously, sister, if you have the guts, come at me, don't hit my sister. Veins popped on Lin Li's forehead as he glared at her and humiliated her. What a pair of deeply affectionate sisters, just two useless pieces of trash. I heard no one even wants you. It seems the Zhu family really raised you for nothing, because the other party can't even be bothered to look at them. He sneered and reminded, if he runs away I can't guarantee what they'll do to you. Yi Tianyan said urgently, don't do anything rash, I won't run. The big-faced guy walked up and said, and surrender. He locked Yi Tianyan's hands behind his back and reported, young Master Lin, I've caught him. He can't escape. Lin Li waved his hand. Good, bring him over. Yi Tianyan said urgently. You've already caught me, let them go now. Lin Li laughed, then leaned against the wall, shamelessly breaking his promise. You are truly foolish beyond saving. This world isn't as simple as you think. He laughed heartily, looking at the thin-faced man behind him. He actually believed us. Lin Li raised his fist and boasted despicably. So what if you have a talent for divine runes? You still fell into my hands at my mercy. Yi Tianyan lowered his head and retorted, at your mercy. He raised his head, activated crazy mode, and then spread his arms, unleashing a furious power. Ding, successfully killed Wang Qing, obtained 250,000 experience points, 3,400 crazy points, and obtained the martial art flowing cloud palm. Lin Li spat out blood and said, you. He tried to rush forward but was kicked away by Yi Tianyan. The thin-faced man reached out to grab Yi Yue, thinking, crap, I have to grab the hostage quickly. His body was suddenly frozen by an electric current, unable to move. Why can't I move? He trembled as he looked at Yi Tianyan, whose eyes were crimson and was terrified. Such a strong oppressive feeling. Who is this kid? He stammered, begging for mercy. Yi Tianyan used all his strength, throwing a punch crackling with lightning, and shouted, get lost, ding. Successfully killed Wang Shui, obtained 150,000 experience points, 2,400 crazy points, and obtained the martial art Flowing Cloud Palm. Yi Tianyan withdrew his power and stood still. Yi Yue called out happily, Elder Yi, we caused trouble for you. Yi Tianyan said calmly, no, it's I who has brought trouble upon you. He looked at the blood-spitting Lin Li and continued, it's time to settle the score with you. Renjaru walked in from outside and called out, brother. She asked innocently, I don't need to help, do I? Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yue looked at her blankly, thinking, what a beautiful sister. Lin Li frowned and asked her, who are you? He thought, could she be Yi Tianyan's accomplice? Yi Tianyan said coldly, his voice deepening, you don't need to know that. Your accomplices are all dead. Now it's your turn. Lin Li stood up and begged for mercy. Let me go, I'll never cause trouble again. I'm from the Divine Rune Mansion. Do you know what kind of power you're about to face? And I'm a core disciple. If you kill me, you will become an irreconcilable enemy of the Divine Rune Mansion. Yi Tianyan stood opposite him and asked, the Divine Rune Mansion? Do you think the Divine Rune Mansion will know it was me who killed you? Lin Li trembled with fear and said, they will conduct a thorough investigation. He forced a calm smile and tried to negotiate. As long as you let me go, I will not pursue past matters. I can even introduce you to join the Divine Rune Mansion and become a core disciple. Yi Tianyan smiled slyly and retorted, join the Divine Rune Mansion? I'm not interested. Do you think I would believe your words? You're too naive. With no way out, Lin Li proposed, if you have the guts, wait until I've recovered and we'll have a fair life and death duel. Yi Tianyan slowly walked forward, asking in an extremely amused tone, fair? It's funny hearing that from you. Tell me, what about those two helpers of yours? With every step Yi Tianyan took, Lin Li retreated in fear. He mustered his courage and said loudly, I'm just asking if you dare to fight me one-on-one. If you're a man, accept the challenge. Yi Tianyan calmly provoked. Don't worry, I accept your challenge. Lin Li pointed at Renjaru and said, she is not allowed to interfere. It will be a fight to the death between just the two of us, he thought nervously. As long as no one helps him, I can definitely defeat him. Yi Tianyan walked forward and said, fine, to deal with trash like you, I don't need my sister to help. As long as you can kill me, you'll be free. Lin Li got into a fighting stance and shouted, wait a little longer, I haven't fully recovered yet. Yi Tianyan called out arrogantly, let's begin. I'll give you a one-hand handicap. Lin Li laughed loudly and said, you're still too naive in the end. He jumped up, raised his hand and used a divine rune. Didn't expect this, did you? I still have a trump card. A 4th grade divine rune light sword. Yi Tianyan looked at the killing move with a grave expression, thinking, courting death. Lin Li rushed forward and said, keep being arrogant. He thrust the killing move forward with all his might, saying, die. Yi Tianyan's eyes widened as he watched the killing move come at him. He then dodged the attack, clenched his fist to gather power and said, truly beyond redemption. He also threw a full power punch, sending Lin Li crashing into the wall with a miserable scream. Yi Tianyan withdrew his power and asked, is that all you've got? Lin Li's voice was intermittent and he said unwillingly, I can't possibly lose. He propped himself up with his hand, cast another divine rune and cursed, bastard. He gathered spiritual power in his hand and rushed over quickly, saying, go to hell. Yi Tianyan also delivered a powerful palm strike, saying, get lost. The two moves collided and Lin Li's arm was broken. He howled in pain, my hand. Yi Tianyan grabbed his other intact hand and said, you wanted to use this hand to hit others just now, right? He directly crushed that hand. Then let's disable it. Lin Li's face was dark and he threatened, trembling, if you dare to do this to me, the Divine Rune Mansion will not let you go. Yi Tianyan said coldly, don't worry, if your Divine Rune Mansion dares to touch me, their fate will be the same as yours. Lin Li seemed to be on the verge of madness. He laughed loudly and said contemptuously, just you and your helper want to wipe out the Divine Rune Mansion? You're too naive. Do you think our Divine Rune Mansion is this weak? Yi Tianyan raised an eyebrow and squeezed his hand. We'll see if it's possible when we try. A pity you won't be around to see it, Lin Li howled. I won't let you go even as a ghost. Ding successfully killed Lin Li. Obtained 170,000 experience points, 2,400 crazy points, 500 divine rune mastery proficiency points, and a bonus item. High-grade divine rune paper. Yi Tianyan looked at him with cold eyes and retorted, you couldn't do anything to me when you were alive. You can do even less now that you're dead. Behind him, Yi Yue called out gratefully, Elder Yi, thank you for saving us. Yi Yuxuan followed with guilt, I'm sorry we've implicated you. Yi Tianyan turned around and said gently, it's good that you're alright, this won't happen again. He said coldly, you two go back first and wait for me. I have to go settle this score with him. Yi Yuxuan replied, alright, then we'll go back to the inn and wait for you. Yi Tianyan instructed, Miss Ren, you go back with them first and wait for my news. Renjaru replied, I understand. The Wang family's estate. Wang Zisheng was leisurely talking to himself. I wonder how things are going on Lin Li's side. Has that kid been killed yet? Leaving him alive is a real disaster. A disciple behind him clasped his hands and replied with certainty. This time we sent the elder brothers Wang Qing and Wang Shui. That kid won't be able to escape their grasp. Just as he finished speaking, the entire mansion shook as if there was an earthquake. Someone come quickly. Wang Zisheng, sweating profusely, turned and asked what's happening outside. As he reached the doorway, he heard the disciples' screams. Fire, help, no, it's a black dragon, run. Wang Zisheng's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he looked at the black dragon breathing fire, stuttering. What's going on? A disciple ran over to report. Family head, someone is riding a black dragon and has broken into our home. Wang Zisheng squinted his eyes and asked, one person, he gritted his teeth and thought. Someone who owns such a divine beast must be a disciple of a major family. When did I offend such a major family? Just then, another disciple was sent flying and crashed into a wall. Wang Zisheng was startled and looked into the distance, only to see a figure speak. Family head of the Wang family, he frowned and retorted, won't you come out to greet me personally? It seems your family is not very hospitable. Wang Zisheng, with a grave expression, politely asked Yi Tianyan back. May I ask how our Wang family has offended you, sir? Is there some misunderstanding? Yi Tianyan held up a finger and said, you've offended me in many ways. He locked his brows and emphasized each word. So many that only by destroying your entire Wang family can the hatred in my heart be appeased. Wang Zisheng's attitude changed as he retorted. No matter what faction you belong to, if you want to destroy our Wang family, don't blame me for being ruthless. After speaking, he flew up into the air, trying to escape. You just wait and see. Yi Tianyan watched his retreating figure and said, trying to run? A disciple of the Wang family flew over and slapped Wang Zisheng down. Before he could react, Yi Tianyan had already condensed power in his fist and said, it's not over yet. He used all his strength to deliver a powerful punch to Wang Zisheng. Wang Zisheng, hit by the blow, howled in pain. The disciples turned back and shouted, family head. Wang Zisheng fell heavily to the ground. He took out his family head token and shouted, quick, call for reinforcements. Unexpectedly, Yi Tianyan stomped on his hand, making him scream in pain. He stomped crazily and said, call for reinforcements, go ahead, even if you scream your throat out, no one will pay you any mind. Several elders' eyes widened and they shouted, sweating profusely, family head, let's go save him. As soon as their voices fell, the two of them were also struck by the black dragon and sent tumbling. Yi Tianyan praised the black dragon. Well done. How dare you take 2 women hostage? You've got some nerve. Today I will slaughter your Wang family and let you know that some people are not to be trifled with. Wang Zisheng asked, trembling. You're the reinforcement hired by the Zhu family? Yi Tianyan took off his chameleon mask and replied, I'm not some reinforcement. I'm just here to deal with you. Wang Zisheng said in shock, you don't do anything rash. I'm a family head under the Star Pavilion. If you kill me, the Star Pavilion will not let you go. Yi Tianyan put his chameleon mask back on and retorted, is that so? But the one who kills you will have this face. Do you think anyone will recognize me? Wang Zisheng's eyes widened and he began to feel afraid, begging for mercy. You, spare me, I'll give you. Before he could finish, Yi Tianyan decisively finished him off with one move, die. Ding successfully killed the Wang family head. Obtained 270,000 experience points, 3,800 crazy points, 1,000 divine rune mastery proficiency points and 100 sin points. Bonus martial arts, flowing cloud palm, heavenly wind fist. Bonus items, high-grade divine rune paper, 100,000 experience pill. The raging fire attracted the attention of a crowd who quickly gathered around. What happened? The Wang family was wiped out so quickly. Did they offend an imperial power? How could the Star Pavilion get involved with an imperial power? Will we be implicated? Quick, go back and report to the main pavilion master. Yi Tianyan also left quietly. He frowned and thought, an imperial power? This continent is indeed full of powerful experts. Yi Yue walked up and asked, Elder Yi, you're back, are you okay? Yi Yuxuan also asked anxiously, are you injured? Yi Tianyan walked over and said, don't worry, I'm fine. Where is Miss Ren? Yi Yuxuan and Yue pointed in a direction and said, Miss Ren is standing over there by the door. We don't know what she's thinking. She keeps muttering something but we can't understand it. Yi Tianyan walked to Renjaru's side and asked, Miss Ren, what are you thinking about? Renjaru turned and called out, Brother, while you were fighting just now I remembered some things, she said in a deep voice. I remember where my home is. Yi Tianyan smiled faintly, not surprised. You remember? Then you should also know that I'm not your brother, right? Renjaru hummed in agreement. I remembered a little, but I still feel very close to you, just like my real brother. She lowered her head, a hint of sadness in her smile. My brother couldn't wait for me to wake up again this time. I wonder if something happened to him. Yi Tianyan leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance and guessing, it's very likely something did happen. I saw that the secret chamber hadn't been cleaned in a long time. Obviously no one has been there for a long time. Renjaru hummed and said, I must go home. I feel like there's something I need to do. It's getting late, I should go. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days, brother. Yi Tianyan asked her, you're leaving now? Do you need my help? Renjaru replied with a determined gaze. No need. Some things are better handled personally. She stepped onto the railing, turning back to say goodbye before leaving. Brother, I'm going. She leapt into the air, condensing a pair of wings, and continued, we'll meet again if fate allows. Yi Tianyan hummed in response. He thought, so this is the power of the core formation stage, being able to condense one's energy into wings. Ding triggered chain quest. Successfully help the Imperial Divine Maiden. Upon completion you will receive 50 million experience points, 1 million crazy points, increase Renjaru's favorability by 200 and obtain the Guardian of the Empire title. Note your choices in providing help will affect the quest's direction. Yi Tianyan was stunned for a moment, then it dawned on him, Imperial Divine Maiden. No wonder she refused my help. She must have thought I couldn't be of much use. He let out a breath and reminded himself. And this is a quest where my actions affect the outcome. I need to be extra careful. Yi Yuwei came over and asked, "Where's Miss Ren?" Yi Tianyan said, "She went back. I still have to make a trip to the Heavenly Jade Mansion. I'll take you back to the Heavenly Revolving Sect first." Yi Yuwei said, "All right, you still have many things to do. Our cultivation levels aren't high, so we wouldn't be much help and would only get in your way. We'll follow Elder Yi's arrangements." Yi Tianyan suddenly reached out and wrapped his arms around Yi Yuxuan and Yu Wei's waists, startling them. They cried out, "Elder Yi!" But he had already activated the wings of the phoenix, leaping out with both of them and shouting, "Hold on tight, we're flying back." Hold on tight, at the Heavenly Jade Mansion. Yi Tianyan looked inside and thought, finally at the Heavenly Jade Mansion. It's a good thing I have the wings of the phoenix. Otherwise, coming from the Heavenly Revolving Sect and then rushing back to the Star Pavilion for the banquet would have been impossible. A disciple came forward and asked, "Who are you?" Yi Tianyan took out a token and introduced himself. "I'm looking for Miss Hua Tianhun. This is a token of introduction." The person stepped aside and motioned him in, saying, "Just go to the Heavenly Rune Hall and report. Walk straight for a bit, then turn left and you'll be there." Yi Tianyan walked forward and replied, "Thank you." The two disciples behind him watched him, discussing in low voices. "Deacon Hua has recommended another disciple. I wonder how this guy is. Let's hope he's not as unlucky as the last one. Never mind, let's not worry about it. Deacon Hua is only trying to do what's best for the Heavenly Jade Mansion." Yi Tianyan was slightly taken aback and thought, "So that Hua Tianhun often recommends disciples to the Heavenly Jade Mansion." A voice came from within the Heavenly Rune Hall. "Kill 20 demon wolves, obtain 20 contribution points. Kill the demon beast magic scorpion. Obtain 50 contribution points." Yi Tianyan walked in and saw a familiar figure, stunned. "Isn't this that spirited girl I saved at sea last time?" he began to ask. "Excuse me." The senior sister turned around. Yi Tianyan held up the token and asked, "This is the token Deacon Hua gave me, telling me to find her here." After hearing this, the senior sister sized him up with a scrutinizing gaze. "Recommended by Deacon Hua, why so young?" Yi Tianyan asked, confused. "Is there a problem?" The senior sister turned away, squinting. "No problem really, it's just that you look too young. I don't understand why Deacon Hua would recommend someone so young. Let's go, I'll take you for a test." Yi Tianyan thought for a moment and recalled, "I was wearing a mask at sea back then and my appearance was completely different. It's normal that she doesn't recognize me." As he walked he asked, "What test were you talking about just now?" The senior sister said in surprise. "You came for the test without even knowing what it is. Didn't Deacon Hua tell you? After passing the test you can join the Heavenly Rune Pavilion. It's a place specifically for cultivating divine runes." Yi Tianyan raised a hand to explain, "I'm just here to see Deacon Hua. Is she here?" The senior sister held up a finger and explained at length, "Deacon Hua isn't here at the moment. If you want to see her, you'll have to wait for a while. But if you can't pass the test you won't be able to enter the Heavenly Rune Pavilion, and it'll be useless even if you do see her. I happen to be heading back to the Heavenly Rune Pavilion, so I can take you along for the test." She smiled and reminded Yi Tianyan, "If you pass, you'll have to call me senior sister." Yi Tianyan didn't explain further and just followed silently. He thought, it's a good idea to follow her and check out the situation here, to get a better understanding of the Heavenly Jade Mansion's inner workings, he replied. "Then let's go. I'll have to trouble you to lead the way, senior sister." She said, a bit embarrassed, "Wait until you pass the test, then you can call me senior sister." Just then someone called out, "Shishui," she said with displeasure. "Please don't call me so intimately to avoid any misunderstandings." The long-haired man smiled gently and said, "You are my fiancé. Why can't I call you that?" Shishui frowned and stressed, "Feng Yulong, I'm warning you, this was my father's decision alone, and it has nothing to do with me. Unless you can surpass me in divine rune inscription, I will never marry a man who is inferior to me." Feng Yulong raised an eyebrow and said forcefully, "This is a decision made by both our families. I advise you to just be obedient. Is it wise to ruin the relationship between our two families?" Shishui said firmly, "I, young Shishui, never regret the decisions I make." Yi Tianyan behind her coughed a couple of times to indicate he was still there. Feng Yulong turned around impatiently and shouted, "Hey, what are you looking at? Watch out or I'll—" Before he could finish, young Shishui cut in. "He's a new junior brother recommended by Deacon Hua and he's about to take the assessment. Don't cause him any trouble." She turned around and said irritably, "If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving." Feng Yulong looked at Yi Tianyan with suspicion. "Recommended by Deacon Hua, so young, his skills can't be that great. It'll be a miracle if he can pass the maze formation. He must be an imposter who picked up a token from somewhere." The disciple next to him also chimed in. "Yeah, since when did the Heavenly Rune Pavilion accept such a young disciple? And he's dressed so plainly. I bet he sneaked in to steal something." Yi Tianyan walked forward and said nonchalantly, I don't want to get involved in your business, I just want to finish the test quickly. Just because you can't do it at your age doesn't mean others can't, there's always someone better out there. Feng Yulong gritted his teeth and said unhappily, such big talk. If you can get out of the maze formation within an hour, I'll walk backward for the rest of my life. The other disciple chimed in decisively. Brother Feng is right. If you can get out, I'll walk on my head. Yi Tianyin glanced at them smugly and said, then you two should start practicing your new walking styles now, so I can see it when I come out of the maze.